It's the beat. Give me a mic and a beat, and I'll be straight. It's the beat. You know it. One for the treble, two for the bass. It's the beat. When I get busy, up your heads, move your feet. It's the beat. On the dance floor, I am a world-class freak. It's the beat. Your back is to the wall. We waiting for you. It's the beat. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let me see what you can do. It's the beat. Forget about your seat.
That's beautiful. That's nice. What's that?
It's the beat. It's the beat. It's the beat.
There's nothing else. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Hello, seen no reaction. It's a very quiet start to the day. We didn't want to wake anyone up here in Germany. Let's try that again. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Yeah, they are awake, really. They were just testing you guys out on the internet to see whether you turned up your audio or not. Now you've all got blown eardrums. Welcome, my name's Paul ReDeYe Challenger.
And I'm Nyph, your Sjokz supporter, and I'm so excited for this weekend, an entire weekend full of top-notch League of Legends action.
Absolutely right. Can't wait to get it all started. There's been a lot of changes, and of course, it's been 2 months since we've had a big international tournament like the Intel Extreme Masters, since the Worlds, and a lot of things have changed. And I know that a lot of people are excited to see how these new teams come out, especially you.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see these teams. Well, almost all of them have got new lineups. Some of them even almost entirely new lineups. We're going to see which teams and which players crack under the stress, which teams thrive under that stress, and how they're going to do here. Yep,
it's definitely going to be a weekend of change. That's going to be the theme for this weekend. And if you aren't aware of what the Intel Extreme Masters is, well, it's a good question. We'll start off with that today before we get into our first match. It is, of course, a multi-stop international global tournament for esports, for League of Legends and for StarCraft 2. This weekend, we're concentrating on League of Legends, but we've already been to Shanghai and we've already been to New York. And next week, we're in Singapore. But what we're really interested in is getting to the World Championship, which for the first time ever in Season 8 is headed off to Katowice. Now, if any of you are tuned in that remember League of Legends at Katowice earlier on this year, it was magical. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome wherever you are in the world right now. Thank you for tuning in live to Poland. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Season 7, Katowice!
All this middle outer turret, what can mithy do against it? Mission going low, they're doing some more fun. Here comes the counter's ultimate, that's one Two inhibitors down, and they're just going to pile straight up towards those super minions in the base. You can see there's coming in there. Peke is desperately up towards the Nexus. Kevin is going to be able to go towards him. He's trying to do it, but meanwhile, they're in the base. Yellowstar's trying to defend them in the base. Peke is trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? Catches him with another axe. He's very low on that. They're pushing on the Nexus to his
Please welcome to the stage, Azumu Blaze! GAMBIT!
There is a crescendo coming out of Edward. He's already fairly low. And look at Rapid Star falling so quickly. Cloud Templar now the focus from that one. We are going to see Alex Inch come in. He's got the reset. He's going to jump over, gets the slow across all three. Alex goes low. He was exhausted and then not even finished off by that one. Graves goes down.
They've got the Siege Minion as well, and he's going to take a lot of hits. It's going to be the first Nexus turret of the game. The Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice could well be picked up by Gambit Gaming. Every Intel Extreme Masters they come to, they win, and it is going to be the run of
So as you can see, some strong memories there from Katowice. I'm sure everyone watching and everyone here in the audience remembers that incredible game from Fnatic against SK. Hopefully we'll get more games like that this weekend. Talking of this weekend, we're going to have a very busy weekend. Let's show you how it looks over the next 2 days. We've got the amateur tournament and the professional tournament. Going to kick things off today with the 2 semi-finals this morning, and this afternoon the 2 quarterfinals in the pro tournament, before moving on tomorrow to have both semi-finals in the pro tournament, then the amateur final, and then the professional final. So some massive games coming your way with some massive teams involved as well. Going to kick things off with our first game in a few moments' time, but first, Ifya has some very special friends with her.
We do. I have, of course, here ESL's very own Jason Kaplan, and alongside him, Krepo Voorspoels, who's going to fill the EG void for us here this weekend. Krepo, how have you been after Worlds, after your great performance there on the analyst desk?
Yeah, I really enjoyed World Finals analyst desk, and after that, I just took a little break, went home to see my family, and recently moved back to Germany, and I've been streaming a lot and just waiting for the new patch to hit, and then just play a lot of video games. So pretty cool.
You were as a player here last IEM Cologne.
Yeah, because that didn't go so well, I tried to get a different angle this time and see if I could do some casting or analysis, and hopefully that goes a little better than our performance last year, because it was pretty abysmal.
We're very happy to have you here, and also very happy to have you, of course. Jason, what are you most looking forward to in this tournament?
I have to say, all these new rosters, it's a completely new beginning for so many different teams. Some of them, like you said before, have completely new rosters. Some of them, just a couple of changes here and there, but I want to see how could these teams perform, because this is the beginning. You know, it's not necessarily LCS Season 4 currently, but this is like the leeway into that.
Absolutely, and we can see that minor changes can make major impacts on rosters. And of course, we're going to start off with talking about Nyph versus TCM, as that is the first match of the day a little bit later. But the pro games are also coming up later in the day. So let's take a look at the pro bracket for this weekend, for the tournament here today. We're going to have start off this afternoon, of course, with GAMBIT Gaming as they take on the Red, and then CLG is going to go up against Team TURQUALITY Blue, and in the rest of the bracket we of course have C9 coming tomorrow as well, and Fnatic. Krepo, how do you think these teams will do all with their respective changes or not?
I just think it's a really interesting bracket, has a bit of everything you want. You have some new teams coming in there, TURQUALITY, Red, not many people know them all too well. You have some American teams coming over, and the new revamped CLG, and at the same time you have the European powerhouses with GAMBIT returning to Edward and Fnatic returning to Reckles. There's too many storylines to follow, and it's just going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you maybe about CLG in particular, because you've known that team in their old lineup so well, and the only person that's left is Doublelift. How will that turn out?
Yeah, it's really hard to get rid of Doublelift, it seems, but yeah, I'm really interested to see what changes, how they're going to perform with the changes rather. CLG has changed their roster quite a bit every time, but they seem to have the right motivation for it, and let's see if it turns out now. Aframu is back. I just hope he's really comfortable playing his role. He knows exactly what he expects from the role, and I just can't wait to see him show the presence in the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, we have the amateur tournament as well. We're going to bring that bracket up right now, because we're going to be starting off, of course, with Nyph versus TCM as our first match of the day, followed by SK Gaming versus the Copenhagen Wolves. And Jason, I know you know a lot of those teams very well. What change are you really looking forward to seeing in action here?
You know, originally it was SK because of the whole new lineup changes with Ocelot, you know, really stepping down. But now it's got to be Nyph. Picking up 3 members of Lemondogs, having hyrqBot come over for SK. And it's the first real tournament. It's the first, I think, time we're actually going to see them play as a team. It's really their chance to prove to everyone that, hey, we deserve to be back in the LCS. And all these 4 teams, you know, TCM and Copenhagen Wolves will actually be playing in the group stages for LCS. And then, of course, Nyph and SK get their first look at these teams that they possibly could be playing very soon.
Yeah, because Nyph gets first pick or whatever team they want to play against. SK gets second, so that is so incredibly important here. Of course, today we're going to start with Nyph versus TCM Gaming, and we're going to take a look at that Nyph roster to start it up with, because so much has changed in that lineup. Now, of course, we have in the top lane Zorozero, who is, of course, an ex-Lemondogs player. We have hyrqBot in the jungle, who's an ex-SK Gaming player. Nukeduck in the mid lane, coming in for Bjergsen. Then Freeze, the only remaining member of the Summer Split, and Mithy on the support role. And so this is the current lineup from Nyph. As you see there, now only 1 player remaining from the Summer Split, Freeze. What are your impressions of that lineup, or that new lineup? Are there changes that you think might have been better off not being done, or?
I don't know. I mean, every single player was good in their own right. And I think bringing in new life to the team, we've seen how many times before it's really affected Nyph. But for me, the real man to watch, at least in this matchup, is hyrqBot. You know, in terms of Nukeduck, when he was playing previously with Lemondogs, he always had Dexter there, always there to really help him out, always there to kind of give him some kills so he can carry the team. I want to know, can hyrqBot do the same thing? And also, will Nyph let hyrqBot play champions he really enjoys? Because we saw the difference it made in him between the spring and summer split, when he could finally play something he enjoyed, like Lee Sin, where he won 5 out of 6 games, had a 10.4 KDA on him. It's really going to come down to that.
Yeah, and Krepo, I'd like to ask you maybe about the Bjergsen changeup, because Bjergsen was at the core of that team for the entire LCS last year, almost the entire and certainly the summer split, and you've played against them a lot of times with your team. How big of an impact is this going to make?
I mean, as far as I understood, Bjergsen was one of the main shot callers within that team, so removing him, you remove a central piece of the team. That's why I think the change is pretty smart that they took on Nukeduck, but not only Nukeduck, they bring his former teammates with him, so he'll probably still have that synergy with Zorozero at top lane. Mid lane top synergy is pretty good. We know hyrqBot is really good at getting his lanes ahead, just making them win by getting really good timing ganks off. So that should be a really good core of 3 players. I know of Alfonso, mithy, the support really, really well, and he's just really damn good. So I don't think it matters who he's laning with. I just think the roster has a lot of potential, quote CLG, but I think they'll do it really, really well.
You're talking about mithy, and mithy has always been someone that we've seen last split as well, that he seems to be someone that makes calls and makes a lot of decisions. And before that, they had the Fisho doing that, who now moved to the manager role. Do you feel it's good that he's characteristically kind of a similar person to the Fisho?
Yeah, I mean, they're both very, very smart players. We saw the change within Lemondogs when he came in for We Will Failure back in the summer split, and it was just completely different. It was like night and day. He's so smart out of the game, he's so smart in the game, and that's a really good asset to have on the team. So, you know, Freeze, who already played with Defisio, is going to find something really comfortable in his lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the other side, they're going to be playing versus TCM Gaming, of course, in our first match of the day. So let's take a look at that TCM roster. So, of course, we're going to have in the top lane, Jwaow, in the jungle, Naruterador, in the mid lane, Belgianbeast, on AD carry, Motroco, and BarneyD on support, Krepo. 2 Belgians in that lineup. That must make you happy.
Yeah, 1 Belgian last year and 2 Belgians this year, including the host. Maybe four in total now. Like, we're almost overtaking the entire League of Legends scene. I just hope this trend keeps on going.
No, but seriously, Jason, your impressions, who's maybe the player to look out for in that TCM roster?
It's a really scary thing because I called out 1 for NIP, but honestly, to me, there's 3 for TCM because you have to have Naruterador play well. He has to be able to follow hyrqBot around and stop him from getting Nukeduck ahead or even in the top lane for Zorozero. Also, Jwaow on the top lane, he's got to be able to go head-to-head against Zorozero, who placed 2nd overall, you know, within the summer split of LCS once playoffs were finished. He's got to be able to really do that. And then also, Belgianbeast, he's got a lot on his hands. Nukeduck, when he's actually getting ahead, when he gets a couple of kills, he is so hard to stop, really hard to control. If he can do that, they might have a good chance at winning.
You're talking about the junglers, and it's hyrqBot and Naruterador have very different champion pools, at least if we go off of what we've seen in the past. How much do you think that will influence the game?
I'm not really sure. I think it comes down to who can really play the champion they're comfortable with. That's key. I mean, we saw that with hyrqBot, we've seen it with Naruterador many times. And then how they can use that champion to their advantage, how they can use it in these team fights, how their synergy really works. Because if we think about it, TCM have been around for a long time together as a team, where NIP, on the other hand, have just come together as a fresh new roster. So synergy might be on TCM's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Krepo, what do you think of this matchup? Who will take it?
The favors obviously for NIP. They have more experience. TCM control them a curveball. I mean, they have no real pressure here. They're playing against an opponent that everybody deems better, so they have not too much pressure on them. They've played in a few lands already, so they're used to the stage environment. They won't get too stressed out. I know Belgianbeast can hold his own. I've seen Jwaow perform really well in some games. They have a shot, but I'll still give it to NIP.
NIP, Jason?
Even with Motroco playing against his ex-support player mithy, I'd still have to give it to NIP for pretty much the exact same reasons. They're just easily and clearly the favorites. They have so much skill on their side, but TCM still, they have, you know, they really have nothing against them in terms of they can show everyone out there that we can be in the LCS. We can beat one of the teams who's already been in it twice.
Absolutely, and we know what an underdog can do a lot of the times. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll be seeing a lot of you as the show continues, of course. And for now, we're going to go over to our commentators for our first game of the day. It is, of course, Joe Miller and Deman.
Thanks a lot, Sjokz. And back with my old partner in crime. Finally, we managed to get ourselves together here in Cologne. But yeah, a massive weekend of League of Legends action coming our way. First off, Ninjas in Pajamas versus TCM. And I just want to point out the last time that mithy and Motroco sat in this studio, they broke everything. So hopefully that doesn't happen
God,
today.
I forgot about that. I forgot about that. That's brought back horrors for me suddenly. But like you say, it's great to be back here at the Untitled Extreme Masters. Because I get to cast with you. That's always the best part about it for me. But these teams that are attending this weekend are fantastic. We've got the American powerhouse of Cloud9 come over. Obviously, COG's over here as well with a pretty much new lineup. You got Fnatic. They managed to get themselves a 3rd place finish in the World Finals. There's some great teams. And don't forget GAMBIT also in attendance this weekend.
Yeah.
You know, they've only ever lost 1 event in the Intel Extreme Masters. That was at the finals against... they didn't even get to the final because the 2 Azubu teams completely stomped it. But
every actual satellite stop is effectively what we call them in the business, the Cologne stop. They have won. Intel Extreme Masters is Gambit's baby, and they are going to be here to win it. But right now, these teams, these are the teams that are looking to see how it's going to go. Obviously, you know, Ninjas in Pajamas, they had a good season overall. Even, I would say, up to the point that Extinct left the team. Before that, I had them as a shoo-in for the World Finals to make it there. They've had a hell of a lot of changes, which actually, for me, maybe puts them as the underdogs in this game, because TCM, that lineup has stayed solid. Tenerife, this team absolutely dominated. They beat Copenhagen Wolves. Everybody had them as the underdogs against Copenhagen Wolves. They came out victorious. So TCM, for me, are the stronger team coming into this. Picks and bans going thick and fast. Remember, we're on 3.13. We're not on the preseason 3.14 patch because we can't really ask teams to do that with a 2-day warning before a tournament. So we are on the 3.13 patch. So this is the same as the World Finals, if my memory serves me correctly. So, same picks and bans potentially, but the game has evolved already, and you can already see straight away Shyvana being banned out. He has been flavor of the month, I think it is, across all the pro scene. If you've been watching Korea, he's been one of the champions that have been pretty solid. However, another champion that's been solid throughout Korea has been Annie, and it's not been taken yet. But look at NIP. It's like Lemon Dogs revisited once again. There once again.
Well, that's the funny thing, right, about NIP is that they're mostly Lemon Dogs at this point. They're 3 out of 5 men coming in from Lemon Dogs. You've got hyrqBot from SK, you've got Freeze, who obviously was in the old NIP roster. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they fit into this one. In terms of picks, Lysandra are going to be picked up here. A champion which Zorozero did, in fact, play in the summer split as well. So we're expecting that probably to go his way. We know that Nukeduck favors these more assassin-y type champions. As you can see, the Fizz was already taken out there. And that Kennen, and then Renekton, I should really say, against Zorozero there. For TCM right now, hovering over the Varus. Already got the Zyra locked in for this one, which expecting to be in that support position. However, Belgianbeast has played Zyra in some of the qualifiers earlier on in the year.
There's quite a few respect bans as well. I mean, if you look at the bans, they're not normal bans. They are targeted bans. So these teams have clearly had a lot of research against each other and sort of talked it out. I know for a fact NIP kicked everyone out of the press room so they could use that room as their team talk. Not too sure that's exactly was the global plan of when everything was laid out, but that's what they did. They occupied that. Leaguepedia were kicked out of there and NIP moved in. So they managed to get a plan, and that plan is in effect right now because there is Annie, what I've been talking about, as support, and Nunu. These are champions that have been played heavily in the OGN over the last few weeks.
So let's see then what TCM finish off with here right now. We've got the Volibear in there for the jungle. BarneyD's hovering over Garen. Pretty sure that's not going to be a Garen locked in for this one.
I don't know, because Jwaow, you think in that top lane, played Kha'Zix pretty much predominantly in Tenerife, but there is potentially Kha'Zix.
So the Kha'Zix I could definitely see because, as Garen, you said, Jwaow. But the Garen, I'm
he's
not
had a new face, but I don't think he's still going to get played.
No, his new face is not enough to get everyone in there. However, Gragas is definitely a more viable pick here. Belgianbeast, he likes to play as more, I guess we can say, standard mid laners, your AP casters with the Orion and the Ahri, Gragas kind of thing. And this Gragas really wouldn't surprise me to see go in there. Kha'Zix going to go to Jwaow. He's been terrifying in the past with that, and that's something that could be a little bit scary here for NIP.
Yeah, and the Gragas pick is actually something, you know, I was talking to Krepo about. I don't want to break his thunder because it was a point that he brought up that obviously the pro players have picked up, but it's, you think back to the Shen taunts you used to be able to do, the flash, get across, get the taunt. You do the same thing with Gragas, you know, and his belly dash.
Well, he's got a belly.
He has got a belly, but you can do it at different angles. You can catch people out, which is why he's effectively been, I think it's safe to say, probably the #1 pick in that mid lane. If I'm thinking back to everything that started, obviously OGN, I'm going to reference that quite a lot because that season started probably last week, 2 weeks ago.
That's a reference point.
So that's a reference point that everybody else, obviously, at the end of the day, hey, SKTT1 won the World Championship, so everybody's going to be looking to that scene right now, just like they would have done when Type A Assassins won in Season 2. Everybody was thinking, oh god, what are these guys doing now? We're going to need to reference it. Same with Royal Club. And we just look at this, exactly these are the champions being picked. Nidalee mid lane. That's actually been a pretty standard ban in most champions. No Lucian though. No Lucian ban, no Lucian pick. That interests me. We'll see whether that develops later on in the tournament.
Yeah, and that was one of my almost tips for this one. I looked at Freeze's recent games. There was a lot of Lucian in there for Freeze. Whether that's something that's going to come out maybe later on in the tournament. Let's not forget that the pro and the amateur brackets are a little bit different in the fact that the amateur bracket is straight on semi-finals into a final. Obviously, we have a seeded quarter-finals, I guess we can call it, over in the pro bracket where Fnatic and Cloud9 as the highest seeds are actually in the semi-finals already. Gambit and the Red are going to face off against each other. And then on the bottom side, CLG and Team TURQUALITY are going to face off each other.
So we should point out that they are the highest seeds because of the voting.
Exactly.
It's not like a case of any favoritism, anything they finished higher. They simply there because you guys
they did
at
finish
home,
higher as well, so it kind of fits.
Cloud9 Gambit about the same. I think they're on the same stage, but
from Europe and from North America,
yeah,
where they finished in this.
But at the end of the day, they were the highest voted by you guys, the fans at home. You all voted on the teams to be here. It was all that put out there, so you guys decided on the teams that will be performing in this land. And well, I think it's going to be a fantastic one. There's Ninjas in Pajamas on your screen, the new lineup. Get a picture right there because these guys are going to be performing throughout the season if they can qualify for the LCS.
And that's the big
But right
question.
now, the Intel Extreme Masters here in Cologne is their target, and TCM Gaming is in the way. And well, this could be a interesting startup because we're getting to see how these teams have developed over the break, how they've handled having time off. Because some teams just fall apart. They just stop playing. Others sit and really practice. Think of Meet Your Makers back at DreamHack. Think how they came out the starting blocks. Think how Alternate came out the starting block. That's what we're going to be looking for from these teams.
So here we go. Let's see at this early stage. We saw a ward put down there on the bottom side, and actually that was spotted as it was dropped in position. So TCM know that there is a ward down on that bottom side. They've put one up by their Wraith camp ramp as well. So TCM, they've got a little bit of an early advantage on this bottom side of their own jungle, knowing where the vision of Nyph is and knowing that they've not got vision of their own now on this top side of things. It looks to me like we will see a push on towards the blue buff from Nyph of this one, and they've got to be careful, in my opinion, at the start of things with that Nunu in there who can move quickly between that red and the blue side on the top. We could very well see a trade-off in buffs at this stage.
Yeah, both looking like they're going to go for the blue invade. TCM actually have a very strong level 1 team. You think with the Zyra in there, the Volibear as well. There's a lot of danger for Nyph, which is why they're staying quite distant. Zorozero, this is a brave moment for him to go into that bush completely unseen. There's no vision whatsoever of what he's going to see going in there. The TCM are going to be making that move into the blue. You can see at the top of the screen as well, Nyph, they're making their way in towards it. Spear lands nicely on towards BarneyD there. So that have got vision. So TCM and Nyph will be trading the blue buffs.
Yeah, pretty predictable start, I think, after everything that we saw from the early positions of that one. We've just seen Gragas actually teleport up to this top, so we should keep an eye on the fact that Belgianbeast is running teleport. Seems like he's going to be going into a 2v1 lane here. Mithy already got his stun built up for this one. This could be bad news for Belgianbeast. There is a stun coming down. A lot of damage onto him already, but I'm not sure they can finish off. Ignite is going to go down. He has got a pot running. He should be able to get away from this one. Just about going down, but survives.
If the Piltover would have landed at the start of that exchange, it would have been a kill guaranteed. So very nice start there. So Nyph putting a bit of dominance in that top lane. Meanwhile, we do see in the mid lane, of course, we did see Nukeduck returning to lane. So he realizes in a 2v1 position in this mid lane. This is something that's been tried and tested, certainly throughout the Korean scene, back in OGN summer, it was Summer Championships, and in Europe as well, the European LCS, we saw a lot of this 2v1 stacking in the mid lane, trying to put pressure down. And this is probably the best way to deal with a Nidalee, because AP Nidalee is such a fear right now in 3.13 that he's just so strong with those spears. The heals as well. The heals are the big part of that Nidalee. And he's going to play a big part in this game.
Yeah, and of course, just to remind you once again, just to kind of reinforce that point, we are on 3.13, not the latest patch with the masses of changes that we've got. And right now, Belgianbeast could be in trouble. 3-man gank to the top.
Yeah, it's going to dive in. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. They're tanking the turret nicely there. We see him just using up 90 caliber net to get away. Freeze was taken very, very low, but they timed it just right. First blood, Ninjas in Pajamas
Not bad, getting the kill with the net and using it to escape at the same time. That's what you call value for money on that skill. But this turret is going to be going down here. We have 3 men bashing away. It's Jwaow here, going heavily on towards Zorozero. Not quite got the damage here to finish off that kill, and that turret just about survives there. Not really got much health, and with this next wave, should actually fall.
Yeah, this middle turret is in all sorts of trouble. We see Freeze making his way back here. I'm not too sure whether he's going to get there in time because Naruterador, he's been tanking out those spears. And of course, the natural regen that you get with that dirty passive that Volibear has will help him out. That's going to be the first tower of the game. That's a quick tower. 4 minutes, 15 seconds. That one's gone down. But the pressure on top lane, are they going to be able to reply? I think they should.
Yeah, I think so as well. Belgianbeast here is going to have another barrel to come out in just a sec to finish off. And we see that clearing out that wave before the turret actually goes down. As again, Zorozero here in the bottom lane, taking a lot of damage. Ignite's actually taking on him. That's not going to be enough. One more tick would have done that one. He already starts to recall out. But Jwaow, we can see he's actually a little bit behind in CS, but forcing Zorozero out of the lane there is going to bring him right back and putting him in front. Meanwhile, that top turret does finally go down, which leaves the NIP with that first blood, tied in turrets, but at almost 1,000 gold up.
I don't think teams really realize that these towers have been changed. They've been buffed. They're meant to be stronger. But inside 5 minutes, we've already got 2 outer turrets down. And already we're seeing the game starting to develop into out of the lane phase, I should say. You can see Motroco trying to land these piercing arrow there, trying to stop them recalling. Not going to happen. How is this going to develop? Because we've had Zorozero effectively playing as that AP. Could be a mid laner as a solo bottom lane. He's been up against Jwaow. Jwaow seemingly has had the better of him in lane, but in terms of CS, you can see right there on your screen, it is bang equal. So not really being pushed out. In fact, if you could just catch it with the audio, Zorozero was laughing when he recalled with that Ignite on him as well.
Having a laugh. And he actually saved his Flash and Ignite during all that, so he does have both those available.
Confidence.
That's something that we should probably expect to see here. With a Nunu in the team, they are going to be going for a, let's call it 6-minute dragon at this point of things. Pink ward goes down to see that there is no vision. They'll spot BarneyD's ward coming over the top of the wall, and he's going to have to try and steal pretty much alone this one. The grasping root comes in, but it will be taken down there by hyrqBot. Smite, nice pickup for NIP.
Yeah, 6-minute dragon. Fast play developing from Ninjas in Pyjamas here. Being very aggressive. So they're switching the lanes up. You can see now Freeze and Mithy, the new duo lane for Ninjas in Pyjamas, moving down against Jwaow on that Kha'Zix once again. Kha'Zix worked so well for him in Tenerife. But have teams learned to develop, how to learn to change it? They've got 3 members coming down here, possibly 4, but there's already been pinged out. They were trying to gather around, and Mithy and Freeze already back up.
Yeah, that ward giving them that vision that they needed. We're going to see Zorozero and Belgianbeast going head-to-head. And actually, Belgianbeast playing very aggressive on that one. Will body slam straight in there. Neither of them hitting level 6 just yet, which is obviously going to be the big telling tale whether if the person that hits it first will actually go in. And it is Zorozero that hits that level 6 mark first of all here. And we saw already that Belgianbeast losing a little bit of health from that last engagement. I'm not sure he wants to go head-to-head. Here's Jwaow getting a bit too aggressive maybe in this mid lane here. hyrqBot going to be going in there, putting as much damage down as he can. Barrier forced out of Nukeduck, and he manages to survive. Naruterador comes running in. Nukeduck actually going to turn here after getting the heal off, and they're going to go after the bear. But will they be able to lock him down? They've got a big slow. They've got good damage out of Nukeduck. Naruterador misses, has to flash away. Passive will give him the regen as he tries to go back for a bit more and gets an ice ball to the face.
Realizes he's pretty strong at this point, but well, that's just a little bit too deep play from Jwaow. Maybe starting to feel a little bit of tensions in the team, realizing the pace of the game is going a little quicker than they would have feel, because Kha'Zix kind of needs those little bit of a lane phase, a little bit stronger required for him to start getting the farm going. But look at hyrqBot coming around the backside. We already seen Belgianbeast. Is he going to back away? They're going to go for the blue steal. They took it at the start of the game, both teams. But look at NIP. They have coverage down the bottom as well. They may try and cover off both blues.
Yeah, going to be so hard to stop this Nunu from doing that. And as you said, their own blue buff now is going to be the big target. They want Nidalee to be able to have that one. At the moment, there's no move being made towards that by TCM. And of course, they did trade those blue buffs right at the very start of the game. We finally see that Jwaow heading around to check this one will realize that that blue buff has now gone as they try to get possibly on towards Zorozero. This could be dangerous times. hyrqBot, though, coming around. We see they've turned around on towards Belgianbeast. Ulti comes in. Absolute Zero not going to do too much, but they're able to finish off. And now they turn around on towards Jwaow, who has to flash away. He's going to go in with the Claw of Doom, and there's a double kill for Zorozero.
Yeah, Jwaow kind of baited in by his own team. Belgianbeast like, no, we can take them. hyrqBot shows up. Then the question was there, but they'd already made the call to go in, and that backfired horribly. It's 4-0, and it's already a 3,000 gold advantage. That's going to build even further because that middle tower is taking damage. This inner turret is taking damage. NIP are looking strong in game 1.
Yeah, Nukeduck here even managing to keep the pressure up on that mid lane. We can see that the CS across the board here for NIP. I say across the board, I'm going to cancel that out because he carries his Motroco that's got a slight lead on that one. But you look, Nidalee over Gragas at this point. You've got Alessandro with 80 CS to the 49 of Kha'Zix with 2 kills as well. And you see it's around about 3,300 gold. Naruterador finally going to come across towards this blue. Spots Nukeduck, who will just jump away there in Cougar form. No real problems for him. Both blues secured. The kills coming in, double kill I should really say, on the top side. Plus they're managing to get damage on turrets in the mid and in that top inner turret as well.
Yeah, and you can see down the bottom there, freezing mithy. They were expecting Volleybed to come on round. They're like, Naruterador, he's up around that blue. He's going to be ready. They got the 3 traps down. The stun was ready. They were ready to go around that tri-bush. But he didn't show himself because he went back. He knows he has to keep his farm going. hyrqBot started to leave him behind on that Nunu, and of course the fact that he's got that 103, he's got those boots of mobility already in there. He is zipping around the map, helping out every lane possible. And now he's looking to go for a bit of a counter invade as well. Dragon will be up in just shy of 2 minutes because of course they took it on that 6-minute mark. A very early Dragon in the game here. And as it stands, NIP are looking so good. Look at Zorozero. He's got the Morel Nomicon completed already. Didn't even bother going for boots. He's that confident, despite the fact he's very far up the lane.
Yeah, just the mobility that the Claw gives you really is what he's relying on. We saw it in that last fight to actually finish off the double to get things rolling on that front. That inner turret less than half health already. And now hyrqBot visiting this bottom lane. We can see that BarneyD and Motroco are close to their tower, so they shouldn't be in too much danger. But the fact is they've got 3 men down this bottom side. There's 1 minute to go for that Dragon. And we can even see that Zorozero is starting to make his way over towards this mid lane. They might go for a bit of attack on the Kha'Zix, who's going to jump away from that one. But that will give them free reign now on the mid turret. We're still 1 minute away from Dragon. And Spreezy are going to take a lot of damage. But look at the burst onto Motroco. mithy getting everything off on that front. Motroco ticking away here with the Ignite. Naruterador will come down. They don't manage to get a kill, but they've taken the mid tower. And now at only 40 seconds to go, bottom lane very, very hurt from TCM. This should be NIP's Dragon.
Yeah, and there's going to be another tower possibly. They could shove Naruterador away from this tower. We're already seeing, look at Nukeduck coming down in that mid lane. He's coming around from the red, pouncing across, trying to cut across. You can see Motroco is actually pretty low. If he sticks around, he might find a spear landing on towards him. Instead, it's going to be Naruterador. That spear is chunking him down already, and he's forced to back away from this one. Oh, the spear! Why did he come back? God only knows, but NIP picked themselves up a free kill, and now it's 5-0.
And then just that team here for pushing towers down, the likes of Nunu for the Blood Boil on tier 80, carry the poke coming out from Nukeduck, the constant threat of those big stuns from mithy that we saw earlier on to get things rolling on that bottom lane. This is going to be another tower for NIP. We can see the Oracle there for hyrqBot. He's going to clear out all the vision, and the Dragon spawning here. They've got that 4-man push team on the bottom lane. This is the second Dragon of the game. There's no challenge here from TCM.
Yeah, Dragon leashed out with the spear. That's going to go down. It's maybe going to be Zorozero in the top lane. They're going to try and focus, but he's already well out of there. The moment he spots Jwaow coming around the side, he read that one like a book and just backs away from it. So TCM right now are hurting in every single lane. They are trying desperately, and think back to Motroco, that 20 CS lead he had. Now look at it. It's all square once again, and the Bloodthirster completed by Freeze first.
Yeah, that's going to be a real problem for him. If I look at down the goal, it's 1,000 difference between the AD carries here. It's going to be even more now. Zorozero is going to take that inner turret. And honestly, there's not been much of a challenge in terms of these towers and their defense from TCM. We saw in the mid lane, you get forced out by the Lissandra Nidalee threat there. They have 4 men to push the bottom tower down. TCM couldn't really do anything about any of them, and we can see here that blue buff spawn timer was already marked by hyrqBot after they stole it the last time. They've got lots of cover for it this time around. That Blue Buff will be going the way of Nukeduck here, and they've got a complete control not only on the lanes, not only on the tower kills, but the jungle of their opposition as well.
I think Ninjas in Pajamas fans will be wondering how these changes had affected the team, but you can see, I think it's seemingly worked very well. A strong opening here from Nyph, looking to try and close out game one as quick as possible, it seems. The barrel goes out, throws Freeze actually in there. That's a great grasping root followed by Stranglethorn. He will go down. Good combo, and that's actually the first kill for TCM.
Yeah, the first kill of the game going their way, and they threw a lot at it. Let's not mistake that. The barrel coming out there, the Stranglethorn's coming in as well, but a kill is a kill. That's what they're going to be looking for. We can see that some of the tweets coming in. You guys can do that by using the hashtag IEM as well. Willie Kit says, man, really aggressive posturing from both teams early. Going to be an explosive game. Well, right now, certainly Nyph have had the better of that one. We can see the hyrqBot continuing to keep control of the enemy jungle here, getting those wards cleared out with the Oracle, putting the wards of his own down, and you hear the low health pings coming in, and that's what you're going to hear a lot here, because Nukeduck's starting to do a lot of damage. He's not got that Athene's finish and just a couple of Doran's rings in there, so you just see what he's doing now and what the potential is, considering that those spears were hitting what should be the tankiest man in the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, he's only 112 ability power, so yet to start hitting his peaks, and he's already doing some serious damage. That pink ward of Mithy desperately trying to fight out this bush area. The final grasping route will be cleared out. Jwaow in that top lane. He was the savior of TCM in the, if you think back to the qualifiers, or technically was the qualifiers for the promo back in Tenerife, which they won, of course, beating Copenhagen Wolves in the finals. He was the savior for them. He's 56 CS behind Zorozero. Zorozero is having a whale of a time in those solo lanes. He was getting pressured by Jwaow early on. Jwaow had to use that, but look at it. It's a 3-level difference between these two. Jwaow cannot trade with Zorozero anymore.
And the funny thing is about Zorozero, if we cast our minds right back to the summer promotion, we were thinking, you know what, this guy, he's a brilliant player. He plays a lot of Malphite, but we're not quite sure if he can pull it out with anything else. Well, he's already had 2 bans against him, the Renekton and the Kennen against him in this one. He's playing a perfect Lissandra at this point as well. He is really coming to his own through this summer split. Now on this Nyph team, they are looking incredibly strong for a team that haven't been together all that long.
No, the spears. BarneyD's got to be careful because he has not got as much health, and those spears will take half his health, just as we saw there, chunked straight down. I'm surprised Nidley got through, actually, because he's been a pretty solid ban in every match that I've watched throughout the last few weeks. So it was surprising that he's been through. I don't think we're going to see him in game 2, that's for sure.
Game 2, is it?
No, definitely not. And there's a couple more bans. I mean, Annie hasn't had that much of an effect so far, so maybe they're going to feel free that one could get through. But as it stands, this siege, there's only going to be one winner in this siege. And you can see Nyph just slowly working them down, the spear after spear. He's just gone off to the side, so this spear's going to come in around the sides now, and Nukeduck's just going to keep that pressure on. And TCM, they've managed to hold the siege back off for a moment. The blue buffs are worn out, so they just want to go and refresh.
They're going to head back for that one. Nukeduck will be getting the blue on their side of the jungle. They still hold ward control on the TCM side of the map as well. So they've got that one when it actually spawns back in. But just to touch back onto Annie, he said not really that much of an impact that Myth has had just yet, but it only takes one team fight to land, you know, a good group stun in there, and you can pretty much call it game from that point. At this stage, certainly. 5-1 in kills, 4-1 in turrets, a massive gold lead developing your 4 ninjas in pajamas, and it's their game at this point. They control the pace of it. It's them who are going to be saying, all right, we're going to siege up now, or no, we're going to back off, refresh the buffs, push some of the other lanes out here. This game really is theirs to dictate at this stage.
Yeah, so, I mean, for me, Nyph are looking like a solid team. Bearing in mind, this is effectively 3 teams amalgamated into one right now. A little dash of SK, 3 Lemon Dogs, and of course, the remaining Nyph member of Freeze, all in there and seemingly performing very well. I was talking to Deficio, who is now the manager, about how they've done in the training, how they've done in previous games. I'll go back to that in a moment because the action is kicking off. Naruterador is going to go straight down. There's no way he's getting out of this unless he pulls a flash out, which he has. But the Ice Blast is there. Zorozero stole it somehow. I didn't see what he got it with.
Yeah, I think it was his Ignite there. He'd just thrown his Ignite down and hyrqBot flashed over to throw the snowball at him anyway. A little bit greedy maybe, but no problems. Nukeduck here going to get ulted in. Up at the top side, Zorozero being chased down here by Jwaow. Going to get the slow off, gets the root as well. Jwaow stopped in his tracks. He's going to keep going. hyrqBot meanwhile in this mid lane taking a lot, but he gets the snowball off and that will slow Gragas right down. Meanwhile, there is the jump in from Jwaow. Is he going to be able to get caught out? hyrqBot somehow still alive, but there is a snipe from Motroco. And 3 kills there being picked up by TCM. If there's a way to come back in the game, that's certainly going to be it. But they need to deal with Freeze here. Otherwise, they're going to lose another inner turret. It actually looks like they might want to make plays on turrets of their own, the way that they're pushing up this mid lane.
Yeah, they're setting up to try and push that. What are they going to go for? I don't know. They've managed to hold off the turret. They're going to cut off Freeze here. You can see him heading down the river. Dragon is also up, so they may use that as an objective. Yes, they will. They need to get that golden experience. They've not been able to get it for the last 2 times, so instead they're going to let Freeze live. And after 3 kills and a Dragon, that's a nice turnaround. They're still 6,000 gold behind, but more of that would work very well in their favor.
Yeah, 1 more of them, 2 more of them, and it's all good again for them. We'll have to see. This kill's really been spread around nicely for him. Obviously, decent chunk of gold for taking down Zorozero there in the end, who almost got himself back to the safety of his own jungle. Almost not going to be good enough. So let's have a look down a couple of the items that are starting to be picked up here. Nidalee, I talked about earlier on, now got that Athene's Unholy Grail finish as the bottom turret is going to be taking down. Second one of the game there for TSM. One of the crucial pickups, though, is that Zhonya's Hourglass now for Zorozero's in the bottom side. They are going to be going in. There is Zorozero. Motroco blown to pieces. That's going to be a kill gifted over towards Freezer. Zorozero carries on. They want more of this. The rest of the team going to close around. BarneyD not going to be able to escape that. Zorozero will take that one, and that will open up this turret to be finished off as well.
Yeah, a great pincer move from Nyph. They realized there's 3 members. They were pushing that bottom turret. They got the turret down, TCM. But at what cost? They just exposed themselves far too much, and now that is another inner turret going down. Now, mithy's going to get caught out by Jwaow, but it didn't really fancy that one. Uses the stun instead, gets another Ice Blast. hyrqBot seems to be everywhere on the map right now, zipping around with those boots of mobility, just getting in their faces. And TCM, well, they've done such a great move, and it's just all backfired in a quick, swift counter by Nyph.
Yeah, I think they thought that Nyph are going to loop round towards Baron there. We saw them start to move out onto that top side, maybe trying to catch them out, but as I said before, the control of the jungle from Nyph has been really good, as there is a stun on towards Belgianbeast. Zorozero dives in there. He will be forced to use the ultimate on himself here. Did keep the Zhonyas for maybe next time around, which may have been a better option to go for Gragas when it comes down to it, but in the end, either way, no kill for either team coming out.
Yeah, he had, like you say, he had that Zhonya's available. He did bait out the Stranglethorns as well, and could have made a play, but I don't think the rest of the team were like, you're a little bit mad there, mate. You're going a little bit too deep for our liking. We're doing well, but let's not get carried away here. It is only 8-4, and still 5-2 turret advantage. They don't need to get crazy, Nyph. They can play just smartly, keep those items going. They've got a clear advantage in the items right now. You see that static shift just being completed by Freeze, as well as looking like he's going to go Last Whisper, of course he is. I was thinking Infinity Edge. I thought, is he really going to rust that? No, he's not. He's going Last Whisper. Belgianbeast, though, he's going to get himself a blue buff. That's a much-needed buff that he hasn't been able to get for some time now. In fact, that may be his first blue of the game. And Nyph, again, laying in wait. Those spears, they're going to start really hurting now. Athene's is complete. Sorcerer's Boots is on there. And the thing is, you throw the spear, pounce away, get this max distance. Obviously, that's been changed in 3.14, which is why he's been balanced out a little bit. But still, in 3.13, Nidalee is king right now. Or Queen, I guess you could say, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of damage to be done there, as you said, using the whole mechanic of getting that distance even further. Zorozero, we talked about him already, the damage that he's putting out, clearing out the waves like no one's business on this top side. He'd already pretty much soloed down on towards that inner turret earlier on in the game. And we can see that gold lead starting to stretch even further now. No attempts being done at Baron. No real even, bait fight set up here either from Nyph at this stage of things. They're quite happy to keep pushing and using the power that they've got of that Nidalee to really siege down these turrets. And as I start to talk about Baron, we can see mithy there with the oracles on, just making sure that they continue to hold the ward control of this top side of the TCM jungle. They've literally got nothing in their TCM at this point.
Nyph are doing a fantastic job. And look at it, like you say, the ward coverage they have. The bottom, the top, they just got everything covered out, and they're starting to keep the pressure. You can see the bottom and top lane both pushed in with minions. So now the rest of the team, their one point of pressure that's required is the mid. Everybody is there from Nyph gathered around, so they're trying to bait something out, trying to force them into coming out, taking full ward coverage, full vision of the Baron area. So now TCM, nothing in there. They have to brave it, which is what you see BarneyD doing. He's having to use those plants to try and get any little bit of coverage, and they're so cautiously poking and peeking, trying to get any vision in towards that Baron area, because they've no idea. Because Nyph have got that much of an advantage with Freeze, possibly Nukeduck, and maybe like hyrqBot in there. They could probably 3-man Baron.
You see Zorozero, Naruterador thinking, okay, I see you in that brush, I'm going to run at you, but he's just not scared, just roots him off, backs away. And now we see that siege coming in. They want this inner turret in that mid lane, and they are going to be taking it down as well. Can't stand and bang with them with the threat of those spears coming down. We see the traps thrown into position all across this middle area as well. And that will be the third and final inner turret left in the game going down. And that leaves just a base up right now for TCM. We've got a Dragon here in 45 seconds, but it's the Baron that's surely going to be controlling most of the play from this point.
Yes, that was good positional calling from Nyph there. Like you say, they pressured the top and bottom. They knew TCM were going to have to look towards that Baron. In fact, they had no vision there, so they positioned themselves all across to the blue side. So Nyph, quick call, going, okay, they're all over here. Let's just go take that mid turret for free. No objections whatsoever. Didn't even built over landed actually, sent him packing there. But yeah, they didn't even need to fight for that one. It was such a nice played move, and that just shows the pressure that Nyph are putting across the map. They're going to do once again, try and do the same. This time around, it's for an inhibitor turret though, so it's going to be a little bit more tricky. They may even try and push towards Baron now.
Yeah, I think so at this point, with just the base left up. They want to fight TCM at this point. They are stronger than them. If they can draw them out, get one caught down with Zorozero, that could be a lot of damage as BarneyD going to take the ace in the hole. That will take half of his health away. The rest of Nyph set up. Mithy got his stun charge, so Tibbers here in the jungle is going to stun everyone in his path. Like, there's no real problem about that one, so excited to see how this one all does kick off. But at the same time, the last couple of fights, TCM have looked a little bit better team-wise. But are they too far behind? That's what we're going to see here shortly, I think.
This is where we're hoping that 3.14 patch will turn things around. The fact that Dragon's available and nobody's really interested in it, they're just going off for a 2-man, so that you'd have to have all 5 members there, but that's for another day, because right now at 3.13, it is all about the Baron dance, and that is what's happening. You see TCM all 5-man group top here. They're going to see that ward, they're going to clear that one out. Dragon has gone down, trying to desperately to shove in some vision control, but they've left their inhibitor fairly exposed here. Nukeduck's actually pushed up on his own quite far. He's going to have the backup of Zorozero. The rest of the team will come around, and Motroco dangerously close there to get Nukeduck. Nukeduck could explode him if he lands those spears in the right place.
Well, that's the thing. Dangerously close is the key there. We saw how close he was to Motroco, but still how much damage that spear actually did to him there. That's a telltale sign. And that area where TCM are right now is easy pickings for Nukeduck. You don't miss
I could land a spear there.
I think we all could. That's the real problem for TCM. They've now spotted that, and they're like, guys, we have to loop around. We have to get away from this. Oh. So there's a spear onto BarneyD. Naruterador, the big tanky bear, dodged it quite conveniently there for BarneyD to catch Scumbag. And that will leave Nyph again with complete positioning control. A blue buff here for whoever wants it. It's going to be hyrqBot by the looks of things. And again, they keep control of the Baron area. They're going to take red buff away. There's not much to work with here from TCM.
Yeah, red and blue taken away. TCM thinking that Nyph have all backed, and they actually are, so they're going to try and quickly rush up that middle, try and push out the pressure as quickly as they can. Quick shot tweeting in there, talking about the lemons and pajamas. Lemons in pajamas. Okay, I could call them that. Lip? A bit lippy maybe, I don't know. They're looking super solid. They are indeed, Trevor. That is exactly what's happening. Clever play from TCM there. Reading the situation very well, realizing Nyph had all backed, quickly shoving straight up that mid lane, taking down the inner turret.
Yeah, inner turret, nice pickup, no doubt about that one. We can see that they're backing off, looks like towards a dragon, which unfortunately for them, they got the last before the last one. I don't know what.
They got the last
one
dragon.
before the last one.
Yeah, but
NIP obviously picking one up in between. That's already gone now. And that leaves them up on the Baron side once again. TCM got no vision of that one. Nukeduck continues to just throw out those spears, pretty much on no cooldown at this point. He's got constant spears heading out there. Mithy, who seems to have an oracle for the last 10-15 minutes of the game in this, he's managed to hold things down quite nicely. And here is the start for NIP. And look at the minimap there. We can see the recalls coming in from Gragas and Varus. That's going to leave 3 max to do anything. And Nukeduck zoning them out with the spears.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about a moment ago. That, you know, they're so strong that they could 3-man Baron, and sure as hell they're doing it. I would expect them to do it with Nukeduck rather than Zorozero in there for that little bit of health healing that he got. hyrqBot taking very low. He's only level 11. Naruterador wanted a peek and didn't get anything from it. So, Baron picked up for free there from NIP. No real contestation there. And hyrqBot is going to go back. Still only level 12 and 11. These guys have been roaming a lot when you compare it to Zorozero and Freeze that are up at 17. So they've had a lot of lane experience stolen away from them, but it doesn't matter because the rest of NIP is so strong.
So after that, there was 3,800 gold for Freeze to spend and 2,800 for Zorozero. That's a lot. And in terms of items, we can see now where that leaves them. An Infinity Edge added into the Bloodthirst, the Static Shift, picking up an Elixir as well. Yeah, it did go down.
He did go Infinity Edge, it's just that confident. Yeah.
In the top side of things, an Infinity Large Rod was picked up by Zorozero. He decides, you know what, I'm going to save that next 1,100 gold. I'll wait a little bit later for the finisher.
To be honest, no one's built armor, so he's probably thinking, well, there's no point in Last Whisper. I may as well just get straight and get a load more critical damage in there. So, Ninjas in Pajamas with the Baron pushing up the mid lane. They haven't really got the bottom and top pushed too much with minions, but those spears are really starting to sting right now. We saw Motroco taking 1, can't take 2, that's for sure. Naruterador just sidestepping that one, but that tower is already below half health. Nukeduck's just waiting for his moment. Those spears are going to start being, I believe, because he's had a line of sight, they may not be visible sometimes if he's doing them just at the side there, but that's an easy turret there, and now they're going to move in on the inhibitor.
Yeah, just a kind of step-by-step procedure at this point from NIP. Get close, get the spears in, poke them down till they have to back off, and then force those turret pickups, which right now with Freeze so strong, plus that Blood Boil coming out from hyrqBot as well, he is taking these turrets down like nobody's business. There's not really a lot that can stop him. We see that NIP warding up in the lanes as they push the turrets down as well. They've got complete vision on that side of things. Meanwhile, Zorozero is actually pushing the top lane through. And Belgianbeast, we didn't really touch any apart from at level 1, actually. Is Naruterador going to flash in there? It'll force a flash from hyrqBot. But Belgianbeast, as we said, at level 1, but not since then, ran with teleport. And he had literally no impact on the game with that teleport so far.
Yeah, well, the problem was, I think, just because NIP just played it so fast and loose at the start that obviously they picked Gragas, then they knew they were going to be up against an Ibli or something that's going to siege down turrets. They got a lot away from this. Zorozero actually in trouble, but he could turn his back around. No, he won't. Jwaow comes in, and that unseen threat, Big Claw, comes in and finishes him off.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Jwaow. Actually, the Zonya's not used by Zorozero. I think he wanted to do it there at the exact point where Jwaow just nailed him down. But 1 kill here and there, not the end of the world for NIP and their chances in this game. Obviously, they are running Baron there a mile ahead of this one, but still can't afford to really be giving these big kills or these kills away at any real point. You see there's Zorozero on the bottom right-hand side of your screen on player cam. He's got the hand warmers in. A little bit chilly here in Cologne, so definitely something to work with from that side of things. But they shouldn't be too worried here, NIP. I mean, as I said, step-by-step plan.
He's a Scandinavian. He shouldn't be cold.
Well, that's what I was wondering about as well.
Well, actually saying that, he's a gamer, so he's indoors all the time.
We did see Cyanide needing hand warmers. You know, this is a Finnish guy in Los Angeles.
Yeah, well, the air conditioning in the Staples and the Galen was pretty intense, that's for sure.
That's
but
Americans and their AC.
Ninjas in Pajamas right now have complete domination. They have just shy of 11,000. It's going to go that way. Nukeduck soloing out the Dragon himself. Baron buff is not far. It's going to wear off any second now, so that's going to go away. So that advantage is gone. But I don't think they're too worried about that because TCM are pushed in at their base, and you can see them desperately trying to clear it out. They have managed to get one of those inhibitors down, which means all the other lanes are pushing in nice and strongly. Zorozero is going to wipe out the top wave. The bottom lane is getting cleared by Motroco, but meanwhile they have to deal with not going too far up the lane because you can already see Nyph making that move. The moment they saw Motroco shifting along that lane, thought, oh, we might be able to get a free pick here. And once again, Nyph take full control of TCM's half of the map.
Yeah, and losing that AD carry, not just because of the damage, but the ultimate coming out there from Motroco in these team fights will be crucial if they're to stand even a remote chance, I think, of having them one, of winning them. Zorozero actually, when he did die to Jwaow, he had enough gold then to finish off that Rabadon's death cap as well, which is why he was maybe thinking, you know what, I'm just going to go for this anyway. If I die, no big deal. I can go back, get my death cap, come back even stronger. But Mithy, again, we talked about how instrumental he was for the Lemon Dogs in their change around last season. He's playing a brilliant game so far here with his Annie. It's easier to say that, obviously, when you've had a big lead for most of the game. We'll see how the pressure really comes through there. So an ace in the hole comes in. Naruterador's done a great job of not blocking anything for his squishier team members.
They tried to combo that. Ace in the hole and spear would have dropped Motroco in one. That's what they were trying to do. You saw the ace in the hole and that knocked half the health off. If the spear had got in, he would have been dead. So that's what they're trying to do. That was so close. Motroco just thinking, okay, I'm playing a risky game here. I'm going to have to make sure those spears don't land in there. So they're trying the 5-man siege this time around. But the Gragas barrels now are strong enough that they can clear those waves pretty quick. The piercing arrow, that's going to go straight down the line. They're going to clear out this wave. So Nyph at the moment are being stalled out quite nicely by TCM. But it is a waiting game.
Yeah, and in this scenario, you can dodge those speeds all day. My opinion is that Naruterador still needs to be the man at the front. You see there, even him as the big tanky bear, those spears ripping pieces out of him, but certainly can't afford the AD carry to be getting hit by them, and he should be the one, if anyone's to take it, he should be the one to do that. Belgianbeast then just body slamming out of range of another one from Nukeduck, and the thing is they've got the heal coming out here as well from Nukeduck, which is certainly a big chunk of health as well. The hyrqBot can obviously get back in there, but they've managed to catch out Nukeduck. He's going to get exploded, but there are the ultis being strung together. Freeze doing a good job there as he's now on that killing spree. They go back in towards the tower. That was a 1-for-1. They lose Jwaow, but take down Nukeduck in the process. The question is, will Nyph back off from this one? Freeze didn't lose any health. He's got that Bloodthirster for the sustain. I think they can keep pushing here.
Yeah, they're keeping getting a couple of shots in there. Once again, BarneyD back in there. Stranglethorn's not available now, and nor is Chain of Corruption. So like you say, those big ultis are down, and Nyph are forced to back off. So the siege backfired, didn't work out too well. The inhibitor will be respawning as well. There it is, back on your screen. So again, TCM have weathered the storm a little bit here. A little bit CLG-esque maybe, who knows. Long time ago that happened. It is still 11,000 gold differential. 7-3 in kills, in towers, sorry, and 10-6 in kills. But TCM, they're back in the game maybe. Can they keep it going? Naruterador, he's going to get stronger. He's going to start weathering the storm out. Jwaow is starting to become scary. You saw how quick he took down Nukeduck, even in a 5-on-1. He leapt in there, saw his opportunity, caught them out when Belgianbeast landed that barrel. That barrel itself did do a lot of damage. TCM may be able to contest this next Baron, because remember, they have Gragas. Gragas is like the prime example of contesting Baron. If they can keep the coverage around there, if they can keep hold of this vision, which they're trying to do right now.
Oh, Mithy here to be in a little bit of danger. Jwaow deciding I'm not going to go all in for this one. Jump straight over the top of the wall for him.
Oh, they've caught themselves out of position.
This is just a simple positioning mistake here from TCM. Nyph just going straight up this mid lane. They're going to go in for that inhibitor, trying to use the spears to keep them in that narrow corridor as Naruterador going to come chasing down. Mithy is going to get singled out and finished off here by Jwaow, but the rest of Nyph trot on down to that bottom inhibitor turret, pick that one up, but they managed to land the ult onto hyrqBot. They're going to keep going from this one as they bring Zorozero back. He will ult onto himself. Ace in the hole comes through as well. Zorozero using the Zhonya's. Freeze going to get knocked up by the Stranglethorns, but they might be able to clean up here. Freeze gets himself the double kill. Nukeduck going to jump off into Cougar form as they try to chase either way. This is an inhibitor, a second inhibitor here for Nyph.
Will they back out? Will they continue pushing? I'm not too sure. They need to back away from this one. I feel Motroco back out there with those speedy boots. He's just charging around, but Freeze perfect positioning from Freeze there. Just kept out of the danger and picked himself up another bunch of kills. 6-1-1. And with that last Whisper, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and Static Shift, he is doing massive amounts of damage at the back. This is the AD carrier's time to shine. Jwaow, I thought, was going to get himself in a great position because he took down Mithy just at the side. He was primed and ready to come in at the side and maybe try and pounce onto someone, pounce onto that AD carry at the back while the rest of the team was preoccupied. But the ultis just didn't quite land in the right place. BarneyD, you are well out of position. And that ace in the hole is going to find you easy.
The spear in the hole combo working out very, very nicely. It's Naruterador just getting behind that siege minion before the spear could land onto him as well. And they back away from Baron knowing, okay, this is a 5v4 now. They lose a big chunk of CC out of with BarneyD being down for the next half a minute. They push the waves out, and surely this is going to be Baron number 2.
Well, this is a game that NIP should have cleanly won a long time ago. But TCM are hanging on tooth and nail. They're slowly dragging it out, and NIP definitely in the commanding position now. This is going to be another Baron. This probably will be gained now for NIP. But TCM has shown great resilience because they were, what, 4-1 down in turrets, being hammered across the map, 5-0 down in kills, almost 5 or 6k behind at one point. But they've managed to just hang on somehow. Is this NIP failing to close out the game, or is this TCM's resilience? I don't quite know. But TCM may be going to take something from this game a little bit more confident. NIP, at the start, you think, God, this is going to be a clean 2-0. They are looking so strong. But suddenly, I'm not so sure.
Well, let's cast our mind back to Lemon Dogs, which is essentially this team plus Freeze and hyrqBot at this point. They weren't a team, despite how many wins they had last year, that won quickly.
No.
They were a team that took their time to finish off games.
Methodical, I believe is the
Methodical
phrase.
is the exact phrase that we're looking for. And I think a lot of that came from Mithy and, you know, his play style that he almost pushes onto the team of this is how we do it, this is how we win safely and securely. So far, it's definitely safe and secure. The question is whether they'll make the slip up, something they didn't do often last year.
Absolutely. So
this year. We're still in this year. It's been a long year, that's for sure.
Look at that. They tried to go for Freeze. They thought they got him out of position. They got him down to half health, but the explosive cast couldn't get the flip from Naruterador. The flash came out with the 90 caliber net, quickly escaping. And they do manage to try and keep that siege away, but look at that. You see 1,000 crit plus coming out from Freeze there onto the minions. That tower just getting absolutely pounded down by those shots. He just needs a couple of free moments on it, and he will chunk the rest of it down. TCM realizing this could be the end of game 1.
Yeah, if they don't kill Freeze, this game is way over there. So Tibber's coming down. They do dive on towards Nukeduck. He's actually going to pop his Zhonya's. Freeze is right in the middle of the pack here, chipping away. And I say chipping away with a sledgehammer kind of style there, destroying everyone in his path. Belgianbeast gets sniped off. Triple kill. Can he finish off? Yes, he can. Quadra kill here for Freeze. And that will signal the end of game number 1 as NIP pick up their first major tournament victory here with the new lineup. Brilliant play.
He really wanted the penta there, but it wasn't available to him. So Quadra kill it was. And what a way to finish. Ninjas in Pajamas, they win game 1. This is all best of 3 action today here in Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, as well as tomorrow when the finals will be happening. But game 1, first blood to NIP. And they are looking strong considering they've got a complete new lineup. They started off strong. Maybe that just like the fact that they couldn't close out was part of that. You know, the shot calling was pretty strong at times, but maybe there's still just those little bit of tweaks that are required.
Yeah, I think, you know, finishing off the game safely and quickly is something that maybe comes at the end of a team's development, to be honest. That's, you know, getting into the lead in the first place is what you work on first. Well, I mean, closing out is something that you have to develop later.
The original part, I guess, is from the individual skill, the individual talent. Winning them lanes is all about the individual skill. Pulling together as the team, the teamwork, that's what's going to take the time for them.
Well, we're going to head over to ReDeYe at the social media desk, who's going to break you through a little bit of your guys' tweets and Facebook action.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, we're going to do that a little bit later on, actually. We've got a competition for you to start with, however. A chance to win the HyperX headset in front of me right now, and also the 8 gig of RAM. We're going to give some chances in the audience as well, you'll be pleased to hear today. But first of all, we're going to run a competition on our Facebook page, which is facebook.com/IEM. Simple as that, the 3 letters that you want. Pop along there right now. We've just done this, or rather I should say the Hubner has just done this. Now, if you don't know who the Hubner is, we'll try and fish him out later for an interview. But he has just posted how you can win our double HyperX pack, I guess we'd call it, courtesy of Kingston. And all you've got to do is create a mascot for your favourite team playing here this weekend at the Intel Extreme Masters. Open to everyone. You can post it on the actual comments, okay? So as long as you do that, we'll be all good. When we come back, we will be getting underway with game number 2 in match number 1 of the semi-finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Don't go too far away.
Professional-grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy to use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination. You cannot win by yourself.
Raid Call. Communication for winners.
Believe.
And welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne 2013. It's a wintry day and it's a bit cold outside, so everyone's a bit, you know, lethargic in here. How's everyone doing? They're kind of okay. We might have to wake them up a little bit more, but good news. So we've got another game coming your way. Of course, Nyph winning with spears in game 1, so presumably that will be banned out in game 2. Let's go back to our commentators for game number 2 between Nyph and TCM. It is, of course, Lee Smith and Mr. Joe Miller.
Thank you very much, ReDeYe. And we're going to be moving into game number 2, and I think Paul hit the nail, or the spear on the head there. Nidalee, don't quite see it getting through here in game number 2.
No, but what surprised me that we didn't see Lucian alongside it. That would have been like the ultimate poke comp. Yeah. Or that, you know, the opposition-wise, TCM didn't use Lucian alongside Gragas to just completely stop any pressure with that. But no, didn't happen. Maybe we'll see it in game 2. How will the picks and bans roll? Who knows? What do they feel that was really the key point? TCM, of course, would have been off together, had a chat, discussed it. They're a very experienced team. They've been around in the scene for quite a while now, TCM. That same lineup, like I mentioned, back in Tenerife. It feels like an eons ago now, Tenerife does, but that's where they won. But they were on the scene months before that as well. They are an experienced team, been trying to get into the LCS. Nyph, one of those teams in the way. That's going to be happening in a few weeks' time. These teams still sizing each other up right now. So far, it seems that NIP and lane phase were completely dominant. It wasn't from a great deal of jungle abuse either, really. hyrqBot did a pretty good job at the start. But honestly, it was pretty much outly winning lanes. But think to the start, Jwaow did very well against Zorozero on that bottom lane at the start. Forced him back quite a few times. Just couldn't get the kill. Was close, was very close. The 2v1 in the mid lane seemed to work quite well in favour of TCM until hyrqBot showed up. But it was the top lane that the problem seemed to appear. The pressure on that duo lane just didn't seem to work out. And NIP, you know, with Freeze and Mithy, seemed to do very, very well up that top.
Yeah, the calls seem spot on as well here from NIP, which is something that you don't always expect from a what is essentially a brand new team here. I mean, we've already said it many a time already that NIP is 3 men from Lemon Dogs, including the master strategy guide that is Mithy at this point. And they seem to be, as you said, once the laning phase started to peter out a little bit, they had complete control over the blue buff. They were taking the red buff often. And Freeze, 20 CS behind early on in the game, started to develop a massive lead, was picking up kills left, right, and center, finished off with a quadra kill there. And we know Freeze from that summer split where his KDA was right up there at the top. He doesn't seem to be having any problems to adjusting with Mithy in his lane. He's playing incredibly well right now.
And I wonder if we're maybe going to see a Lee Sin come in here. You know, we were talking about off air, like the fact that hyrqBot stats as well. Naruterador also is pretty damn good on Lee Sin. Whether we're going to see him suddenly come into it, because he wasn't even picked or banned. He wasn't involved in any of it, which does surprise me that Lee Sin didn't show itself, because hyrqBot, you said himself, he's got crazy stats on it. It's like, well, 5 and 6 you were saying earlier on. It's crazy stats. So maybe they're going to have to change things up here. Of course, we're switching sides. It's NIP on the blue side now, TCM on the red. I'd love to see TCM doing something here, mainly from an English perspective. They're an English team. They're not English players, but TCM is an English organisation. We know the two owners very well. So, I'd like to see, you know, Jim Maguire make an appearance here in Cologne maybe at some point, or Walker, whichever manager wants to show up.
We have got Freddy 122 back here for this event, obviously with SK Gaming.
We have an Englishman, possibly.
We have one.
That's of course.
And Krepo's got a Scottish accent, so that kind of fits as well.
That's going to be the next match, of course. That's going to be SK Gaming, who he now plays for. He used to be against All Authority in the LCS Spring Split, but he's now with SK Gaming. They're going to be up against the Copenhagen Wolves, but that's after this best of 3 concludes. Of course, this is coming into Game 2. Can TCM keep in it, or will Nyph get the 2-0? That's the question. Picks and bans coming through, and as of yet, pretty much the same. Maybe they heard me. Lee Sin banned.
Yeah, Lee Sin banned out this time by TCM, along with that Renekton against Zorozero. On the other side, Elise Shyvana taken away, and the Caitlyn ban here as well. So NIP, knowing that Motroco likes his Caitlyn is incredibly strong still and not really changed on that front. But they obviously don't fancy her as first pick, and thinking that TCM are going to take her after that, decide to ban her out. So what's the final ban going to be here from TCM? Will they go the likes of Fizz against Nukeduck? And it is going to be that Fizz. That leaves a Jax open and Zorozero. So I actually looked at Zorozero's latest played games. They were basically a page full of Renektons with Jax and with Olaf kind of mixed in between them. Those 3 is what he's been playing very heavily online recently. Gets the Jax through, who we know. If he gets going, he's an absolute train.
And this is the World Finals right here. It was the Jax, Renekton, and Zac in the top lane. It's like, who are you going to pick? Who's going to go? If Renekton gets taken out and Jax gets picked up, what do you counter it with? There's not a lot. There's not a lot. We discovered this in the World Finals. This is the same type of problem that they're going to have to try and unlock right now, and they are unlocking it very quickly. That Riven's not going to get picked up unless they're using it mid lane, which actually is possible for Nukeduck. We've also seen, interestingly enough, this may be a mid lane Lucian. We did see that for Samsung Blue yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday. Yesterday. Whew, there's a lot of games going on. Samsung Blue yesterday played Lucian mid lane and an AD carry in the bottom lane. And it was a strong poke comp. So it's effectively the same sort of thing. And it clears the waves. It's what I was talking about, how you clear the waves. The fact that they've now picked up that Nidalee along with the Zyra, they're clearly going to have the poke in the mid. To counter that, they could have gone Lucian. And with a double AD. You can't push against a double AD.
We'll see what actually Nukeduck picks up from this one. We saw him hovering over Riven. which actually really wouldn't surprise me. Again, looking at his games that he's been playing recently, a lot of Riven mixed in there as well. We'll see if that actually comes to light. Motroco with a Lucian gone, with that Caitlyn ban, looks like he's going to fall back onto the Varus, and that will give him obviously that same combo that they had in the duo lane in game number 1 of the Varus-Zyra combo. And it seems like Naruterador is going to be going the same way as well, picking up that volley bear for a second game in a row.
Yeah, and I want to quantify why I'm thinking this, because if you think back, Nukeduck, he used to play quite a lot of Ezreal in that mid lane as well. We've seen it a couple of times coming out when he was back with the Lemon Dogs. Whether they're going to go that way, I don't know. But as it stands, there's some very good poke from TCM. You've got the Zyra Grasping Roots coming from range. You've got the Varus Piercing Arrow and the Nidalee Spears. And anyone gets near there, Volley Bear's going to fling you away. Jwaow possibly coming out. hyrqBot has run this champion a number of times before. It's a strong jungler that he has, and it may even be trying. I don't know whether he's going to counter anything with it, but it's certainly going to be an all-in if he picks that up. Jax is going to be jumping in there, so he kind of needs a dive buddy with him, which is probably why I'm thinking maybe you're going to go with Jwaow.
Which is why Riven would add into that as well here from Nukeduck's side of things. Whether that'll change, we should probably not count Annie out of the mid lane either just yet.
Well, that's very true.
We've seen stranger things than that Annie actually been picked up for the mid and then something else.
I used to play Annie mid all the time. I love that champion, but it kind of irks. What?
So this is... see, if I
did not see that coming. I mean...
I had him on my list.
You got it on
I
your
actually
list.
had him on my list. This is another one. Riven Syndra, who we should point out is actually banned in this tournament because of problems with her. Sion is in Nukeduck's quite a lot of games he's been playing recently with him, so we are going to see that one coming in.
You think about that, the shield will counter the spears very well. That's interesting, clever play. They've maybe left that nearly open for a purpose and thought about this was coming. They knew Jwaow was going to go with Kha'Zix. Everybody knows that. It's kind of like the champion he plays, the only thing he does play in. That could be a problem, future problem for TCM, because everybody knows that. Jax versus Kha'Zix is a pretty close battle. But I'd give it to Jax still at the moment.
Well, if Zorozero plays even remotely as well as he did in game number 1, I mean, this guy is most definitely on form. We saw that in the last one. hyrqBot
Get some epic music queued up there. I can see it at the YouTube.
Yeah, he had epic music getting ready, getting himself pumped up. I mean, they need it at this point, TCM. Obviously 1-0 down. Best of 3 across the board in all our tournament games here this weekend at Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. hyrqBot on Jarvan. We talked about that just a little bit earlier on. In the summer split playing for SK, played 4 Jarvan games, lost all of them, actually, funnily enough. So Jarvan, whilst up there with his most played champions, is down there with, a win percentage for him, obviously 0%. But that's all a very different time, a very different team setup, very different ways of thinking. I'm very interested to see this one. This Sion, like we said, did come into Nukeduck's most played champions online recently, so he's obviously been practicing a lot of it for scenarios like this.
I'm interested to see how, if you think back to the World Finals, Lemon Dogs, who effectively NIP have the core of right now, were too confident going into that. They were cocky, you could say, especially against some champions, some teams. How have they taken away that cockiness? They're up against TCM, they're 1-0 up. Are they being a little bit overconfident here, pulling the Sion out? Is this something, again, that Nukeduck could be trying to show the world, maybe at the wrong time?
I'm always very curious about things like that, because you never quite know until the end of the game, right?
The thing is, if this was Diamond Proxy, you'd be like, well, he's pulled out another gem. But as it stands, we're not sure. We're not sure. Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. It is game 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters here in Cologne. Ninjas in Pyjamas as your blue team are 1-0 up, and TCM Gaming as the red team are almost about to face checking towards NIP, but the trap gives their position away. And that's actually going to stop NIP's blue invade pretty much dead.
Yeah, that's going to definitely annoy them here for this level 1 start. They seem to be very much committed as to where they were going right from the very start. We can see that mithy got himself that stun built up here. You've got Zorozero who can stun. You've got Nukeduck who could throw down a stun. It's actually very, very dangerous at level 1 here for TCM to be anywhere near involved. Yes, they have the likes of the Fling and, of course, the Grasping Roots from BarneyD Zyra as well, but not quite the strength, I'd say, that NIP can throw their way. And you see that NIP have just bullied their way, basically, path up into the top side of the TCM jungle, got those early wards down, pretty much a mirror image on the bottom side, as BarneyD does exactly the same for the red side of TCM.
Yeah, a bit of a harass is the difference really on NIP. Meanwhile, BarneyD ninja-like snuck in there and got those wards down. And IP now coming around for a potential late invades at 136 currently. They are still coming around. Naruterador's going to show himself. Try and put a bit of presence down there, putting the traps down still. Belgianbeast trying to keep them away. Seems to have worked. I don't think we're going to see an invade from either team this time around. We did see both blue buffs being taken at the start of last game, complete trade. But it seems it is going to be both starting off pretty much standard. Blue buff start for TCM and red buff start for Ninja Pajamas.
Yeah, a lot of early wards, a lot of positional play, but no action coming in at level 1 from that one. So, just a bit of information here. Nukeduck starting off with his W, which of course is going to be giving him that shield from Death's Caress, and we'll see how that all works out for him. This whole Sion in the mid lane, as I said, he's been playing it online, so you'd expect that he's ready for a game of this magnitude coming in with it. It's down in the bottom lane. Motroco already being forced to flash away from this one. We see that early damage and the early threat really that the Annie can put out in there as well with the stuns. A great start from NIP. They're going to force Motroco to recall already 2 minutes in.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Flash burn already. That's a big deal already. This in the top lane as well is going to be interesting because Zorozero is going to be up against Jwaow, and Jwaow is going to try and put a little bit of dominance down early on, but it seems Zorozero is already not having any of it and already beats them away. Tries to keep them going. We're not hearing the game sounds from the current screen at the moment because I'm hearing a Nidalee Spears when I'm looking at a Kha'Zix, which is slightly confusing for me for a moment there, but
there we go.
The sound will sort that out. There we go. Mithy back on, flaming away with that stun ready and waiting. So Motroco, with that flash down, will we see a visit from hyrqBot early on? We did see 4-minute turrets, if you remember, in game 1. Don't think we're going to be that quick this time around.
No, I don't think so either. And we are going to be seeing Freeze and Mithy already headed back here to spend what they can early on. Couple more wards coming out from Mithy. Double Doran's Blade will be the start that we see from Freeze. So he's going to look for a little bit of lane dominance. Something we didn't mention about Sion there as well for Nukeduck. Actually went quite heavily into the utility tree. Got himself that Explorer award plus the biscuit as well for that early sustain in things. And so far doing a good job. 21 to 16 CS. Nukeduck has the lead in that mid lane. This top lane 15 to 19, and that's going to be a lot of jumping around, exchange of damage. But Naruterador coming to mid.
Straight in towards him. He's going to get the flip, but his stun was there, so no, he will not. Stopped him in his tracks. Flash was still used by Nukeduck, so making sure he was safe. Mithy was coming up just to support, going to get some wards across that river, so that's probably just been the call from Nukeduck. He's like, I didn't see that guy coming. Give me some coverage here, and sure as hell he does. Double Doran's Blade for Freeze in that bottom lane. We'll see how that develops with Lucian.
Look at this, Nukeduck wandering at this point, going up towards this top side. hyrqBot is there as well. They're going for a 3-man dive here on towards Jwaow. He will flash away. Zorozero actually taking a lot of damage there from the turret. Needs to be very careful here as Jwaow actually coming back around, and he's going to bully them out himself as Naruterador will join in the party as well. Are they going to check that brush up at the top side? I don't think so, knowing that Nukeduck had come up as well. They decide, let's just back off, let him recall. We've got free time to farm in there either way.
Yeah, the leap and flash required from Jwaow. I'm surprised he got away from that because he got caught by the counter-strike of Zorozero. And it's pretty close stuff from him, but Nukeduck didn't have that flash available, couldn't make it useful for the ganks. He's had to use it to defend himself just a moment ago. That shield not actually helping him out there. He's missing a lot of CS on that tower, so that was good work from Belgianbeast to keep that pushed up considerably. Has managed to edge him ahead slightly in terms of CS, but Nukeduck really interested to see how this one develops with a Sion in that mid lane. Sion.
I've been saying both just to cover the bases.
Don't know. I mean, pronunciation is different in different areas of the continent. Tomato, who knows what the Americans and the Santa Monica office came up with for Sion.
Maybe something completely different to how we're going for it. Either way, Nukeduck doing a good job with him so far. And see how that one all develops in it, and that's what excites me most about events like this. Number one, they're a new team. Number two, we're seeing new picks coming to the table. It's certainly very interesting to watch. Mithy and Freeze here have actually backed away. Jwaow just getting himself some vision on the top side of the map there. Doesn't want hyrqBot to be sneaking up once again there. Pretty much bang even in that top lane here, which just shows you that this game, this lane is really going to come down to skill when it really matters. Bottom lane, finally Freeze and Mithy show themselves, as well as that minion wave just starts to push up. But look at this, the ward was down, Nyph saw where he was put by Jwaow, and hyrqBot has snuck all the way around the back of the Baron pit, and they're going to try and lock down Jwaow.
Oh, but they've caught him good with unseen threat there. Jwow's feeling confident. He's actually used that stealth to try and get away, but instead that was a great counter-strike, leap strike on him, and that is going to be Jwaow going down. hyrqBot will be in there to help him out. Zorozero picks himself up. The kill, the spear blocked off by hyrqBot just in time.
Wow, I'm not sure if that quite had the damage to kill him, but it would have been very, very close either way. Really nicely done there. Nice block from hyrqBot as he saw that one flashing on through. I think they were waiting for that, as they did have that ward down to cover things up. And that's a worry for TCM. Not only First Blood going over to Nyph, but to the Jax as well, who we know once he gets rolling, it's very, very hard to stop him. Nukeduck here has tried to wander a little bit to this top side, to the bottom side, not really had luck either way, been spotted out with wards both times, and they have seen him coming down to this bottom side here as Naruterador going to come through, gets a pink ward on top of him, won't quite be able to finish off, and that's going to give this red buff over to hyrqBot.
I'm wondering if we're going to see some boots of swiftness coming out here from Nukeduck, or mobility. See, because he's looking like he wants to get around that map and go for ganks. So this is an interesting setup from Nukeduck, and you think back to how he was with, say, the Z play, etc. He was zipping around that map, putting all sorts of kills across there. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking to try and start those kills off early on. Also looking at Zorozero now. He went for double Dorans, building into a longsword, whereas Jwaow obviously behind, didn't get the kill, gone for a single Dorans and a longsword. We'll see how that one develops, because right now they're having that trade at the top. Jwaow surely must now realize he can't win that trade. He's 1-0 down, but he's putting a lot of damage down. Counter-strike comes back down there, the ignite's on him. Jwow's going to try and jump back in, but Zorozero, would you believe it, wins that battle. I was not expecting that. I thought the unseen threat might be enough to tweak it from Jwaow.
So incredibly close there, and you look at the summoner spell cooldowns. Ignite was up for Zorozero. He got that one off. Jwow's wasn't available to him. That's made the difference in that, but now the bear coming in here. Naruterador actually getting to the front side, was out of range of the counter-strike. Well, flash in there, chomps down, and that is a nice kill back here onto what would have been a 2-0 Jax with a lot of power at this early stage. I mean, he still is. He's double Doran's Blade, plus that Vamp Scepter as well, so he's got the sustain, got the health, got the damage now in this early stage. And in terms of kills, it's very similar to how game number 1 went in that top lane.
Absolutely. The AD carries, look at the differences starting to develop there. Double Doran's Blade has now gone into a BF sword for Freeze. Meanwhile, triple Doran's Blade is coming out from Motroco. He may be hurting in that lane. You can see he's behind 20 CS right now. That's deadly. 9 minutes gone, 20 CS behind. This is dangerous, dangerous territory. We saw it in the World Finals, how it worked out. It was Pushu up against Uzi, and just saw how far behind he fell and how much of a difference that told on the game. Once he was just basically out of it. Once the AD carry is not in the game, it's going to be very hard for the rest of the team. So he's got to try and work. The rest of his team need to help him to get back into this one. hyrqBot doing a styling job in that mid lane to keep him Belgianbeast away from the turret. Zorozero back in lane, clearing out. He's actually behind in CS to Jwaow, but it doesn't matter because he's got those 2 kills.
Yeah, and one thing that I noticed from looking towards this scene for Nukeduck once again, in pretty much all of the games that I saw him online, he went Soul Stealer first, and he's actually on that route here as well. Got those boots of mobility in there. I'd still be kind of surprised if he went Soul Stealer at this point, but who knows? Who am I to say anything about that one?
He has got the amp tome in there.
Exactly.
Maybe he's feeling confident. I don't know.
We see here that he's come down towards this bottom lane, and just the sheer presence of, the fact that he can stun them up with Jarvan in there as well. They're looking to bully through. Goodspeed will come back there on towards Mithy, and I think they've done enough to defend that one off. The top side was pushed as well with a 2-man gank on towards Zorozero, but he's able to stay on his feet. But Naruterador is actually sticking on that top side as well. A Baron, a little bit premature for that. Dragon Attend coming out here for NIP.
This is clever stuff. NIP realizing that they are in a 3v4 situation. They couldn't shove the tower down, so let's take the second objective. Now they're jumping on Zorozero here. Diving a Jax on a turret is a very dangerous thing, but they've managed to take it very well. Or have they? Yes, they have, just in time. That was close. The counter-strike did not quite land. Jwaow just leapt just at the right time. He'd evolved that leap, I believe. If I'm going to have a quick look at him, I can see whether he'd evolved it. That's what got him away. No, he hasn't actually. He's evolved the claws, so in the enlarged claws as the first one. So it wasn't just a small leap strike, but he just got out of range of that counter-strike.
Yeah, and that's what without that, he would have probably died. Well, he would have died underneath the turret there, tanking that one up. Nukeduck here, 89 to 96 CS, starting to fall a little bit behind from that one, but you can see why that's happening. Obviously, that spear getting more and more powerful from Belgianbeast as things go off. And obviously, Belgianbeast, he didn't really touch on that, deciding to go cleanse, which, you know, with the amount of stun that's actually in this NIP team right now, probably not a bad choice whatsoever. As Nukeduck again coming down. I think BarneyD was just recalling at that point, and they've backed away from this turret completely. They say, well, we can't stand and fight against 3 men with the amount of CC that they've got as well. We should back away from this tower, but unfortunately for them, minions gone. They're going to have to wait for another wave.
BarneyD desperately trying to hold on here. Motroco was already backing away in the moment that Nukeduck walked into that thing, so I was expecting Nukeduck to just Motroco to finish the recall, and suddenly BarneyD's like, I'm in a 3v1, but instead they did back away, managed to hold that situation up. Zorozero once again could be targeted on this top lane. They need to. Naruterador and Jwaow, if they can get a good snowball going on him, get Jwaow built up. He's got that brutalizer now completed in there, and Zorozero, he's feeling very confident. You can see the distance he's keeping up that lane, how confident he is.
So I see pretty much a ambush setup here from NIP on that blue buff. hyrqBot's just walked over a trap there, which is certainly not going to help their case on the stealth front of that one. But as the blue buff spawns, they're going to make a strong challenge from this one. It's basically a spear from Nidalee. All they've got to challenge this one back, but not sure that's going to come through, and that will be taken away here by Nukeduck. Great pickup for them. We'll see if they can keep a hold of their blue buff from that side of things as well.
So Bilgewater Cutlass was built up by Zorozero in the top. The battle between those continues, but it's the mid lane where the pressure is. You can see 4 members now of NIP. They've taken that bottom turret. Next one is the mid. Mithy could be flash tibbers here. Belgianbeast has got to be careful. This could go on the turret. There's 4 members, gathering up. Flash Tibbers is available. 2 of them actually grouped together. He's backing away. Realize Motroco coming around. The culling being used to clear the wave, and NIP will back off.
Yeah, backed off completely from that one. They're going to try and steal the red buff, this is very reminiscent of game number 1, the buff control that started to come out after the 10-minute mark. There was a flash from saying over on towards Jwaow. Nukeduck picking up his first kill of the game, and that's the danger. They see, okay, saying he's in the mid lane, but he's got boots and mobility. He's up to that top lane in a flash here, and then getting over the wall, able to pick up the kill, no pun intended. They're going to take the turret.
And now we're seeing boots of mobility on hyrqBot as well. This is a scary mobile NIP team now. They're going to be zipping around that map in quick style. Someone's going to have to react to this one because they can keep on pushing. This is 3 melee champions that will do a ton of damage to that tower if left unaided for a period of time. You see the DimaJke standard being thrown down as well. That's going to boost them all up there, which is why we see Belgianbeast having to return around to go in there. Nukeduck dodging around there, trying to make sure he doesn't get caught out. That shield will block any of the damage coming in towards him. And TCM are not going to be able to push this mid turret.
No, not going to be able to get through him. And Annie that's just come back around to make sure that this mid lane stays solidly defended. And there is the shield now. You see starting to blow up those waves of minions. Naruterador is going to try and get a red buff back here. Obviously, his was stolen just a few moments ago, but he might actually be interrupted on that front. We see Annie and Jarvan both coming down to things, and I think he did manage, he's managed to pick that one up, and he's just going to back away, doing a loop around the back of that red buff area.
Mithy is desperate to do that. Flash Tibbers, who saw him there just angling around the back of the Wraiths, just thinking, I can do it, guys, I can do it, I can land it. And while all that was happening, Motroco, who was already behind in CS, we saw Freeze down the bottom. He's clearing himself 3 waves. Nobody anywhere near him. He's continuing that CS dominance, now up to 35 CS head. Infinity Edge already completed. Rushed the Infinity Edge there on Lucian, and just look at Motroco, because he went for that triple Doran's Blade, he's only got a pickaxe. There is a huge damage difference between the AD carries right now.
There's Nukeduck going to be having another blue buff. Obviously did steal the enemy blue buff just a little earlier on, so He's had blue buff for a long time at this point of things. And that's going to be finished off. A swift explosion of the shield. And he's going to be headed home to buy, which he's not done for a while here, actually. Sat on 2,300 gold. And there is the Soul Stealer from Nukeduck.
Confidence. Well, I talked about it at the start, you know, how they did with Lemon Dogs in the group stage at the World Finals. We felt that maybe Nukeduck was a little cocky in his picks and a little cocky in his play. Is it still in his game? Maybe that's part of his character, who knows? But the needlessly large Roger's gone with it. So if he can get that Soul Stealer going, we'll all be eating the humble pie, and it will work out very well for him. As it is, he's going to clear out that bottom wave, and the top wave seems to be where the focus is, because they're trying to get onto Zorozero once again. Jwaow with the help of Naruterador, who's going to try and get around the back.
And we'll see what Zorozero does with this one. He's got no ward to jump off to, but we'll put the counter-strike down. We'll leap off to the minions, but the slow coming in, going to force him to flash. They're going to keep pushing through from this one. Red buff keeping him pretty much slow the entire time, and that will be a kill for Jwaow. Brings them to 3-3 in kills overall. Jwaow now finally picking up his first kill of the game as well. It's looking a lot better here for TCM.
Nyph needs to be cautious with this push in this mid lane, because the two members, Jwaow and Naruterador, are motoring down that river, and they're ready to try and catch them out. They're backing off towards the Wraith area. They're not going to go towards Dragon, but that may well key TCM to move for Dragon in that 4-on-3 situation. They're sat keying up. They could go for something here, but it's still a 4v5 situation. That's a dangerous, dangerous situation. Nyph wanted to fight for it. Not in a position. TCM going to move for Dragon.
And then move for Dragon, but that's Tipper's ground if I've ever seen them. They're all grouped up together. Mithy got his stun built up, and you can see him just skipping around the edge, not able to do anything. And Nyph are going to try and make a play on this outer turret, but no minions in there, and a quick reaction from TCM. They are held off from that one. There's a Culling just been thrown out. I think only one connected.
And I think Doa and Monte Cristo have been calling it the right thing. It's more like a massage than a culling. It's just like, just massages the back of the champion that you're hitting. It doesn't quite just nail him down. It's just like,
perfect for
you
culling.
just got the right spot.
Overpopulated goldfish ponds.
As it is though, Freeze, he can put damage down on that turret. Remember, he's got that infinity edge. He will get some good chunks if he's allowed free time on it. And so speaking of free time, it's Zorozero. He's off in that top lane again. He's getting that farm going. Looks like, is he going to go? What's he going to go? Is he going to go Blade of the Rune King here, or is he going to go Trinity Force first? I'm not too sure. He's managed to get that Phage in there. Felt like obviously he needed a bit of hit points, was getting caught out by Jwaow. But Jwow's doing a fantastic job. Considering he was 0-2 down, he's got his build going. He's got that Hex Drinker in there. He's got that Brutalizer. He's got the pickaxe. Probably going to get the last Whisper completed shortly. So he's actually starting to look good. He was a key member for TCM in for Game 1 and at Tenerife for keeping TCM in this one. He could well be again.
It's going to have to be, I think. I mean, that Kha'Zix, you've got to be able to rely on the damage that he can put out to, especially against such a mobile team. Kha'Zix is the one that's going to be really chasing in there and finishing things off. BarneyD has got Oracle on him at this point, trying to clear out hyrqBot exactly the same over the other side. Red buff is there. Who's going to get that one? It is hyrqBot who will smite that one away, and they're not finished here just yet, as we see Nukeduck coming in behind. Both Freeze and Mithy are joined in with them as well. But in the end, TCM back away. They know they've lost their buff. No reason to be losing anything else from that one. Nyph back off. Still not able to push down this middle turret. They've done a great job here, TCM, of keeping that one alive.
Yeah, but they are 2-0 down, and they've got no pressure in either lane. Look, the top lane's continually being harassed, pressured by Zorozero. Clears that wave, pushes it back on towards the turret. Somebody has to deal with it. Down the bottom, Motroco having to deal with the wave that Freeze has already shoved down that bottom. Freeze himself comes back into the mid, keeps the pressure onto the middle turret. So all the pressure right now is coming from Nyph. TCM simply reacting to everything that is being done to them. They need to start trying to make a play. Zorozero in a position, may get a little carried away. He can see both champions though. Now has Nukeduck coming in as well alongside him, staying out of range. I think Zorozero is going to try and bait someone here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Nukeduck here just getting into that brush, just waiting.
Yeah, look, he cancelled his recall. Naruterador.
And we have seen him going in from that one. Here comes Nukeduck from the side. They're going to go for towards the Naruterador, and they've taken both stuns in there, one after the other. Did lose about half HP, but not masses of health. But this turret may still be in trouble with the threat that these melee champions are all going to have. They go in towards Naruterador, the slide missing, but there's Cataclysm. Zorozero dives in. Are they going to be able to get in more? Great grasping roots coming from BarneyD, but that may just be able to delay NIP's push to the rest of the team. Comes around, meanwhile Freeze is going to capitalize on that positioning and take down, finally, that outer middle turret.
Yeah, experienced play here. TCM, you can see, are trying to keep the bottom pushed as well. That will be the tower going down, the first tower of the game for TCM. But they've managed to do half damage to inhibitor turret and take down that middle one that they've been working so hard to. All because a simple little setup bait there from Zorozero and Nukeduck. Very well positioned from NIP, showing their experience here against TCM.
Doing well. Is it going to be enough? If you think back to 20-minute point in game number 1, it was a very different picture, but slowly, granted, more slowly, is that even a word? More slowly than game number 1. It's kind of getting to that stage either way. NIP right now, again, clearing out as much as they can. BarneyD doing the same thing for TCM, and we're going to get into a bit of a slower time as champions head back to finish off items and what have you, and we can see that it's the Blade of the Ruin King finish first off here for Zorozero, and a Death Cat now added in for Nukeduck, along with that Soul Stealer from earlier. It's a very painful Scion, that's for sure.
You got to equate really how the gold would transfer to, say, an item if he'd have bought something else and whether it's going to be successful. Because right now he's not, I don't think he's got really any stack. No, zero at the moment. No stacks whatsoever on that at the moment. So far, it's actually been a completely worthless item other than the, what, it's like it's a minor AP, isn't it? It's 20 AP, yeah. So far, it's been a pretty worthless item. We'll see whether it works out, whether it benefits them in the end. This is a big push from TCM. They may well try and brute force this tower down. The Naruterador caught him there. That's a 4-man Timmers coming down from mithy, catching on towards him. Chain of Corruption turns back around. Mithy's in all sorts of trouble. Gets popped up by the Stranglethorns and cleared out by Jwaow. But you can see the culling coming down, really massaging the rest of TCM. They're thinking, thank very much, we've got a kill. We're going to back out. They didn't quite get the turret. Cataclysm comes in and hyrqBot cleaning up.
Yeah, they've got 2 of them from that one. We'll see how many more they can go as they start to push on through. BarneyD dying along with Motroco, and NIP 2 for 1, not all bad. It was a brilliant stun from mithy, and he'll be very much disappointed that the rest of his team weren't quite within striking distance. Obviously, 2 kills may have been more if they were in there. There's a flash over from Nukeduck. Naruterador wasn't ready for that one. Freeze able to pick up his 2nd kill of the game. Belgianbeast has to leap away from this danger, and they pick up that inner turret. So in the end, it's 3 kills for NIP, plus that inner middle turret as well.
Nukeduck only got 2 stacks out of that. Still, despite that, so we're going to keep persecuting this Soul Stealer because it's not really an item we tend to see. But it was a great turnaround from NIP. Look, mithy's been waiting his whole game to get that flash Tibbers, and now he landed it. He nailed it. 4-man Tibbers, beautifully done. He managed to get the flash, perfect timing, worked out well. The problem is the rest of the team weren't quite on the same page, weren't quite close enough. But they turned it to a great advantage. They got themselves an inner mid turret and defended the outer one, and it rolls into a dragon. Beautiful stuff from NIP.
Yeah, that's a really nice combo. We are going to see Jwaow here stunned up by the counter-strike, and Zorozero, I think, doing a bit more damage than he expected there. It seemed like he'd already decided to jump away, even though he just hammered him down to half HP within a couple of hits. Either way, you see that TCM, this must have been part of their plan from game number 1. The fact that they'd lost control of their jungle, lost so much of the vision control early on that they said, we have to make sure that we have sight of both sides of our jungle. BarneyD picked up a much earlier Oracle this time around, which also stems from the fact that they didn't quite get so destroyed in the early to early mid game in this one, in game number 2. Let's be honest, only 4,000 gold behind at this point, and that's with 3 turrets in advantage of Ninjas in Pyjamas, plus the Dragons coming out as well. But NIP, we saw it in game number 1. Yes, they were a little bit shaky towards the later game and how they closed things out, but overall, they've come in with a very similarly impressive performance from game number 1. This could be dangerous in the top lane, though, for Zorozero.
No, it may be dangerous for TCM because here comes Nukeduck around the side. Naruterador's left on his own as Jwaow leaps away. And he's thinking, well, thanks, you just left me in it. The stun will be back up in a second. The counter-strike comes in. They may get them both there. The flash comes in. No! He cancelled the animation mode moving. And that's going to be Zorozero surely going down. The counter-strike blocks the basic attacks. But Jwaow manages to get the claws in there just at the right time. Nukeduck with the ultimate running. Can he come around? The explosion from the shield as Jwaow hit him was the what killed him. I didn't even know the shield could explode through the trees there, but sure enough he can.
Just enough range through the water. And
Apparently so.
that shows you how much he's played him, by the way, just from that thing there. Here's mithy once again. He's like 4-man last time. Let's see what we can do this time around. And honestly, I think with Freeze there, who's got his ultimate available, got everything, and obviously got his shield now added in, as we are going to see Naruterador here on the tower trying to get away. There's the shield pop. He's down to half HP. Nukeduck just controlling him here, allowing hyrqBot to have the damage on the tower. Another inner turret going down in favor of Nyph. They're now 5-1 up on that front. Gold now 5,000 difference.
Yeah, flipped away from the grasping roots. That's not what you want to see. So as it stands, Ninjas in Pajamas in a very good situation. 4 stack now for Nukeduck. We're continuing to keep that count going. BarneyD trying to get some vision. So scared to go near these wraiths, near the jungle of his own side of the map, because it is Nyph once again in control like they were in game 1. They managed to close it out, but it took them a while. We're up to 26 minutes. It's 5-1 in turrets now. You could argue that they're in even more of a dominant position at this point. And honestly, I'm not too sure how TCM are going to turn this one around, because their saving grace was Jwaow, who was starting to get into it, but they've been double teaming him, and there's been no response, because it's only been Naruterador and Jwaow trying to double team against a top laner and a mid laner. You can't do that with just a jungler.
Yeah, and Sjokz is obviously building up towards that Trinity Force now, which, well, he's a Sjokz. He's getting stronger and stronger as things go on from this one. He's died 4 times, but we've seen he can pick up these kills from the unlikely scenarios. Freeze at 2 for 0. Trinity Force added into the Infinity Edge now as well. They are in a very, very good scenario to be fighting at this point.
Well, my issue right now is, where's Belgianbeast? So we've been following Nukeduck. He's got his boots of mobility. He's piling around the map. Belgianbeast has not once followed, not once gone anywhere. He's not put any pressure. He's got 20 CS advantage, but great. Your opponent is 2-0-2, and he's up in the top lane, down in the bottom lane. He's creating every situation. You need to either be following, you're on Italy, it's a pretty mobile champion, and helping out. I mean, A, you can heal, B, you've got spears, but we've not seen any of it yet from Belgianbeast.
Been very, very quiet. Has now finally got that Rabadon's in there, which may change things a little bit for him, but that's the difference. If you're on the back foot, that nearly can hold you off, but honestly, how long can you really hold a team like this off that have got, you know, the CC in there that they need, that are pretty tanky anyway? I mean, just look at hyrqBot at this point, really not taking much damage.
Oh god, they're coming from
mithy, on the other hand, does lose half of his HP, and we can see that they are going to be closing in. Sion coming from the back, grasping roots will land, plus a spear, but it doesn't really do a lot to them. There is the Stranglethorns. The stun went off from Zorozero, but they finished off Sion. Freeze coming in now from the side. There is a double kill for Jwaow. Nyph have to back away from it. That was a slide from hyrqBot. Did get hit with a grasping root. Zorozero goes down. 2 men left alive. TCM not going to chase. They're going to go and push mid lane.
Great turnaround there from TCM. We thought Nyph had them. Great scissor position they came from in there. A little bit overconfidence potentially coming out once again from Nyph. So many times I've talked about this from the team, and it is a team that just seems to get a little overconfident in their play. But this is going to be a Baron for TCM. A great turnaround that's going to bring the gold pretty close. And in terms, if you equate the balance that a Baron buff gives you, it would put TCM now in the lead.
Incredible play here. One dodgy fight there. These pincer movement things that we see so often ending like that, where they feel like, oh,
it's
we're going to
so
trap
rare
them
that
in
you
the
ever
middle.
see it work.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a problem for them once again here, and that leaves us at 8-8 in kills, and the gold is just 1,000 difference. With 5-2, TCM are going to start picking up turrets here, and that's where they start to really claw that gold back into their favor. And if I just have a look at the gold quickly, everyone got over 1,000 gold pretty much to spend, and 3,000 gold for Jwaow to go back with here.
And it didn't seem to matter. I mean, they focused on 2 targets. That was the difference there in that fight, because they wanted Motroco, which was the right target to go for NIP. But the problem is Nukeduck and Zorozero weren't going for it. It was just Freeze and Mithy. So that's not going to have enough damage, because Motroco's got a good lifesteal in there with the Bloodthirster stacked up on the last Whisper. Now he's got another BF Sword on top of it. Freeze does a lot of damage, but the culling doesn't do much. It does if it like non-stop and you don't move. But most people tend to move in pro games. They know how to dodge these things, and he just didn't get it in the right place at the right time. And again, we need to go back to A, the Scion pick, and B, the fact that he went for the Mecha Soul Stealer. Dangerous play, you got to argue, in a tournament game. We'll see how it develops, but as of right now, they've handed TCM this game to take back.
They're going to have a go at Dragon here, and again, I think that pincer movement played a big part into that one. They burst down Nukeduck before anyone else really got there. Jwaow was controlled by that Grasping Root, by the Stranglethorns afterwards. That's 2 big hitters straight out of the team, and then it's a case of just chasing down 5v3. Dragon was taken there by NIP, but the gold, because of the turret that went down in the top lane, thanks to Jwaow, is still sat at just 1,000, the difference between them.
Reactionary play here, and NIP realizing potentially Jwaow could keep pushing on that top lane, immediately rotate around and go down towards his bottom turret. However, Jwaow did back off. That's going to stop NIP in their tracks, and they're not going to be able to gain anything from this, so TCM gained the turret. There's a turret trade for the Dragon. They're going to take that, I think, so far, because, you know, as of, 5 minutes ago, they were completely out of this game. It was looking like NIPs to win. They were in such a strong situation. 5-on-1 in turrets. It's now 5-on-3 with a Baron buff to TCM. They pulled themselves very well back into this. Can they push for an inner turret? That's the next focus. They've got good poke. They've got the spears and the piercing arrows. If they can control the position of NIP, that's something they've not been able to do so far in this game.
And we see their death cap added in as well for Nukeduck now, so he's going to be able to blow one target up. For me, that's got to be Jwaow at this stage of things. We've seen the damage that he's putting down now, up to 5-4-2 in kills. There's the culling coming out, and well, it's going to clear out a couple of minions at the front, but not really doing the damage to Naruterador that they would have hoped. We see that Nukeduck's still hanging off to the side. He's still looking for a target. As the spears come over, they know that Nukeduck was there, and he will have to do a loop back around to try and defend this turret, which, again, we talked about in game number 1, the siege potential that you have with the likes of Italy. They've got the piercing arrows coming in, the grasping root from Zyra that can really cause some problems, and that's going to be basically a free turret from TCM.
I was just thinking, I was about to scream to TCM, tank the damn thing. Finally, they do manage to get some balls going there. The plan spun down, and they do manage to take down the inner turret. So first inner turret of the game. However, they've got to be careful. Flash is almost available for Mithy. Once that's back up, they're going to see NIP going back to the standard engagement. He landed a 4-man Tibbers previously. Can he better it?
Well, it's a 5-man if he does, and that is a real good start to a team fight. But it's not something you see every day, is it?
No, that's for sure, and it's something they've got to avoid, which is actually they're going to go try and gank Nukeduck down the bottom.
Yeah, and he may just be caught out here of position. I'm not sure. It's probably better off trying to finish off Belgianbeast here with one swift push. Actually, the rest of the team comes down from it, and Nukeduck, with a flash used, albeit that was a flash that he was looking to initiate with earlier, so not a bad thing to have away from Nukeduck, but I don't want that kill in from that one. Zorozero has been really racking up this farm as well, got himself right back in there for the count. Freeze still has a big lead over Motroco in terms of CS. Mid lane is also pretty even, with Belgianbeast slightly ahead on that front.
Naruterador is going to get interrupted. He's caught out here. He's had to use the flash, but he's got stunned up, but he's going to be able to escape there. What I was about to say, down the bottom, Nukeduck, I thought he was actually going to bait the team because he could just use that shield to tank up some of the damage. The rest of his team were already almost there. If it had just stayed a little bit longer, they could have cleaned up 3 TCM members, but instead used the flash, played it safe, or just got out of there instead. So we are back to a almost siege-like situation between the two teams. Baron buff was worn off with 5-4 in kills, and look at the gold. 200 now between them. That was at 6,000, I think, at one point. 5 or 6,000. This is definitely TCM back in the game, but can they turn it around? Couple of tweets coming in, Joe.
Yeah, CheetahBot. I'm not sure about this. Should I call them lemons in pajamas, ninja dogs? Pajama dog lemons, ninja lemon pajama dogs.
Well, don't forget SK as well. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
hyrqBot's doing a grand job here. He's 006.
He is 006, and he was instrumental in game number 1 as well. not quite James Bond at this point, but it's close enough. We'll give him that. And yeah, I think whatever you want to call Ninjas in Pajamas, that is their real name, by the way. For a team that's not been together for so long, they're looking very good. Obviously, NIP now have a gaming house in, I think, in Stockholm, if I'm correct on that one. Obviously playing a big role at this point. The fact that Deficio in there as their coach, obviously former NIP support player, adds a real big element into their game, I think, as well.
Speaking of hyrqBot, he's well out of position, realizing that he'd shoved the bottom lane, keeping the pressure on the bottom. Top lane will, I think, slowly push in TCM's favor once these stacks work themselves out. So TCM now, they're going to probably send one away maybe to deal with that bottom lane, but as it stands, they want to keep the spears and the piercing arrows continuing to go and try and work them down. But there's some chunky targets in there to hit. They've got a lot of hit points, a lot of beef about them, and I don't think they're going to be able to poke them down quite as easy as they'd like. There you go, you saw the piercing arrow landing. Barely did a thing to hyrqBot because he had his shield up. It's going to be a tricky poke down. And I'm not too sure they've got the time. I don't think the waves are going to clear themselves. Now we're going to see the top lane start to push itself, which they may rotate towards that inner turret in the top lane, I think, if this eventually siege holds out for a couple of minutes longer.
Yeah, and they've definitely got a big advantage here. I mean, obviously you got the piercing light from Lucian to push back, but if you compare that to the piercing arrow from Varus, actually, at max charge, there's a huge difference in the damage that those two abilities are going to do. And certainly that poke wall would go in TCM's favor, and then you add the Nidalee Spear in anyway, and then it's most definitely on their side. Nukeduck setting himself up there in the bush, something that we always saw that he really liked to do here. This could be so dangerous. Where's the DFG coming out? There is the DFG. Jwaow going to get rooted into position, but have they got the damage to finish it off? They turn around. Nukeduck picked off by Motroco. There's the culling coming out. He'll get rid of the minions, but nothing more. And that's the danger. If Nukeduck can't burst down one of them, how are they going to expect to win a fight? This could be it, though. Cataclysm comes in.
They're going diving in. Naruterador caught out, and he's in position because he's Zorozero. He's splitting across. He's going for Motroco. I don't think they're going to catch a bear like that, but they may catch out Jwaow. They can go towards Motroco. They could turn this one around, and they realize the danger. They have caught down the bear. I didn't expect that one. Zorozero being kited out nicely here by Jwaow and Motroco, but he's not going to be able to collapse on towards him, or is he? He's trying to cut across. The spear can come in, though. Belgianbeast is there. The leap comes back in, but he's gone too far. Freeze comes in, cleans house, gets 1 and 2. Belgianbeast pounces away, and NIP are back in the game.
Yeah, I was going to say, Baron here coming straight after this one, and we see, a spear coming through there, landing on towards Mithy, who is going to dodge the second one. Lucky enough for him, expected that one to come through. Baron is about halfway done at this point. Belgianbeast's spears are going to be super dangerous. They need to either block them or have to figure things off. He hasn't, you're right. I missed that fact completely. He's not got much mana here, but he's got enough for one. That will only help NIP's case here, and they pick up the second Baron of this second game.
Wow, what a turnaround play there. That was all about Zorozero coming in the back and catching out Motroco, just caught him out of position, and BarneyD. BarneyD got absolutely mutilated at the back, and you know, once you let a Trinity Force, Radiant Omen, Blade of the Rune King, Jax jump on your support, is not going to last too long, and that's he was just literally withered like the plant that he is. And BarneyD, well, after a great play from TCM to get themselves in it, get that Baron, they've just gone and gifted it back to NIP, and I don't think NIP are going to take this one too lightly. They realize the situation. They almost threw the game. I think they're going to go back to the Lemon Dog style and play it smart and slow.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to capitalize on this Baron that they've got. I don't think they'll want to drag this game out any longer than they really should have to. Random Omen now added in there for Zorozero. He's in a good position at this point, and if he catches the right target, then it's always going to be bad news for them. If we look at the gold, 4,000 pretty much is what's separating, 4.5. We'll have to see how this one now goes. The Void Staff has been added in towards Nukeduck. There's going to be a lot of big decisions for NIP. Where do we push? At what stage do we, really go aggressive against a team that can, really siege back on these towers, that can throw a good spear and a piercing arrow, and your AD carries down?
Absolutely. And I'm not sure I can see a way out of it other than maybe catching someone out again. Yeah. This is what they've got to do, and now that you look at the map, look at the vision that's been laid out by NIP, they're not going to get caught out of position. Certainly not for the next 3 minutes while those wards are completely everywhere. Nukeduck himself, now that he's got his build up there, still only got 2 stacks on that Solstice, by the way. It's not really been a successful item, but sometimes it could snowball. It's a gamble, I guess, he had to take and maybe trying to pick people off, but it's not worked out so far. Jwaow still doing a great job. Kind of leapt in a little bit, baited maybe by Motroco a little bit too much in that last fight, which gave him suddenly gifted the double kill to Freeze. I don't think they were quite expecting Freeze to be so close, but Lucian can get around that map pretty quickly. But TCM, they're back in it. They're back at this situation where they have to just sit and hang tight and hope that NIP make another mistake like they did previously.
Yeah, and Freeze for me, you know, we talked about the calling and maybe how it's not the most effective. But the fact is that Freeze's auto attacks at this point, plus his other abilities, I mean, Infinity Edge, Trinity Forces, we are going to see Naruterador going in here. There's the ultimate whiff from Motroco. The good stun coming out from Zorozero. He's going to use that random in Deman, but he gets flipped back over to the rest of the TCM team. He jumps away to Nukeduck, who gets the stun onto Naruterador. Well, they're not finished off here. There's the 1 kill. Second one will go down as well. They did get the inner turret on that bottom lane, but they've lost those 2 men once again.
We talk about mistakes. That was, again, 2 members of NIP with a Baron buff. The 2 key members, I could say, the top and mid laner. Key members. And look at TCM. They are rushing for the inhibitor. And NIP are not reacting. They're not reacting to this. Now they're going to see it. Now they're going to realize, holy crap, we've got to get to that mid lane fast.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that they're even going to be able to hold it at this point. hyrqBot's got to be the one that blocks those spears coming in. We see the minions coming down as well. And this turret should fall here. The inhibitor, I can't imagine that they'll be able to defend either way. And that's pretty much given up there from NIP.
I cannot believe what has just happened to NIP. They were trying the double push, which is fine. But you had Baron, 5-maned up. Shove your way in there, brutalize your way into one of those towers. They'd pretty much got the way in towards the bottom tower, but again, his position, and is also, it was a bit of question. You could see Zorozero and Nukeduck, they were like, should we engage? What are we doing here, guys? Should we be fighting this? No, we've just died. We've lost the inhibitor, we've lost the dragon, and sure as hell, TCM are back in it again. They're like just wrapping up these gifts right now and handing them to on a plate.
Yeah, and Baron just wore off there as well from NIP, so they've no longer got that one. And I think you're right in terms of they didn't quite figure out what they were doing in that top lane there, Zorozero and Nukeduck. And it looked like Nukeduck was saying, try and get Jwaow out, because I'm waiting in this bush to kill him. Then they kind of showed themselves. Then Naruterador ended up coming around with Motroco, and before they knew it, they were stunned up, flung around, and generally just dead at that point.
And I was talking about earlier, you know, how they wouldn't get picked off. Well, you can see there's a few wards being laid in the top there. There's not a lot in the bottom area of the jungle. Dangerous play again for NIP if they start pushing too deep, because they haven't got the vision control anymore that they had. They had the whole jungle littered, but that 3 minutes has just dissipated. It's backfired horribly. And it's actually TCM now that are on the push.
Yeah. Soul Stealer's still not doing much for it.
It's not. It's actually down to 0. One stack now. It's worth it.
Soul Stinker rather than a Stealer at this point. Not really much going on for that one. Brilliant. So, Nukeduck here, speaking of him, so let's keep on it. He's pushing down the bottom lane. They've got 4 in middle. We saw that TCM had actually run through the enemy jungle, and we're looking maybe for the inner turret in that top lane, but they've all started to recall here, knowing how fast that Nukeduck, with that shield, can get through these minion waves. hyrqBot was there as well. But in the end, it's going to be pretty similar on that side of the map as they all start to recall.
Yeah, and you got to remember, you can't let Jax get free time on a turret. He will just mash it down in quick time, which is why they quickly reacted there. They could potentially have left Jwaow to split push, in which case he would have got the inner turret, but hindsight being 20/20, we do have full vision of the map, and they do not, which is why we can see exactly what's happening and have the ability to call them out when it goes wrong. But right now, it's back to vision control. Look at this. TCM, they know what's happening. They've gone and bought a bunch of wards, and they're starting to stack them all around that Baron, which will be up in 46 seconds. This is going to be the key fight. The question is, who will win it? NIP, if they can land the stuns in the right place, if they can get a good Tibbers down, followed by a Cataclysm in there, Zorozero could jump in and land a good counter-strike. If they can stack them all nicely, works perfectly. but you've got that uncontrollable factor that is Jwaow and Kha'Zix now with a Guardians on, and he is going to be a problem because he's going to be looking for freeze. And honestly, he's actually got the damage in there with the Bloodthirster, Moramab Audius, Last Whisper, Brutalizer to really pick pretty much anyone off, because the only tanky member is hyrqBot so far. Well, I guess you could say Zorozero is pretty tanky as well.
This could be
a fight.
Here. Yeah, both teams kind of facing off in that mid lane. TCA were kind of like, okay, we're at Baron side, need to run back there as mithy takes a big hit from the spear. Another one coming through, very close to landing. And that's going to signal the retreat here from Nyph. They back off completely. One thing we didn't really touch on, by the way, is obviously the Enrage, which builds up. Oh, there it was. There's a dead Annie in the brush. Enrage that obviously builds up the E from Nukeduck. He's got 600 bonus health from that at this point. The fact that he's got 324 minions under his belt certainly leads to that one. And we see the Baron started here by TCM. Nyph are going for mid lane.
They're trying to counter it. They're trying to counter it. Is it worth it? That's the question. The Baron's going to go very fast. Can they get on towards that inhibitor turret quick enough? They're going to try and pester, but the problem is Zorozero and Nukeduck are here. They're the ones. Zorozero, you've got to be on that tower if you're going to go for it. Instead, they try and flash away from it, and that's a Baron gifted back to TCM. And would you believe it, third Baron of the game, second one for TCM. Everybody from Nyph running away. What are you using the culling for? It's going to slow you down. He did manage to land an attack and instead freeze. He's running for his life. The spear's coming in the backside. Naruterador will have flashback available. Jwaow jumps in. They try and catch a slowdown. That's going to be Lucian going down. Zorozero is the next target. Chain of Corruption. Oh, so close to landing. The spear's coming through. That doesn't land on Naruterador. Naruterador's got flip back available. Who will he target? No one. Nyph back off, but that is going to be the inner turret on the bottom lane, gifted back to TCM. I cannot believe this is a game throwing back and forward. TCM taking his gifts, and maybe we're going to see game 3.
What a mess that was there from Nyph. Two men pushing mid lane towards the inhibitor tower. Two men kind of half hanging around Baron, but not really actually in the end. They didn't do one or the other in it, and therefore they get nothing from it whatsoever. They've lost another inhibitor turret. They're going to lose the inhibitor as well there in that mid lane. And they're going to go straight to top because there is a big wave pushing onto that inner tower. In fact, it does go down to just the minions. Perfect timing here for TCM. They are absolutely ravaging the base of Nyph right now. Freeze coming up in 10 seconds, but that's not going to be able to stop. And this is just such an impressive push from TCM. Have to question from Nyph where the real thought process was behind that one, but TCM now are the team in the driving seat.
Yeah, they may back away, I'm not too sure, but you've got massive heals coming out from Belgianbeast as well. That's 3 inhibitors now, double super minions spawning. Will they back off? I think they should. I think TCM should just back away from this one, take their licks. They're pretty low on mana, Belgianbeast, and they're doing it. Very well played from TCM. Classic, and look at the gold. Look how much they're all sitting on right now. TCM have this game in the bag. Crazy match.
How many times have we said in the bag in this game, though? That's what kind of worries me. We thought
it's a big bag.
Nyph is a bag. It's got a big bag with holes and multiple layers in it by the
you know who's got the sack.
Got the sack. Father Christmas. We all know that one. Brilliant joke. But, yeah, we said I can't see Nyph losing this one from this stage before. You know, it was a bit of a ropey time. They got themselves a Baron, won a bit of a team fight, and then split up and did that whole bottom and top lane push where they ended up just losing men, not really gaining a lot from it. I can't count that out from TCM here at this point, but you've got to imagine that one of these teams at some point is actually going to pick up the victory. There's a nice stun coming out of mithy to stop Naruterador, flipping him back. Naruterador had just picked up that Guardian Angel alongside that of Jwaow. We've got Zhonya's in there as well for Belgianbeast in Italy. Tough comeback here for Nyph, especially with those super minions now hammering in.
Nigh on impossible comeback, honestly. You know, when you have a bear with the Guardian Angels on, it's just, you're not going to do a lot about it. You don't target it at the best of times, but you're not going to be able to do a great deal of damage. Spears are going to keep coming through here. The piercing arrows will fire on through. They're going to get taken though. Zorozero is already at half health. Mithy's pretty much dead already because he's just taken a spear. You can see Naruterador. There it is. Belgianbeast goes down at the side there. They're going to catch it on towards mithy. Mithy's in trouble. They're going to catch on. Chain of Corruption Eruption lands through. Naruterador tanking up all of the damage. Sonya's Hourglass from Nukeduck's not going to be enough to save his bacon, that's for sure. He goes down along with the Meki Soul's failure, and that's going to be the Nexus turret being picked up. TCM pick up game 2. We have a third match in the series already in the Intel Extreme Masters here in Cologne.
And this is where we see ninjas in pajamas. I talked about in game number 1 with that shaky finish. This is where new teams can fall. Yes, you know, great laning phase. They did really well going into the game, then they fell off, and making the calls and having that whole synergy and just perfect teamwork is not something that can happen overnight. You see the disappointment there on hyrqBot and the rest of the NIP's team. That's true. 008, even better than James Bond.
Went better
this time around. And yeah, it's going to be a disappointment for NIP because by all rights, they probably should have won that game and would now be moving through into the final.
Absolutely. That was their game to win. They had it and they played, split it a number of times. And now they're going to be questioning the calls, you know, that it coming into game 3 because they made not 1, but 2 completely bad calls that cost them the game, you know, with the Baron. They did great to get back into it. They gifted it to TCM. And it's a case of, okay, we got it back. Let's not do it again. We got the Baron. Let's keep on pushing. What the hell has just happened in the top lane? We've just gone and done it. We've just gifted them the whole game. And then you could see it. When that Baron came around, like we mentioned it, 3 of them were splitting up top, 2 of them were sticking. They were just unsure. Nobody was confident in their own call. Coming into game 3, that could be a big issue because TCM both times have been on the fence, knocked backwards, you know, a knockout punch ready to come in. But they've just sat back, confidently played it out, and just they have confidence in that they can defend it properly. It worked wonders for them. I got to be honest, I still question Belgianbeast in that game because I'm not too sure what he did. He got 3-0-7 at the end of the day, but that was only when the rest of the team were making plays. He wasn't exactly following Nukeduck, but it turns out didn't really need to. Didn't really need to,
picking up the win anyway. And that's, again, TCM been around forever as a team, done well, slowly getting better throughout this entire year. And we just see that they have, with this experience, quite happily behind in a game, knowing that Ninjas in Pajamas, because they're a new team, could mess something up, could make one little call that leaves 2 men in the top lane and 3 men in the bottom where they send 3 top and get those kills.
And in a patch that we've seen snowball so heavily in some matches, World Finals right there, ladies and gentlemen, snowballed so heavily. Royal Club couldn't sit back and take the punches. TCM figured out against Baron, fair enough, it's NIP, not SKT T1, but they rolled with the punches, they absorbed the damage, and they came out on top.
Well, guys, we're going to head over to Sjokz and Krepo. Really interested to see what Krepo has to say about that one. A fantastic second game. Great comeback in it as well.
Absolutely, guys. And as you said, rolling with the punches, Krepo. And maybe let's start at the first game of this series. And you guys at the desk at the beginning, you picked NIP as a favorite, and they really showed that in the first game.
Yeah, very phenomenal performance coming out of NIP there. They picked up a siege composition and they just didn't give TCM any room to come back into the game. Because I actually, looking at the start of the game, I felt like TCM had the better lineup, they had the better fights, but the only issue they had is if they lost their towers early, then the double attack speed steroid on the Caitlyn, because they had Nunu, Nidalee, and Caitlyn for like this pushing and sieging. And then on the top of that, they had an Annie and a Lissandra for both engaging and disengaging. So it was a well-rounded composition coming out from NIP. And they took one tower down, went to the next, to the next, to the next, and there was just no room for TCM to fight back.
Well, going from game 1 to game 2, if we talk about those picks coming out, TCM went with the Nidalee and having that siege component in their team. And on the other side, there was for the first time we saw Lucian, and we saw that Annie also, again, coming out of mithy, which could do a lot in the beginning, but NIP just seemed to lose it the second half of the game.
Yeah, I definitely respect NIP for changing it up. So they're playing an entirely different composition. This time it was all based around Sion as a possible counterpick to Nidalee in mid. He would actually push out, then group up with hyrqBot and go top or bottom and just generally roam. And it works really good for the first 4 or 5 towers to get them down because you'll end up diving everybody. Jwaow actually got countered pretty hard in top lane. He got very far behind. But the combo that TCM had again, they had siege because they had the Nidalee spears, the Varus Q spells for poke, so they could get him low and then Kha'Zix could jump in and get the resets. Now if NIP played the game correctly, they could have won it, just snowballing their early game advantage. And we've been talking about that Magi Soul Stealer. Was it worth sacrificing the power spike in Sion? I don't think it actually matters that much because it was basically the decision making that lost NIP the game rather and just TCM learning throughout the game. Like they learned what they were doing wrong. They didn't get caught. They warded between the lanes, and they found out that NIP was actually disrespecting them in the end because they had no vision between their lanes. And when Sion was trying to bait Jwaow in the top, Jwaow said, "Hey, they're gonna bait me. Why don't I send 2 of my teammates around them? No vision, catch them." And yeah, just basically TCM learning throughout the game.
Yeah, very nice of them. And what do you attribute that to, the fact that NIP just doesn't have or didn't have the right decision making in that second half of the game? Because normally when your Jax is fed and he's able to split push, you should be able to seal the deal with that advantage.
Well, the problem is Kha'Zix could hold them, and they couldn't really split push all that well because they had a very, very like all-in type of composition. They really had to go in and kill everybody immediately, and that didn't really work. Eventually, once they made one mistake, which they got caught in mid, they tried to circle around the TCM against Nidalee, I believe, and then Sion got caught, and then they snowballed the Baron off of that one. They basically broke their entire momentum, and by that late game, TCM's composition just was way better late game, but they had the safety of standing back and throwing spears as many as they want, Varus poke as many as they want until like one of them hit. Eventually they got mithy again, and they took the map just by storm. And it just well-calculated play by TCM, and I felt NIP's composition maybe was a little too linear in the late game to actually push it through.
Yeah, very good job by TCM. We're just grabbing that momentum back and talking about that momentum. How do you think it's going to pan out in that third game?
I think it's a wake-up call for NIP, and they're probably going to learn like what did we do wrong, because they could have won that game as well. And I hope they ward a little more in between their lanes just to see that the rotations from TCM not come out anymore. And both teams are very strong. I'm just really interested to see how game 3 of Jwaow against Zorozero is going to go, because it's definitely the attention of the map is definitely pushing towards the top lane, and hopefully we see another 1v1 matchup because those guys are really damn good at top lane.
Yeah, already a great series to start off the tournament here. Thank you very much, Krepo. As for us, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it is game 3 between NIP and TCM.
This is it. That mighty thing that thinks, blinks, and winks. You can dress it up, you can dress it down. You can even bedazzle it and make it loud. It comes in black, it comes in white. It comes in orange. What a sight. You can spin it and make it dance. Anything is possible when given the chance. It can say everything about you, or very little at all. It can fit in your pocket, on a desk, or on a wall. And it comes in sizes from big to small. From tablets to smartphones to all-in-ones. It can be used for work, for fun, and even both with the 2-in-1. But there's something meaningful beyond the bling that makes them run and do their thing. It's quite a special, hard-to-see part. The brain, the brawn, and the beating heart. And if you manage to set the rest aside, you'll come to realize the most important part is inside.
Professional-grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy to use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination. You cannot win by yourself.
Raid Call. Communication for winners.
As a professional gamer, I need something really fast and reliable.
Dude, lagging in games sucks. That's why I use HyperX memory.
HyperX memory is super great.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne for 2013-2014 Season 8 season. Our first game of the day, the semi-final of the amateur tournament here at the Intel Extreme Masters, has gone to a third map. The best possible way we could start in League of Legends, of course, today. Tomorrow we've also got the semi-finals of the Pro Tour and the 2 finals from both the amateur and the professional tournament. But now we're going to get back to Game 3. Before we do that, though, I just wanted to check with the crowd here. I had a chat with them in the intermission. You know, we don't have chalk ices here, so I had to have a chat with them. And I said to them, there's only a few of the older members in the audience got that one. And I said to them, who are you voting for? NIP? Yeah, there's a few NIP, a few TCM. So I just want to hear the decibel level now for the 2 teams before we go into this final game. So who's up for NIP? Okay, all right. That's a reasonable response. And TCM? Okay, all right. Well, it's not that scientific, chaps, but I reckon that's a 55-45 for TCM. Don't know what you guys think, but map 3 is coming next, of course, with Joe Miller and Mr. Lee Deman Smith.
Thank you very much, ReDeYe. We are, as you said, getting into match number 3 here between NIP and TCM. And NIP get blue side this time around for their final game. 2 games in a row. Are we going to see another Sion? I don't reckon we will this time.
I don't think so. And I'm also wondering whether we're going to see that in Italy ban now. We've seen Renekton ban in there twice against that man on your camera just there, Zorozero, hyrqBot. His Lee Sin was banned in the last match as well. So will we see NIP try and pull something new out? They tried it. Sion, convinced about, especially with the Soul Stealer on. But Joe, you called it. You called it at the start. So let's see what else you've got in that bag of tricks of yours.
Well, I did have Syndra in there, and obviously that is not available here this tournament, which I think is a bit sad from Nuke.
Neither is Olaf. We should point this out, actually. Olaf and Syndra are globally banned, and Siva and Heimerdinger are not available because of the remakes.
Exactly. So we can count those champions straight out there. This time around, Elise, Jack's ban coming in from NIP. Of course, they picked it first in the last game for Zorozero. Other side, Renekton again taken away from Zorozero. Fizz from Nukeduck. And there is that Nidalee ban that we were expecting after 2 very strong performances. Caitlyn ban this time around from TCM. And Shyvana, of course, a champion which we've been seeing more and more and more in this top lane, is going to be picked up here for Zorozero.
And you know, it's just struck me. Gambit playing in this tournament. Shyvana is back.
Probably going to be seeing Gambit play Shyvana.
That's scary. Scary. That's the original team that really started to rock Shyvana, that rocked everyone's world, in fact. And that was back at Intel Extreme Masters Kiev. That was the beginning of the Moscow 5/Gambit dominance at the Intel Extreme Masters. There's only 1 tournament they've entered out of 7, I believe it is, that they haven't won in the Intel Extreme Masters. They're going to be looking to try and make that 7 right here. But look at the picks and bans going through. A couple of bans obviously targeted on the matches we've seen, which meant Lee Sin has snuck through, Shyvana has snuck through. We are going to see Jwaow once again, by the looks of it, on towards that Kha'Zix. Surprise! And Lissandra this time for the mid lane for Belgianbeast. Lucian once again picked up. Wasn't too convinced by Freeze Lucian in the last game. Caitlyn, of course, is one of his favorites, which is why he's been banned. Used to be Draven, of course, before that, but that's not viable anymore. This time around, a switch. So we're going to see Jarvan in the jungle instead.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. This Volibear, I've not been massively impressed with it from Naruterador. I think the Jarvan will probably have a bigger impact on TCM's game from that. They're sticking with this Varus combo, I'm imagining. They've just switched out for Kha'Zix, maybe wanting to get that now. But I think they'll probably end up with Varus in the team anyway. I mean, statistically 100% picked here from TCM in these last 2 games. Freezers, Lucian, just to touch back on that one, he ended 5-1-1, I believe it was in the end. So overall, it was a good performance. I think the rest of the team didn't quite fit around Lucian's strengths from that. We'll see how it changes this time around. Alistair?
We've seen, I'm trying to think who it was, Team Dark playing Alistair the other day. Myself and Krepo were practice casting it. I'm pretty sure it was Alistair that was played in that game. Was tremendous. However, it's going to be back to Dippers.
Yeah, I mean, Alistair next to Annie, just click over for that one. He played it twice already.
Yeah, and it worked well, and you could see so many times he was. How satisfying it is to land that flash Tibbers is definitely satisfying.
Even more satisfying rest of the team if you're there with him as well.
This is a good team from NIP. I like NIP's team here. We're going to see what TCM close theirs out with. Not going to be Garen, despite the fact he's got a new face. It's not going to happen, I don't believe it. Or if it did, it's basically TCM's way of saying, we're done with this tournament. That's pretty much how I see it so far. But NIP, what a team they have now. They've got hyrqBot and Lee Sin. Like you said, he's got a great record on him. Shyvana is so strong, even when built completely tanky right now. Lucian, pretty much flavor of the month as well as the AD carry. Addy, flavor of the month as the support. And Gragas, flavor of the month as a mid. So they've got pretty much a flavoursome team.
Lots of flavor in there, that's for sure. AD carry is going to be the choice for Motroco here. They were hovering on Jinx. We saw them hovering on Varus again when she played in the last 2 games. Currently is Vayne, and then it will be Corki. So really going through the entire field of AD carries and deciding to settle on that Corki. So a change up this time around for Motroco.
Yeah, he wanted some mobility in there, that's for damn sure. He was realizing that he's got, obviously you've got Lee Sin and Shyvana, they're going to be jumping straight in at you, diving in there. You've got to get out of the way of those barrels as well, so he needed to use that Valkyrie to get the hell out of dodge. The tumble maybe from Vayne probably wasn't quite enough. Didn't want to have to waste that flash as much. Interesting. So we've basically got quite a lot of all-in from both teams. TCM, look at Kha'Zix, Jarvan, Lissandra, all going to be piling in, along with Lee Sin, Shyvana. Gragas is going to be belly slamming. Everyone's going to be piling in at once. These are going to be great team fights, Joe.
Going to be great team fights. I'm wondering here about this lane phase and how that one's going to go, because if we look towards early game, Zorozero's had the better of Jwaow. Nukeduck and Belgianbeast have been pretty even in game number 1. Nukeduck obviously had that advantage, but Belgianbeast doing a great job to farm up, and probably because of the fact as well that Nukeduck had spent so much time on the move, as it were, with that Sion in game number 1. Between the 2 AD carries, we've seen that kind of, in terms of CS, Motroco has done a great job, but when it really comes down to it, and you know, you look towards the end of the game, and then you look at the CS and the kills, it's definitely Freeze that's had the upper hand on that side of things. So now it's a brand new game here, coming into game number 3. NIP, hopefully they've learned from what they'll have felt they messed up in game number 2, where they had a clear lead, were able to throw that one away, then get another Baron, then throw it away even further than that, and end up losing that one to bring us down into game number 3. But we are going to be jumping into game, guys. This is the final match between NIP and TCM for a place in the amateur final, where, of course, they will be playing that one tomorrow up against the winner of our next game coming up, which is SK Gaming versus Copenhagen Wolves. So last 2 games are anything to go by. NIP probably going to start off strong in this one. The question is how TCM weather that storm.
Well, so far, the red team has won both matches, so we'll see whether TCM can continue with that. We haven't seen any level 1 engagements just yet. It's been very patient stuff from both teams. Mithy just building up that stun. And remember, both teams do have quite a lot of all-in. As it is at level 1, I would give it to TCM, which is why they're probably being met with confidence. Zorozero confidence right there. He knew exactly what he was doing. Motroco is like, I'm going to check this bush. I have no trust in you. And sure enough, puts that phosphorus bomb in his head. Barrels rolling on through. TCM get that vision on the blue buff. What they're after. Are we going to see a rotation? No. They are all going to back away. Don't feeling that confident. So we are going to have a standoff. So, Ninjas and Pyjamas, they have been stronger, I think it's safe to say, in lane phase for the first 2 games. Can they continue that dominance? Will it continue to happen? And if it does, will they actually finally manage to, close the game out in fashion, or will they just let it dangle, let it trickle through? Because again, TCM have a pretty good late game team.
So this is probably the most interesting level 1 that we've seen so far. I mean, game number 1, they switched and basically took each other's blue buffs. This time around, we see a 4-man NIP strike team, let's call it, waiting around the blue, but TCM are there as well. Ooh. So we could see an engagement. This would be 4-on-3, and we are going to see them go through. There's a stun onto a Naruterador. He's burst very, very low, and he's getting ticked away from the ignite. It's Mithy that picked up. Freeze actually flashed in to try and get that one.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a waste or not, but a flash nonetheless was used, and he didn't get the kill. A kill would have been great for Freeze, but unfortunately it wasn't. It was his support, Mithy, that got first blood. And will that actually counter much? Because Mithy's not going to go back and buy just yet. He can get that Philo Stone maybe early on. Something GP10 going early on. I don't know what he's going to use it for. Freeze would have been ideal for it. He would have probably gone straight back for that second Doran's Blade. But instead, we are into the laning phase. And it's actually standard meta, Joe, once again. So this is almost like I tell a lie. It's not. It's not, is it? Because Belgianbeast at the top against Zorozero, and we see Jwaow in the middle against Nukeduck.
So the other factor in that first blood as well was the fact that it was Naruterador that went down. Now, that meant that he couldn't just back off and go towards his red, so he's not only behind a full blue buff here, it means that he also is going to get his red later and also won't have the time to get across and steal away that blue buff. So 3 buff control from the very start here with a first blood for Nyph. Couldn't really have gone much more perfect, I suppose, unless that kill went over to Freeze. Naruterador has a chance to get in onto Zorozero now, though.
Yeah, he's going to try and counter it. He has got the DimaJke standard drag in there at the moment, so he can manage to get straight in on towards it. Zorozero, though, is going to be the target. Can he go for it? That's the question. Can he land it in there? He's going to go in there. It's going to be the stunning slide through. Gets the knock-up combo. But have they got enough damage to finish off Zorozero? The health pod is chugging. He's going to get to the tower, and he is safe.
I'll tell you what, the balls on Zorozero there, not to flash. He gets knocked up.
Well, speaking of balls, he's in this tournament, but...
That's true as well. But not using the flash, and then Motroco going very low. Freeze goes in, there's a dash forward, but couldn't quite get the damage down. The barrier used, and now Freeze and Mithy both very, very low. Freeze concentrating on BarneyD. The stun went down on towards Belgianbeast. Can Freeze get away? He dodged in towards the grasping roots, but Belgianbeast going low. And Mithy gets the kill. Motroco chasing down now. BarneyD moving in. And in the end, they've both got away from this one and picked up a kill and almost took Motroco as well.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was some crazy, crazy turnaround play there, right there. Now they've caught the kick on towards Naruterador. He's forced away again. It is a nightmare for Naruterador here. He's not able to pick up anything in that jungle right now. And now he's being forced away from trying to just pick up any assist gold as well. Zorozero and hyrqBot are dominating this top lane. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they have full control this early on, just shy of 5 minutes. They've already got 1,000 gold advantage, and the 2 kills on Mithy, who's still yet to go back and spend that gold. 1,000 gold on him.
Looking incredibly strong here, and Mithy, all credit to him there, sticking around, not trying to escape, knowing how much damage he could do, knowing how much damage he could take. Picking up that second kill. He's got 1,000 gold, as he said, to go back with. Freeze has come back into the lane with a Vamp Scepter, now added into that Doran's Blade from the start. And now Naruterador and hyrqBot fighting over the big Wraith, and it goes to hyrqBot. Even more of a kick in the face for Naruterador.
Spirit Stone straight out, Side Stone rather, coming straight out from Mithy. That's going to help him out wonders, because he's not going to be able to, didn't have to pay for all those wards that we see BarneyD having to do. Nevertheless, it would still be great to have Freeze with those 2 kills instead, but it doesn't matter. Wow, this game is progressing at a fast pace, just like Game 1 did. Nuke and Nyph managed to speed that one up. They managed to get the 2 towers down by now, of course. 5.5 minutes gone to this game, not quite turning that way. Jwaow, he's been the man that's kept them going a number of times in these games. Can he do it again? He's once again on his Kazakhs. He actually plays it differently to how the current Koreans are doing it. They've actually gone back to start evolving the W, which is the Void Spikes, getting that larger wave, so we can get the wave clear in there quicker. So it's interesting to see how Jwaow does it completely different. He goes for the Q, E, and R evolution. I think he uses the E last as well, the jump last, which is, again, completely different how he plays it, but it seems to work out well for him on Kazakhs.
Yeah, I definitely can't argue with him at this point of things. Obviously, he's, I think we can say, being the shining star in this TCM team so far, but they're going to need another shining performance from both sides to get this one going, as Nukeduck throws out the barrel and, well, in fact, use that ultimate up just before he goes home to clear that wave. He's 43 CS to 43, so they're pretty much bang level on that one. He's kind of home. Picked up the Fiendish Codex, plus a second Doran's Ring, and Ward and Pot.
Yeah, aggressive stuff from Lee Sin as well. hyrqBot getting that double Doran's in there, so he's looking still to see if he can assist, get those kills in there. He's picked himself up a ward, of course, because what else does Lee Sin need? He just gets that ward and he can zip around the map. Meanwhile, Naruterador, who is hurting, you can see he's 2 levels behind hyrqBot right now. All gone down from that first blood. And then the counter, so hyrqBot once again looking to punish Naruterador's jungle. He's going to come around to these golems. He may actually get there just at the right time as well. Throws out the kick any second. He is not quite going to land it. And Naruterador does manage to get his level 5.
I think he actually stole the small golem there.
Did he?
With the Q, yeah. Picked up the gold from it. So, nice little steal from him. Level 6 now. And as he said, level 5 for Naruterador. This blue buff here going to be done by Jwaow. This time around, they're able to secure that one after it went over at level 1 with the first blood for Ninjas in Pajamas. Meanwhile, this top lane, Zorozero, Doran Shield, now got the Doran's Blade added in as well. He's going to be farming between the towers here just to add a little bit more misery to TCM.
Yeah, this is something that's probably going to be a thing of the past, I guess, once we start looking towards Season 4, because, you know, farming between the towers, proxy farming, whatever you'd like to refer to it as, is potentially not going to happen anymore. There is going to be a fight developing, but I don't think they're going to go too aggressive for this one. NIP should back away from this one. We already saw Kha'Zix as well making a move towards it. So actually, they're going to stick around. They want this red. Have they both got smite available? Yes, they do. This is going to be a smite fight for red.
And they're pulling it right around the back of the camp here from this one. The small lizard's been taken by TCM. NIP want the juicy prize and get the juicy prize. Red buff going to be taken here by hyrqBot, and he goes in. He's still there here, harassing Naruterador, kicks him, knocks Belgianbeast up, almost landing the Q there to maybe follow through for another go. But hyrqBot here playing an aggressive Lee Sin jungle to absolute perfection. Now he needs to escape though, and in the end uses flash there to get away.
Yeah, little bit of overconfidence potentially from hyrqBot there, knowing his Lee Sin mechanics very well, so realizing he was gone a little bit too deep. And Belgianbeast, though, was also preoccupied for a long period of time there. That's going to put him behind in lane against Zorozero, who'd returned and pushed that lane a lot earlier on. Naruterador looking to try and counter, go and get that red steal of his own, and actually he should get it, because we can see hyrqBot's over, helping out, gave the blue buff to Nukeduck there, so he's not going to be around to help stop this red.
Yeah, that's going to come around the backside. Naruterador.
Oh, they know he's there. They pinged him.
That one. Oh, and he's low as well. Look at this. He's at half HP. He's going to smite, but there is Tibbers. Nukeduck does pick up the kill. Mithy looking for a sneaky hat trick there, I think. But they've managed to sew him up and get that red buff back as well.
Freeze didn't quite get the assist there with Cullen. You could see it coming from range. Really wanted to get in there, but the damage was just too strong. And that, well, if that leads to a dragon, that was a great move. And that's simply Naruterador trying a desperation move. I guess you could say maybe trying to counter, trying to read the game as well as he could, but he simply got spotted by the ward coverage that NIP had, and vision is key in this game.
Vision is key, and that's something that NIP did in game number 1 and game number 2 as well, while they had the chance so well. And you see the bottom side all blue at this point from NIP side of things. Nukeduck with a double buff on, just completely missing that ultimate, but hyrqBot coming in as well. There is Jarvan from the side, and hyrqBot knocked up under the tower. Jwaow says thank you very much for the kill and the red buff.
Brilliant turnaround. That's what they needed. Naruterador finally gets into level 6 as well. That barrel, I guess it's tricky to pin down a guy that can jump away from it so quickly, and that's exactly what Jwaow did. Pounced correctly in towards it, which gave him also that little bonus that he gets with managing to single out a target. But as it is, Belgianbeast back in that top lane. He is quite far behind in terms of farm. We see that Zorozero is moving back in there. Sunfire Cape almost completed. He's just going to continue that way, and suddenly the damage will start stacking on as the levels develop.
Jwaow here is trying to bait once again. We saw that in game number 2 that really started the whole comeback thing going in this top side once again. So I'm trying to bring him in. Has to jump away from that one though, knowing that Naruterador was already moving away. Naruterador, by the way, 10 CS behind. He's a level behind Lee Sin right now, which, considering the horrible time that he's had, is not that bad.
No, he's not done too bad. He's still like probably a good level and a half behind though on hyrqBot, but that kill assist would have helped. Certainly freeze down this bottom lane. We haven't really had a chance to look at the AD carries, have we? We can see again it's another 10 CS advantage built up, and we'll look at this. Nukeduck and hyrqBot coming down here. There is 4 members of TCM also gathering here. That's a great grasping route, exactly what they've required on Nukeduck. But now, can the rest of the team close in? Naruterador coming around the side. Gragas should be able to slide away. Yes, he does that. And TCM reacting very well there. But look at the top again. Zorozero farming between the lanes.
Yeah, and that was something that they did really well in game number 2 when they played the red side, was this pink ward inside of their own tri-bush. It caught Nukeduck, must have been 3, maybe 4 times coming down towards this bottom lane to then back away from things. Eventually you're probably going to lose the tower from that movement, but it also means that Nukeduck's not keeping up with the farm if Jwow's left alone there in that mid lane. We'll see how that one all decides to work out. Nukeduck must be sat on a good chunk of gold again here from on this one as Jwaow dives in onto him, and Nukeduck is sat on 2,000 gold. Something that he did in the last game as well, before he went really home and picked up that Medjai's and the needlessly large rod. He was sat on a massive amount of gold, and that's what he's doing here again. He's actually going to try and get away. There's the flag, just to annoy him, and Nukeduck says, well, since you did that, I guess I'll stick around for another wave.
He's got to be careful, Nukeduck, because AP Gragas is very squishy. And Jwaow, if he can get that unseen threat proc and jump on towards him, will burst down quite a lot of hit points. But look at Mithy's coming around the side, spotted by the ward. They do back away from that one. He's got to be careful. Jwow's got that Brutalizer in there. He will do a heck of a lot of burst damage on towards Nukeduck if he can get in the right situation. And that's what he's looking to do. Actually, he's going to be gifted the blue buff as well. So I think they've kind of switched it around from the last two games and said, we need to put all our eggs in one basket and pile everything onto Jwaow. Get him as fed as possible. Give him everything he can.
And so far, can't really knock that one. I mean, he needs to be more involved in these fights. Obviously, got himself that single kill up until now, but this whole time that he's got going on, he's working out in his favor. We can see in the top lane as well, Belgianbeast, who is the normal mid laner, of course, playing up again in the top lane here against Zorozero. Shyvana, who was once again inside the two turrets, has gone for the red buff this time around. Naruterador's there, doesn't have smite, but he's able to get it anyway.
Managed to get it. Oh, Zorozero having to use that ulti to just pounce away as well. Baron, of course, not spawned yet. Will be up in around about a minute, so he didn't pull any aggro or anything there. So they've got to start dealing with him, though, because Zorozero has been farming between those two towers the whole time, and well, Belgianbeast can clear those waves. You can see clearly that Zorozero is starting to develop a bit of a healthy lead, because while he does it, he takes the golems as well. He was around there trying to take away the red. If it wasn't for Naruterador happening to be around there knowing the timings, they would have lost the red buff as well to a top laner. And, well, last time we saw that on a Shyvana, well, it was Darian, wasn't it, for Moscow 5.
And we might see more of that.
We might see more of that.
In this event as well, with Gambit obviously back to their roots now, with Edward making the trip back over from the over the Atlantic, not from the Atlantic, back into the team, and really excited to see them in action a little bit later on today. Of course, we've got 3 more best of 3s coming up after this one, so cancel all your plans for Saturday because you're not going anywhere. Keep watching League of Legends all day. NIP, you want to make sure that this red buff is secured, and Naruterador did come in for the last pickup, so he had a timer on it, but in the end he wasn't there anyway. NIP hold that one. They hold also onto a 2,700 gold lead at this point, and that's going to grow here as they take down the first turret of the game. 15 minutes in.
Exactly. This is probably the longest those turrets have survived in this best of 3 so far, but it is unsurprisingly Zorozero that takes it down first, because he's been pretty much between that tower for the whole time. He's finally decided to take it down now. Sunfire Cave's complete. There it is. Jwaow jumping on. That's the combo that I could talk about. And he only landed 1 claw in there along with a basic attack, and that cleaved Nukeduck down quite heavily. He's going to have to try and maybe either go for a Zhonya's Hourglass, something to just try and deter Jwaow from doing that in future. Oh, Mithy putting that ward down right on top of Naruterador, not being able to clear that one out. Jwaow, well, he's going to eat those barrels. That's going to not help him. Explosive cast being used out from Nukeduck. That's interesting that he's putting it out. He's got the blue buff, so it's going to be a quick cooldown.
Yeah, going to be coming up very quickly for him, that one. And that's important because the dragon is available from this one. He wanted to do as much damage as he possibly could to them in that mid lane. Mithy, that's not as sneaky as you believe it is. There's a ward right where you're still Naruterador there, getting hit by the barrel, but it's Dragon that's really going to become important here. We see it was started off, it was stood on top of ward, snuck around the corner so that it's out of range of that pink ward. Great positioning there from TCM to make sure that they hold the vision of that Dragon area. Right now, you know, that barrel in the end was used for nothing, because even though he pushed them a little bit out of the lane, he didn't manage to pick up Dragon. But here we see Zorozero going in on towards Belgianbeast. Again, not quite enough damage to high mobility. Thanks to that claw, gets Belgianbeast out of trouble.
Yeah, it keeps him out of trouble for now, but Zorozero's continuing to push. He's gone for the Zhonya's Hourglass build, so he's going to be looking to be a little more aggressive the moment that gets completed and start diving in there, joining Jwaow, who's not really too worried about diving in. He's been doing it quite regularly. He's already got that Hex Drinker now completed, along with that Brutalizer he had early on. Continuing that farm, keeping the farm up with Nukeduck as well. Doing a grand job there, but the key farmer is Zorozero, who's just motoring ahead. He's been picking up the golems most of the game. Now he's forcing Naruterador out. They realize the jungler is at the top of the map, and Nyph, realizing the situation advantage, are going to go for Dragon at last.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how the ward's tucked in this time around with Naruterador nowhere near the action. This will be the Dragon for Ninjas in Pajamas. Nicely finished off. That's a 5,000 gold total that they are now in the lead in this game. And if you look down the kills, they're pretty few and far between at this point. 1 for Nukeduck in that mid lane, 2 for mithy, of course, earlier on, which has helped him get a good 1,200 gold over his opponent there. He's fought BarneyD for TCM, which of course turns into the items. Already got Ruby Sightstone already completed in there.
Now, ordinarily we'd say 5,000 gold, well, that's a big advantage for Nyph, but we've seen it already. It's been a 5,000 gold a number of times already, and it doesn't seem to get that way. The fact they've only taken 1 tower down so far means TCM are just keeping them even in lanes. Well, not even, it's simply the small advantage. Just look at the farm. It's pretty even across the board. So it really is the Dragon control that's the big key at the moment, and Zorozero in the top. Shyvana is a big deal, that's for sure. He's gonna be a beast throughout the games, not really gonna tail away. He's just gonna be so strong from now on in. Now the fact that he's already got that Bilgewater Cutlass and Sunfire Cape. Jwaow may try and complete this one towards Nukeduck. Flash was burned out from him there, but unfortunately there's no objective control to gain, despite the fact he's forced him almost out of lane.
Yeah, gets him out of there, but he's probably not going to have time to go onto the turret. We can see that actually Nukeduck has managed to stick around for that one. He's still pretty healthy. There was a flash in the bottom lane. That was BarneyD that flashed away. A little bit scared, I think, of being caught out there by the stuns. And the top side, you see ReDeYe is going to be the target and picked up there with the smite of Naruterador.
They're going to have to motor down bottom. You already see Nukeduck's making his move. They've already got 3 down there as well. They're going to try and stack up on that tower to see if they can pull anyone in towards this. BarneyD just using that flash, like you mentioned, is not going to have any escape. Motroco's got flash and Valkyrie to get out of there. With the minions stacking in, they're keeping the pressure on towards this turret. mithy just ready and waiting. hyrqBot wants to land that Q, get the Lee Syndrome diving in, but here comes a teleport now. Belgianbeast comes in, locks up hyrqBot. They're going to manage to get the armor piercing shred, and TCM pick themselves up a kill from nothing by finally using that teleport.
I'd almost forgot that he got it again. We saw him in game number 1 doing the same as well with the Gragas that they had there, which, again, we mentioned at the end of the game, didn't really do much with it, but this time was certainly a lot better. Look at Naruterador here, being chased down by the Dragon, and there is the finisher. Zorozero is going to find his first kill of the game. He's been kind of teasing that one as he gets himself another free wave of minions. It's going to crawl back off into the jungle. Meanwhile, BarneyD at the bottom, no flash available. We saw that one burned earlier on, and Nyph take advantage of that as well.
Just as TCM get themselves a pick, now the mid lane's in trouble. We do see Shyvana coming around the backside of Jwaow. He's on the turret, he's trying to put the damage down, leaps away. He has evolved that leap, so he is going to get safe and uses the little bit of stealth that he gets from his ulti. Belgianbeast starts to turn it around, not going to lock him up on the tower. That's going to be the mid lane turret going down. It's 2 turrets, 5 kills, and Nyph in control once again.
Yeah, and there's going to be 3 turrets here. Bottom one taken as well. And there is 7,300 gold. The total separating these two heads. Nukeduck not scared of using that ultimate, you know, not as a finisher, but just to push that man out of the lane. I think that he was going to get a bit more damage onto that mid turret than actually was the case because of Jwow's presence. But either way, he's quite happily to back off now, and he's going to be spending some of the 3,400 gold that he had. And there it is. So Rabadon's death cap is the pickup for him. Top lane, we should mention Shyvana. Sunfire Cape earlier, now is a Blade of the Ruin King as well.
Yeah, it's Shyvana. There's a reason that he's been pretty much banned in most games and probably will be for the rest of the tournament. It's because he's such a strong top laner right now. Look at the farm between them. He's dominated Belgianbeast in that top. Naruterador is going to try and come and deal with it. This is how they tried to deal with Zorozero in previous matches, how they dealt with the Jax. But again, even then, it's so hard to pin down. He's got flash, he's got ultimate, he can just zip away from anything as well. Mobile, tanky, damage dealing. There's not a lot really in the negatives for Shyvana right now.
It really isn't. Incredibly strong on this patch, that's for sure. As a Q lands onto BarneyD. We've still got 1.5 minutes for the Dragon. NIP doing somewhat of an early setup from this. Mithy, we heard him earlier on popping that Oracle's Elixir. BarneyD doing the same here, so they're going to exchange a few wards with the time, with the countdown almost to that Dragon coming in here. Almost a minute until that comes up, so it gives them a bit of time to look at the items. I want to look at the AD carries because we've not really talked about them too much. They've been relatively quiet apart from that kill going down there for Freeze earlier on. A much needed kill I'd add after Mithy got the previous 2 to that one. Trinity Force Flame Bloodthirster looking like it'll be coming up next. And almost identical the other side. Vamp Scepter missing though at this point for Corki.
That's a merry-go-round that Zorozero has just done purely by moving to the bottom lane and back to the top. Belgianbeast followed all the way down, realised he's got to stick with him, and has just gifted up a bunch of farm and a little bit of pressure on towards that top lane. Meanwhile, they're culling on towards Naruterador, keeping him back away from that turret. They're going to get some good pressure down here. They should be able to strip about half the hit points off this turret in this wave, and they back away. All just little tiny bits of positioning and pressure being posed around the map. And again, the top lane turret is just being massaged down by Zorozero.
And they've done that so well here, the whole positioning game, NIP. Outside of a couple of slightly dodgy ones, let's say, but overall their positioning has been really, really strong. And again, they have just shoehorned their way straight into that one as Naruterador going a little bit too far forward from this one. He's going to take a lot of damage for that. Half of his health pretty much missing. His Belgianbeast again attacked by Zorozero, who loses just a fraction of what he's dealt, and he's quite happy to send Belgianbeast back in, finish off that wave, and have a go on the inner turret. Naruterador, half HP as well, realized I think that he can't stand and fight with the Shyvana. He's going to back off. Zorozero gets himself another pair of golems.
Yeah, Belgianbeast is just like pinging it away. It's like, I cannot trade with this guy. I need help. Meanwhile, the rest of the team are like, well, we're losing mid-turret. What do you expect us to do about it? We've got to hold on and we lose an inhibitor. It's becoming a problem, and it's a problem they've got no answer for right now. Jwaow may have to go up there, but he's thinking, I don't trade too well against the Shyvana either, so I don't want to be involved in that fight. They're going to try and lock out that red, but look at Nukeduck. Maybe he's going to try and steal it instead. We're going to see Jwaow jumping towards Explosive Cascus defensively to force him backwards. Dragon, meanwhile, was picked up by NIP, and now they're in a 10,000 gold advantage.
Oh, they're trying to lock down Zorozero at the top, but quite frankly, he's able to walk from that one out. I see that Mithy is waiting. Stun charge. hyrqBot in the back. Nukeduck is now coming down as well. Are they going to get in on towards Motroco? I think in the end they decided to go more the traditional route, which is push the minions up there and then have a go at that tower. Sadly enough for them, Corki able to clear things out. And I think part of the problem that TCM are having here with Zorozero stems from the earlier game where Naruterador had troubles in the jungle, had to then catch things up, and he's not been able to help as much as he would have liked for Belgianbeast in this top side, and that's just allowed free reign almost from Zorozero.
Yeah, the little battle continues there, and Belgianbeast this time managing to root out Zorozero and get those 2 golems away from him, but it's a minor victory in what's been a pretty horrific top lane for him so far. He's only actually died once in his credit, but he's 74 CS behind, and that's pretty much been those two on their own the entire time. There's not really been any help from either side, honestly, going up there. We haven't seen hyrqBot, despite the fact he's on one of his favorite champions, I think it is. He's 0-2-0. He actually did better on Javan in the previous game. Obviously, he was one step better than 007. This time around, I've got to be honest, NIP, I talked about it in the picks and bans, how they've got pretty much a bunch of champions that are flavor of the month and actually work as a pretty good cohesive unit, and they seem to be working that way. They've won the lane phase in all 3 matches so far, so there's no doubt about that. They've won it pretty dominantly. They've now got a 10,000 gold lead. What are they going to do with it? They've got 26 minutes into this game, 4-0 up in turret. Barely any vision for TCM this time around, but again, people may be getting caught out, but hyrqBot's going to come in and help.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Look how strong Zorozero is. He's fighting against 2 of them. He's going to ulti in for this one. hyrqBot didn't actually land there, but look at Naruterador and Belgianbeast. That was a 2v1.
That was all Zorozero.
Yep.
All Zorozero. Pop the old team, like, I'm going to have all of you. If hyrqBot actually would have safeguarded on him and maybe used the ward and kicked one of them back, that would have possibly been a double kick, because it could have kicked them both through it. But nevertheless, it's a turret in the top lane. The rest of NIP are there. It's now 5-0 in turrets. The gold keeps on funneling. it's LemonDogs right now. That's all it is. It's just slow, dominating control. Finally, they're exerting that pressure.
Yeah, it's that whole step-to-step plan that they're going for, going turret to turret, slowly but surely pushing their way towards the Nexus. Very a tutorial-style League of Legends here, I think we like to refer to it as, actually, is the proper English, my native tongue, believe it or not. As Freeze there going to get himself that red buff, he's now working himself up to, I'm going to guess that last Whispering from this one. He has been going Infinity Edge quite a lot, I have to say, throughout these last games, but I think the last Whisper is going to fit in towards the kit that he's going with here a lot stronger. As Nukeduck also getting that red buff. He's, since we last talked about his items, added in a Void Staff.
My issue with Nyph and effectively what we're calling now the LemonDog style of play, the slow, grind it out, you're taking the objectives step by step, it clearly didn't work at Worlds. It's what they tried at Worlds, but unfortunately for them, the pace had quickened. hyrqBot's just going to ward away from that one. The pace had quickened at Worlds, and which surprised quite a few teams, LemonDogs being one of them. And actually countered badly by Freeze. I don't even know how he got in that position, and nor did the camera guy. Well, it's a Kha'Zix. I mean, a Kha'Zix jumps on you, you're going to die.
Yeah, Naruterador, I think, came from the bottom side of the river. They just basically caught him. And maybe napping a little bit from that one. There's a barrel out of Nukeduck, and there's a lot of damage now with that Void Staff added in. It forced them to back away. Nukeduck actually going to try and prevent recalls from this one. Not quite quick enough there to explode that barrel on towards Jwaow, but he's quite happy to push straight up that middle lane here. hyrqBot is clearing out a few wards. There's a pink ward down from Mithy in the corner bush by Baron, plus he's got that Oracles running as well. They once again try to get that ward control that they've had earlier on of the enemy jungle, which leads to this. Buff's been taken away.
Yep, taking full control, slowly grinding down TCM, and TCM are just literally in the exact same situation they were in Game 1, Game 2. They got to hope that Nyph once again makes some mistake, get a little overconfident, overstep the mark, and maybe this is a chance at the bottom, but they've got good ward coverage. You can see Mithy's been around, placed all those pink wards, cleared everything out, another pink ward goes down. They have full vision control, and that is what they need. That's what they missed in Game 2. That's where things turned around badly for them. They had that little two-man split off that didn't work out for them. This time around, they're going again. They're trying to pincer move on Nukeduck here.
Pincer moves, the bane of Nyph's last game. But they may just catch Mithy out from this one. He's going to be able to stun down, flashes away from the knockup of Naruterador. Now Freeze joining the party. Naruterador being hammered down. There is the culling coming out, but it's not really helping. Jwaow jumped back in on towards Mithy. He's going to stealth up once, turns back around. Is he going to be able to get away? No, he's not. hyrqBot gets that, and BarneyD trying to save his teammate will be a second victim, a double kill, and you're not getting away from Zorozero. And just like that, 4 men taken down for the 1, and Motroco, he's not out of this one just yet. Shyvana coming in. There is the Valkyrie to get back behind the walls of the base, but that leaves pretty much every single lane open. Obviously the mid lane going to be prime target from this one, with those minions now working their way up.
Zorozero doing a laugh at the end there. Poor old Jwaow. I think he'd forgot that Lee Sin was in the game. He's like, it's alright, I'm gonna do my damage in stealth.
Wait.
Bugger. I've been completely caught out. There's the ace coming out, and Ninja Pajamas this time around, not due to any fault of their own. TCM actually went aggressive for some reason around. They thought they'd got a thing. And how many times have we said it? We said it in the commentary right there. The bane of people, teams' lives. Pincer moves don't work in League of Legends. Teams are too wise to get around it.
Yeah, and when they do, it's very rare. Let's put it that way.
Very rare.
Very, very rare. I think you've got to have the perfect everything for it to happen. Meanwhile, pincer movement here coming in on towards Nyph once again. And whoa, look at that. You're out of position here. They've got ward control of your jungle. BarneyD is down. Naruterador is going to try and turn away from this one because they want to protect Freeze. Jwaow jumps in onto him, and Freeze survives. The lifesteal helping him stay in. Finally, Belgianbeast locks him down with the ultimate coming on towards Nukeduck, but that didn't get them the kill. And now hyrqBot is chasing down. Mithy's hopping, skipping, jumping, misses Tibbers completely, but it won't matter. It's hyrqBot that finishes off that one. and the old pincer movement coming to haunt them for a second time in about as many seconds.
I think this was simply a case of they expected Baron to be already started. They didn't realize that NIP were at the red, so they just went piling straight past and say, oh, we got to get to the Baron, it was really quick. Wait a minute, what? Where did they come from? Damn it, and that's completely caught him out. Naruterador's going to try a Hail Mary move here and try and slide in and get that smite. Gets close as he can and then gets locked up by his own Cataclysm. Derp. But it didn't matter, they turned it around. Motroco, I'm not too sure he's going to be able to escape. Oh, the Q doesn't quite land. But look at the scores, look at the gold, look at the map. It is all Ninjas in Pajamas this time around. They will have to do the mother of all throws to actually screw this one up this time around.
Don't count it out just yet. This is definitely a different scenario. We're approaching 15,000 gold. Not a single turret taken here by TCM. Yeah. We should probably add to that. Which means they've not really got a lot to work with. Now, we said in game number 2, catching out Ninjas in Pajamas was something that got them back into that game. But are they going to be able to do that? You wouldn't imagine that NIP are going to fall for the same kind of trick a second game in a row. And I think that they're going to have to catch him out a lot more times than 1, 2, or maybe 3 times to get right back into this one. A sneaky Baron pickup would be something that TCM would be definitely interested in, but NIP right now are doing the Dragon, and they've got lots of wards up on that top side by Baron as well.
They've absolutely no reason to risk it either to go for Baron. They could just keep on pushing because they're in full domination control right now. I'd love to ask, say, Fnatic, for example, because they're probably the best candidate I can think of, because TCM have lost all 3 of these games. Or, well, they won one of them, but they've lost the lane phase in all 3 of these games. Is that simply down to skill between players? Is that down to something with the picks that they could change? And the reason I think of Fnatic is because obviously you think back to what happened to them against Royal Club. They lost the lane phase. Other than that one game where they got a great level 1 fight and won that's the game they won. They lost the lane phase. And how do you deal with that as a team? You know, how do you change? What do you motivate yourself to do? Maybe Krepo's got an answer for us later on. I don't know, but as it is right now, that's the only thing I see with TCM. Actually, their team fight's not that bad. They've managed to sit back. They've got really good organization. They've got good, what's the word I'm thinking of? It's the death. It's the death right there. Nukeduck taking down Naruterador. God damn it begins with D and I can't remember the name of it. I'll come back to it. He's leaving me hanging right now.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Discipline. That's the word I'm after. Right. They've got really good discipline. They're not going looking for the kills, although they did in this one. So they're sitting back comfortably. Excluding the pincer movement, which failed badly. They've got pretty good discipline. But right now, they've lost this game. I mean, it's a done deal. NIP themselves are going to be looking at this and thinking, okay, we probably should be closing games out quicker. We know it kind of backfires on us. Jwow's going to go sneaky bugger with his little ulti there, gets away with the flash. They're going to be looking to this. Obviously, they're up against either SK or Copenhagen Wolves. That's going to be the next match. How do they themselves look at this match? Because I don't think they're actually going to be overly happy with this match.
I don't think so either.
Despite the fact they're going to win it 2-1, I still don't think they're going to be too pleased.
I don't think so either. I think there's a lot to discuss here overnight for NIP. There's Belgianbeast last second getting away from the culling and uses the ultimate on himself. Third time lucky freeze, and he is going to pick that one up. There's the Strangle Thorns coming down, but Zyra already dead. There's a Valkyrie away, and the flash in from Freeze. He gets himself another one. Jwaow, the next target, but he gets a kill, jumps back out. 4 men down here. This should be good game for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to be focusing themselves on towards those Nexus turrets. And of course, following that, the Nexus itself. Jwaow is still trying. In fact, he's not even trying anymore. He knows that this one's over. Ninjas in Pajamas going to pick up the victory here in the semi-final with a 2-1 win. There we go, finally finishing that one off. And as we said, not looking happy despite a victory in the end.
No, it was far from a... Well, I mean, that was a solid victory, that game there. But the whole series was far from convincing, and they definitely know they've got a lot to work on. But let's not forget, this is a team that's moved into the gaming house, what, 2 weeks ago, I believe it was. So they've not had a massive amount of time together. They're just still gelling as a unit. They know each other, of course, from the LCS summer season because everybody was playing in there, but they were on opposition teams. Now they've got to get used to that teammate and what he's going to do, what the situation. We saw it with Mithy in game 2 when he flashed Annie Tibbers, caught 4 of them out, but the rest of the team weren't quite on the same page. And you know, when you got to get those moves caught out. TCM themselves played fantastically, but again, they lost the lane phase in all 3 games. That is an issue that they have to deal with and something that they're going to have to work about to try and get back into this.
And I think a real big part of that as well, unfortunately for Naruterador, was that level 1. They tried to hold on to their blue buff. They ended up losing out. Speaking of blue, Everton are better than Liverpool. Is it a derby today?
It's the derby today. It's actually playing right now.
It's on
which is why
you should check out the score quickly so I can laugh if Everton just happened.
I believe we were winning. I believe.
But Naruterador level 1.
2-1 up.
2-1 up. That's good for Liverpool fans. You didn't see that, did you?
Oh, no.
Not a problem. But yeah, level 1, it wouldn't pear-shaped for them. Naruterador wasn't able to get a blue buff, was slow to get his own red, wasn't able to help out in the top lane where Shyvana was just running absolute wild. I mean, just to go down the scoreboard here, 2-0-4 for Zorozero, 5-2-5 for hyrqBot, 6-1-6 for Nukeduck, 4-3-7 on Freeze, and 2-2-8 for Mithy on Annie. Like, across the board, they were picking up kills, they were playing well, they're miles ahead in farm on every single angle, and, well, that's it. It was just a great performance in Game 3, but Game 2 is where they're going to focus their attention when it comes to analysing this one.
Yeah, they threw it twice.
Yeah, badly for them.
Badly, and they made sure they didn't do it in Game 3, and to their credit, they didn't. But it was actually TCM that kind of screwed themselves in Game 3. You know, that, like you mentioned, that pincer move, it just didn't work. It never really does. I think I've seen it probably once in the last 100 games, maybe, and that was actually happened to be the other day in Korea. That's the only time I've ever seen it work in as many games as I can count.
Yeah, not exactly the ideal thing, but a good win nonetheless for Ninjas in Pyjamas, puts them through to tomorrow's pro final here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. But we're gonna break down that game a little bit further. We've got Jason and Krepo standing by to do just that.
We've had coming into this. We want to talk a little bit more about Game 3, but before we do that, let's talk about the first 2 games really quickly, just to refresh your memory if you weren't watching those first 2 games.
Yeah, actually, both Siege come supreme in both the first game. NIP took the first one. Not enough respect for this in the second game, where actually TCM picked up some Siege components, Nidalee being key there. And then moving into the third game, we saw a little different approach, and we actually saw Shyvana get through the pick and ban phase, and she was very instrumental. I was talking to Deficio, or we were talking to Deficio rather backstage, so not to steal his analysis for my own. And he basically correctly pointed out that, in fact, yeah, Kha'Zix couldn't lane against Shyvana, was forced to go mid. He ended up laning against the Gragas, couldn't really gank the Gragas all too well. And Naruterador, as like we were talking about that earlier as well, he thrives on getting kills together with Jwaow, and he couldn't get any kills in mid because Gragas is too mobile. Naruterador falls behind. The mid-game pressure from TCM doesn't get rolling, and Jwaow doesn't get snowballing. And then a good controlled game by NIP. Obviously a little more comfortable with Gragas than with Sion, and just very clean-cut execution.
Now, I don't want to keep the focus too much on NIP, but what do you think of their new roster? I mean, obviously they have a new top laner, a new mid laner, a new jungle, and a new support. How do you think they really worked?
I think they're very strong bot lane. I mean, I'm a support player, so I look at the bot lane first all the time. Mithy is a really good player. Freeze is a good player. If they can find their synergy, they're definitely a really, really strong duo. Nukeduck's already proven what he can. So has Zorozero, and then yeah, the hyrqBot joining them. If he can get along socially with them well, which from what I've understood is he does, then it should be a really strong team.
And we talked earlier with Sjokz before this actual whole series started about the lineup of NIP. How do you think hyrqBot and Nukeduck worked really well, or how they worked together? Because I was mentioning before that Nukeduck kind of usually got camped by his own jungler when he's back on Lemondogs, and that got him rolling. To me, though, it seemed like he was a little bit more by himself, like as in he didn't really need a jungler to help out too much.
It's very hard to judge that from these small sample size of games. I think Nukeduck's a versatile player enough to play with and without the jungler, and I think he's just strong enough to deal with it. He's just a really good player.
Okay. And what about TCM? We should talk about them a little bit. How do you feel they did? Because we've seen them before, obviously in Tenerife. We've seen them many more times than that back at DreamHack. How do you think they really fared as a team?
They show a lot of promise. Let's face it. I mean, Jwaow is pretty impressive on the top lane. I've seen him champions like Elise and Kha'Zix, and he really draws attention to him. They need to fix some of their mid-game issues. They're calling. I did like their warding in between lanes from now and then, so they had a good grasp of what the vision game was required and how it had to be played. But all in all, yeah, they played well, but not well enough.
And we also talked with Sjokz a little bit earlier about, NIP, they get the first pick of the team that they want once we have the group stages done in early December of these challenger teams. Do you think this is maybe a team that NIP want to go up against again?
I'm not sure. I think definitely TCM can throw you a curveball, especially playing on the Pi patch 3.14. A lot is going to change. They look relatively organized, TCM. They still have some kinks in their gameplay and in their assessment of the middle late game, but if they fix that combined with the new patch, it might just put Jwaow in a stronger position. Who knows? Like, the game is entirely going to change, so you can't really draw too many conclusions from this game. I think Copenhagen Wolves is a strong team right now. TCM, but they may have a pick of a third team that might essentially be weaker than both of those, and probably will end up picking that team.
All right, well, you're going to be casting a little bit later on today, actually the next game, I believe.
Next game.
I want to hear your thoughts, though, on that game. SK versus Copenhagen Wolves coming up before we fully get into that one.
New roster for SK Gaming, so let's see how they perform. The glorious comeback of Freddy. I've always seen Freddy come back and back and back. I used to play in a team with him like 2 years and a half ago by now, and then he ended up back in the LCS. So I'm really glad to see him back. He's a very good top laner on a certain amount of champions. If he gets Renekton, and I hope he does, we're gonna see some good performance by him. And yeah, I'm just waiting for Nyph to pick a door and shield as he promised.
Well, thank you very much, Krepo, for joining us and giving us your amazing analysis of these 3 games. But for now, we actually do have an interview over with Sjokz, and she's with Mithy.
Mithy, very good to see you again, albeit now on a different team, on NIP. And I wanted to talk to you mostly about that game too, because it seemed like you won the laning phase and then kind of lost the reins in that game. So what happened there?
Mostly we won laning phase. We had a good pick to win laning phase 2. We had Sion. And then we just failed to snowball. We tried too much to bait them top, and they just eventually found out that we were just trying that all the time, and then they just outplayed us, I guess, in the mind games in a way.
Are you the person that makes those calls?
No.
And who is it then?
Well, that kind of calls is Nukeduck is I feel like counter ganking this, so I'm just gonna go there, And then he got counter gank or whatever it was, But yeah, it just happened, and yeah.
All right, now for you, Annie seemed to be a very solid pick out of those 3 games. Tell me a little bit about your playstyle with her, because it seemed like you go in, and even if you hit the perfect stun, you're still not a tank, and you might melt quite easily. So how do you approach team fights?
Well, if you don't hit a good stun, then you die. That's because they can then come back at you and focus you. But if you hit a good stun, you have 1 second to run out, and then your team can go back in, and then they have someone else to focus, so you're pretty safe and can maybe get another stun off. So yeah.
And how does it work in synergy with maybe a Lucian? I know a certain rider that will be very happy to see Lucian getting some love here. How does that work for you guys in the bottom lane?
Well, Lucian is a quite strong pick, except for his ultimate. It's kind of iffy. But overall, his kit is quite strong. And Annie is just a good champion, I guess. With the right playstyle, you just stun and do a lot with it. So yeah, I don't know. It's just a good pick.
All right, now coming out of that game, you guys were not overcome with joy. Is there a lot to think about? Because you were the favorites in this matchup, and it didn't seem to go that well.
Well, I think we did pretty well game 1. Actually, we didn't do that well since we did mistakes, but I guess we weren't warm. And then the game 2, we tried out stuff, didn't work. Tried to just get over it as fast as possible, and then the game 3 was what we expected. So we weren't I'm happy we won. I'm not sad we lost. I mean, of course, but I'm not full of joy because I overall came with expectations to win.
Okay, that's good that you say that. The expectations to win, a lot of ambition there. A final question: you've moved into the gaming house now in Stockholm. How has that been, that transition with 2 of your old team members and then 2 new ones? How has that been?
I think we all mesh up pretty well. And yeah, I don't know, it's quite fun. There's a lot of space. They take good care of us. You know more the players you're playing with, how can they cooperate in a house and stuff. But overall, it's turning out better than expected, way better.
All right, so you're in this one to win it. Do you want to play SK or the Copenhagen Wolves, and why?
I don't really care, and yeah, pretty much. I just want to play and do my best, and if I do my best, I'll probably win, so I don't really care who I play against.
All right, strong words. Well, thank you very much, Mithy, and good luck tomorrow. As for us, we're going to go back to Paul, as he's got a social media update.
Thank you very much. Yes, we will be back very shortly after a break with something very special, which I'm not going to explain to you right now, but just a reminder for you, we do have a competition running for you out there right now on our Facebook page, facebook.com/IEM. The very first post on the page should be something you get involved if you'd like to win a very, very nice set of prizes. We have a HyperX headset, which you can see there, and 8 gig of Kingston HyperX RAM to give away in a bundle. All you've got to do is decide a mascot, choose a mascot, and this is a bit confusing for you guys, so I'm going to make this clear for you because the entries we've had so far, let me just say some of them are a bit odd. A mascot is something that, you know, represents the team. It could be a teddy bear, it could be an animal, it could be anything. What it cannot be is a Kassadin with an Alex itch on its head. That's not a mascot. That's a, don't know, but that's not a mascot. Anyway, keep the mascots coming, and we have seen some very interesting ones, but make sure you post them in the actual post on the Facebook page, otherwise the entries will not count. And we are taking entries from anywhere in the world. We're a global tournament. It's a global competition, so make sure you tune in for that one. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, however, we have some very interesting guests for you. We've got a fantastic weekend of League of Legends, but we've also got a fantastic weekend of some very exclusive interviews. We'll see you after the break.
Professional-grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy to use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination. You cannot win by yourself.
Raid Call. Communication for winners.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne for 2013-2014. Our Season 8 is well underway. We've already had our first game, and NIP have come through. I'm also now joined by two very special gentlemen, by Alex Müller from SK and from Deficio from NIP. We're going to be doing a lot of these over the weekend. When I say a lot, we're going to be doing 3 a day, and you're going to get Sjokz down here with some very special guests, and also Carmack. Not the chat version, I hope, is also going to be doing some interviews. So we're going to start off with you two gents because we wanted to try and get an understanding of what it's like behind the scenes from the management point of view. And Deficio in particular, you and I have some odd links in the past that we've gone from management to playing, back to management again. So we'll talk about that as well. But Alex, I wanted to start with you first. Both of you guys have had to rebuild teams, but you've had a lot of experience of rebuilding teams over the years, Counter-Strike teams and what have you. Is it any different in League of Legends?
Kind of is, yeah. One thing that's the same is that players try to make the decisions. Players try to look for team composition that makes most sense for them and for team chemistry. And then we, as in the management, have to try to make sense of it contract-wise. And that's the same. It's the same that happened between NIP and SK. I think we managed really good in that particular case. And you're right, the first time we did it was probably back in 2004. And the common response from the outside was, okay, now SK is dead.
Yeah, I remember.
It's 2013, 9 years later, we are still there. And now that we say we're not going to play with Carlos in 2014, guess what? Now SK is dead. So that hasn't changed either. The argument won't change. The community will always see it that way. But behind the scenes, and I guess he will grow into that role as well, you manage to come back, you manage to cope with these situations, and you manage to make the best out of it. And sometimes it's just, it leaps you ahead, actually. If you recall this, the decision-making after Painkiller for Quake 4,
yes,
we wanted to go with 2 other players than we actually did. And it all went down that we had to let go of these players, but in a trade, we got toxic to SK.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a good situation we were in.
Worked out right. 11 wins for 11 tournaments, I think, in 2007.
Exactly. It was
a huge thing for you.
Totally dominating the scene at some point. And that's the opportunities you have with a change.
Yeah. Okay. Deficio, you, as I said earlier, have been backwards and forwards now. Are you settled? Are you done with playing, or are you still hanging in there?
I definitely think I'm done. I don't really feel like playing at all, and I see so many opportunities in the whole management part. And right now, just my start in NIP as like the manager with this new lineup has been really good. And I instantly learn more and more, and that also makes me want to keep evolving as a manager and not go back to playing. So for me, yeah, I'll definitely say I'm done playing.
Okay, just one tip: stay away from Boss's cars, okay? Because that won't get you anywhere. Small joke. He had a bit of an accident this week. Luckily, he's all right. We're thankful for that. Let's talk about Bjergsen as well, because big transfer story, and it's almost, I mean, for the Europeans amongst us here, it's very much the start of the type of football transfers speculation that we've started to hear, and there were lots of rumours flying around about him. We knew he was your star player. We knew that he wanted to go and play in the States as well, and they wanted him. But transfer negotiations, how did that go down? Because, I mean, everyone said that there was a very, very low amount of money offered to start with, and it changed somewhat, I think, as the transfer negotiations went on. But just from your point of view, how difficult was that to deal with? And, losing your star player, you then have to start thinking, well, okay, how do we replace him? So how did it all work out for you?
Well, the whole situation was a mess to start with, because it went from he's leaving, he's staying, he's leaving, he's staying, like all the time, because NIP and TSM had a very hard time talking about a potential transfer fee. So it kept going up and down. And also, we informed Bjergsen instantly that if we did not have a proper replacement, we wouldn't let him go. Because one thing is selling a player and get some money in, but another thing is having a replacement, because your fans will not be happy if you don't have anyone.
And he was happy with that? He was okay? He understood?
He understood it, but obviously he wasn't happy. He wanted to go to TSM, but at the same time, you have to think of your team. You have to think of your teammates and also the organization behind. You can't just leave. Like, you have a contract, you sign that contract, which means that you play it out unless a transfer fee can be sorted. But he knew that was a situation. Luckily, we found out that we would have a chance of getting a guy like Nukeduck, which meant that we actually could let him go, and in the end, everything worked out.
Yeah, I mean, you've had that in the past with trying to keep players that just don't want to be there. There's just no point in keeping them in the end, is there?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there's a certain level of professionalism that we expect from the players, just as he said. I mean, you tell the player you are on a contract, and at some point we give it a go, or we don't. If we don't see the economics play out, if we don't see a new team play out for us, then we have to put the hammer down and say no. That happens.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the changes. We've seen NIP already in action. We're going to see SK up next as well. Start with yourself, Deficio. Match 1 was a bit odd, if I can say that without being rude. First game, no problem, seemed pretty straightforward. And then game 2, we're just going to break out some weird picks and play strange. I mean, what was that? What was the thinking behind that?
Well, the thing about game 2 was not exactly what we had planned from the start. It kind of turned into a bit of a slump in a way. One of the reasons behind our Scion pick, which didn't really work, was that we wanted to try and confuse SK and Wolves, so they would think, okay, wow, they play Scion now, should we be scared of it, or yeah. Obviously it didn't work out. We tried it out now, we won't do this again. Next time we will just keep it full speed and just leave it at that. Yeah,
because game 3 was a pretty good demonstration of what your guys are capable of. They haven't been together that long, but for the time that they've been together, how happy are you about the gelling?
Well, right now it's working pretty much perfect for us. Obviously, everyone is moved to the gaming house. Everyone is happy to live there. We're doing our best, like as an organization, also to help them learn how to live in a gaming house. Because we have some young people. We have some people who never lived away from their parents before, so they obviously need to learn. But everyone is doing a great job. Also, even trying to learn to cook, which is a simple thing. But like stuff like that, people have to learn, and they're actually trying.
You're absolutely right. But I tell you what, you have to catch up with the EG guys, because Krepo is a dab art at the pancakes. So if you guys can bring pancakes next time, we'll check them out.
I will bet you that Nukeduck's meatballs.
Swedish meatballs?
Swedish meatballs.
Okay.
Are better.
Really? I'm willing to take this opportunity at some point this weekend if he's prepared to cook Swedish meatballs.
Probably not here, but we can invite him to Sweden.
He might be a bit busy with some games,
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah. Okay, so big congratulations, because you guys are through to the final. Alex, similar stories for you guys in terms of rebuilding and gelling, and we all know how team composition is important, but it's also about how the guys get on as well.
It is. I mean, we got all the guys over to the gaming house right before the Red Bull Wings Academy, and so far it's going perfect. The guys are getting along together pretty good. From all the official matches we played, we won all of them. Of course, we lost a map here and there, but we won all the matches. And for us, it's a long period of preparing for what's going down mid of December. I guess it's the same at NIP's end. And we are right on track. We are right in schedule. The team shows pretty good results, and we're happy to see it that way.
I know you're a realist when it comes to results, but how important is Intel Extreme Masters Cologne as having a good, what is a good result for SK Gaming? Is it obviously isn't losing in the semi-final, but is it just making the final, or is it actually winning the tournament?
I'll be honest with you. It's two things going on in my head right now. One is we always want to win. We always want to compete. We always want to face the best teams, and we want to prove ourselves. And at the end of the day, we want to have the W. The other thing is that we learn more from a loss than from a win, because we see our mistakes. And in terms of the preparation we have for mid-December, Intel Extreme Masters comes at a very good point, because after Intel Extreme Masters we have enough time to adapt to mistakes we will do here, and maybe a loss is a good thing at Intel Extreme Masters. Still, it goes against wanting to will. But I guess he would give you the same answer.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it was going to be the same question, really. But I already know that both of your organisations, as multi-gaming organisations, both have that very strong will to win. You guys have had to live up to your CS team this year. They haven't been quite so successful recently, but up until the middle of the year, how do you match up against the CS team in NIP? You're always the second guys, aren't you?
Well, right now we just look at their right this moment. They didn't win the last tournament, so if we win this one, we are like the upper team.
Okay.
That's how we keep it.
A little bit of in-house
At least that's what we're saying to them. It's not exactly what they're saying to us, but that's how we like to think. But now, I mean, obviously winning IEM here is huge for us, because it's like our first tournament with this lineup. We want to show to everyone that also NIP is something without Bjergsen. Like this also, we want to show the new lineup to everyone and see, look at here what we got. And we want to go and win this. We want to win DreamHack, and obviously we want to qualify for LCS.
Do you think it's easier for you to replace Bjergsen than it is for Alex to replace Ocelot in the team?
I think seeing, I don't know, it's hard to answer, because Bjergsen was really a fan favorite, and obviously he earned that status by being such a good player. But for me, having a guy like Nukeduck as his replacement is probably the perfect guy, because they are like the same. both outside of the game and also in the game. They're pretty much the same kind of players. So just the fact if you get him and also some of the other players from Lemondogs, which are really strong players, and we could build up this whole team with also coach, analyst, manager, like everything kind of fit for us, means that, again, I think we'll be stronger than with Bjergsen.
All right. Well, thank you both for joining me. It's been very interesting talking to you both as ever. And best of luck in the final. Obviously, Alex, best of luck in your semi-final. And Alex mentioned a little bit earlier on about the Intel Extreme Masters and Singapore. Singapore is our next stop. And this is what you've got to look forward to.
Hello and welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Singapore.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. I'm joined here by Deman and Jason as we're going to look forward to the next match and also talk a little bit about maybe the words of the managers just there, because it is not easy for NIP. They've lost Bjergsen, they've got this whole new lineup, and have they impressed you with it?
Well, you answer that one first. It's your guest.
A little bit. I mean, losing Bjergsen, hell, just look at the impact he had on the LCS when he joined them. That was 0-9 or something crazy like that. Turned it all around. Big loss. But picking up Nukeduck's a pretty big pickup as well. Also, how much exactly are they showing? They've got the promo series in 2 weeks' time. Chances are they could be up against TSM. Well, it's their choice who they play. So they don't want to give too much away. But also in the same vein, how much is really secret right now? We're already seeing Korea doing whatever they do, and there was a lot of stuff that we haven't seen today already. So chances are a lot of their secrets, I don't think it's going to be Sion mid, let's put it that way, are maybe already out there.
All right.
I think there was one thing that we did see, though, that kind of was off-putting to at least me. They still couldn't close out games.
Yeah.
That was a Lemondogs problem.
It was so much Lemondogs.
Exactly.
Scary. Yeah.
And now they're 3/5 Lemondogs, so it's kind of like, are they going to fix this?
Yeah.
Because they have to.
And we mentioned this in the commentary. I was talking about it, like, you know, it showed up at the Worlds. Suddenly teams went fast-paced. They couldn't handle it. Surely anyone that's coming up against them is going to be looking at that game and saying, this is Lemondogs, guys. We know how to beat Lemondogs. You've got to go fast. Got to go hard. That may be what other teams will look at coming into the playoffs in 2 weeks' time.
And they also have hyrqBot, who with SK Gaming used to have the problem of closing games out. So might that be a recurring curse here for all these people?
I think it's just because they're new. I mean, they're trying to find their centered caller, because I know there's a lot of people who can really voice themselves and try to figure out, you know, what works for us, because one strat that works for, you know, Team A might not work for them. So they have to figure their own groove out, and maybe that's what they're doing now with these games. Maybe they're also saving a little things like you're saying before for the qualifiers. It's really only time to tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, we'll see what they've learned from this performance and what they will do tomorrow, of course, in the final. If we take a look at the updated bracket, of course, we're going to see that NIP bested TCM in the first game of the day. And we're, of course, going to see SK Gaming up against the Copenhagen Wolves next. So NIP might play the SK or the Copenhagen Wolves. Let's start by doing the rosters as well, because a lot of changes there. Let's take a look at the SK Gaming roster as it is now, because so many changes. We, of course, have in the top lane Freddy122 coming in for Kevin. We have in the jungle Svenskeren coming in for hyrqBot. In the mid lane, Jesiz filling the shoes of Ocelot. And that same German bottom lane, CandyPanda and Nyph. So that's the team as it stands right now for SK Gaming. And, you know, there is just so much to talk about in this lineup. Maybe we kick it off in the top lane, as it is also chronologically how we started talking about this. But Kevin has always been a port in the storm for SK Gaming, who rarely had bad games. Are these qualities we also find in Freddy122? Maybe Jason or Deman?
Freddy122 was fairly stable, it has to be said. He was probably the most stable player in AAA when he was in the spring split for the European LCS. He was with Against All Authority. He was probably the most solid player, I guess, in that team. Maybe you could also look at the mid lane. He was pretty solid as well, Slayer. It's great to see an English player back in there, but this is SK. This is SK right now. We're coming into Season 4, and sure as hell, it's another new lineup. I mean, this is like a revolving door in SK Gaming, but they always seem to be there or thereabouts. So whatever teams they pick up seem to gel pretty well.
One thing that worries me though about Freddy is that if he doesn't get Renekton, he seems to struggle a little bit. And like we talked about many different players in the top lane or whatever lane, if they don't expand their champion pool, they're gonna have a tough time in Season 3. And I think that might come into effect with him, though you've had quite a bit of time to work on it. You had the summer split off. You cannot let that be a downfall.
And the irony is he's up against Youngbuck, I believe it is, in the top lane, who's also another great Renekton player. So there's a battle for Renekton straight away in the top.
Absolutely. Let's move on to the jungler position then. Svenskeren coming in. It's kind of a switch because he came from NIP, of course, coming in for hyrqBot. What do you think? How do you think Svenskeren will gel with those other players? How will his champion pool gel?
Can I interrupt you? Because it's Svenskeren after all.
Of course.
No, he's a champion that Jason knows very, very well, so I'll let you take it.
Okay. I remember talking with Deficio back in Season 3 before they had the roster changes of him coming out, and he said one thing that changed between Svenskeren between the spring split and the summer split was he became afraid. He was scared to engage, scared to go for fights. And I talked to Deficio while we were watching those games just prior, and he was saying, yeah, we scrimmed SK, his fear's gone. He's playing fearless like he did back in the spring split, and he was like a huge rock for them then. I mean, it was all about Bjergsen, but he was always performing well in the jungle, and right now that can be very scary for any team coming up against him, and I think that's one thing that SK really needed.
Well, we used to talk about it. Him and Deficio were the most improved in that spring split. They were the two players that just suddenly developed over the season. Absolutely fantastic. So if he's got back to that, he will be very strong in the jungle.
Absolutely. Remains to be seen, of course. And then, of course, that mid laner, Ocelot, is now in a sub position, and he's been replaced by Jesiz in the mid lane. I don't really know how to pronounce it exactly, but I'm sure he'll tell us.
We're going with Jesiz. I think that's
Jesiz,
how we're
going
with.
It. Well, his name, so be it. But what do we think of his skill? SK has been performing really well in the We Play Invitational and the US Challenger Series recently, but we haven't really seen him absolutely dominate yet.
I think that's one thing that's really kind of scaring me about him. I know he's a good player. I mean, that's no doubt. But the question is, can he deal against these top teams? I've heard he's been playing against a lot of amateur teams, and yeah, he does really well there. But can he handle the pressure of being in an offline event, of needing to land, I'm sorry if Ocelot did this, but an Orianna ultimate that you have to hit, to get your team to win a game? Can he do that? And really, time is going to tell us, and he's got to be strong. Like, this team has to know that they can count on him to really be a solid performer in that middle lane.
Well, I mean, this isn't his first offline event. He did the Red Bull challenge recently.
Right.
But this is probably the first one that really counts, I guess it's safe to say. We've just seen Mac Noon, CJ Frost. He's now in the mid lane. He was missing the Orianna ultimates. He was feeling the nerves.
Very
and if a player like Mac Noon's feeling the nerves, just imagine what it is on a guy that's basically come into the SK lineup to fill Ocelot's boots, one of the probably the most known mid players that there is in Europe. There's a lot of pressure on that guy's shoulders.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that. But what SK does still have is their German bottom lane, CandyPanda and Nyph, something that they've always been able to count on. And when they're good, they are really good. But can they really carry games all the time?
That's gonna be tough to do. I mean, as an AD carry and support, you're meant for the late game part of it. You're meant to, be the person to go to for the damage later on. We've seen CandyPanda do so well. For instance, comes to mind Vayne in the summer split. He had a 16.4 KDA on her at one point, was undefeated on her until a little bit later on. And then you mentioned Nyph, who we saw Elise come around as a support finally, back I believe at the end of the spring split, and he did so well. We saw him over in the Red Bull Invitational that he would land every single thresh hook possible. They're really a good combo, and they've had that synergy going for them for such a long time, but is it enough to carry the rest of the team? I don't really know.
Exactly. Well, Nyph is out and out one of the best supports there is, and it's a great combo. It's been there since Season 1, for crying out loud. They're in Game.D, then they moved to SK. They've been around this combo for a very long time. I'm hoping they stay together for a lot longer, but who knows? I mean, Nyph is just, like you mentioned, the Elise he pulled off. And actually, he's probably the quietest member of the team, or used to be, because obviously you had the shining examples. You had the Ocelot and hyrqBot that everybody was looking at because, oh, they're so pretty. But right now, Nyph is the man. Nyph is the man in the team. Has he got the charisma, or more importantly, the what's the word? What is it? The word I'm after? The power that I know to basically demand what he wants from the team. Can he be the shot caller? Because who was the shot caller before? Was it Ocelot? Was it hyrqBot? Who was making those calls? Because now they are the veterans in the team. They got these 3 new guys. Are they going to listen?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to step up. He has to tell them, well, we need to do this. I mean, I've been in LCS for a long time. I've been playing for a long time as well. One thing that I really like about him, though, we took a shuttle back with a couple of SK members. It was CandyPanda, Ocelot, and him one time. And, we were, going to go out, have a good time after the long weekend. And Nyph was really quiet. I mean, he's always quiet, but he was exceptionally quiet. And I was like, Nyph, what's the matter? And he's all, I'm just really disappointed with our performance. He didn't play bad at all that weekend, but he took that, internalized it, and he always wants to practice. Like, he always wants to practice, and he gets so good.
Maybe that is his chance now, if he always has that feeling, to step up and then take that leadership role. But we will see. And of course, we're going to take a look at the new roster for the Copenhagen Wolves, of course, who SK will be up against in the top lane. We still have Youngbuck in the jungle, amazing coming in for Sjokz. In the mid lane, cowTard, Forgiven on AD carry for Reckless, and on support, Unlimited. So that is that Copenhagen Wolves team. And if we talk about new beginnings and for all those teams, I think in here a theme is big shoes to fill, because Sjokz, widely regarded as a very good, an amazing jungler even, and then he has amazing as his replacement, and Reckless, who has been so hyped throughout the season, who said to be carrying a lot of those games, who's back to Fnatic now, and Forgiven has to step in. Deman, maybe what do you think of those changes?
Yeah, they are huge changes. There's no doubt about it. I mean, Sjokz is a champion or player that basically all the European players say is the best jungler in Europe. Even Diamond Proc says this. So I gotta listen to that guy. When these players are saying this, I gotta be thinking, damn, that guy actually is really good. Don't know where he's gone right now. Of course, again, we're also looking at the AD carry. Well, he's like the second coming, the Messiah. I don't know how he's gonna turn out, but this is the tournament he's gonna shine. Interestingly, Doublelift is also here. These guys have got a history. These guys have got a history at IPL 5, where IPL 5, Doublelift called out Reckless, saying, your Vayne is trash, I am so much better. So I'm interested to see whether that gets renewed, whether they do manage to face off against each other anytime soon. But not too sure how that one's going to go. Fnatic's for a different time, because the Copenhagen Wolves, you know, they're in there. They're another team that's qualified for the promotion series. So they're another team that everybody's going to be focusing on. SK Gaming are in the same situation that NIP is. Everybody eyes on this team. How is the Wolves going to basically come out of this one? Because SK, they've already recorded a 3-2 win over TCM recently. So they know they're okay as a roster. And yourself, you cast some of them games. They were very strong. Copenhagen Wolves, we haven't seen a great deal of success from since this new roster came about.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, we also saw the Copenhagen Wolves 2 Mithy makers, which, I mean, to be honest, they didn't look that strong in the qualifiers anyways. But I think one thing is really important about the team is the pressure. When Reckless was on the team, you knew everyone would camp him. Every single jungler would go down there and try to stop him. And because of that, the other lanes would flourish. cowTard, who, you know, was in the Copenhagen Wolves back when they qualified in the spring split, only played pretty much Zyra middle. Now we see him playing quite a few different champions.
He didn't win a game.
Well, there you go. But right now, he's going to have this room to grow. He's going to have the opportunity to realize that, yeah, they're not going to be camping Reckless as much, so he can kind of outplay a little bit more if he wants to. It allows, you know, the AD carry to really step up and join in the ranks. I'm really curious to see how SK deals with that, though. Like, where are they going to focus their pressure on?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting. And for now, we're going to go over to that game. Well, thank you very much for your insight, guys. We're going to go on to the game, the Copenhagen Wolves versus SK Gaming, with Joel Miller, and the first time commentating, Krepo.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. Are you nervous, Krepo?
Really nervous.
Really, really nervous.
My palms are sweaty.
Bear with him, his palms are sweaty and everything else that goes along with that. But Krepo, let's talk a little bit about this game. SK Gaming with a new roster here, first tournament for them. So let's focus on them, really, because that is a very big change. Only the duo lane of CandyPanda and Nyph remaining. What do you make to the whole switches that they've gone with?
I mean, they had to make those switches all in all with everything that went down. I think they have to rely on the German efficiency. The duo Q bot lane, bringing them the glory again. And I think Nyph and CandyPanda are really strong. We've seen them. I follow them in the amateur tournaments. They've been playing a lot of Jinx Zyra, which is a really interesting lane in my opinion. And they really use the zone potential from all the abilities really well there. So I'm definitely looking forward to them. Freddy122 plays quite a few champions on a really high level. Like Renekton, I'm hoping he gets his Renekton in this game to show the world how good he is on it. And I'm not too sure on Hipster Jesiz or on Svenskeren. I haven't seen them play a lot lately, but Svenskeren showed that he used to be at least decent to good jungler for sure. And Hipster Jesiz, first tournament, let's see how the pressure gets to him.
Yeah, and that's what really interests me about this one. You know, CandyPanda and Nyph, kind of the old boys, they've been together as a duo for so long. You know, Freddy122, we saw him in the spring split, Svenskeren in a similar position. But Jesiz is the man really to watch. Filling Ocelot's shoes, we heard it earlier on that, you know, you can always look at a transfer from two sides. Ocelot, massively popular, huge following. Dare we say a massive, you know, commercial potential as well behind him. But at the end of the day, SK as a team need results here. They need to win games. And wondering, you see him there on your screen, very, very young player, no offline experience. how is he going to come into this one? Is he going to be as nervous as you doing your cast for the first time, palms sweaty and all that? Or, you know, some players just naturally have it. They can sit down anywhere and bring their A game.
To be fair, though, this tournament doesn't have too much riding on the results. They, like Alex said, the manager of SK, they're here for practice. They rather sometimes want to lose to get more experience than even win. So they will be content with whatever result they get as long as they draw the lessons out of it. hyrqBot generally in solo queue is a little bit careless, so he might actually do well with the pressure. Who knows?
Well, we're going to find that one out. Let's talk then about their opponents, Copenhagen Wolves. I mean, this is a team that on the amateur side, certainly in the early year, were very, very dominant. You know, they won at Gamescom, finished it second in Tenerife, won at DreamHack as well. They've had their own changes, with Reckless obviously leaving the team to go to Fnatic, picking up Forgiven, the Greek player, at the AD carry role. There's a lot of pressure on these guys as well. We'll leave that for a little bit later on, though, because we are into the bans and the picks here, and they're coming very, very quickly. So let's have a look at them. SK binding out Kassadin and Gragas. Both of them aimed towards cowTard here from the start. Nidalee and Orianna also aimed at the mid laner.
Yeah, I definitely like the Nidalee ban. Both as a player perspective, as just an observer. She makes for very strong games. We saw it earlier, the siege potential that comes out, the synergy she has with so many compositions. Definitely a key target, good ban. Orianna's a very safe mid laner. Gragas, you actually see a lot in the matchups against Orianna, so both those champions are out, so we'll actually see perhaps a new interesting mid lane matchup, who knows. Yeah, it will definitely be interesting to see what they pick up. Actually, Elise goes out now, so that's a ban target at the jungle. They don't want the snowball coming from the jungle, or possibly in the top lane.
Yeah, as well. I mean, both Svenskeren and Amazing have played their fair share of Elise coming forward, or in the past, I should really say. Thresh banned out finally here then for the Copenhagen Wolves. And that leaves us with the picks then. What are SK going to go for you first? I mean,
should it be Shyvana?
Where would you be going?
Shyvana's open. You should have taken. If you saw what NIP did with it, it just gets
or Renekton as well.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, looks like you called it.
I think
almost
we should switch roles.
We should wait until they lock it in. Maybe they get their glorious insight. Nope, they don't. Exactly. They're going for Renekton, Freddy's signature champion here, and then Copenhagen Wolves does listen to my advice. They go for the Lucian pickup, which is very popular in Asia right now.
Yeah.
And combined with Shyvana, I think these are solid picks by both teams so far.
Well, comfort champion certainly from SK's side of things so far. This Sona with the Thresh taken out is certainly up there. You know, Nyph is playing pretty much Sona Thresh at this point of thing, with the Zyra mixed in there as well. Lee Sin, jungler that Svenskeren also is very, very comfortable.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing comfort picks coming out here. For a first game in a while in a professional setting, that's definitely what you want to go for. With the rise of any support, though, we might see a possible counter pick, or even Leona could come out to punish the Sona, because they probably could have predicted that.
Well, it will be locked in there with that Lee Sin. Vladimir Annie currently being selected, and we didn't really touch on the fact that Youngbuck is also a very well-known Renekton player. That's one of his, if not the go-to champion for him. Going to be a Vladimir picked up here, though, for the Wolves, along with that Annie support that's only becoming more popular.
Yeah, that's a very interesting pickup, honestly. I'm not entirely sure how the matchup goes, but it seems like I would give that to Renekton early, and Vladimir doesn't have much lane swap potential. So they're definitely aiming for the 1v1 Vladimir Renekton, because Lucian and Annie definitely beat whatever Sona and extra comes. So perhaps a weaker early game there might be the focus of the ganks. Renekton Lee Sin on a Vladimir might be able to take him down. We'll see.
So for SK then, Vayne is what they're hovering over right now, and Vayne was, of course, a strong pick in the LCS this summer as well for CandyPanda. 6 games played, 5 games won with the Vayne. Found a lot of bans with a Riven coming out here for this mid lane for Jesiz. And Riven, again, has become like a flavor of the month kind of pick.
Almost, yeah. But yeah, the Vayne definitely fits, because Sona pretty much puts a band-aid on all the problems that Vayne has in her laning phase. The extra sustain, the poke, the push coming out from Sona allows Vayne to thrive a little more in laning phase, although they can't really match up against Lucian and what seems to be Zyra, so we'll see whether Annie support, Zyra mid, Annie mid, Zyra support, we don't know yet. We'll see. Might be just the Zyra for the disengage, because SK is pretty all in. Let's see. Renekton's gonna dive into the fray. Riven's gonna follow up. Lucian will be chasing. Zyra ulti will be key, combined with the culling from walking backwards as Lucian does, and then Annie Tibbers engage or disengage. So definitely Copenhagen Wolves have the tools to deal with SK, but SK definitely has the damage to just rip him apart.
Yeah, and we saw, as Jason mentioned in the pre-game chat as well there, cowTard played a lot of Zyra in the spring split, and even since then as well, while we've watched him here in this mid lane. But again, we're going to be seeing Lucian come into this one. Let's talk about that bottom lane, obviously, where your biggest expertise come into it. I mean, Vayne Sona against the Lucian Annie, you've always got to be careful with that Annie in there, but you've got the sustain on the other side. Who comes out on top of that if, obviously,
I don't think
they end up
lane.
going in a 2v2?
I think Copenhagen Wolves will predict that SK is going to want to swap this. Vayne and Sona do well in a 2v1. Vayne can get a lot of poke off on the enemy top laner because she doesn't have really anything threatening her zone. So she can definitely poke down Vladimir. Vladimir not too good in 2v1 early because he doesn't have the wave clear he gets at his later levels. He's quite squishy. Yes, he has pull, but is that going to be enough? While Renekton, very tanky, can dash through waves, blow them up. So definitely, I think Copenhagen Wolves is going to expect the lane swap coming out from SK. And let's see if they can use their level 1 advantage, because I believe they're a little stronger level 1. So they can scout out and see if they can find out where SK wants to go and punish that immediately.
We'll see if they try and get that ward in that allows them to see the lanes early on in this one. But we are going to be getting in game for our first match of this best of 3 between SK Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves. The winner, of course, will go through to tomorrow's grand final in the amateur tournament, where they will, of course, play Ninjas in Pajamas for a $17,000 first place prize here. So let's focus on level 1. We said that Copenhagen Wolves going to have the stronger part of this one.
Maybe. Actually, I'm going to slightly reconsider because of Vladimir. Because basically, Annie generally indicates strong level 1. AoE stun. Lucian, strong level 1. The AoE from his Q. Then Zyra can snare. But if SK can catch you unaware and immediately drop that like 1 target damage down, they can catch you as well. Both teams like going to across different side of the map. It all depends. Like once they spot that each other, that they're not in the same area of the map, everything will go suddenly really smooth and they'll start fanning out. But right now, yeah, Copenhagen Wolves just camping the brush. They're deciding what they're doing. SK is pinging the advance carefully, brush to brush, warding the red jungle to hopefully get information. And there's the lane swap ward right there. Nyph is placing that down, hopefully to get a glimpse of who goes in that lane so they can counter swap if needed.
So let's see what else SK go for. Another ward put down there by the Wraith camp. Copenhagen Wolves are going to be warding over by the SK Red, but no ward down in that bottom lane to see which champions are going in towards which lanes. And obviously there was no vision whatsoever there from the Copenhagen Wolves towards this SK team. Luckily for them, they've all recalled here, so we'll see what the reaction is going to be to that whole setup.
Look at SK all moving mid. They're ready to go left and right. They're waiting for Lucian to show. This normally would be a coin flip and like a mind game to whatever level you want to go. They swap, they know we swap, we know that they know, blah, 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 blah. But right now they're waiting for Lucian to show, and I think you're going to see a ping down on the map pretty soon that Lucian shows top and Annie. And SK actually choosing to go for the 2v2 on top lane. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, headed up there, going to give Lee Sin a bit of a helping hand with that blue buff here, which obviously will get Svenskeren on his way. This mid lane, an interesting one, Zyra, which we don't see all that often selected in this mid lane, up against Jesiz' Riven, his first game really on the big stage here. What do you think to this lane matchup?
She has the poke advantage. She can lock him down with snare, but if she misses a snare, boy, he's just gonna jump on her. Then again, she has the ulti level 6 to pretty much negate like the jumping around of Riven. He will 100% get hit by the ultimate, and that might be the saving grace.
So look at this. We see Amazing headed over here. Shyvana, Smite already used. Svenskeren saved his and will be able to successfully invade on that red buff right there. Amazing doing the Wraith camp here in the meantime. Didn't spot actually that Lee Sin was up there. Svenskeren is waiting here. Both players level 3. That red buff is going to give Svenskeren that advantage when he's missed the Q. Goes over to the ward though. Will he be able to keep a hold on to Amazing? Will he force the flash out of him here? There is the flash over and a flash burnt to stop that Shyvana getting in, plus the red buff steal.
And the pressure on the map. Good read by SK. They know they're the weaker lane in the 2v2, but they sacrifice that position so they can help Lee Sin get a Smiteless on blue, transition into the red because they know he's not starting there. So they know he can either get him there on the red, worst case get it and gank top afterwards. If not, Shyvana would end up invading Lee Sin's red, but they had no idea whether he had enough control there. So definitely the good call by SK, and this proves why they actually chose for these matchups. And then at the same time, it allows Renekton to bully Vladimir. Good play, strong play.
And speaking of Vladimir, Youngbuck going with both utility spells at this point, and Flash and that ghost in, so he's looking to stay very, very safe in this lane, that's for sure. Freddy, a very competent Renekton player. We see Svenskeren here doing his red buff right now, so that's going to reset that one, and he'll be very happy with how this game for him has started off. As we see in this top, there's been a damage being exchanged. Unlimited just catching a turret hit there. I don't think he quite factored that one into how things were going to go forward. There's a stun on towards Nyph, and they really are putting down a lot of damage at this point.
Yeah, but no follow-up. And he burns her stun procs, which is basically an invitation for Vayne to go forward. Sona half HP. SK playing this well. They're surviving it. They farmed equally well. Look at CandyPanda CS, only 4 down, but he has at least 5 creeps there to just take freely. SK ties that up on the bottom. Renekton has the lane control, tied CS, but he has the lane control, so he has it pushed. So they can base whenever they want. Shyvana's early pressure is broken. Lee Sin is snowballing. And Shyvana's early ganks aren't honestly not that good. So she wants to get a quick 6 and gank, but Svenskeren managed to break that pressure. So we can see if he can snowball that either in a really good gank later or just an early dragon attempt.
Well, we'll see about that one. Shyvana is on the bottom side right now. Svenskeren continuing to pick up the farm here as he takes his wolf camp. And Freddy continues to push straight up that bottom lane. He's now at level 5 and approaching level 6, with Youngbuck still on level 4. There's Jesiz taking a lot of damage in this mid lane, those plants. And that's the thing for Jesiz, to get in there for the farm. Well, he's got to get in there. That's the point of this one.
Once he gets into range, he can kill Zyra, but cowTard playing this makes it really, really well. Look at the poke coming down, almost killing. There he is. No respect for the plants. Jesiz just drops completely. cowTard taking questionable first blood? I don't know.
Yeah, it all looked a little bit sloppy. I don't think Jesiz thought he was going to go down in that one. Ignite not even used by cowTard. Jesiz not flashing away from things either. And we talked about it earlier, the pressure maybe as Nyph are getting caught out and stunned up. Forgiven forces the flash out of him. A nice knockback there by CandyPanda will stop any kind of follow-up. Well, that's going to force Nyph into healing up a lot, if not even going home for the fear of being caught out.
And this is what I was talking about in a 2v2 situation. And he opens up with stun. Rarely ever loses that trade. Lucian fall damage is way bigger than Vayne can push out immediately, at least. Post 6 perhaps, but even then Annie Tippers is going to reign supreme. So definitely this is where SK pays the price for laning 2v2.
You have to wonder, what's going to cost them more in the end. Nyph again taking a big hit. CandyPanda also got hit by Forgiven. Was knocked back in the end. Now we see Svenskeren finally getting involved in the action. Still Ghost and Flash available here for Youngbuck. We are going to see them coming through. There's the pull. We will see a stun. No, we won't. A flash out from Youngbuck. Perfect timing.
You have to flash mid-Q animation and hope the Lee Sin doesn't predict your flash. Really well played by Youngbuck, because as we see, Copenhagen Wolves has complete vision control on the top side river of the map rather, so they know exactly where the ganks are not coming from. They know where possibly the ganks could come from in bottom. So a double summoners Vladimir is really hard to gank post level 5. So definitely well played by Copenhagen Wolves. Good control.
Seeing a blast there coming out on towards Nyph, and they might have to back away from this one if they're not careful. CandyPanda trying to be the aggressive one here, but he's going to pay the price possibly. Forgiven knocking him right down. Level up from CandyPanda and a heal from Nyph will keep him alive, and they're going to be forced to back away, just as I thought they may have done before that one. But CandyPanda was trying to protect as much damage coming onto that turret as he possibly could, and they now have to leave that lane, and he's already 15 CS behind.
Yeah, he's gonna drop another wave there, and if he doesn't drop that wave, he's gonna force Svenskeren to farm it, which allows the other lanes to relieve of pressure, and this is really good. This is basically spillover. It's what happened. One lane gets really strong, relieves the pressure of all the other lanes, and Copenhagen Wolves hopefully use that to their advantage.
Let's see what Svenskeren does. He just picked himself up that blue buff. Obviously, he's got the luxury of having that one. Obviously, Riven not really needing that one.
Arguably, still with the CDR coming from the blue buff, Riven could need it to cut down like the cooldowns to actually get to the Zyra.
You see an interesting tweet there coming out from Ocelot, of course, former mid laner for SK Gaming. Says I'm watching SK versus Copenhagen Wolves as Youngbuck here down the bottom takes a lot of damage. Amazing's gonna try and follow up here, but honestly, Ultimate running out of Freddy. He dives back in there, will go straight back out as well as Youngbuck used the pull, and very, very interesting encounters down on the bottom. Meanwhile, no Shyvana up in the top side. Svenskeren gets himself another red buff.
He knows when he cleared that camp, he should have been there for his red buff. There's no counter dragon attempt. Vladimir got too low, baiting that fight. Slice and dice allows Renekton to get in and out. I mean, he still has his flash. Questionable gank attempt there. Perhaps it was needed to push in the wave. Vladimir could possibly not get the wave in alone, so he just wanted the safety to base whenever he wants. That might argue for that play, but all in all, they lost another red buff there. And now bot lane, Annie and Lucian just based, and they're about to hit level 6, and I think that's when the action starts.
Jesiz here taking more damage in that mid lane. cowTard really bullying him at this point, up to a 25 CS lead, plus that first blood coming in there, gives him the Seeker's Arm Guard and that Crystalline Flask with a Doran's Ring to boot as well. So cowTard certainly showing his experience with that Zyra here in this middle lane. We'll see how that one all develops. This top lane, 49 to 62, so that lead for Forgiven not really shrinking too much.
Yeah, now it's basically a skill matchup. If Annie gets crescendo, then bursted really quick, she dies. If Annie lands a double crescendo, if Nyph and CandyPanda overlap at one point, Tibbers comes out.
And there we go, seeing him putting the damage down on towards Nyph. Is he going to go for the crescendo? Just edged in there towards Unlimited as though he wanted to have a go at that one. Unlimited not quite hitting level 6 just yet, but that will be coming up here soon. And Amazing is headed towards this top lane, but will they catch them out? The ward is there, but he's actually stood around the corner, so they've not seen him, and that might mean that he's too late with the speed, or not.
Or they're almost gonna bait it because Svenskeren's coming up. Good realization by both junglers that this is the fight they want to fight. This is where everything's gonna happen. Double AoEs, crowd control effects on each side, and yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, and that deep ward that was put in position from the Wolves as well by the SK Tribush, actually spotting Lee Sin coming up there early as well, so they got that early warning system in place. Svenskeren going to be wasting time here now.
Even if they didn't see Svenskeren move up, the indication that suddenly Nyph is randomly, pseudo-randomly, playing a lot more aggressive and drop the pink ward is going to indicate that Svenskeren there, therefore he reveals.
No. Tower though, maybe more of a victim than anything else here, as they are going to be hammering away on this one. Unlimited has it level 6, not got that stun up and ready here, and there's not a lot they can do. These minions are going to be going down, but not in time for that turret to be saved, and that will be the first one of the game here going over to SK. Gives them a 200 gold lead at this point.
Yeah, and Vayne is continuously scaling better into the game, as we see mid lane, cowTard, no jungle pressure from either side. He's winning the matchup and he's winning it harder.
Mid lane, look at that, all being hammered away. And look at the wards coming out here from SK Gaming. One apiece at this point. They know that they need to win this Vision War.
That's a really good point, because it's really important for teams to snowball an advantage. Once you get one tower, you want to ward between those lanes, and that's really what they need to do. And it's beautiful to see that not the support is not buying all the wards.
I was going to say,
team effort.
It's a team effort now. That's always a good sign. And I'm sure, you know, the new patch is making you feel even more happy as a support player. So everything's going so well for you guys these days. Always nice.
And I get to cast with Joe Miller.
And that is basically your life is perfect right now, Krepo.
Might as well retire.
Can I say? But we are. Oh, well, I thought we were going to see a dragon attempt there as Svenskeren headed down towards that bottom side with Copenhagen Wolves having that duo still in the top lane. That was revealed. Thought they might go for it, but at the same time, their duo lane was quite far behind either way, and that will stay alive for a while now. So we're going to have 2v1s back into action as we thought may have happened from the get-go.
Yeah, I think your point stands correct. Either they're going to freeze Vladimir and zone him out of XP if they can, otherwise they're going to shove him up and get the Drake. They have a little bit of time now because this tower is falling really quickly top. Hopefully Freddy can hold them. If Freddy can hold them at bay for like a good 30 seconds more, possibly this might mean Drake, because Svenskeren is moving down stealth in the bottom because he's probably expecting Shyvana to do the same, and they will maybe outnumber him.
And he's not wrong either. Amazing coming down there. They did have that ward in. As the mid turret does go down. Actually, the minions finishing that one off as Youngbuck here going to take a lot of damage. Oh, Crescendo was too early, but Amazing jumped in there either way. I don't think he quite had the faith there in Youngbuck able to escape that one. And, you know, a flash burn. In fact, 2 flashes burnt for the Copenhagen Wolves. 1 over for SK Gaming. Sorry, 2 Svenskeren flashed as well, along with that Crescendo.
Yeah, that's the fear of every support player doing a flash crescendo. You got to hit it right on top of his head, or not too early, not too late, or he's just gonna fail. And although he whiffed it, the combined effort and the combined pressure they have with 4 people in this area, and Freddy keeping them at bay at top, allows SK to move in, possibly steal the move up. Doesn't get it. Nope. cowTard gets it. Wow. Well played.
Yeah, and that's like something that probably should never really be happening. cowTard coming in there, manages to secure that one. Meanwhile, Freddy going aggressive onto Forgiven, who was pretty much out of mana. Youngbuck coming out. He's going to get stunned up against the wall. Still has his ghost available. He's waiting for that one and does get away from 4 SK players.
And look what Copenhagen Wolves do with 3 members. They steal the blue buff. Youngbuck comes in, drags them away. Then cowTard is in place, combined with Amazing to stop the possible dragon attempt. Gives enough time for Annie and Lucian to push that top turret, and they save the Drake. And now Copenhagen Wolves is in a really good spot, because they could have lost that Drake due to the numbers disadvantage they had, but they played around it really damn well.
Yeah, Dragon still stands. Available for Copenhagen Wolves here, maybe. They see Freddy on this top side, of course not running a teleport at this point, and Well, they're all headed back to Wolves at this stage. Svenskeren just going to be getting his blue buff. And you do see that already cowTard has that Zhonya's Hourglass finished up, which pretty much says that Riven's not going to kill him.
Yeah, it's very vital. Look at the 80 sentry composition SK has, and it cancels everything. He can just go in, bait them all into his ulti once they try and kill him, or even dodge possible skill shots by popping Zhonya's. And it really allows him to bait or control the team fights on his own.
30 CS ahead of his lane opponent, Jesiz. As we said, making his big debut here today, and well, that 1 kill on the scoreboard was against him. A little bit of a weird kill as well in the mid lane, and that's something probably have to hear from him personally as to how that actually went down. As wards go in towards Dragon, because the duo lanes now both facing off on the bottom side. We've got Shyvana on the bottom side of the map as well. Something tells me that Dragon's probably not going to be too far away. I mean, we're 15 minutes into this game right now.
Yeah, but everybody's still around. Let's see if they can stop the Dragon attempt. They have full vision, so they know Shyvana's starting it. Shyvana Zyra extremely quick though. Shyvana really good on Drake, combined with the plants from Zyra and just a numbers advantage, but they might catch them.
Oh, grasping roots going out towards Jesiz. Here comes Svenskeren from the backside. Manages to pick that one up, and there's a crescendo coming in as well. So a Stranglethorn's going to knock Nyph in the air. Jesiz is right in the middle of them, but he will be picked off there by cowTard, and that is a 2 for 0 here. SK do manage to pick up the Dragon, but they've lost 2 men.
Ironically though, the plant spawned behind the Drake allowed Svenskeren to come in with his Q, dash through and smite steal the Drake. Normally you pull out a Drake so Svenskeren can't do that, but there was a plant giving him access anyways. Good reaction by Copenhagen Wolves though. Play the fight really well. Immediate focus on Riven when she comes in. That's exactly how you have to play the fight.
And kept her out of it for a long time as well. To start off with their cowTard. And that is going to be a turret coming down from this one, the 3rd of the game. So the entire outer ring has been removed here from the Copenhagen Wolves. We can see a lot of them going back. Time to start getting that ward control underway.
And about 16 to 20 minutes into the game, this is where you're going to look at power spikes. You want to see Lucian? Exactly. He picks up Triforce. This is a spike. His next spike is probably going to be Lost Whisper, especially against the full 80 sentry composition, or like full bruiser comp rather. Then the next spike for Vayne is going to be, for example, the Blade of the Ruined King, but Lucian finishes earlier. This might be an even more advantage because they get more valuable items for their gold, and Copenhagen Wolves might push through here.
Especially considering the fact that Zhonya's has done as well for cowTard to bait them all into that one and get things going. Youngbuck on the other side, on the top side, has the needlessly large rod plus the revolver in there. Freddy got himself that Spirit Visage already done as well. The CS between them is slightly in the advantage here for Freddy at 13 at this point.
If we take a look at the gold count, for example, Vladimir is sitting on 1.2k gold. That means he's going to base later, and even Zyra has 2k gold. Once these guys are basing, they're going to get a lot more. Zyra caught him middle.
Yeah, there's the kick out actually, but Stranglethorn's going to go down. The question is whether cowTard can get to the safety of his turret here, and we are going to see the Zhonya's coming in. Jesiz baited into that one. The shield going to protect him, but look at the damage coming out from the minions and the plants. Jesiz walks away from that, but almost paid for it with his life. Here comes Freddy. cowTard surely not going to get away from that one. That'll be the finisher. And cowTard, I think, feeling very proud of himself getting out of that one, allowed him to, or made him stick around in that lane, lose out in the end, but they've gotten in a turret in bottom.
Exactly. Even though he made that mistake afterwards, a little too cocky in my opinion, but very great play. Great usage of Zona. They lose the bottom turret.
Turret down. Copenhagen Wolves can now get complete vision control of their enemy's bottom side of the jungle.
And if we're talking late game, Vladimir is such a split push menace that it's really hard to deal with. Yes, he has a weak early, but he survived that early. He's going to buy his Rabadons later, and he's just going to push those wave in after wave and sustain whatever harass Freddy does on him. One wave later, it's gone, so they need to catch him. But Copenhagen Wolves, good vision control.
Unlimited there, just waiting off to the side. Pretty much what you have to do with Annie. Get ready in position. Hope the rest of your team are going to be there so you can flash in with Tibbers. Stun as many people as possible and follow through. Didn't happen this time around.
You can't do it alone. I've tried it in solo queue.
Well, I mean,
5 people with no follow-up.
We saw it from mithy in that lane. That last game, let's not forget. 4-man. Tibbers comes down. Mithy's looking all proud. Rest of his team are nowhere to be
in sight. Exactly.
Not something that you hope to see when you do that 4-man Tibbers. Luckily, he had the stream to see that he actually did it in the first place, which is always a bonus for him. cowTard getting his blue buff there as well. He's added another needlessly large rod into his armor, as we see the Hydra is finished here as well for Jesiz.
Yeah, hyrqBot coming out of Riven allows it to really combo and reset those auto attacks, going for the full 100% 2-0 combo, following up with the ulti if it doesn't get dodged by a magnificent hourglass, such as cowTard did.
Let's see then where the next moves are going to be made here. CandyPanda and Nyph pushing out this bottom lane as much as they possibly can. We'll try and maybe have a bit of poke on towards that tower. They've got wards coming in, but fairly deep in the river. You can see that Nyph actually pushing up, probably wanting to get more vision further up there and see what's going to happen. But with the fact that Annie's running around with those, just the spinning stunt animation is just scary enough.
Yeah, once you see something twirling around Annie, you know you're not going to make it. They're going for a 3v3, but I don't think anybody's going to fight. I mean, meanwhile on top, Vladimir and ReDeYe going at it, but nobody's really going to get into kill range. I think they're waiting for the next dragon to spawn in about a minute roughly, I believe. And that's maybe where the next action is going to be. It's a little too early for Baron. Say, give it 3 or 4 more minutes, and then Annie can go vision control around Baron.
Copenhagen Wolves here putting down good amount of damage on towards CandyPanda. I say Copenhagen Wolves, it was more forgiven that had done that the whole way through. Unlimited trying to get in range here as well. Safeguard from Svenskeren will get him right back off towards CandyPanda. There's no turret behind here, SK. Behind SK here, let's not forget, but no real follow down from cowTard, maybe from that mid lane.
Oh, Tibbers whiffs.
Yeah, Tibbers coming in and not really landing where they would have wanted from that one. SK might try and follow this one up now, knowing the lack of crowd controls there, but they go towards him. He goes low, but CandyPanda will pick up Unlimited. Amazing brings it back for a 1-for-1 at this point, and now Forgiven is chasing, plus cowTard is coming down. Amazing's trying to delay him here as much as he can for cowTard to get around the side. Amazing gonna get knocked back, but cowTard can't get into range from this one. He can't quite get there to make things happen, and in the end, Svenskeren and CandyPanda both walk off.
This is why I was valuing the Shyvana pick so high. Look, yes, Vayne can condemn you even mid-ulti or after ulti, but the burnout speed is so damn quick, you just walk back and you just start killing him again, and nobody can deal with the tanky monster that is Shyvana. Throw Vladimir on top of that, and I just want to point out that I actually was wrong about the Rabadons. Vladimir went for an hourglass router, the same way it's going to be used as cowTard did.
Jesiz actually going aggressive here on towards Youngbuck, forcing him to pull up and to ghost as well. And there we see Jesiz going to flash in for the kill, but Youngbuck not needing it here, not going to need to use that out.
He should have Zhonya's. Wow. Why didn't he Zhonya's? Ignite tick would have probably been ignored, I believe.
Yeah. Well,
mistakes happen.
He obviously felt comfortable with the fact that he was going to escape that one. Didn't quite happen. Nyph caught out from this one. That's an easy kill back for the Copenhagen Wolves. So support down. That means there's no crescendo, even if it's on cooldown at this point either way, but that leaves a 4v4 with the dragon up from this one. And we'll see if either team's nervy enough to really go for this one at this point. It's kind of out of position at this stage as both teams in each other's area. Stranglethorn still go down. CandyPanda going super low. Ignite is ticking on him, but he will be finished off there. It's cowTard that gets that one, and now Amazing is chasing down, trying to get onto Freddy and onto Svenskeren. Jesiz is in the mid lane with that double buff from earlier on him, but Copenhagen Wolves now, they got it back into a 5v4. Do they have to choose in between Tower and Dragon? Not really, because we see Youngbuck coming back.
Might be a steal there though. Svenskeren waiting in the back, ready to steal it again. But cowTard can just control the entire area here, and even if Svenskeren comes, they should punish him. They should be really ready for this.
Well, there is the ward going to be taken out. Svenskeren does have a sight still, no? He throws that Q over on towards Amazing. The obvious target here to be jumping onto. There we go, but Amazing this time gets the better of him. Well, smite out perfectly.
Well played. Wait out the Lee Sin Q, immediately burst him. Don't wait for him to throw down any more wards or anything like that. Good dragon control there from the dragon Shyvana. No pun intended there. But then actually, I really like what they did, Copenhagen Wolves, in that fight. You saw earlier, it was it showed how far behind Jesiz is, because in that fight, we didn't really see that on camera, but in the back, Forgiven, out of mana, was zoning Jesiz out of the fight, and normally Riven just eats up 80 carries alive. That's her job. She jumps in, immediately kills them. The kite coming in from Forgiven, one dash was enough to zone him completely out of the fight, and that's where a lot of people make the mistake as well. This is not support Zyra, this is AP mid Zyra, and she hurts.
She hurts a lot, that's for sure. And That's how she was made in the start, you know. Maybe her intended role being played out here. Let's have a look at the overall picture. I mean, 6-3 in kills, 4-1 in turrets for the Copenhagen Wolves after they got their 4th with that inner bottom lane turret. And in 34, let's go to it's just 4,000 gold lead, give or take here at this point. I mean, this is a comfortable position for the Wolves to be in, especially for the fact that, you know, Youngbuck is going to be coming strong and going to be able to push those lanes out and be a general menace to everyone.
I think Wolves will be happy with equal gold as well because their comp really scales and have a little bit of everything. They have good disengage from Zyra, good engage from Annie, kite from Lucian, engage and really a strong scaling jungler, which is really vital. And then they have Vladimir, really good scaling AP for those AoE fights.
Well, Svenskeren going to try his hand at having a bit of a steal once again. Amazing actually having to smite away that one just to make sure that it's safe. Meanwhile, bottom lane has seen another turret go down. The second of the game here from SK Gaming. We can see the Culling coming out trying to just get rid of the minions there and force them to tank up a couple of turret hits, but I'll just take a little bit too late on that front. It's amazing actually getting involved from this one. We did see that Nyph off towards the side as well, and both teams kind of squaring up here across a line on the river.
See, I don't like what they're doing. I wish Copenhagen Wolves would translate this advantage into pure Nashor control. If they buy a lot of pink wards and an Oracle as they have, I feel the members should help buy a pink ward each, go into Nashor completely dewarded. Look at how hard it is for SK to face check an area into a Zyra, Annie, Lucian, Vladimir. Like, it's virtually impossible for all these melee characters.
Well, let's see if that's what they do. They are headed on towards this top side as a blue buff's going to come down. Crescendo will land. This could be dangerous, and in fact, one man will die instantly. Youngbuck going to go low. Strangled Thorns will knock up Freddy. And amazing going in towards the back, but they've left Lucian a little bit untouched. Finally, they're going to turn that one around and go focus in onto him. He's going to fall from that one, and in the end, it is going to be a 4-4-2. I mean, SK going low from that one, but a 4-for-2. Very, very happy with that.
And if there's one way to lose the game for Copenhagen Wolves, it's that fighting in a narrow jungle passage without any vision being jumped upon. If they jump on the enemy, it's fine. Zyra works well in those passages, but she wasn't close enough to disengage with her ulti. Shyvana jumps on Vayne, but Vayne already took care of all the other opponents and just kited Shyvana along the way. Really good play by SK there. They were looking for a catch. They needed the catch, and they got the catch. Opening Crescendo, good follow-up, and needed a wombo combo coming out from Riven. That's exactly what they're looking for. I hope Copenhagen Wolves learns their lesson, wards up properly. They can still control Nashor because they can still force SK to face check, but they have to do it properly.
Brings our goal back to barely 1,000 at this point.
At this point, it's more about momentum actually than it is about gold. It's about the if only there was something like a pressure meter in the top of the corner that says like how much pressure are we exerting on the enemy team, because you can talk about gold all day and it's trivial sometimes because people are sitting a lot more gold, their items are not as valuable, they don't scale as well, but it's all about map control, vision control, and pressure, and this just catch by SK alleviated so much pressure from Copenhagen Wolves.
Unlimited is working through those walls right now, and Nyph doing exactly the same pretty much on the top side. And exactly the same, aside from the fact that he doesn't have the Oracle, so he's not really taking wards away that the Wolves have already had in there. Neither is Unlimited because he's just walking over him.
Yeah, he doesn't care too much about wards, but at the same time, Nyph doesn't really want to rob the vision. Sure, it'd be cool, he just wants vision. And look at his build, he's a Ruby Sidestone compared to normal Sidestone, but they're going to a siege right now.
Yeah, going to be pushing in towards this turret here. A lot of damage onto it already. Half HP of that turret has just disappeared. And actually the Wolves dealing with that one quickly. But look at this. Freddy is coming from the backside. He seems to be thinking twice, waiting for the rest of his team to come in there. And we have a bit of a pause. Not sure exactly what the problem is there with that one. I'm just going to see if I can have a look at the chat. Apparently SK have a mouse problem, so that's something that you definitely want in order if you're chasing a team down the middle lane.
Generally, to play League of Legends, use of a mouse is advised.
Yeah, it definitely helps things out, but that gives the teams a little bit of a breather in this one. I can see that it seems to be Svenskeren, who definitely with a Lee Sin, who has to hit his skill shots. A mouse is more than valuable to the outcome of what he's going to be able to produce. But that gives a little bit of time, as I said, to take a look down, you know, some of the items here. We see Last Whisper, as you were talking about earlier, is done here for Lucian, added into that Trinity Force from earlier.
And they use that. They use that power spike to push down the turret, and it's really, really nice to see that they use their ranged advantage. Because Renekton's melee, Lee Sin's melee, Riven's melee. Vayne is quasi-melee, we can say. Almost melee because he's so short-ranged. That once actually 5-man members rather of Copenhagen Wolves group up, and not everybody is there because Freddy was at the side. They can take down a tower so damn quick because of the zone Zyra and Annie provide.
So it seems like we are ready to get back underway with this one. Svenskeren's issue has been fixed, and we are going to go back to that mid lane chase here in just a second. And there we go. So Freddy here on that top side. We saw him coming in from the back. They've kind of let Copenhagen Wolves through from that one. He didn't want to be the sole man up at the top, I think, despite how tanky he now is. Got himself another giant spell added in to that Sunfire kit. But he's really out of position here, so SK are maybe even going to have to pull him around the long way or go for some kind of fight, right?
Problem is they can't go for a frontal engage into a Zyra because that's suicide. That's why Freddy is flanking. He's hoping to stun somebody in the back, give them enough time for Nyph to follow up with Flash Crescendo, which then in turn gives enough time for the melees to get into the fray. It's very hard to do, and that's why SK's lineup is so complex to play rather than Copenhagen Wolves is a little more straightforward and often gives more rewards.
Alright, now they hold that reward ahead in this game. But again, if you look at what you were saying earlier about the control of the Baron, which is 28 minutes in generally what we're seeing, like this is Baron dance o'clock, so to speak, and they've got those oracles in there looking for that position control. Svenskeren is sweeping out that bottom side of the jungle, but Copenhagen Wolves here headed down mid again.
Yeah, I wish they just deward the Nashor area. It puts so much pressure on the enemy team if you know Nashor is dark. They could be literally in every damn brush. They could be hiding. You have to proceed with caution. No, they're going for Drake again, it seems, but I don't really think that's the right choice, because as long as SK has a ward roughly in the Baron area, they don't care. Like, push us in, we'll take the farm, we'll push you back.
Let's see. Dragon started off, will be finished, no pressure, but again, a positional play from SK going up middle.
Great. Although it's pretty risky, because if they get cornered in, it's the same if you engage from the back or from the front. It doesn't matter. If you all engage from the same angle into a Zyra and you have no flanks, it's gonna be hard. But they're moving down back in the jungle and sending Vayne top already.
Vayne headed away from that one. Annie actually trying to push up as far as possible here. They have got vision of things going on, and Wolves are gonna go straight back here and push right back down the mid lane themselves.
Yeah, giving SK like their own trick back in their face, and actually they're way better at zoning the enemies out. SK got pushed out, but Copenhagen Wolves does not have that problem, and now it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with this.
Well, that area right there that CandyPanda and Jesiz coming down is prime Zyra area as CandyPanda burst down into that one. SK now with 4 men caught out of position completely. How do they deal with this one?
6 men, even Tibbers is joining the
party.
That's
true.
There.
There's a bear in there as well for it. We do see Unlimited taking a lot of damage. There's a Stranglethorns going down the crescendo, not really hitting the men they would have wanted to hit. Jesiz has to go back. Zhonya's was used early by cowTard. They're chasing in on towards Jesiz, whose shield is going to wear off. Amazing finish as that. 4 men are down here for SK. It leaves just Svenskeren, who's in the mid lane, in the middle of nowhere. They can push this one straight through.
It's like we were saying, it just doesn't work going straight into a Zyra, especially 4v5 without your AD carry. Doesn't
and especially
work.
there.
Especially there, exactly. Vayne got caught and they still tried to they desperately tried to get back into their base because they felt like losing an inhibitor would lose them the game. Not sure if that was the right call. Lucian very well played there. He backed off, and this is actually how you use the culling. Because you outrange the zone of the enemies. You don't get in range of Crescendo, you just slam it in their face, because if they're all running at you, it's pretty easy to hit.
Oh wow, early smite there from Svenskeren, and he played so patiently to wait for that blue buff there.
Just didn't get it.
Smite a little bit off. I think that the reset tick as well threw him off slightly, which is why that kind of happened, but Forgiven got it anyway.
Forgiven knew he was in the brush, because if you leash the blue buff and suddenly changes direction walking toward the brush, generally indicates that somebody's waiting there.
Someone hanging around you. Well, helped him out with that smite, and then the regen allowed Forgiven to get that one away either way, and they're going to get their own blue buff here for cowTard, who now has that Void Staff added into his Rabadons and the Zhonya's Hourglass.
He even gets the plant service. He doesn't have to do blue buff himself. Spawns 2 plants and they take it down. That's how much damage this guy is doing.
All fun, which means, we should probably talk about that, because that leads into, the whole Baron and how quickly the Copenhagen Wolves can do it at this point.
That's basically the threat. Even if they do it slow, it doesn't even matter, which they don't. They do it ridiculously quick with Shyvana, with a late game Vladimir Lucian. Like, they have enough tools to take down Baron easily, but they need to rob the vision. People should be buying pink wards here. I think pink wards and oracles provide more value per gold point spent than any item currently possibly being bought, because they already win the fight so easily if they pick the right fight.
And there is the pink ward put down on Baron, allows them to move out the 1 single ward up till now. There are still a couple around there, as we see Vayne here showing on the bottom lane. Is that a go signal for the Wolves here on that top side?
Well, they need to clean that wave at one point. Vane's trying to put some split push pressure, but this actually gives Copenhagen Wolves the invitation to do what I've been talking about all game, which is bait the Nasher. Hopefully Amazing just moves away there, because if the jungler's not there, they're probably not doing it. They want to bait them into a narrow passage and punish them from warding over a wall.
Well, that's maybe what's going to happen here as we see them pushing in towards it. Actually, the Cullen used there, and that gets Svenskeren decently low. Yeah, pokes him right back from that one. We can see that Youngbuck in the background already starting off Baron. Vayne has started to come up from this bottom lane. We could see this fight break out here as cowTard going to get the grasping roots on towards Freddy. They stop the Baron, they focus down Freddy. He's a big tanky man in the team. They can't afford to lose him as a crescendo comes across. Jesiz takes a lot of damage. Stranglethorn's not going to knock him up, but they're controlling this fight perfectly. There's another kill coming out. Freddy, he's taken a lot of damage. Will probably get away, or will he? There is a push in from Forgiven. Nyph now chased off, but it doesn't really matter about Nyph. He's just going to back away from that one. They turn back off towards Baron.
See, I don't even agree with Copenhagen starting the Baron there, because you know SK is gonna come.
You lose the health.
Yeah, they're gonna, not even the health, you're gonna lose the positional advantage. You could be anywhere except Baron Pit and punish them for face checking, but it doesn't even matter. They have this big of a lead, and they punish SK. SK doesn't take you down in one combo. They will never take you down at all. Too much kite, too much repetitive poke coming out from the Wolves, and looks like they're taking this game.
Well, they're taking the Baron, and they're taking the inner turret on that top lane. And we see that CandyPanda actually went to the bottom lane to push that one even further out. Those minions should get cleared as Forgiven actually going to dive in the Culling. Everything landing there on towards Nyph Sona, and that's going to be an inhibitor from this one. Surely, actually, SK have just pretty much all spawned in there, but they're going to lose that inhib either way. Copenhagen Wolves can be very happy with this one, with the fact that that mid lane and push right the way through as well, and they're going to have a go on these Nexus turrets.
Yeah, this is why Candle came back. Split pushing when they take your inhib is generally fine because you can't stop it, but they're risking losing their damn base, and that's really just a call for Vayne to come back.
Well, let's see. Copenhagen Wolves having that Baron regen. Freddy falls low once again. They turn on towards the first Nexus turret. That goes down pretty easily. Jesiz completely out of position there as well. He's going to have to back off. Stranglethorn's coming in. That's going to knock them back up and away, and they're just going to focus straight down onto the Nexus. It's the Copenhagen Wolves that take game number 1 here against SK Gaming. A convincing victory for them as well.
I have to hand it then, except for maybe the Baron plays, which is maybe my pet peeve, and I maybe go on a bit too much. They played really damn well. They knew the strengths of their composition, they knew their weaknesses, and they played around SK's composition really well. I hope SK, yes, they're going for comfort champs. They all feel like they feel comfortable on Riven, they feel comfortable on Renekton, they feel comfortable on Lee Sin, but putting them all together, I'm not sure if it all works.
Yeah, your comfort champions still have to fit into a composition that works and is not going to be count. I mean, we know how well cowTard plays Zyra, and that Zyra pick against 3 champions that have to come at you is a perfect counter, surely.
Yeah, you have to admit though that it's rather unconventional, Zyra mid, and it's really new probably for Jesiz to play against. Add some little nerfs to that, and perhaps it was unlucky because he got hit by a plant hit that was pretty far off, and it was almost, I don't think either of us saw it coming either, and he was probably hoping to get his shield back up and then dash out of the lane. And if a Riven gets behind, it's really hard, but if somehow he gets a gank on that Zyra, they can kill her over and over and over again, so it's not as bad as we make it seem sometimes here, because it all snowballed from the early game, and SK's composition, if they get behind, it's really hard for them to get back unless they make these insane picks with Crescendo.
And just to go through the scores there, the guys that actually got kills in the end, because Youngbuck ended 0-2-7, 0-11 for Unlimited, but 6-1-5, amazing in the jungle with Shyvana. Don't think we'll be seeing any Shyvana unless it's for maybe SK next time around.
I hope not. I think it's really strong.
Yeah, 5-1-8 on that Zyra as well in the mid lane. I think against a team like Copenhagen Wolves, where you know Zyra could go in the mid as well, it's not a bad ban.
It might not be a bad ban, but I think Nyph can definitely deal with Zyros in the bot lane. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with all the other champions because you only have 3 bans. You have to know, like everybody, every game we watch, everybody's like, why didn't they ban that? Oh, they should have banned that. But then something else could have been open.
Because you only have 3 and they have to count, that's for sure. And then 5-1-7, great Lucian play coming out of Forgiven, showing that, you know, he's the man to come in and replace Reckless, which was always going to be big shoes to fill, but doing a great job from what we've seen.
Yeah, very, very well. Great team fight play, good positioning. Zoned out the Riven in some of the fights. Went in, knew exactly when to go in and pop his all his damage. Great usage of the culling. Very impressive.
Well, that'll be 1-0 for the Copenhagen Wolves. We'll see when we come back after a short commercial break if SK Gaming can turn the tables and take us into Game 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Amateur Tournament continues right after this.
Professional grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy to use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination. You cannot win by yourself.
Raid Call. Communication for winners.
There's something inside that I need to release. Which way is right? Which way is wrong? How do I say that I need to move on? You know we're heading separate ways, and it feels like I am just too close to love you. There's nothing I can really say. I can lie no more. I can hide no more. Got to be true to myself. And it feels like I am just too close to love you. So I'll be on my way. You giving me more than I can return. Yet there's oh so much that you deserve. There's nothing to say, nothing to do. I'm nothing to give. I must live with.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne for Season 8 League of Legends, well underway now in our amateur tournament. But really, let's face it, it's not really an amateur tournament, is it? Game 1 has gone to the team in white, which would usually mean Copenhagen Wolves won the first game. And that's exactly what did happen. It's just I'm a bit confused because both teams are in white. I don't know, I can't get used to that white colour. I'm with you guys out there. Forget that Alexman and what he said earlier. It's time to get into number 2, Game 2 of our best of 3. Can SK Gaming's new lineup make it to 1-1 and make it a 3 map? We're about to find out. Let's go back to our commentary team. It is the wonderful Krepo with Joe Miller.
The wonderful Krepo
with the wonderful
and Joe Miller.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, ReDeYe. But yeah, as rightly said, game number 2 coming up now. SK Gaming, you know, backs to the wall, if you like, 1-0 down in this best of 3. Let's start off with bans and picks here. I mean, we talked about comfort for SK in game number 1, but comfort that generally didn't really work together and maybe as they'd have wanted it to.
Touching on something you said earlier, by the way, you mentioned Zyra, a possible ban. I mentioned earlier that they play a lot of Zyra Jinx as a bot lane, Nyph, so who knows, they might just pick it off away from Copenhagen Wolves and play it themselves. And they do run into the risk running into Annie rather, so that might be a little bit dangerous. But they've shown that they've played that bot lane so well, so that could be a possible play there.
And speaking of first bans and first picks, Copenhagen Wolves moved to the blue side from this one after their red side victory. So they're going to get the choice of that first ban and, more importantly, probably that first pick to come out a little bit later on as well. We'll see how that one all works out for them. But you can see there on your screens, Copenhagen Wolves looking relaxed, and rightly so. 1-0 up in a best of 3. Of course, Ninjas in Pyjamas waiting for them in the grand final after their 2-1 victory over TCM a little bit earlier on today. And don't think it's over when this best of 3 is over, because it's not. We've got 2 more best of 3s coming your way today from the pro side of the Intel Extreme Masters here, with Red versus Gambit, and then of course a little bit after that, CLG versus TURQUALITY Blue. So 2 amazing best of 3s still to come after this one.
Yeah, plenty of League of Legends to go around. Definitely, this game is not even over. There's a good chance SK bounces back and makes this a 3-game best of 3, the second of today. So it looks like we might be spending a lot of time here, Joe.
In for a long day and an early day tomorrow. That's how I like it. So let's get into the picks and bans here, because we are underway. And I can tell you the first ban coming out from the Copenhagen Wolves is going to be Orianna, and obviously aim straight towards Jesiz. Lucian banned out from the other side, so SK don't want to go up against that again.
Yeah, Lucian banned out may actually give them more options to pick a lot more versatile bot lane compositions, and that might free up some bans or allow them, for example, to take the Zyra if SK feels that Lucian was the cornerstone of their play and they just want to play Zyra Jinx and they feel maybe comfortable. Maybe they pick something else. Maybe Jesiz will pick another champion and then maybe we'll spice it up a little bit. Less melees, a bit more range. Who knows? Plenty of to go around.
Well, Nidalee was another champion that Jesiz played in the qualifiers actually for the Intel Extreme Masters, so that taken away, and a Shyvana ban here towards SK. On the other side, Gragas was the second ban taken out from SK, and we'll now see if they go, they've gone to Renekton here, so they don't want that Renekton going through, and Copenhagen Wolves picking up the Elise here, which, amazing, is great on in the jungle, but we also know that Youngbuck can play in lane as well.
Well, yeah, SK banning out Renekton, their own Renekton, pretty big sign or a pretty big tell. Say, hey, like, we're done with this champion, let's try something else. Shyvana being banned out, I like that. Copenhagen Wolves respect the ban. Also, them banning it out themselves, so they probably aim for a different first pick. They probably assumed that either Elise or Renekton was going to be open and they want one out of both, and if not both of them later. And yeah, they banned out Shyvana to be safe.
Well, we are going to be seeing a Jax picked up here for Freddy122. And there's that Zyra that we were talking about. Will it be banned out? Will Copenhagen Wolves first pick? Or will SK say, you know what, we can play that Jinx Zyra lane that we've done so well with? Ashe Zyra was something that SK even went with in the LCS as well. So that's not completely out of the window. They have locked in the Zyra.
And here comes the Annie, possibly. I know Unlimited plays a decent Thresh as well, or a good Thresh rather, because he's all pretty damn good players. But yeah, Annie probably slightly better pick against the Zyra, but they might want Thresh for more Lantern. Lantern ganks possibly with Elise, or definitely something you want to watch out for. Lantern in, immediate repel, you almost can't flash out of it because she'll land and cocoon you immediately. So, and yeah, pairing it up with the Caitlyn, a lot of safety to get away from the Jax, outranging the Zyra, pretty solid picks here.
Solid picks coming across the board, and well, 2 out of 3 new picks for the Copenhagen Wolves. Looks like SK may go for that Lee Sin once again. So Jinx is going to be locked in. That's the first time here at the Intel Extreme Masters, and makes me very, very happy. If not for anything other than her ultimate name in the middle of fights, is great to get out there.
Exactly, you can shout it out all the time you want. But definitely, I'm already seeing like a few interesting combos in team fights for SK here. Like a lot of CC train, which means like a lot of follow-up from crowd control effects. Zyra can open up, Jax can open up. They can both follow up upon each other. Then Jinx can put the traps down. If the guy magically gets away somehow, she zaps him from long far away. And if he then is on low health, you can start shouting Super Mega Death Rocket. So definitely like a good picks, fun picks at least to watch and commentate on.
Well, we'll see how fun they are for SK Gaming, because they're the ones that need to bounce back here in this best of 3. Copenhagen Wolves then onto their final 2. We've got Elise, which still could end up with amazing in the jungle. I think it honestly will do. With Youngbuck here, we see a Singed being hovered over and a possible Kassadin. Now, Kassadin obviously was banned in game number 1. Going to get through this time, and they are going to be picking that one up. It leaves SK the chance to, you know, pick something against that one. The Singe was locked in as well there.
I'm not too entirely sure about the Kassadin. I know you're under danger. I think actually SK did a good job, and Copenhagen Wolves helped SK targeting the cowTard's champion pool there, because he's playing blind Kassadin and a guy that mains Riven. That's really confident, or on the brink of, like, you might say stupidity, because it's really hard to lane that. Maybe we see some interesting lane swaps coming out. Maybe Copenhagen Wolves have a plan and show me wrong, but blind picking Kassadin into an open mid laner slot is definitely very tricky.
And the fact is, we said it in the last one, we saw Jesiz on his tower die to give up first blood. Very strange, which tells me, you know, just it was uncalculated, and Jesiz didn't really quite know what happened there. Maybe showing a little bit of a lack of experience of playing against a Zyra in that mid lane. But he'll know how to play against a Kassadin in mid lane, that's for sure.
A lot more liberty, and maybe because we can't judge the mid-game Riven that we saw from Jesiz that's gonna come out now compared to last game, because it's an entirely different game. And Riven even gave her like a small advantage. She can snowball that super hard. But again, we're seeing somewhat of the same problems in SK's lineup. Both mid and top are melee characters. Okay, they have a gap closer, but they're pretty all in, you know. They have to kill that one guy, blow him up, and switch to the next one. While Copenhagen Wolves is going to be trying to do the same again. Survive, kite back, Caitlyn jumps out, Kassadin jumps out, Sin just flips you away. And it's a very, very versatile composition compared to SK. Still pretty all in.
Still pretty all in. We're going to see a teleport run here as well by cowTard on this Kassadin. So look for him making a few plays across the map. Nyph getting the Zyra this time around. Not a mid lane Zyra, so not quite as much damage to come out of it, but that control will be absolutely vital for this SK lineup, who, as you said, we talked about the whole Riven, Lee Sin and Jax in the top lane this time around. They're very similar to the three that they had in that last time, with the gap closer, which obviously helps a lot in there. But very interested to see how this one works out. Copenhagen Wolves, they look very confident from the get-go in game number 1. We'll see if they can do the same here in game number 2. Let's talk a little bit about level 1, because again we see that Annie in the team, always a deadly, deadly champion to have in there at level 1. Plus the fact that you've got, traps that can come out from Caitlyn, flings from Singe, cocoon from an Elise, which is not an ideal start either way, but if they need it, it's there.
Yeah, looking at the lineup, generally what you do as a pro player to assess a level 1 is just look, what can we do? Can we fight straight on? Can we catch somebody? Yes, Elise has cocoon, but she doesn't really want to start with that. Singe can flip, that's really strong. Counter pretty much get nullified by Kassadin, who pretty much does nothing in the level 1 fight.
True.
Caitlyn probably wants to start Q. Annie AoE stun is pretty damn good, but doesn't outweigh Jax AoE stun, Riven AoE damage, Zyra snare, and Jinx early game damage. So definitely SK with the edge here, and they're going to use that edge, hopefully, to control the game from the start.
So let's see. Amazing actually going to be caught out here. Q from Svenskeren landing, and that will force Amazing to completely back away from this one.
Start a W.
Spidling in there. Yeah, that's already been pulled there. And SK here on top of the blue. Will they stick around and do it?
Yeah, SK definitely warding and going for the lane swap ward again, coming out of Nyph there. Good read though by Copenhagen Wolves, because the answer is obviously don't contest your own jungle, just mirror the wards, and that's what Unlimited Router did there. Went into the blue, placed the ward down. Pretty safe start, nobody caught out. Definitely Copenhagen Wolves so far happy with that.
Well, it seems like we have a little bit of a bug here maybe for Forgiven. See the admins in there behind him just making sure that all gets fixed up, and Wolves already asking if they're ready to go again. So we're going to get straight back into this one. No real messing around at level 1, just to making sure that everyone is, has their PCs working, which is always a good thing to have. SK here, as you said, that lane ward going down so that you can see where those lanes will actually be headed. The funny thing is that Youngbuck's already up in the lane, which means that they're not going to see anything at all.
Yeah, good job by him. SK actually doesn't want to start on the buff they warded, obviously. They're probably going to start on their own red, it seems, unless they move over to blue, which is warded. Basically, the junglers are now pretty much picking 2 buffs they want to get. Either they want to get one and contest the other and hopefully find somebody there, or hopefully go for a safe start. It looks like they're heading over to their blue, which they should assume is warded. Maybe they actually find that out right now and switch back to red magically. Let's see what Svenskeren decides to do.
Well, currently he's sat on that blue buff with no one really to back up the duo lane. They may run a bit of harass up there, but will they be able to stop that from happening? They're going to see that Freddy is coming down into this bottom lane. So funnily enough, after putting that lane ward down to see where the 2v1's in, they've been spotted themselves coming from this.
And this is really dangerous. They were a little late. I don't like to... Yeah, exactly. They've come too late for the smite. They might get Svenskeren here, though.
Oh, gone very, very low. The ignite ticking, but not going to be enough damage to kill him off. But Freddy is taking a lot of damage himself, and they forced 2 men right back. Svenskeren can't start his blue buff now.
And this looks like a really good play by Copenhagen Wolves, but I can't feel that they did it a little too late. Imagine they did that 3 seconds earlier. Blue buff would be up. They would be forced out. They could possibly even finish the blue buff themselves. Maybe even waste Svenskeren's smite. Although right now they forced him out of lane, but Svenskeren's still jungling. There's no counter pressure immediately from Elise. Perhaps he should have just rushed down to the red jungle of Lee Sin, but at the same time he can't really do that because he gets backed up by his top lane. So there's so many variables coming into this play. I think the correct move right now is going to be contesting the blue and hopefully getting at least 3 buffs.
And I was totally weird about that. I didn't think he got the blue and was forced away, but he obviously did.
No, he did.
Take that one down.
He smited it because they were a little late. They came in at 158 roughly. You want to be there at 154. Right as they hit the buff, they notice, oh damn, there's 2 people jumping on us, and that's really hard to deal with.
And we see that Copenhagen Wolves already doing a lot of damage to this tower here from Freddy, who they know had that counter-strike right from the start. He can't really get in there and can't really do much about that pressure that he's taking. Youngbuck, on the other hand, he's going to sit underneath this turret, always at danger of the fling if you put damage onto him underneath the tower.
Exactly, and normally you can dive a Singe pretty early. It's really dangerous, but you can because it's relatively squishy early. But because of that play, they shut down Lee Sin jungle. There's no dive coming out. Singe knows that he's going to scale a lot better. They even forced Jax out. As you said, a lot of damage on that turret. That's because they forced him out. They knew exactly what they were up against. They put Lee Sin behind, and right now Elise is grouping up, and they're just going to take down the tower.
Oh, good start here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Top side of things, CandyPanda and Nyph trying to put as much damage as they possibly can onto the top turret themselves, but that not working out so well, obviously. The fact is that Singe is going to be that threat there for them, clearing out those waves nicely, and the first turret of the game is going to be going over to the Copenhagen Wolves, and look at this. SK sending up the third man, Svenskeren, in the tri-bush. We'll see what he can do. cowTard, let's not forget, has a teleport, but that could be interrupted by Riven if he's not in the right position. Here they go. They're going to dive on towards Youngbuck. Knight goes down. It's Nyph that's actually tanking up the turret. He has to flash away. And there is a zap coming through. That's not going to be enough damage to finish off instantly. Nyph still doing damage, but he's actually tanking the creeps. Svenskeren will get the kill. Nyph survives. Nicely executed by SK.
I feel Youngbuck almost played it as well as he could. He's buying as much time as he can because his team is already on the second turret. Jax is level 3, doesn't have any power to stop that push. Youngbuck knew it was coming. He just stood at his tower. He defended as long as he can because he wants to buy time because this turret is getting chipped away at.
Freddy, throws the counter-strike on him. He's like, can't really do a lot of. I can't do anything about that one either way. CandyPanda is going to be taking off this turret though. We'll just finish that one off with a couple of creeps to spare.
And fly away.
And it was always good news for him. He gets away, but that inner turret is going to go down. Freddy cannot do diddly squat about that one. We did see Svenskeren start to come down, but all just a little bit too late.
So yeah, normally you'd argue, hey Youngbuck, why did you get caught there? You should know that they're coming to dive you. Oh, they're going to listen.
Oh, onto Svenskeren. They've done a lot of damage there, but couldn't quite follow on the ward from Svenskeren, really saving his bacon from that one. cowTard, meanwhile, being hammered away at here by Jesiz, and he's actually cowTard 35 to 33 CS there, doing a great job in terms of staying alive in that lane whilst managing to CS the entire time as well.
Yeah, very impressive play by cowTard these both games. He definitely has Jeziz's number in both these engages because he shouldn't really win against Riven, definitely not early.
Yeah, should probably be behind in CS at least from this point of things. SK try and cover over onto this mid lane. Copenhagen Wolves rotating around nicely. And as we see these 1v1 Jax versus Singe in the top lane come back, Youngbuck is a country mile ahead. 24 to 8 CS. He's going to get a full wave here as well from the farming between the turrets as he is in danger now though. Puts his slowdown, but he gets stunned up.
Because they needed this a lot. I think disrespect from Youngbuck. I mean, proxy firing with Singe is right, but at this timing, this early, no. If they have enough base damage to take you down, why don't you wait for your summers to come back up, and then you can draw all the aggro you want and flash out and let your team react. Right now, he started proxy farming way too early. He should have just exploited that CS advantage, and just, yeah, he got caught.
Yeah, and especially when they know that his flash is down and Lee Sin and Jax between them can control him all day long. So,
exactly.
Yeah, we'll see how Youngbuck adjusts that, because definitely not the ideal play coming out from him there. He is still ahead in the CS though, but that could catch up to him very, very quickly with this Jax now getting extra power in the early stages. Meanwhile, mid lane, cowTard having a very nice time of things. Probably didn't expect that he was going to have this nice of a time of it. Currently a 6 CS lead that he has, and he's forcing a chunk of minions to be lost there for Jesiz.
Yeah, Kassadin controlling the laning pace against the Riven solo is, it's pretty much unheard of as far as I know. I don't think that's the way the lane is supposed to go.
Happens in my games, but that's also not much of an indication as to how it should probably go in the end of things. Top lane, Youngbuck now back into his lane, picking himself up that Ruby Crystal with a Doran's Ring and Doran's Shield from earlier. Freddy, Crystalline Flash, Doran's Blade as well. That poison, not going to be too worrying for him here at this stage of things.
Now, 1v1, not much is happening. Youngbuck will get chipped down, but he can always disengage with his fling. Basically, the game's going to start revolve around the bottom side of the map with the dragon coming into play.
Not much of the bottom side of the map left here for SK. They got no inner turret, which leaves them, you know, in the middle of nowhere, actually. If they, I guess, lose control of that bottom side of their jungle, the ramps in particular, it becomes real dangerous for them to be going out there for farm.
Yeah, if they manage to get pushed out really deep back behind their second, or rather the rubble of their second turret, then Copenhagen Wolves can transition into a Drake play, possibly even bait him as they possibly did with the Nasher the earlier game. They can either choose to do the Drake or bait it. They probably have to do it a lot quicker because they might lose too much on lanes. But they could definitely control the game already by getting deep wards in the enemy jungle. That's why getting towers is so efficient in League of Legends, because you can put the vision down in the enemy's jungle and they really have a hard time even stepping out their own jungle, and you can pretty much just choke them to death.
Now, this mid lane again, we revisit it, and cowTard still holds his lead. And he's at level 6 now, which is the time where his play against this Riven becomes safer.
Yeah, definitely. He has a lot more options, a lot more roaming potential as well. So he controlled the early game, which is the hardest on Kassadin. I think they're happy farming though. Let's face it, Kassadin doesn't really care too much about Drakes as long as he's getting constant CS on lane. They're just letting Elise try and pick off a gank.
And speaking of Elise, Amazing is now headed up towards his top lane where Freddy, who picked up a kill early, will have Svenskeren waiting off in the wings, and this could be very dangerous, especially underneath that turret. There's the fling onto Freddy. He will jump straight back off there. Will they try and put the damage down? Not now, because they've seen Svenskeren headed out of the jungle, and that will push them back, at least for now.
See, that was very poor coordination. You can actually catch Freddy unaware by just flaming him and cocooning on the same time, knowing where he will be flung. Really hard to do, but at the same time, you can't really expect to fling a Jackson and give him about a second to dodge a cocoon, so it does add some pressure there, but opens up to counter ganks.
Oh, there's the ultimate actually coming out. Will they jump in from this one? I think Freddy is quite happy to survive that one. Youngbuck's ultimate being used from that position as well. This turret staying safe for now. Meanwhile, SK are doing their blue buff. That is going to be given over towards Jesiz. Something that he didn't get in game number 1, actually. Svenskeren was taking them.
Completely right, and he's forced to take it because right now they know they can safely do it, otherwise they might lose it to additional pressure. ADS support grouping up in mid now, pushing with a Kassadin.
Ace in the hole goes through from that one. Nyph here as well to offer a bit of control on towards those 3 champions that are putting the damage down, but they've lost half of the health here on that inner outer turret. Middle outer turret is what it actually is, but they keep up that pressure here.
Definitely really good rotation there. Caitlyn using the max range to... Basically, Caitlyn sieges very well, and if she gets the advantage on lane, she can push out and rotate and siege another tower. Zyra and Jinx are grouping up, but definitely Copenhagen Wolves, again, pushing those tower advantages because they're fighting against all melee champions. Even on top right now, they're chipping away at top. They're grouping up with the Kassadin, pushing down his lane. If they manage to get all these 3 outer turrets, as we call them, then they can ward up the enemy jungle, and they can start snowballing their lead.
And that mid one is constantly being hammered away by Forgiven as well. cowTard basically offering silence there at the front of things. Always got the option to have a bit of a jump in if things come down to that. And you see CandyPanda gets hit with the net. The Piltover Peacemaker comes flying through as well. And while he's trying to force him away, it ends up taking more damage than he can put out. And they lose the turret as well.
Yeah, they can afford sending 5 people mid because they no longer have the risk to lose their turret top. Additionally, they can transition into Drake after taking the tower. So really damn good rotations by Copenhagen Wolves.
So Dragon started then. We can see the SK don't want to give this one up for free. They've got men starting to move down, but I think by the time they've actually got there, this Dragon could be well gone. We see that Svenskeren is leading the charge at the front, but there is the Dragon pickup, smited away in the end by Amazing, and that is another great play out of the Copenhagen Wolves. Very methodical here, and it's working in their favor.
The only thing you could argue that Amazing got a little too low there, should have maybe let one of his spiders tank, because as we can maybe Super Mega Death Rocket could steal the Dragon there eventually if he got a little too low, but that's really nitpicking. Very good play, as you said, methodical, very thought out, step by step, and they're basically squeezing the life out of SK Gaming.
What do they do though to stop this from happening? I mean, now that all 3 turrets are down, they need to fight for that control in their jungle and pick people off.
Pick people off, and what you need for picks, you need vision, and what you need for vision, you need control of the game, and they don't have that. This is definitely, if Copenhagen Wolves plays this correct, they send Singed being annoying in the side lane, just flipping people around and then just go, flashing out and just popping his ulti to distract people, and then good rotations by Copenhagen Wolves, although it gets significantly harder every time because they're literally running out of turrets to take. So if SK can manage to keep the gold somewhat close, they can actually swing the game back around because it's about a 3k disadvantage. That's roughly the amount of turrets that is different, so farming wise, they're still on the same level.
On the same level as Amazing, just coming in there, having a look at blue. Actually, pink ward down on that blue buff right now. And Nyph has a pink of his own, but didn't see that pink go down, so won't know that that's actually there for the taking. But Copenhagen Wolves starting to get that vision in. They've got it on the top side as well as Nyph are going to get caught out. The rappel comes down. He's going to use the Strangled Thorns, which will knock them up, but not save his life. And now CandyPanda caught out of position. Svenskeren going to come in there as we did see the cocoon miss. They go on towards CandyPanda. A lot of damage coming out of cowTard. He will flash away from that one as well. Svenskeren actually sticking around from this, but he's going to have to back away. Jesiz comes in, but a little bit too late. 2 nice kills there picked up by the Wolves.
And this is the second time in 2 games Zyra plans ends up being the demise of the caster that throw them out, because at least repelled onto a plant, transitioned that into a really cocoon and CC chain on Zyra, and Nyph dropped, and that allowed the transition into CandyPanda quick enough. So definitely that repel was really well played by Amazing. You know, no champion in range, I'll just repel on top of the plant and just move on.
Bit of a bane, as you said, happened in that last game with the Dragon Steel coming down as well. There's an ace in the hole that flew through on towards Nyph. Freddy dives in there, has to get himself back out, and he's going to pay for it with his life. A little bit reckless, I think, diving in. Actually, he got flung in there. It was Youngbuck that threw him in from that one. Still, I think probably should have been out of range from that one. It's kind of obvious when a Singe running towards you exactly what's going to happen for it. But now they push even through even further onto that inhibitor turret as well. And I'd like to say slowly but surely, but it's not even that slow. We're 14 minutes in.
No, definitely. It's only 14 minutes in. Seems like a lot farther into this game, but definitely Copenhagen, the Wolves definitely controlling this game so damn well. Exactly, the deep vision coming in now, they're controlling the jungle. They don't need to overreach because they don't want to basically blow everything and get caught and get AoE'd by, or CC chain rather by SK Gaming. If they keep the methodical approach, they keep casting and split pushing. Remember, he still has his teleport, hasn't used it yet. Imagine a Singed on the side lane flinging somebody with a surprise TP from Kassadin while other members are still on the lane. So much movement, so much mobility against very, very static lane lineup from SK Gaming. All melees, relatively predictable.
And if we look at the CS here as well, just to touch on that again briefly, mid lane, 135 to 113, like, I mean, we're kind of past the point where Riven should have been getting that advance, should have been maybe even argue putting down damage to possibly set up kills as well with Svenskeren combined, certainly. That lane just did not go how it should have gone overall, and they're paying the price for that OL now.
Well, we never know what actually caused it. Maybe he had too little vision, maybe he played too safe, respected the enemy jungler too much, expected him to get ganked because that might be, he may be afraid to be getting shut down, but in doing so, he lost so much CS, so much pressure on the lane that he just gave Kassadin a free game, and if you give Kassadin a free game, we all know what can happen.
Oh, and look at this. Freddy caught completely out, gets flung back from it. He's going to drop the counter-strike. cowTard actually rift walks away from that one. Freddy now going to try and walk himself off, but I'm not sure that's really going to survive. Going to help him survive. He just going to dive over. There's the fling back. There's the silence coming in, and he's going to tick away. The poison eventually finishing him off. There's another kill coming down for the Copenhagen Wolves. And that opens up this top lane even further, as we can see the Wolves all rotating towards that top side of the map.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to be doing. Get deep vision. Don't fight too much. Don't tunnel vision on those turrets. Maintain that vision. Clear the enemy's vision, catch who you can, scale up to like 20 minutes into the game, get towers if you can, and then go for Nashor, or just finish the game by pushing if you catch too many people.
There's a teleport from cowTard, comes into this top lane to offer some support. They're actually going to fling Jesiz from that one. Youngbuck here, off towards the bottom side, uses his flash in the end. We did see Strangled Thorns being used there by Nyph, but honestly, it didn't really do much. Jesiz now getting caught out by the cocoon. Nice traps put down there by Jinx to stop them really following on from that one. But in the meantime, this mid lane being pushed up as well. Pressure is on right now.
So Copenhagen Wolves at 17 minutes into the game just finished down their last outer turret, or inner turret rather. And how did they do that? Without Caitlyn. They're not even using their prime siege captain, so to say, to even take down the turret. So that just indicates how far ahead they are and how comfortable they're playing this game.
And let's not forget, it's a best of 3. You see there at the top, 1-0 the current score for the Copenhagen Wolves. And if they can turn this big lead that they've got, 6,000 gold it is now, into that win, then they will be going through to tomorrow's amateur final to take on Ninjas in Pajamas. And maybe even more importantly, this gives us kind of a sneak peek into what we could see at promos as well.
Yeah, definitely. The teams are not to be underrated. The amateur scene is growing, and it's not only just the pro scene, as well as we saw last season, but there's a fight in it.
Youngbuck, well, we say fight. It's more of Youngbuck being caught a little bit out there. He is going to fall to this one. Took him a hell of a lot to finish him off. Just a testament to how strong he is right now. I mean, Well, he's got Rod of Ages, which is not massively strong, but there's not a lot of power on the other side coming in. cowTard actually going very, very aggressive. There comes Tibbers down onto CandyPanda and Nyph. They managed to lock up Freddy. He'll be finished off by Forgiven's ace in the hole, and that is a 2-for-1 here. And with Jax down, with Lee Sin, they lose pretty much everything in terms of starting a fight.
Exactly. Great counter-initiate Tibbers to zone people off the cast, and cowTard almost got caught there taking down Svenskeren, but that's the power of their composition. SK, sure, they can take one guy down, but Copenhagen Wolves can chase them and then immediately translate that into sieging the turret as they're doing right now.
And that tower, Tibbers still banging away at it. Almost been taken down with that single push right there. I think the fact that cowTard did go very, very low. Pretty lucky to actually get out there, hit the Rift Walk at exactly the right time, as he did get rooted up. But it's going to turn into another dragon here for the Copenhagen Wolves, an easy one that they'll take here with Youngbuck Unlimited and Amazing, and stretch this gold lead even further. Not too far away from hitting a 10,000 gold lead. And if we look down the scoreboard, 2 kills for Caitlyn and no deaths, 2 for Kassadin with 3 assists, no death, 1 for Elise, 1 for Singed. And yeah, Youngbuck's died 3 times in this one, but honestly, it's not made that much of a difference. It's 1 kill for Jax, 2 in there for Lee Sin. They just don't seem to be able to fight at any stage here.
Yeah, if at one point in the game Singed is your own sacrificial goat, you're doing it right.
And that's what's happening here. Again, we see him gonna pop his ultimate moving in. His option, his objective here, just to hold off this tower with Forgiven coming in. Those minions gonna go very low, and Nyph actually gets caught, flung right underneath the tower. And we see there's 5 men from SK there, and now the Copenhagen Wolves bring Kassadin down from this top side. I thought he might just keep pushing, knowing what's there as the ace in the hole comes through. This time they block it nicely, but here comes cowTard. They're going to go straight in for that one. Can they get out Nyph? He's very, very low. Finished off there by Amazing, and they land the cocoon onto Jesiz. He's flung back into the rest of the team. Svenskeren dives in to get the slowdown at least, but Copenhagen Wolves are just walking through them at this point.
I really like what they did there, initially sending Kassadin top for a split push.
Freddy.
Got
he's dead from that one. Tibbers comes down, stuns him up. Not much he can do. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through in the air. That might be the one and only time that I get to say it during this game, because the Copenhagen Wolves are just ripping through.
Definitely. As I was pointing out before, Freddy got caught or tried to defend the inhib there. They were doing something really smart. They were holding off 4 people in mid lane to stop the push and send Kassadin split push. But then their adaptation really shows. They're not tunnel visioning on that 4-man mid, 1-man on top. Notice that, like, these guys are sent Kassadin from top to mid, slow them down. Kassadin just flashed in, immediately popped his E to slow them all down, and it just showed that he's not afraid to use his flash offensively and just save his Rift Walk to get back out and then back in again. So really well played. They know exactly how far they can push these fights. cowTard seems really confident about his teammates' ability to help them, because they showed it last fight as well. He jumped in alone.
Dive in, yeah.
Almost died, but he knew, well, I might die, but at least my team will avenge my death, and if not, they will zone them so hard that I can almost get out of the fight unscathed. And that's exactly what they're doing. Really well played. Their mobility coming into the game, they're using it perfect.
I see that Nyph is battling here to keep some kind of vision control up. He's just throwing a ton of wards down on the top side of the map. Got that Oracle's Elixir as well. Looks like he's actually headed home back to buy even more to come back into this next one. Doesn't even have boots right now either, and that's just the sad how it is right now. Sad almost in a way. I mean, they're 10,000 gold behind. He's not got boots. He's not got the money to put into those wards. And it's that whole, I guess, circle of death almost that we talked about earlier. You lose the vision control because you've lost your towers. You got less gold. Your wards are gone. You can't afford to get more.
Exactly, and it's just wards is the most efficient item almost in the game, because SK needs, if they somehow have a chance to win this game, they need to pick people off, and they can't do that if enemy has vision on them, so they need to create vision themselves, create picks, pray for a Baron attempt, a throw, as we say, and then just hope they can steal it somehow. Lee Sin steals it, Super Mega Death Rocket combined with Lee Sin Q can steal it. They need their like Hail Mary, they need save grace, or catch out people getting too confident.
Such as cowTard, who
is not getting too confident.
He's not getting too... He actually, at the time that CandyPanda's there, and he's like, huh, maybe there's someone in that brush. CandyPanda's like, yeah, I'm in this brush, but you know what? I'm not sure that we can, between us, even kill you. So I'm just going to back away. Copenhagen Wolves are pushing straight in on towards this top inhibitor turret right now. And the siege potential is just pretty deadly from the Svenskeren. Comes diving in. He's going to get thrown about all over the place. Ends up falling. The repel saved Amazing from taking any damage. And that's an easy pickup whilst Kassadin pushes that bottom lane. He's got the teleport as well, so he can join in. It's a 4v4 or even a 5v4, depending on how it's going. He can choose.
It doesn't even matter anymore. Normally people would split push and back off and then go in again and back off, but they don't even need that. Copenhagen Wolves is just going to storm the base, switch to bottle him after, or just go for the finish. They're so damn far ahead, and it's... Yeah, this game is over, let's face it.
Yeah, this one is over. We can call it. We can call it. Yeah, we always like to keep that optimism. It's almost our job to keep it exciting in there. But you look at the performance and the way that the Wolves have played this one, so good. There is another kill for Forgiven. Svenskeren dives in onto the back line, but he's going to be finished off here by Amazing. Jesiz doesn't stand a chance either, and that's 3 men down. CandyPanda and Nyph backing off towards the fountain. Might even not get that one. The barrier will just about save him. There's the fountain coming in. cowTard did get the kill, jumps into the fountain, uses the Zonias. Nice bit of showmanship there at the end, but this game is going over to the Copenhagen Wolves. 2-0 here against SK Gaming, and this one, game number 2, so dominant.
Very dominant. Look at how they do those fights. One by one, they take the enemy down. No scatter, no confusion. Great shot calling, and I don't know who does it for them, but their target calling is on point. Of course, it's easier when you're winning, but it's still the same. One by one, and then at the end, cowTard felt a little bad for Youngbuck having all the death participation, so he joined in. Had
to dive in, yeah. It was Youngbuck who was at 3 deaths, the most in the team, the only deaths in the team.
Exactly.
cowTard ending 6-1-5 there. We had a little bit of a worry about this Kassadin going up against the Riven, the fact that do you pick a Kassadin into a blind pick, basically, because they don't know what that mid lane is going to be. Thought, oh, Riven,
I was wrong.
Could be a little bit dangerous, but
so looks like
cowTard coming up big for them there.
Maybe he has a secret to beat him mid with Kassadin, and I'm gonna ask him what it is because I might just use that myself later.
You should watch that one back and just see exactly
see
why, because as I said, it probably should never really happen. 5-0-4 for Forgiven as well. Talked about him in game number 1 with Lucian, played brilliantly. This one, exactly the same kind of thing with Caitlyn. Obviously, those scores all get amplified when you're winning so hard anyway, but still, brilliant performance.
I just want to point out how well Copenhagen Wolves played that early game. They took an advantage and they knew exactly what to do with it, because a lot of teams sometimes are really good at the early game, but they can't transition it. But they rotated really well. They knew they could siege with Caitlyn, and they shoved Caitlyn around the map, sieging down turret. And even if he couldn't siege, they drew aggro for the other members of Copenhagen Wolves to push down the other turrets around the map. Just a really good team effort, really good shot calling. 2-0. Impressive.
And I'm going to go as far as say, I hope you agree with me on this one, that Copenhagen Wolves, up until now in the amateur tournament, have been the most impressive team that we've seen so far.
Especially given their adaptation. Like, let's not forget, they're playing with 2 members.
Exactly.
And it's not nobodies they lost. They lost Reckles and Sjokz, arguably 2 of the best players in that role, or amongst the top, let's just say, before we call it any favorites. And they managed to replace them with 2 top-notch players and just find the synergy again.
Yeah, and they done it. They found that synergy. I mean, TCM were the team that aren't changed, out of the 4 amateur teams in this one. But funnily enough, they're the ones that are knocked out right now, and the 2 teams that have been really changing things up there, doing very, very well. But I have to say, impressed with the Copenhagen Wolves. I expected a little bit closer game here in game number 2, but any adaptation that SK would have thrown at them, the Wolves just handled everything that they threw at them.
SK seemed a little linear in their approach. I like that CandyPanda and Nyph, they changed it up. They took away the Zyra. I think that was smart from a ban and pick process. But it seemed like Copenhagen Wolves was ready for that. They had the counter for that, and they still had these like signature triple melee or triple bruiser jungle top mid, and maybe limited amount of AP champions in Jeziz's pool may have been the reason they lost this game.
Well, that's the thing. When we saw the bans, the Orion and the Nidalee coming out against him, saw it in Gragas as well. We saw him playing those in the qualifiers, did brilliantly, but didn't quite find his rhythm here with Riven. Didn't even mean to do that, but it worked out nicely anyway. So, guys, we're going to head over to Deman and Jason. They're going to break down that very, very convincing second game and game number 1.
Thank you very much, Joe and Krepo. Fantastic match there. Great to have Krepo casting as well. So, SK Gaming 2-0'd. What the hell just happened? Copenhagen Wolves, very close first game, it has to be said. Pretty clinical finishing, though, from Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, I have to say, in game 1, I was really... I was really annoyed. Okay, let me talk it out. I was really annoyed by seeing cowTard play Zyra again.
Yeah.
But he played it so damn well. I mean, we saw it back in Spring Split when he was playing with Copenhagen Wolves. He did phenomenal. But here, 1v1ing Jesiz in middle on that Riven, and then just carrying that throughout the game was ridiculous. And it's shown well, in game number 2, that he's been able to expand his champion pool, which is really one of the downfalls that we saw back in this, before the swing split started.
And it's a pretty clever pick because it's a champion that a lot of supports, especially like Nyph, like to play. So it took him away. And then moving into game 2, Copenhagen Wolves stepped it up a gear, and SK Gaming just had no answer.
Yeah, I think they had a decent answer in the beginning. When we saw the double push come on the turret's bottom for Copenhagen Wolves, they took both those, and then they had the lane swaps come into effect, and then realizing that Singe had such an easier time than Jax in the lanes, Svenskeren visited top lane quite a bit, got 2 kills onto him, even though Youngbuck had a huge CS lead. But in the end, it didn't really matter much because the rest of Copenhagen Wolves were so farmed. They kept rotating, forcing SK to be in a bad position. And from that, they come out really far ahead. And to keep in mind, SK, they were up 3-0 in the beginning, about 5-6 minutes in. It ended at 14-4 for Copenhagen Wolves. So in the span of the 20-25 minutes, they only got 1 more kill. And that really kind of shows, I guess, that Copenhagen Wolves, the synergy within the team, the communication's really working out for them. Where on SK's side, it seems to be lacking a little bit.
So we've seen both the teams from the amateur side that are going to be in the finals. What do we think from this? Ninjas and Pajamas earlier on seemed a little lost once he got past the lane phase. Copenhagen Wolves seemed pretty solid at finishing games.
Yeah, when it comes to them tomorrow, I really want to know who's going to pull this one out. I'm partially in favor of Copenhagen Wolves just because of the reasons you said. I mean, NIP, they're kind of in the Lemon Dogs phase where they don't know how to close out games. Lemon Dogs had the longest average game time when they won back in the summer split of LCS, around 40-something minutes. But Copenhagen Wolves showing they can take an advantage early, they can hold that advantage, and they can punish you with that advantage and close out a game very quickly. Even though it was a little bit more one-sided this time, they still showed a lot of things that a lot of professional teams can do.
Yeah, so the teams that have changed around effectively in the amateur scene, it seems Copenhagen Wolves are looking pretty deadly despite losing effectively their 2 stars, I guess you could say. Maybe, as we talked about in the pre-show, the fact that those guys, there's no one to focus now. And maybe that's something teams are going to have to research coming up. They're going to have to say, who do we focus now in Copenhagen Wolves?
You said something that actually just kind of procs up into my mind. You're saying about not having their stars. We think back to NIP, back in the spring split, when we saw Bjergsen finally come into the team. Remember the test? He was struggling really hard as AD carry, but when Bjergsen came into there, it was kind of like a sigh of relief for him. It was like a weight lift off his shoulders. He started to play so much better. I think because of, in the opposite sense, with Reckless leaving, with Sjokz leaving, they kind of allows cowTard to really step up and carry his team. It allows Youngbuck to do extremely well in lane, and not to mention their other lanes were just doing phenomenally well.
Yeah, so it's fantastic stuff. So, Copenhagen Wolves, they're into the finals, and we're going to speak to their top laner. It is going to be Youngbuck alongside Sjokz.
Thank you very much, Deman. Yes, their top laner and team captain, Youngbuck. And as the guys were talking about, you losing in your team 2 people that have been so good for you guys in the last couple of months. Reckless, of course, and that has been replaced by Forgiven, and then Amazing coming in the jungle. How has that been for you guys to deal with that? Because Sjokz and Reckless were considered as being 2 very, very strong players in your team.
Yeah, I think they were our 2 strongest players, and we had a lot of stress that revolved around them. So finding new players was difficult for us. Amazing, however, was already the 2nd guy on my list when I created the lineup, so that was a done deal and went very easily. The AD carry, however, we tried out 3 or 4 people, and eventually we went with Forgiven, and the support said, yeah, this guy is by far the best AD carry, we need to keep this guy. So, and even after that, the team synergy started to become a lot better, maybe even better than the previous lineup, because we need to rely more on teamwork than the individual skill.
You say that Amazing was a sure thing for you. Why is that exactly? Of course, you need that perfect synergy with your jungler as you are in the top lane. What is it? Is it his champion pool that suits you very well, or the cooperation?
Well, besides him being a very good solo queue player, I also know he has a similar style and similar champion pool to Sjokz, so we thought it would be the easiest replacement for him.
All right, now, gotta say, in this matchup, a clean 2-0 sweep versus SK Gaming. Was there anything in that team that you were wary of going into it? We saw the new mid laner picking Riven 2 times in a row. Is something that surprised you guys, or you knew exactly how to deal with?
We were pretty sure they were going for the Riven, and we had the Zyra planned for that, for the last pick. The second game was a little bit more difficult because they picked the Zyra themselves, and we wanted the Gragas, but he ended up banning it out, so in the end, it all went fine because cowTard is really good with the Kassadin, especially against Riven. We've trained that a lot, so he managed to do fine.
Yeah, because we were kind of afraid, oh, he's going for that Kassadin, he can be counter-picked, but you guys had it all prepared. It was very very obvious that. And we were talking about the Renekton because for both Freddy and you, it's the champion you like to play. And then in the second game, it got banned out. You had to go for a Jax matchup versus, and I was like, luckily I have my notes, and you played Singed, which can of course be a real nuisance in the game. How did that matchup go?
Well, unfortunately, they lane swapped, but My team did so well in the bot lane that I actually got ahead of the Jax, which shouldn't happen. But I think that was because Svenskeren decided to dive me instead of helping out the Jax. And I just stayed ahead a lot, and the team did the rest, actually.
Yeah, very impressive team play from you guys coming out. And of course, tomorrow you have another big task coming up as you'll be going up against Ninjas and Pajamas. From what you've seen from them earlier, what do you think?
They looked a little bit shaky, but they've been our main script partner for this tournament, actually. So it's going to be very fun.
Well, we're looking forward to that, of course. Good luck tomorrow as well. And as for us, we're going to go over to Paul, who has an update on social media.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are going to do some quick social media updates over here at the social media desk right now. I nearly caught the cameraman out, but he was sharp, so he managed to get up in time. We are, because we have a number of fun memes that you guys have sent over. But the trouble is, they weren't really memes we were after. This is a good example of a mascot. It's obviously a ninja, and they're ninjas in pajamas, so you know it kind of works. I was looking for a little bit more creativity, I have to say, but that's okay, that's fine. It's a ninja, it works. We also have this one, which is an example of not a mascot. Yeah, that's Butchered Alexich and what looks like a Cassidin. That's not really a mascot, guys. This one, again, not really a mascot, but I found it funny anyway. Let's show you this one full screen. No time to sleep, time to win IEM, Nyph for the win. I think that's a ninja, right? Okay, good. We also have this one, which is, this is a tribute to the Russians. You're getting there, aren't you? I can hear the audience. Yeah, okay. We also have this one, which I quite like. I quite like this one. This is a funny one. This is a little mascot. It's a Cloud mascot, of course, for Cloud9. Again, there's a play on words there that I'm sure we all got. Yeah, they're not going well, are they? And the funniest thing is, let me just find this one, right? While I have a look through, because I don't know if it... Right, okay, so this one's pretty good, because this is Skyen, and Skyen is, you know, he's kind of popular with the comics and the caster comics, so the fact that the man can actually draw comics is a bonus, right? And therefore, you know, he's also used the obvious, but it's a pretty good obvious, isn't it? And that's probably the best one we've had so far in terms of drawing and what have you. This next one is Fnatic. We haven't had a huge amount for Fnatic, so if you're a Fnatic fan out there and you want to show us your mascot stuff, please do. I believe that's a bird, which is kind of in the theme of mascots. That's what we're looking for, you know, an animal or something like that. So that's good. That's actually a mascot. It's not an Alexich head on a Cassidin. We also have a really good one for SK, which is an eagle. I think that's fantastic. Look at that. That's brilliant. And the last one is this one, which we've seen the good, we've seen the bad. This might just be the ugly. There's not a lot in esports that leaves me with few words. That might be one of those things. Anyway, keep them coming. It's great to see them. You can do so on facebook.com/IEM. Show us your best artistic skills for the mascots for the teams that are playing here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, Carmack will be here with a very special guest. And then we'll get into Game 1 of the quarterfinals of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Stay tuned.
This is it. That mighty thing. That thinks, blinks, and winks. You can dress it up, you can dress it down. You can even bedazzle it and make it loud. It comes in black, it comes in white. It comes in orange. What a sight. You can spin it and make it dance. Anything is possible when given the chance. It can say everything about you, or very little at all. It can fit in your pocket, on a desk, or on a wall. And it comes in sizes from big to small. From tablets to smartphones to all-in-ones. It can be used for work, for fun, and even both with the 2-in-1. But there's something meaningful beyond the bling that makes them run and do their thing. It's quite a special, hard-to-see part. The brain, the brawn, and the beating heart. And if you manage to set the rest aside, you'll come to realize the most important part is inside.
professional-grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy-to-use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination. You cannot win by yourself.
Raid Call. Communication for winners.
As a professional gamer, I need something really fast and reliable.
Dude, lagging in games sucks. That's why I use HyperX memory.
HyperX memory is super great.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne for Season 8, Day 1 of 2, with a fantastic weekend of League of Legends action coming your way. We've already had 2 fantastic semi-finals, crushing defeat for SK Gaming, of course, in our second semi-final, and Copenhagen Wolves looking very strong. They'll play Ninjas in Pyjamas in tomorrow's amateur final. There's nothing amateur about that final, I can tell you. We are going to move on very shortly to our professional tournament, which starts this afternoon with the Red versus Gambit Gaming in the quarter-finals. But before we get there, we have a very special guest and a very special interview. Carmack is with Doublelift.
Thank you, ReDeYe. I'm here with Doublelift.
Hey, what's up?
Big round of applause for you automatically. You're quite famous. Doublelift, let's talk a little bit about you. Everybody knows you left home at the age of 18. I guess you chose to kick yourself out, is that correct?
Yeah. Man, this conversation got really heavy really fast. But yeah, I just chose to leave.
Yeah, I don't want to make it really heavy really fast, but you chose to leave. You left at the age of 18 because your parents basically, to some extent, disapproved of your lifestyle at the time, right? How does it feel when you're 18 and you leave home and all you've got is a bike and a PC?
Scary. You know, like everyone is, up until you're 18, you're used to your parents just pampering you. Like, you know, you have a place to sleep, you have clothes, you have food. You just, you know, you feel safe. And then as soon as that's all gone, then you feel pretty scared. But, you know, it was pretty easy after that, honestly, just after the first couple of days.
After the first couple of days, because a little birdie told me that your real life skills were kind of quite low, and you actually, when you celebrated your first Christmas, you'd never celebrated before, you wanted to give everybody cash as presents.
Oh my God, dude, I hate Travis so much. So, yeah, I didn't have any real life skills. I didn't have any like experience with culture because I was pretty sheltered growing up. So, yeah, I was pretty bad at life. I mean, I didn't have any experience doing anything except for sitting at my computer and playing games.
I mean, what were the little things that you had to pick up?
Like, I didn't know how to like set up a bank account, and I didn't have a car or know how to drive either, so Travis just had to drive me everywhere to like set up a bank account, to like get clothes. Like, I didn't know what size clothes I was because they're all hand-me-downs, and I just had to set up my life from like the ground up, like toiletries. Like, I don't know where to buy toothpaste or like where anything is.
So in hindsight, your decision, would you consider it brave or stupid?
Pretty stupid. That was probably one of the dumbest decisions I ever made in my life, but it worked out.
I mean, you were 18 and clueless and left home. Do you think it was a life-changing decision for you in the sense that would you have become the same person that you are today had you been more diplomatic with your parents at the time and not left home?
No, totally. Like this experience that I've had in the last couple of years has changed me so much. Like, if I didn't do this, I would still be really sheltered and dumb about everything, and I would never have the experience to like go out and like have fans and just be like a celebrity and just travel across the world, go to all these new places, meet all these people. I would still be really awkward. I'd still be really ugly and fat like I was 2 years ago. Just so much. Like, I would just be doing the same thing that I've been doing for 18 years, except I would be 20 years old. I would just be playing video games, not caring about my appearance, not caring about like learning life. I would just be playing games.
So would you say it was the single best decision you've made in your life?
Yeah, definitely. Being a pro, just amazing. The best thing I've ever done.
And born out of stupidity.
Yeah, totally. The dumbest decision too.
Okay. You are famous. I've heard lots of story about your exploits. Let's not get into that. You make probably, I don't know, I would guess a couple of $100,000 a year out of pro gaming. Don't answer that. How do your parents feel about your lifestyle today?
Yeah, I got the chance to talk to them about it just like a month ago, and it was the first time in 2 years that I talked to them, actually. And they're just only happy that I'm making a lot of money and just being successful. They don't care that I'm traveling. They don't care that I'm better at life or, you know, I'm better looking. They just care the money, dude. That's, you know, that's how they grew up. That's the Chinese culture that we have. So, I don't know. They're just happy for me, I guess, but only because of the monetary part.
So you're obviously a role model to lots of people. if you met an 18-year-old kid who's very good at video games, League of Legends, and is standing, you know, next to a dilemma, the same one you've had, would you recommend for that kid to leave home, or would you tell, hey, you should probably stay?
I get so many messages like that from kids who are like anywhere from like 15 to 20 who are just like, my parents hate my gaming. Like, I saw your story, I saw your video, and I am like in the exact same situation. What should I do? And they're always either like, it doesn't even matter if you're challenger or you're like silver 2. Because I always tell them the same thing. It's like, no, don't do it. It's so hard and it's such a risk. You're gonna gamble 2 like years of your life away on this dream that you have. And it's just got harder and harder since I did it. And even when I did it, I got super lucky because I met Travis and I knew Hotshot GG and I got on CLG. So it was just like, you know, the stars aligned for me and I got really lucky. But I always tell people, don't do what I did.
Okay. Let's switch gears a little bit. The best AD carry in North America, is that a statement or a compliment about you?
Both. It's a statement for sure. I think I'm the best. Not by much though. Like, I'm not like undisputed, you know, godlike #1, but it's both. It's true and it's a compliment too.
You seem to be weighing your words very, very carefully when you talk about that. Is that because you got a lot of backlash from fans about that?
Oh yeah, everyone hates me because I talk shit. It's hard when you're at the top. Honestly, like, I was at the top in season 2, and then season 3 happened, and I wasn't playing so good. But you know, towards the end of season 3, I thought I was playing really well, and I outperformed like most, if not all, the other ADs, especially like at All Stars. So I feel like I turn it on when I need to, but you know, nobody can stay the best forever. And sometimes I'll have my like months or weeks where, you know, I'm not playing so good.
What exactly makes you the best? What is it that you have that others don't?
I think other people, they didn't have to like fight to survive, you know? Like, they didn't, like, when I became a pro, it was all I had, and it still is all I have, because if I fail at being a pro and I'm not the best and I'm not the most successful, then I feel like I like left home for nothing, if that makes sense. So I mean, other people, they have like, you know, friends and family support in the background, so they don't have to just always give it 100%. But you know, I'm always giving it 100% because I know I have nothing. If my pro gaming thing is gone, I'll just be nobody.
So it's the drive, you'd say. What about skills? Like, is there anything you do better than others in game?
Yeah, like I've always had better mechanics than pretty much everyone I've ever played against. So I got that going for me. I think it's just like a gaming gene. Like, I don't really have to work at that. People ask me like, oh, how do you practice your mechanics? How do you last it so well? And it's just like, I don't know. Like, I never know how to answer that question.
Weaknesses, though. What kind of weaknesses do you have?
Arrogance. I'm not the smartest player, honestly. And I know that I'm not the smartest player, which is something that's hard for me to accept. But, I mean, decision-making wise, I let my team do most of it, and I only put in my input when I'm 100% sure. After like 2 years of experience, though, I think I got a little bit smarter, but, you know, everyone on my team is pretty much smarter than me.
Okay. Dumbness seems to be a prevalent theme throughout this interview, I guess.
Wow. So mean, dude. What a troll.
Yeah, well, what can I say? Speaking of trolling, you're the best player in North America in your position. How much blame do you personally take for the lack of trophies in your team?
I don't think the majority of fans blame me for the lack of trophies, but I blame myself.
Yeah.
I blame myself for sure, because when I joined CLG, they were, you know, the rock stars of the world. Everyone knew their name. They won everything, never lost to anybody. Then I joined the team, and boom, we haven't got first in like 2 years. So, you know, I'm still waiting for a first place finish. And like, I've gotten close so many times in my career, but it's always, you know, like inches away. I feel terrible about it, you know? Like, anytime anybody brings it up, I just feel bad.
What's missing?
What's missing? I don't know. That's what we've been looking for.
There's a superstar on AD carry in CLG. What's missing?
We've been looking for what's missing for 2 years. I guess structure was what's missing because, you know, like other regions like Europe and especially Korea, they have way better structure than we do. They have like a roster of like 7 or 8 people. And when you're up against 5 people who are just like hotheads, which CLG was, just 5 hotheads, really arrogant, it doesn't work out so well. So, you know, now that we have structure, I think we're on the way.
Okay. Has the thought ever crossed your mind that you might leave CLG at some point? Because how long can one wait for success?
Yeah, I thought about it, but I'm loyal too. You know, I'm not gonna say that like I didn't get offers from like prominent teams and like international teams, but I never accepted. Obviously, I'm still on CLG because, you know, I owe CLG everything. I was a nobody. I was like an ugly, awkward nerd with no money, and then now I'm on CLG and I'm a superstar. So I owe that to CLG, and you know, I owe it to CLG to at least give them first place again.
You're quite arrogant here. You talk bravely about who you are and how you are the best. Let's talk a little bit about a prospective match against Fnatic and Reckless. You claim he's overrated. Tell us what we can expect from you know, the AD carry duel in the perspective. Obviously, you have to, no disrespect to the team you're facing today, but if you play Fnatic, what can we expect from that matchup down the lane?
A stomp. That's what you can expect. A one-sided stomp. Like, me and Afro are really good. And like I said, I think Reckless is kind of overrated. He is good. I'm not going to ever deny that he's good. I said that he was good like a year ago when I played against him, but I don't know. You know, Yellow Star to me has always been kind of shaky. And they're a new dual lane, and I know that Fnatic hasn't been practicing as hard as they, you know, as us. Because, you know, they had roster changes. They just placed top 4 at Worlds. If I was them, I'd be celebrating all day. So we are clearly much more practiced, and I'm really confident with me and Afro and how we've been performing.
Thank you very much, Doublelift.
Thanks.
Back to ReDeYe.
Thank you very much, Kamak, there with the delightful Doublelift. Some very straightforward, honest answers as ever, Joe, as you'd always expect them to deliver. But interesting for me, because this is one of the things we haven't yet talked about before we get into our first match in the quarterfinal of the Pro Tournament, and obviously Mitch as well, is the international rivalry that we've got this weekend. We've talked about the new beginnings, we've talked about the new lineups, we've talked about the new players, but we've also got Europe versus America again.
I have to say, at Worlds, everyone's like, yeah, we're going to see Europe versus NA. Was a bit of a letdown in the end, wasn't it? Not quite the spectacle that we hoped. I think we might see a little bit more of that here, though. That's the great thing that we got. A bit more fire. We heard Doublelift there saying we're very, very practiced. We feel very, very confident. Fnatic, he's heard, haven't played quite as much as they maybe should have, which, you know, celebrating is one way to go. But at some point, you've kind of got to get back on the horse and get back into your rhythm.
Yeah, Mitch, you came back from Worlds, had a bit of a holiday. Some of the players seem to have done the same thing, but CLG seemingly haven't taken holidays and they've been practicing hard.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to what he's saying. If we go back 1 year, we did really well at Worlds. We placed 3rd and or tied 4th with Gambit. And then we went on that break. It's not even celebrating, it's just you need a time. Like, eventually playing League end on end, you will burn out and you will need to reset. There's only one moment in a year you can do that. That's October, November after Worlds. Then we didn't take IEM Cologne too seriously, and we got burned for it. We didn't play well enough, and it set in motion like a very, very subpar like series of games, and it's definitely indicative that CLG learns from that themselves. They went in, trained really hard. Perhaps Fnatic did not. We can't judge that until we actually see the matches, and we can't even judge those matchup because they still have to play Team Red and TURQUALITY respectively.
And I'm glad you've said that, because that's exactly what we're going to do right now. We're going to take a look at the brackets of the Pro Tournament that we've got here this weekend. It's going to start off in the quarterfinals. It looks like this. Red versus Gambit to start with, and then we'll have CLG versus TQL on there, which TURQUALITY, I've been struggling with this all week. I really have. Blue.
I like the name. It fits nice, coming from Turkey. TURQUALITY.
TURQUALITY.
It's nice.
Yeah. Okay. He says it the same way as I do, so we're going to go with that. We're going to start things off though with Gambit versus the Red. So it's a bit of a clash, this one. I quite like the look of this one. It's shaping up to be a bit feisty as well. Do you think, or do you think this is going to be a steamroller?
It's hard to say again because I mean. The Red, they're a team, at least some of them former instruments of surrender. We saw them in Moscow for the qualifier for the International Wildcard Tournament. They ended up losing out in that qualifier. But again, it all depends on have they practiced, how have they practiced, who have they practiced against. And on the other side, you've got Gambit, who is the old Gambit now, once again. Edward coming back into the lineup.
Yep.
And they've been practicing as well. I can't tell you.
Before we get in there, let's just throw out for the people at home the team rosters. First of all, this is the Red. Hopefully we can get that to go up. There you go. That is their team lineup right now. And the good thing is that their old lineup is exactly the same as their new lineup. That's unusual for this for today because it seems like everyone else has changed at least one player, including Gambit, of course, as you rightly said. So the Red. Yeah, they're not going to be favourites in this game. We know that much. Let's take a look at Gambit's lineup as well. I think we'll probably get that up in just a moment, but we can bring that up fairly quickly. And as you said, Krepo, take us through the lineups, because the lineups have changed, but it's just that one key element.
I mean, it's getting rid of Voidal and getting back Edward, which hopefully reinstates like this vanilla Moscow 5 into Gambit gaming that everybody's been dying to see again. We'll have to see whether Edward stayed on the same level of play, whether he refines his synergy with Genja. But let's just face it, the Russians, once they start rolling, they're like a well-oiled machine, and you don't really want to stand in way of that, especially not as like, let's say, a newcomer team. They lost to Gaming Gear in the finals in Russia. They may have not been as experienced. Maybe they can throw a curveball. But I know for a fact that Gambit has been practicing, and I think they have a really awesome like track record, don't they? Like in offline events, aside from the
Intel Extreme Masters is basically
their event. It's their event, isn't it?
And one thing that I also fancy Gambit for in this game, in this tournament even, is once again Shyvana is very, very strong, and that was a champion that they brought to the table. It was Gambit that brought Shyvana out.
Okay.
And again, she's at an incredibly strong level, and they show that they can play in the top lane with Darian, in the jungle with Diamond as well in the past, to incredible levels.
And we even saw Kha'Zix being played by Jwaow earlier to relatively great effect, and we can definitely see if Alex Ish controls these like assassins with resets as well, on top of like a solid team. You know, Darian will always be Darian. Let's face it, this very unique top laner style. He might go 0-5, kill him anyways. We just don't know what's gonna happen exactly, but they all have the tools they need to be the Gambit of old.
What's the question mark? What's left?
Just prove it.
Yeah.
Okay. One player we haven't spoken about in terms of the lineup now is Edward, and the return that his impact will have. How much do you think it will have changed the lineup? Do you think it will benefit the lineup, and do you think he brings more back, having had that experience in America now?
Well, I don't think his trip to America panned out exactly as he wanted to be. Whether that's his fault, somebody else's fault, I'm not in a position to judge that. I think going initially back to the old 5 members, there's no new member stepping in. You know, when a new member steps in, he's easily to get the blame if something goes wrong. But now it's back to the old Moscow 5, the initial 5 Russians, and there's no way to shift the blame onto one person anymore. It's the team collective again. I feel they opted to get Edward back, so obviously he has maybe worked out issues there were in the past, and he's ready again to fit into that Russian puzzle, and I think it should definitely be a good call for them.
Okay, Joe?
And this is a team, let's not forget, that were incredibly dominant for a full year. I mean,
except against CLG.
Except against CLG, where they constly
You had to get that one in there.
Had like really long games and then threw them in the
really
end.
Interesting games.
Hey,
really
hang on, hold
interesting
on,
games.
gentlemen,
That's
hold
it.
on, gents.
But I think what they lacked after a while was this fire to win that happens when you've been a dominant team and you've not switched any members. You know, they were, I think, hoping when Edward left that whoever they brought in would inspire the team, really grab them and, you know, start to perform like they were used to behind that. And the fact that they brought Edward back gives them that stable lineup that they had before, gives them the exact 5 players that they dominated with, and hopefully brings back the passion and the will to win.
But any place less than first for Gambit is a loss. They've said that so many times.
Okay.
So they'll have to go for the win.
Okay, good stuff, gents. We're going to take a break from you, for good men, for a moment, and we're going to head over to our commentary team. This time round, we've got Deman and the 7'9" Jason Kaplan.
I can confer he is a Wookiee I am sat next to. Not quite so hairy, though, thankfully.
Oh, not
You've
anymore.
shaved it,
Not
you've
anymore.
shaved it, yeah.
No shave November's finally over for me. I couldn't show up really shaggy. And actually, one of my coworkers calls me Lighthouse here at
Lighthouse.
work. So.
That works. That works. From Police Academy.
I'm too young for that movie. Probably haven't heard of it.
Screw you. So we have the Red taking on Gambit. It's a Russian versus Russian team. So this is probably the first time that Gambit in this studio can't just openly talk about their tactics like they normally do. They could be just sat in a room and they're just be like, brr, into Russian. Nobody knows what they're on about because they're just talking tactics. And we only knew this because when we were in Moscow, it's like the Russian commentators were like, this is so funny because they're just talking tactics right in the middle of all the other teams. It was fantastic. But this time around, they are up against a team that they're going to know and that you guys at home will have seen similar before. Instrument of Surrender. We saw them in Moscow. And 3 members, as far as I'm aware. They said 4 in the graphic, but I'm pretty sure it's 3. Fomko, Niksar, and DimaJke. Not too sure about DimaJke. DimaJke is the correct pronunciation. We just asked the players before anyone corrects me. So, picks and bans underway, Jason. And sure as hell, we're going to have some targeted bans. You can see Evelyn already coming out. I'm interested to see how Diamond has actually transferred into this after the Worlds, because there's a number of junglers that have changed, and more importantly, like we were talking about in the first game of the day, Shyvana is now back on the plate, and that is a big champion for Gambit.
It really is, but you know what I love about the Red is that they're giving some respect bans over to Gambit. You know, they're taking Evelynn out, which we saw Diamond use so well throughout these the spring split and the summer split, and also the Fiddlesticks being taken away. And it's really interesting to see that, because I was talking with Krepo a little bit earlier, and he was saying any support is so hard to deal with. There's like one champion out there, I'm not gonna say who it is, that can really counter her, but you see more of the amateur teams take like a Fiddlesticks as a support. So it looks like Gambit doesn't want to necessarily deal with that right off the bat.
I'm just wondering if Fiddle's being banned out, whether they're actually pre-planning to pick Zed, because he used to be a good counter towards it. Something Alex can certainly play. Alex can play a number of champions. Alex is just feeling okay, by the way. I asked him earlier on, because if you remember back to Worlds, and actually, to be honest, a lot of tournaments, Alex tends to get a little bit sick. It's a lot of travel. But, you know, we talked about it at the start. Gambit, anything but first place at an Intel Extreme Masters is not good for them, because this is their tournament. Their name is on the trophy right behind us, which is actually not there. Where's it gone? It used to be there. It used to be there anyway. The trophy that was here earlier on has their name right on it. It has Moscow 5 on it, to be fair. They didn't win it in 2012, but 2011 was their year.
You know, if you think back to Katowice last year, when they showed up day one, they got dominated. They tried the curse aside bullet time
for them,
for Korea, but then the next day they came back against Azubu, Blaze, and Frost, just stomped them completely. So you're definitely right. They're fighting for something here, and they have quite a few teams here to play through if they want to have the hopes of winning.
Ooh, well. Nidalee banned out as well as Lucian, so they've been pretty dominant picks. Shen actually banned out. We haven't seen a great deal of Shen this weekend. I don't think if at all yet so far. But there's Shyvana being picked up first off. Strong top lane champion right now. But Renekton available, Jack's available. What else could they go with at the top lane? Will they be thinking of that, or will we be seeing the Fresh Prince?
You know what? I kind of hope so for Edward's cake. I mean, he's the Thresh King. That was what he was coined when he was here in the summer split, and then he just left us. And our hearts were broken from that. But I want to see him come back with that. I know Darren's been playing a lot of Lissandra top lane, so that might be a possibility. But, you know, I was chatting with Krepo earlier, and he was saying no one really counters Shyvana top lane right now. So you have to kind of maybe 2v1 her if you want to have hopes of keeping her down right now. But the Vi pickup, if that does come in, I mean, we've seen Diamond play it before. We saw her heavily played at Worlds, so why not go for a champion like that who can be very aggressive early on? It could really be a nuisance to deal with that ultimate coming into a team fight.
Yeah, it's a champion that Bengi ran in the OGN Summer Champions, actually, when they came back against KT Bullets. And I believe he's returned it. I think I'm pretty sure he played it the other day as well. Memory is a little bit foggy on that one, because I've watching so much OGN lately that I'm like, I don't know what the picks, who's picking what these days. Just trying to get a taste of the trend. And speaking of trends, Annie as support. That is the trend. This time we're seeing Eddie on Annie.
That's going to be so much fun to talk about. But I mean, that's a champion that's up his alley if we think about it. I mean, he is known for kill stealing. Not that way though, Demon. He's known for kill stealing quite a bit. And Annie with the long attack range, with the burst you can put down, like that is a champion that works perfectly for him. And it looks like he doesn't want to go for Thresh here. So maybe we'll see Caitlyn for that patented Caitlyn-Annie combo. Maybe we'll see Varus, because Genja's been playing a lot of Varus. Actually, he played it 13 games in the summer split, only won 7 of them with the 5.1 KDA.
Oh, Jinx hovered over right now. We haven't actually seen Jinx today. Been a very strong champion on release, I'll give you that, but people seem to have figured out a counter for him. But alongside Zyra, that's a pretty scary, damaging combo. If you get locked down, you are pretty screwed.
Yeah, CandyPanda didn't do too well with it earlier on against Copenhagen Wolves. Oh, well, we know what he wants to play there, obviously. But, you know, Jinx, definitely a strong champion. That ultimate is, from what I hear from Joe, so amazing to say during team fights. The super mega death rocket.
Super mega death rockets.
But she's a very strong champion, even with the slight changes to her, reducing that attack speed from her Q. But the Zyra, I'm always a fan of seeing Zyra. As we saw a little bit earlier on, cowTard playing her as an AP mid. We've seen her as support previously as well. So it's one of those champions you can lock in very early on and be like, we're not going to show our hand completely just yet. And maybe, you know, they want to go Zyra versus Orianna, or maybe they're just using it to obviously go support.
Well, there is the Renekton. It was the champion that was pretty much predominant throughout the World Finals. Really strong top laner. And Darian, well, he used to be a champion and he played well, and he's going to know what he's up against in Shyvana. See how that one works out. Will they go for the 2v1 later? Don't think we're going to see Draven. Pretty sure about that. Niksar hovering over it right now. We're going to see who the mid laner will be. Could be Zyra. We have had someone mid laning cowTard, mid laning Zyra early on in the previous match, where Copenhagen Wolves, if you missed it, took down SK Gaming 2-0. They're going to be facing Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow morning. That'll be the amateur finals for that one. Right now, though, it is going to be the final picks. What do you think? I mean,
I was about to say, we could see double AD comp.
Jarvan's a likely jungler.
Huh. So I swear we've seen mid-Quinn once. I can't remember who it was. I know Spontex played her.
Actually going to get locked in. We did see Spontex playing it, and we have seen it mid-Quinn.
With Gambit, actually, funny enough, in the top lane.
I believe Messiah's played it a bunch of times as well. But then again, he plays anything. He's played Scion loads in the mid lane as well. And we saw how that went this morning. If you missed it, well, you missed a mid lane Scion from Nukeduck, which not some of the team wasn't too happy about.
Yeah, we'll save that story for another time. But, you know, I actually kind of like the Quinn. I mean, it's one of those champions that can be a really big bully in the lane. You can split push decently well. It's kind of hard to gank her just because you have the ability to tumble backwards and you have that sight from her hawk to see around you. But what's really funny within the red lineup is the fact that Niksar used to play middle, for instance, of Surrender. Fomko used to play jungle, and then Demanko's always been in this as a support role. So I'm curious, over this period of time, you know, since February, have they been able to work any twerks out? Have they been able to, you know, come into their own in these roles? And no, not twerking. No, Baron's not twerking in this game. It's not going to happen.
Twerks out?
Kinks
well,
out.
Maybe they did. Maybe that's. I don't know what these Russians get up to sometimes. Maybe that's what they've been doing to figure out. But there is the Red. If you're not sure really who the Red is, the Red's actually a pretty big gaming organization in Russia. So it's actually a pretty big powerhouse team. Hell, he's got a bear tattooed on his arm. Don't mess with that guy.
Was that Stormtrooper bear?
I don't know what it was. The camera may pan down to it, but it was definitely a bear in there, that's for sure. So there is Diamond Prox on your screen alongside Darian, who's always got the swagger as he comes into the studio. I mean, you guys saw his intro at the Worlds, but you should see him as he swaggers around the studio, man. He's a cool dude right there. But this team, I mean, they're going to know this. It's unfortunate a little bit, I guess, for the Red, because they're coming up against their comrades, as it were. They're coming up against Gambit, who these guys probably look up to. I mean, Gambit have been on the scene for so long, since the Intel Extreme Masters Kiev back in 2011, I believe it was, when they really burst onto the scene with the Empire, which they were formerly known as, that great combo. But what do we think? What do we see here? Because this is Red, I think, from my point of view, trying something funky. They know they're not going to beat Gambit in a straight-up standard fight, so they've gone with some interesting picks. They've pulled out the Jigs. They've pulled out the Quinn in the middle. Is it going to work out, though?
You know, the thing about double AD compositions is that you need to feed a Larda farm over to those two champions, and to get to that point a little bit later on is very difficult to do. But one thing I like about Red is that they do have a lot of protection for their AD carries. So you have the Cataclysm to hold there, obviously. You have the Stranglethorns out of Zyra, not to mention the Grasping Roots. You have obviously Shyvana, who can knock them back on top of that. So they can have a lot of damage, but the problem is they don't have magic damage. And we saw a game earlier on today where we just built straight armor against that, and there's not much you can really do here. So we are seeing Darren. See, this is what scares me, is that if Darren is going 1v1 against Shyvana, that means he's confident in this matchup, and that's a very scary thing if you're playing against him.
I'm just scared about Edward on Annie as well. I'm scared for everyone on the Red right now, because Gambit, they have been back together as a team, effectively, for the last 2 weeks, although I know from Edward, he's been playing on my Battlefield 4 server, so he's, I don't know how much he's been practicing. He's not a very good sniper.
Was he kill stealing you, though?
No, he's a sniper. He's like you. He likes to sit on the roof somewhere and tries to camp it, but he's not very good at it. That's
so
sure.
Definitely like me. Exactly like me.
Exactly like you.
But, you know, one thing that's funny with Gambit is that actually Edward got interviewed lately. I don't remember off the top of my head who it was, but he said the problems that existed before within Gambit, which caused him to leave, are no longer there. And that means potentially the return of the team we saw, you know, a little over a year ago when they were just so dominating. And I want to know, can they do this? But, you know, on Red's side, think back to Meteor Makers coming into the summer split. They had a phenomenal week one, going 4-1. They caught teams off guard because they had the opportunity to research them. The Red might have that same opportunity right now, and hopefully for them, they take advantage of it.
Well, and it's more than research. It's hunger. It's hunger to win. And has Gambit still got that hunger? It's a team that's been around, been victorious, been very close to winning World Championships in Season 2. And, you know, they managed to go 2-1 with Taipei Assassins. So is it a team that's still got that hunger? Now they're back together as the original lineup. The original gang is back. Are they as hungry as ever? Bearing in mind, this is the Intel Extreme Masters. I haven't actually seen Groove here either, so maybe the manager has not traveled with them. Maybe I've just not seen him, but no, he's not with them. I saw them in the stairs and I didn't see them, so they are here without the manager as well. So gonna see how this one progresses for them. but they are up against the Red. The Red themselves have a mountain to climb, I feel, playing up against Gambit. And this is great zoning already.
Yeah, look how scared they are to go up head-to-head against him as AD carrying support. And obviously, you know, with Edward having the anti-stun up, with that constant harass that he's been doing right now, it's really applying a lot of pressure, not to mention he's sitting on 30 AP.
This is an all-in fight. Which is going to go for it? That's the question. It's going to be Darian trying to flash in for it. Fire having to flash straight away. That was an all-in fight from both of them. All summoner spells used from both players, chugging through those potions. And so far, it seems that Darian may well be coming out on top.
Yeah, he's making a stamp on this lane. He wants to show that I will control this. You're not going to be able to really snowball on us right now, as we saw Shyvana just do so well earlier on today. And we even see Fomko very early gank right now, but he's going to be spotted by a ward. And this is very dangerous because it's not going to happen most likely with Darian already seen him back away. And now he misses out on a little bit of CS here. But still, I like the presence though. I like the decision for him to kind of interact with other lanes so early on.
Well, he shoved his wave up straight to the tower, so I don't think he lost too much experience. He maybe would have lost 1 or 2 minions, but yeah, like you said, that ward. Interesting to see that ward in the first place. I didn't see whether it was Darian that placed it or whether it was Edward that roamed around there early on that had put that ward down, because as we know from Darian, he gets caught out a few times.
Yeah, once or twice.
A little bit too far up lane, but this top lane, or bottom lane, whatever you'd like to call it, is already going heavily in favor of Genja. Genja's got double the CS almost of Niksar. Niksar's going to have his work cut out to keep this one going, because Eddie's doing a great job at zoning out, but also we're now seeing Genja splitting off to the side. Look at Diamond with the double buff, sniffing around, see if he can pick anything up, but it's not going to happen, and he's going to return back to his jungle.
And one thing about that top lane that's making it so dangerous for the Red to go up against him is the fact that Edward's running 30 AP. So if he's going to hit you with his 8% magic pen, it's definitely going to hurt. And that's what's causing him to kind of sit back, you know, just try to farm up, not give away any kills just yet. But Diamond, he's spotted going down here, and looks like he wants to tax the lane a little bit, shoveling as fast as possible. And Faris, he's actually not going to back away. He's going to stay here. He needs this experience, or he's going to fall really far behind.
Oh, Alex is going all in on towards Fomko. Fomko, they've reversed positions right now. Has he got the damage to turn this back around? Alex is taken very low, pulls out the defensive ball, has to flash away from it. Fomko's going to flash through. Oh, manages to get it up, but the ball is back, and Alex picks up first blood.
I think we can say, without a doubt, Alex has been practicing over this vacation right now. That was ridiculous, but I've been flashing a little bit early just to get that vision away from Fomko, so he didn't know exactly going to happen here. But Genja going to get caught.
Genja caught out. They're having to dodge out away from the choppers. Flashes through again, throws out the barrier and the hail of arrows, and taken very, very low. We already saw that Edward wasn't in the lane, so this is good pressure from Red.
Yeah, a little bit surprising considering how passive they've been playing this entire time. But right now, as you can see on that minimap, we have Diamond Prox heading up towards this top side. He will not be spotted by a ward right now, and potentially with that red buff, he could go for a 1v2.
They're both very low as well. I'm wondering whether he's going to go for it. Eddie's coming in. We know how aggressive he can be, but instead he's not going to go rushing straight into the lane. He will just pass on by. And also Diamond, if you noticed, he took full lane text in that bottom there. That's what I want to talk about before the action kicked off. He wiped out all the minions and the big minion. He picked up about 120 gold from that lane away from Darian.
And I honestly, I like that, because that's what it's come to in Season 3, is that the junglers have to tax. They need the money, they need the experience to really stay with the game. And obviously, when Diamond Proxy gets level 6 on this Vi, he becomes so deadly that even Fomko, I'm pretty sure, can't escape from that without a flash. And you pair the, the ball delivery system on with that with Orianna, and you're probably going to be able to kill someone very easily.
It's a game of Doran's Blades right now. We're seeing triple Doran's coming out from Niksar. On Jinx, we're seeing Fomko with two Doran's Blades in that mid lane. Another Doran's Blade, this time on Shyvana, and one on DimaJke, I think we decided it was going to be, wasn't it?
I like how Niksar's going triple Doran's Blade, because I'm just like, I know that build. I started that build. Yeah. I'm the one that started doing that. And it kind of shows he doesn't want to be bursted down by Edward, which is a very smart move. He wants to be able to sit in lane. He's pretty even on CS considering how this game has gone. But look what happened. We have lane swaps coming in. And because it's seeing the AD carry and support top lane, Gambit's can take advantage just by taking Dragon.
Darian may well get locked down there. He gets rooted up. He's already popped his ulti though. He should just be able to dominus and slide away from this one while Gambit pick up the Dragon down in the bottom of the lane. It's going to get interrupted possibly. Fomko's going to come in. We'll see whether he can finish it off. Diamond does manage to close it out alongside Alex each and Co, and they will just back away from this one. So a somewhat safe Dragon pickup by Gambit in the 7-minute mark.
And this is the Gambit style. I mean, we always talk about you give them a finger, they'll take your whole arm. They got those lane swaps to happen. They realized that, hey, Niksar and Deman top lane, why not go for Dragon now? We can send Darian up there. He can survive very easily, get a free Dragon, get some extra gold off of it, and right now, they're already looking at 2k gold lead.
That's going to be a tempting target for for Fiery's that. He's looking at him. He's got his ultis. He's fully stacked up there. And he's wondering whether to go for it. Blue buff given across to Alexic. Darian chugging through those potions. He has got a giant spell, so it's somewhat misleading thinking he's low on hit points because you can see he's at 1,000 hit points despite it being that low. So not going to take the bait, but Fomko may well join him. Pops his vision, checks out the red buff, and there's going to be a 2-man stack in his top wave, but look at Diamond. Diamond already heading this way. Is he going to get there in time? I don't think he's going to! And it's going to be Fomko and Fiery's clearing out. That's going to be Fiery's taking very, very low, but it's a kill nonetheless.
And great timing, too, because they realize, hey, Darren doesn't have his ultimate. He just used it in that defense in that 1v2 top lane. So right now, they take complete advantage of that. They get the kill. They get the turret very low. In the meantime, we're seeing them hold down middle. Alex going the ultimate here.
Yeah, well, actually, I think it was DimaJke that's gone aggressive on him, and Alex is just like, fine, you want to fight me? I'll take a fight, no problem. You've seen my balls. They're going to be delivered all across the map. Alex, that is not how I meant it. I can see the smirk on your face and everybody in Twitch chat as well.
I knew exactly what you meant, Demon. I was on your side with that one, but yeah, balls everywhere right there. And right now, we're seeing Diamond hold on to, you can compose yourself. Hold on to this top lane here, and he's going to get some little bit more tax here, as we do see Darren finally go for his Sunfire Cape. But in the meantime, Niksar and Demonco pushing bottom. They're up in this 2v2 lane yet again here. They want to keep the 2v2, as we already saw Gambit, throw the switch up here, even though they were so hesitant to fight him earlier on.
So, lanes back into normality, or somewhat a image of it. Catalyst of the Protector and the Tear of the Goddess already picked up by Alexic. He is in pretty much a perfect position, has to be said straight away. Already a 10 CS advantage, got 2 kills, looking comfortable. Eddie throwing down the stuns in the bottom there, having to protect Genja. And you can see Niksar starting to go a bit more aggressive on Jinx.
And this is what I want to see out of Gambit. This is what I'm curious about, and I'm sure a lot of people out there are looking for. Even though Edward said the things that made him leave earlier on. Oh wow, you see kill bottom lane, you see Edward go down.
Yeah, Edward's gone down in the bottom. He did stick around a little bit too long, got the grasping roots out there, but looks of it. Darian, meanwhile, trading with Fieries at the top there. We do see Diamond hanging around, see if they can bait something, but at the top here, it's going to be continuing back and forward. Dominus popped. I don't think Darian's going to chase him onto the turret, so they will back away, but he is buying time for DimaJke to come around. Will he slide on in there? He's got the combo ready and waiting to try and catch him. That's the bait they needed. They get the lockup, they get the stun. He's going to slice and dice away. We can see the ultimate coming out. The flash is away from him. Is he going to go deep on the tower? He's going to have one more shot on this one. He is going to try and land the damage, but could he get baited in? The stun comes out. The tower hit will not be enough, and that was another good pickup by the red.
And even though that happened, I really have to say that I was really surprised with Darian right there. We've known him as being a person that overextends. He gets caught, he dies quite a bit. But right there, I mean, he was able to bait the jungle to the top side, able to almost escape right there, and really allow time for the rest of his team to make something happen in other lanes. And I was trying to point this out earlier, is that, we had Edward say, the problems that were in the team before are no longer there. But do you always remember them being out of sync in lane, where, Edward would be really aggressive, Genji would be back farming, and then, if Genji was aggressive, Edward was always passive kind of thing? I want to know if they've been able to synchronize that. And if they have, I'm really scared for any bot lane combo that goes against them.
Yeah, I mean, they always were, and that was the main complaint. And we've seen, whether he goes too aggressive, Genji generally sits back and passive farms, and as it is, not seen too much to suggest that that's changed.
Yeah, it's been, I'll just say, really quiet in their lane so far. I mean, Edward put out some great presence earlier on, but we've only seen, obviously, 1 kill, which went in the favor of the red. And I don't know. I mean, you're an Annie. He's level 5, so he doesn't have his bear stun just yet with that extra damage. Things will change around in a little bit here, but keep in mind, Gambit did have the first dragon. We'll have it coming up in just over 2 minutes here, and if they want to go for it yet again with that available, it's going to be very hard for the red to contest it.
So far, it is 3-2 in favor of red. They are behind in gold, though, because, like you said, that dragon did get taken down. Assault battery on towards Fomko. He's only just got back into the game, and he's already dead. Diamond Brox was there, and Alexic picked up the kill. No, I tell a lie. It was Diamond. I'm completely out of sync, as are the players, it seems, because they've gone for another pause. As the top lane tower was about to go down, Eddie is just going to reconnect, so they're just sorting that one out. There goes Edward. He'll be back in a moment, guys. Don't worry.
And that last fight, though, that was really great timing out of Alex. I mean, obviously it was a gank coming in. It's pretty hard to miss that ultimate, but he used it right when we had Fomko vaulting away on Quinn, trying to escape that. It pulled him right back in. Another easy kill, and that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier on. And it's also interesting is that Alexic, look at his build.
Yeah, but speaking of builds, let's have a look at the builds, because you can see them on your screen, so you'll have to take the viewers through it, because they don't have vision just yet.
All right, well, the one thing that kind of is interesting for me is Alex, he went for a Catalyst, went for a Tear, and 2 Doran's Rings. So He's going for like a Rod of Ages, I would expect with that. Maybe a Banshee's Veil later on if he wants to, even though there's no magic resist. Maybe just dodge a Grasping Roots or something. And he's going for, you know, a lot of mana with the tier on top of that. So he's going to be lacking a little bit of damage, but the rest of the team makes up for it. But just with what they have, with that Annie, you just, even though your support, you still do quite a bit later on. You have Genja, who's happily farming away, has a 21 CS lead over Niksar. And not to mention Darien, just with the Dominus up, with his Sunfire Cape, he hurts a lot.
So, first turret of the game goes down, and it's the red that take it. Not something I was expecting to say, and they are starting to put up an interesting performance here. Has Gambit been caught napping, or are they just a little rusty and they just need to get their stride going? Who knows? This is a team, as I've mentioned many times, that are very successful at the Intel Extreme Masters, and it is something they are very proud of as well. They like to pick up victories here at the Intel Extreme Masters, and why the hell not? Their name's on the trophy 1 year, that was 2011. Unfortunately, the Koreans stopped their dominance in 2012, despite them getting to the quarterfinals, or was it semi-finals? I can not remember back at CBIT 2012. But nevertheless, it was the two Azubu teams that stopped their progress.
And right now, Gambit, I don't know, I'm not 100% convinced just yet of their play style. I mean, obviously, it's, you know, the first game in a while, at least in a tournament setting. The game is not really in favor of currently the Reds, as they still have that gold advantage, but they haven't been on par, as fluid as we've normally seen them be going around. And as you can see, Diamond, he's a minute early to this Dragon, and that kind of shows maybe there's a little bit rust within the team. Or maybe he's just trying to see if there's any enemy wards on that, if anyone's going to come by and, you know, show their presence.
He hasn't got a Oracle, is he?
No.
No, he hasn't. Just checking out whether anyone's going to spot towards him. But yeah, the time, like you say, the timing, he is a good minute early there. He's going to clear out those raids. He's going to find actually in the jungle. They may go head to head. You can see DimaJke taking him behind him, but instead he's going to back away. Had the support of Alex Ich, whose ulti will be back up in just a few moments. I'm interested to see this Shyvana pick because it was taken away as the first pick, and it is 2-0 up. This could become a problem late game for Gambit because late game, Red's team's actually not that bad.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, the double AD carries, if they can get them both farmed up to that point where they'll be strong to deal with the enemy team, then it's going to be very hard to dive anyone on Gambit's or on the Red side. And then you have, you know, 2-0 strong, you just pointed out. Faris, he is going to be tanky with that Sunfire Cape, with the Dragon Form. He's going to be able to dive into the backside, go against the squishy of Genja, take the stun away from Edward if Edward wants to focus him down with it, and really apply a lot of pressure, really be a big nuisance in the middle of these fights. But it all comes down to, can they get to that point where their team fights matter for them, or are they going to let Gambit, you know, kind of get back in the game and kind of take it away from them?
Well, triple Doran's Blade was picked up by Niksar, but we're seeing only the double from Genja as he's gone for that BF sword. Rod of Ages also completed by Alex Ich. Sunfire Cape's going for both of those top laners. There's going to be the blue buff going across to Alex Diamond, gifting him that one. In terms of CS, it's a huge advantage for Alex Ich. You can see 40 CS difference. Both the other lanes really are fairly even. The top lane, you can see actually between them, it is Darien with the lead, despite the fact he's 2-0 down, which is why that gold differential, about 400 gold. Not too bad right now because Gambit themselves have picked up that Dragon, which has respawned, and nobody really from either team making any moves towards it.
Yeah, not just yet, and right now, Alex, he might get caught here. That word was spotted. We are seeing them go in for it.
He is going to jump in. Cataclysm was used, but he flashes out of it, but that doesn't mean Alex's flash is down. Didn't try and go for the shockwave, don't defend it. Realize he's in a 2v1 situation, no way of winning that fight.
You know, there's two forms of Alex, which is a little bit weird to say. There's one where he's very mobile, roams around, picks up kills around the map for like a Kha'Zix or a Gragas. And there's a second one where he farms really well, which currently he's doing, like you mentioned a little bit earlier on. And in the summer split alone, he had the third highest GPM out of every single player at 373. And right now with Dragon coming back up, it looks like they want to go for it here. They have the pink wards invested. They have the manpower down here. But right now, Darien's in the top lane, while Faris is already heading towards Dragon.
Yeah, Darien is miles away, not going to be involved in this fight. And it does mean it's going to be a 4-on-5. Red are gathering all in one position. Chain of Corruption catching on towards DimaJke, though. That is going to be him down. Now can they catch on towards the next one? You can see Alex is in trouble, but he pulls out the shockwave, gets that defensive ball back on. It's a double kill for Edward. Would you believe it? The man is back, and he's killing again.
That was such a great job by Gambit right there. They committed so many ultimates into that fight just to kill Demonko, using the Vi and the Annie bear stun right there. But it didn't matter. In the end, Alex was tanking up with that bear, with that build he's going to survive it. They pick up 3 kills, they pick up Dragon, and right now, the Red just gave him a finger.
The red just gave him a finger, and they are pulling the entire arm. It's not the middle one, thankfully, though, and the red are just keeping them back. We're dropping them left and right today, Jason. It's my turn again now. So that was the dragon. That was a bunch of kills, and Gambit suddenly stretch their legs in this match. Red buff going across towards Diamond, and Darian goes back to the top to continue his merry farm.
And this is the danger. If you're running a composition like the red, you cannot afford to fall behind with this double AD carries. You look at Gambit's side, you know, Alex, he picked up the Seeker's arm guard, so he's going for the armor. We already see Darian invested into the Sunfire Cape. We're going to see Diamond building towards a little bit of armor and a couple of minutes here. And the red, they don't have the penetration they need early on to deal with that.
Well, Bloodthirster has just been picked up by Genja, but right now the trade back and forward in this top lane continues. Both got some fire capes, so both just going to be burning away on one another. Darian has got his ultimate available. He's going to pop the Dominus. Goes back in there. He's waiting for Faris to actually pop his ultimate. Hasn't quite got it ready. He just could have gone in for it, but we saw just got a glimpse of DimaJke there, I think, or maybe he's just spider senses were tingling, realizing if he's going all in for this one, there must be someone else nearby. And wisely, Darian, for once, backs away.
Ooh, look at that damage out of Genja, and that's a typical build he always goes with. He has that 17 fire armor pen. And most likely go with Last Whisper after this since he never builds attack speed. But Diamond, he's going to be coming in here for gank. He was not spotted by a ward in that tri-bush, and he's going to be going in.
Assault and battery on towards DimaJke, gets him straight on. The chomper's coming down. Niksar caught with the chain of corruption. Tibbers goes down on his head, and just like that, the piercing arrow takes off his head.
That stud, the CC they just applied right there. I mean, even DimaJke didn't hit the target they were going to go for the kill on a Niksar, but the bear stun with the chain of corruption out of Genja, which is enough to hold him there long enough to pick up that very, very easy kill.
Last I checked, Niksar hadn't left Riot to join, become a pro gamer for the red, but Niksar
yeah,
is there indeed. It is going to be the bottom turret going down. Gambit going to be picking that one up. Meanwhile, you can see Diamond just off the side, taking down those golems as well, trying to get interrupted by DimaJke. But instead, they're going to let the minions take it. They've caught out Fomko. Fomko's come around. He's tried to go a little too aggressive. Caught out with the stun. Is it going to be enough? Fomko goes down. Stranglethorns will bounce up Diamond Prox. Now they're going to go towards DimaJke. DimaJke and DimaJke in trouble. Diamond Prox is going to take down DimaJke. Flashes away. Flash followed by Faris. Faris should be able to take down Diamond Prox at the side. Can they close any more out? That's the question. Eddie has got a stun available. He should be able to stop it off the side. Genja, for some reason, he's decided to go one-on-one down the bottom here. He may turn it around. Hail of Arrows caps him down. DimaJke picks up the kill along with Faris. That's double for the red, and they try and pick up something from it. But while it's all happening, top tower going down, and Alex has driven through the mid lane, taken down the turret and pushing on towards the inner.
And look how many men they had to commit for that fight, just for a 2-for-2, and now they're losing 2 turrets on top of that. I mean, they needed all 5 members there to really hold on to that, as we saw Niksar down a little bit earlier on, so they needed 4, but even with that, they struggled to really get those kills, and Gambit in the meantime just completely taking advantage of it. Even Alex just waiting on the sides to maybe go for a blue here, and now Faris, he might be in trouble, as we do have a 2-man Gambit squad up here.
Here they go, it's going to be Alex Hitch coming round. He's already 3-0-3, his shockwave is available, but he's not going to pull the trigger on it. Now he could, no, pulls instead back towards Darian, and well, we see Faris defending that one. They didn't really have vision, which is why they're backing away, but so far Gambit are looking good.
Oh my god, Demon, I almost had a heart attack. Genja is building attack speed. I think this is like the second time in his entire career of League of Legends for him to build some attack speed of any sort. So he's not going for that Last Whisper, he's going for that Zeal. What happened to Genja? This isn't the Genja we typically know.
Well, they said the changes have happened. Maybe this is what we're starting to begin to see. Is this the new Genja? Is there going to be a new aggressive Genja? I wonder. He did try and go in a straight-up duel, despite the fact he realized he may be in trouble. Diamond Prox once again waiting in the wings, going to try and come around, see if he can get on towards anything. And the red have got to be careful, because Diamond Prox at 205 is looking for kills.
And when he gets rolling, I mean, just on a Vi alone, he is so deadly. I mean, Darian, he's 0-2, but no offense to him, that's kind of what we expect out of his lane, since he constantly is aggressive, he constantly makes the other jungler to go to his lane. But having a 2-0 Vi, having a 3-0-3 Orianna, a 1-1-5 Genja with pretty good farm, like, this is a lot of damage that will come out very quickly for Red, and right now they don't have the defenses to deal with it, especially with 2 squishy AD carries and a squishy support.
Assault and Battery is available should Diamond go for it. There is a 3-0 Shyvana. We should not discredit Faris. He's doing a fantastic job in that top lane, but it is Gambit. I'm feeling so confident that they're just going to bully out this tower. We see, oh, Flash Tippers going down towards Fomko. Fomko does have to flash away from that one. Chain of Corruption followed it through, but that's another tower picked up by Gambit.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe a little bit of miscommunication right there as Eddie did go in, but right now with all 5 members still here at Gambit, they want to go for this turret. And with Fomko already low on life, he's going to have to back out and heal, which gives him a man advantage. But still, Dragon come up in about 45 seconds. They can fall back, bait the red into a fight that they don't necessarily want to go for with the pink wards they currently have down, or they can just take Dragon, get a little bit of extra money, go back and spend it, because currently they have 1,000 on Genja, so he'll be able to finish off whatever item he wants to soon, and then just work from there.
Now, Gambit happy to just step away from this. Oh, the Chompers just catching out Alex Ich there. Thought he could just catch them out there, but they happily traded the bottom turret, outer turret, for the middle inner turret. And now, Diamond maybe cut out of position. Dragon's up in 18 seconds, so this is what Gambit are lingering for. They thought they could go back in time, but instead they are going to have to hold on and possibly just pick it up the moment it spawns.
And, during the picks and bans, we were a little bit, confused, a little bit worried about that Quinn pick. And as you can tell so far, it's not working out. 0-4-1 right now, 162 farm. He's down quite a bit to his counter. But right now, you saw the damage he did to Diamond, or more importantly, you didn't see the damage because he didn't do much of it. And when you have Niksar, who is okay on farm, but doesn't necessarily have the penetration he needs to deal with it, that means Diamond and Darren can just dive into the back line, sit there all day, set up a camp, have a s'more or something like that, and then that allows the rest of Gambit to fight.
Well, here is the Dragon. Here comes Gambit. Oh, the piercing arrow landing on DimaJke already. Darian's going to chew that one up. He wants a juicy support kill. And meanwhile, down the side here, they're going to chase on towards it. Shockwave comes out, doesn't really catch anyone. Faris is the problem. That's going to be the support. DimaJke going down. Going to catch on Assault Battery on towards Fomko. Fomko gets decimated. Faris is going to follow. That's a third going down. They're going to get Chain of Corruption. Max range on Niksar. Niksar's going to go down. The damage just turned out from Darian there as they chase for the ace on towards DimaJke as he slides away. Don't forget the Dragon. They're going for the inhib.
And right there was a perfect example of just how far ahead Gambit was. Darren went in 1v2 even against that Dragon, was able to pick up a kill on a DimaJke, while the rest of the team, even with Alex ulting just one man on a Faris, they were able to pick them apart one by one with superior focus. And now, like you said, they're going to get an inhibitor off of this.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. And what started off as a fairly close match has just been, once again, just ripped straight from the red. We talk about earlier on, we've talked about during the amateur matches, how teams do not close games quick enough. Gambit are doing just that. 10,000 gold lead, 22 minutes in, first inhibitor down.
And this is a very scary point for the red, because within the summer split alone, it was like a 93% chance you're going to lose a game once you lose a first inhibitor, and against Gambit, those numbers only got worse for your side, and we've seen Gambit being able to close out games so quick with inhibitor down. I want to expect a Baron coming up, but honestly, they don't need it. They don't need to go for something like that where it potentially could be stolen away and get the other team back.
Oh, the Shockwave decimating them there. Piercing arrow follows through just like that. It's another 3 kills. The red thought they'd caught Gambit napping. They thought they'd caught them back in, but they didn't realize Genja had just been back to shop, and he joins the fray and absolutely decimates them.
Wow, that damage out of Alex paired in with Edward. The pull together with the Tibbers is so hard to deal with, as we just saw right there. In Gambit, they might go for a finish. Why not?
Why not, indeed? You've talked about how quick these games can finish once the inhib goes down back in the LCS. But right now, the Nexus turrets are dropping. Diamond Prox is diving on towards the turret. He takes one Nexus turret down, and then Faris comes out. There's a lot of damage actually coming out here. Gambit forced to retreat. Genja throws out Chain of Corruption, does manage to land it. He could turn it back around on towards Fariso. You sure as hell damn wish he could, but instead he's caught out by the Stranglethorns and will get knocked down. This could be an ace possibly on towards Gambit. DimaJke, can he chase on through? Flash is on there. Alex Ich catching. No, the Dragon Strike's not going to be enough, but Fomko will with his ulti take down Alex Ich. That is the ace for the red.
And just like that, Gambit might have lost Baron. Red might have gotten a huge advantage back into this game. If they're able to take it down quickly with these 280 carries, they have the potential to do it. But Diamond, he's up in 1 second. He's going to be there very shortly with his Vi. And with that ultimate up, when he gets there, he can cause quite a bit of pressure on the red side. But if they can take this quick enough, they might actually have a chance here.
Well, they've got a double AD composition, so they've got a lot of damage going down on that Baron. And you can see Diamond already heading there. He's got Smite available, no Assault and Battery, but he can just charge across that bush. You see he's already charging it up there. Throws down one ward, gets the vision, realizes he's got to go. If he's going to go now, it's not going to happen. That's the Baron for the red, ladies and gentlemen.
Just fantastic play out of them. I mean, we were really kind of curious to see how they're going to get back into this game, and that was their move right there. Even after they lost those 3 men in middle, as they thought they caught Gambit off guard, they end up returning with all 5 members, able to pick that one up and picking up Baron on top of that. But right now, it was more of an opportunistic Baron. They can't really push with it. They need to defend. They need to get their inhibitor up. If anything, They need to shove this middle lane, but if Gambit go for an engage with this Vi ulting up, if they go in all together, then the red is just going to explode like we just saw prior.
Well, they've shown fast-paced decision-making. They've proven that, you know, once they realized the situation, they went straight for that Baron. So it's clear that this team deserved to have qualified through. They were the top-placed Russian team, which is why they are here representing their region. But
they didn't even just qualify. They stomped everyone in the qualifications to get here. It wasn't even close any of the games, and we're looking at probably like the #2 team, maybe besides Gaming Gear U, which I don't believe I even played in it in Russia.
Yeah, it was a dominating performance, and Gambit, I'm pretty sure, knew what they were up against here, but they were feeling confident coming into this one. They are Gambit after all, and, you know, they are a very, very confident team. Mid lane's going to push itself. Super Minions doing the work there, so Gambit just timing it out, waiting for those Super Minions to chug on through, and then I think they're going to potentially dive on in there, trying to get some piercing arrow poke, and maybe just get a couple of shots off. Flash Tibbers is up.
Exactly, that's all it takes, and we see Edward over towards
look how
the
close
backside.
they all are. This is a shockwave Tibbers all in one, assault and battery, full delivery system. This could all go wrong. Look at Diamond, he's already getting position. Super Mini is now shoving through the mid lane. They're going to have to deal with these. They've only got one Nexus turret. They cannot defend Super Minions.
If they're not going to fight, well, here they go.
Stranglethorns goes down, there's a shockwave. Everybody all in a bundle, pile on, whatever you'd like to call it. It is all happening right now, and it is the red that are dropping like flies. Niksar, Fomko, DimaJke, everybody all in one, just drop in unison, and that will be an easy tower. They're just going to rush straight for the inhibitor, the Nexus turret.
Oh, Edward goes down to the turret, but this is a very easy game for Gambit right now. And that last fight, that chain of corruption caught every single member of the red, and you saw why it punished them.
Absolutely. So, Gambit Gaming, they take game one this time around. Are we going to see any more fountain dives? I don't think we will. I think they want to close this one out a little bit more successfully. It's a 27-minute game, ladies and gentlemen. Gambit Gaming, they take game one here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne.
And they've shown a lot of what the team they used to be before Edward, you know, left over for Curse in North America. I mean, you gave him a finger. The red just gave him a little tip of their pinky. And from that, they just completely snowballed on them very, very hard. They finished off 21-12 here, 48.8 thousand gold to 37.6 thousand. Alex almost had 100 CS advantage in his middle lane, and every single member of Gambit, even Edward, who finished off better than most of his team at 5-4-7, had a pretty much flawless game.
Well, 6-11 for Alex, like you say, 4-13 for Genja, so good scores, 3-1-10 for Diamond, and even 3-3-7 for Darren. He even pulled it equal despite giving up those 2 kills, which we actually kind of expect in the top lane as well. So, good showing from the red. They know what they're up against in Gambit. Gambit, like we mentioned so many times, have won the Intel Extreme Masters, so no surprise they're coming out the gate strong, but I think the red have put a good showing in the first game. It's going to take a bit of confidence into the next game, but the picks, we got to talk them. Fomko 1-7-3 on Quinn in the mid lane.
Yeah, we weren't really sold on that one at all. It didn't work against Alex. I mean, once Alex just got the advantage, and that 1v1 we did see middle where they were swapped sides, it was kind of at the point where we knew Alex was going to win that lane pretty heavily. And, you know, the red, honestly, that was a superb performance from them in the beginning. They did a great job of handling Gambit, but then they just kind of lost that point of, all right, where do we go from here? What's the next step or the next key in beating Gambit?
Yeah, and Gambit knew exactly what to do. Once they got in that position, despite the fact they just lost Baron, they were just like, well, we maybe overstretched it a little bit, we still got the game in control, and sure enough, they just used their map pressure. The Super Minions did the work for them. They just followed on through, and for the red, they kind of knew that they were in that dangerous pressure situation. They knew they had to deal with this mid lane or fight now, and maybe they just chose wrong. You know,
I mean,
going into fight against even with the Baron, even with a team that has got so much AE potential. You saw it. Tibbers, Shockwave, everything all on your head along with the assault and battery. It's like giving it straight into the team, and they were already clumped up before we said it. We called it when they were all clumped up. It's like, guys, separate.
At least they went out swinging, though. I will give them that. I mean,
true.
they didn't just fall back, drag the game on another 5 to 10 minutes.
Would you expect any less from a Russian team?
No.
No, you would expect them to fight, and fight is what they did. Game 2 will be coming up shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a quick commercial break, and we'll be back. It is the Intel Extreme Masters here in Cologne. The pro tournaments are underway.
professional-grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy-to-use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination. You cannot win by yourself.
Raid Call. Communication for winners.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Singapore.
And welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne for our coverage of the League of Legends tournament. The amateur, of course, already done. 2 semi-finals done and dusted this afternoon. And we've moved on to our quarter-finals, where, unsurprisingly, perhaps, Gambit Gaming won the opening game. But we're going to move on to Game 2 in a moment. We're also going to let you know that a competition has begun here in the Cologne studios. But I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, but I'm definitely going to share some of the results with you, which might make some of the audience members very nervous right now. We'll show you what they've been doing in a little while. But first, we're going to get back into our second game. It's Gambit Gaming versus the Reds. So let's go back to our commentary team. Chaps, take it away.
Thank you very much, Paul. So, we are going to get Game 2 underway. What are we expecting to see here, Jason? I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a Quinn bid.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, all right, what are they going to ban out this time? And I remembered, oh yeah, you can't ban out Gambit.
No.
Like, you cannot ban out every single champion they play because then you're left with no champions to play.
Well, it's Red's problem now to ban out either Renekton or Shyvana, because one of those is going to get picked top lane.
Or Shen, because we did see Gambit take that out earlier on, and Darren, I believe that was actually on Shen, was the first time he ever had a flawless game.
But it was Gambit that actually banned Shen. So
they actually banned it. They didn't want to go up against it. But maybe an anti-ban, because that applied a lot of pressure early on for the Red. We saw them in the top lane have a really tough time going up against that 2v2. I'm not really sure exactly what they want to ban away. If anything, they need to ban what they don't want to go against within a specific composition. And I mean, they play a lot of Shen, they play a lot of Renekton, even some Lee Sin and Jarvan. The mid laner actually can play pretty much anything, Niksar, if he wants to.
Apart from Quinn.
Apart from Quinn. But I mean, he even played Vigar in the qualifiers to get here today. For Fomko, I mean, they have Ezreal, Caitlyn, and then Demonko, Fiddlesticks, Nami, Annie. Like, they can play any of those. So pretty much, I think they might want to try to grab Annie if they can, or Fiddlesticks. Not ban that out, force Gambit to either ban it or take it, and then see where it goes from there.
Well, there is the Fiddle ban, so keeping up with the previous match, Gambit started off with the Fiddle ban, then they went Shen and Lucian, so we'll see if they stick along that line. We'll see Evelyn banned out, taken away from Diamond. Diamond seemed to be quite happy to just switch across the Vi. Don't think he did die once, actually. It's when he found he died first. He did die once, but it is going to be the Evelyn ban. So sticking with previous bans so far, we'll see whether they progress any further when you can see the bans on your screen, actually. Whether he's going to go for it, it's taking the same as game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Shen being taken away as well. So next one could be Elise. We'll see. Are they going to stick with it?
The thing is, during that game, it wasn't necessarily about the champions is why the Red lost. I mean, they did very well earlier on, but then they just kind of lost control of the game. They just couldn't handle Gambit's aggressiveness, handling, getting caught out of Dragon, losing 4 people in that one. They need to just kind of step it up, play a little bit better, play a little bit smarter, but as you're saying, we're seeing the bans continue.
Nidalee now, maybe? Will it be Nidalee? Or will actually Alex fancy playing Nidalee? Maybe. This is where they could switch up. Nidalee and Lucian were their final 2 bans. Lucian was the ban for Gambit last time around. Maybe they just don't want to face that. Maybe Genja just doesn't like that style of play. He did change his play. I mean, he went Bloodthirst to Phantom Dancer. That's something we've not seen from Genja at all.
Yeah, he used to build it on his Kog'Maw, because obviously you want to build attack speed on a Kog'Maw, but on his Misfortunes, on his Varuses, even on his Ashe with that tier build.
So they didn't want to face Shyvana. Well, Shyvana, to be fair, was Faris's champion, and Red really their best player. I guess you could say their best champion in the previous match. That does mean Lucian is available. He's the only one that didn't get through from the previous match bans.
I want to know what they're going to pick up here, though, because Annie is a possibility again. That was a very highly prioritized pick for Gambit in the last game prior for Edward. Then again, I kind of want to see him on Thresh, I'm feeling his Thresh King. I want to see if he's returned to his state here.
I wonder if Darian's just going to say, screw you guys, I'm taking Renekton. Lucian currently hovered over. Jack's also out there as well, don't forget. We saw him in game 1. Banned out in game 1, actually, of the NIP game, and picked in game 2 of the NIP game as well.
So he does go with Lucian, though.
So that it was banned in game 1. So this time around, they're thinking, okay, it was Gambit that actually banned it as well. So they are. It's going to be Genja. Could be Alex Ich now.
This really scares me, though. Last time they tried to take the Korean meta and just exactly copy it was the Curse the Sad Bolt time back in Katowice. That didn't work at all. It just completely failed for their part. So are they going to try to go for that again with the double AD composition like we've been seeing in OGN currently?
I don't think it's really copying the Korean meta. I think it's just a case of everyone's meta right now is Lucian. I mean, you can look at all the amateur tournaments that have been happening around Europe, and pretty much everybody is playing Lucian. He is a champion that is effectively dominating Solo queue.
And the burst and the range, I mean, off of his Q, it's really hard
It's
to
a safe champion to play. It's a good range champion. We are going to see once again, looks like Niksar wants to be back on towards Jinx, so it seems to work for him. And again, the same support for Demonko.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't do terrible at all. They even got a kill onto Edward, so they actually were up 1-0 in the lanes together. Oh, please let that be a Rengar. I think Darren was, in my head, the first person to actually play Rengar when he came out in a tournament that Joe and I were casting was like a qualifier for something.
And Rengar is kind of back as well. It's started to be played quite a lot more often, but Renekton is such a strong champion right now that I don't think Darien can see past that one. And again, we're going to see Diamond Prox just picking in Vio. Is going to be quite happy on that one, and it's a champion that we saw. I think I was talking about it was Bengi, wasn't it, that we played it quite a bit.
You're mentioning that.
And trying to think back to the Worlds, who was heavily playing Vi quite a lot. Didn't actually make massive impact, I guess, in the Tournament of Worlds. More I can think of. I'm pretty sure Bengi played it a few times. Certainly back in the OGN summer, it was the champion he played in the finals. Monte Cristo will have to correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but it's a possibility. We are going to see Orianna, though, taken away from Alex Ich, although I'm not sure he wanted it this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Lucian available, they banned it out last time, like you said, so if it's up, why not take it for potentially the mid? What are you oohing about?
We could have a double AD come out here. We could see Caitlyn being picked up by Genja.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
Or
If we did see Lucian use middle, we would most likely see maybe another AD, well, obviously another AD carry, and go for that double AD composition. That's what I'm kind of scared for is, can they copy what Korea's been doing and use it effectively? Because they couldn't do that during the Curse of Sad Bullet Time era. But maybe they've been working on that. I mean, we know they've been practicing for about 2 weeks now. They haven't been boot camping, but they've been practicing, which is really good to see. They need to get, their synergy back with Edward being here in the team. But I don't know. Maybe they will go that double AD composition.
Yeah, ever since it was announced he rejoined, he was back practicing. And I'm interested to see who they've actually practiced with, because speaking to Deficio early on, he was saying like it's really hard to practice right now. You can only really practice with the amateur teams because a lot of the LCS pro teams simply aren't playing at the moment. They've been taking that break. The ones that have already qualified, they're just starting to ramp up now because obviously they're building up to the Battle of the Atlantic that will be coming in a couple of weeks' time, which could be fantastic. I think Eddie's playing with our hearts there. It's because Annie is still available, and I'd be surprised if they actually go with anything but Annie. I would absolutely love to see Ziggs from Alex Ich. It's one of my favorite champions, but
if you've seen the one for all lately on the current patch,
my heartstrings right now.
They don't want to do that. But if you've seen
with me.
the latest patch with the one for all, 5 Ziggs is probably one of the most fun compositions that you can go with. It's so much fun.
I was told 5 Nidalees is
I will say Quick Shot Jonah had played that, and it was hilarious. Just spears everywhere. But we will see the Ziggs locked in, so you're going to be able to see him. I know he's one of your favorite champions, actually. You're so giddy right now. You're so excited to see him. And then we're going to see Edward back on Sona, which was his support champion.
No, he was forced to play it.
Yeah.
Look at every support. Look at every support that joined Gambit. What champion did they play?
Voidal played a lot of Sona. Darker forced to play a lot of Sona.
It's because Gambit are like, no, you're a support, you're playing Sona. He's OP.
She's just so good. I mean, that crescendo, that 5x crescendo can be so deadly. Edward always lands those. And I know he wasn't a big fan of playing Sona quite a bit, but it's the champion we got him, we know him to play, and not to mention all those photoshops of him on a Sona body.
It was.
I have to bring that one out.
I can't remember the name of the skin. It was
I can't remember either. I really can't.
Look at Sona. I can tell you which one it is. That one right there. It's Maven of the Strings. That's the one. Muse Sona. Just you've seen the pictures, ladies and gentlemen. You can see them. Someone tweet them to hashtag IEM. It's the pictures of Eddie's face on Sona's body.
Good stuff. So you see another pick in there. Let's
wow, Seshwani wasn't expecting that one either. So again, this is another change around from the red, trying different things, trying out the Kennen up against the Renekton in the top lane. That's actually a champion combo that may work. It's something they may be able to counter the Renekton with, maybe slow him down a little bit, because Kennen will farm very well in that top lane.
Yeah, and right now I'm worried about team fights, though. I mean, he can be controlled really well with the Vi, with the Renekton, and with the Sona, so he can't really do too much. But the Sejuani, I'm trying to think back. I know Snoopy played it back in Evil Geniuses in the summer split. Didn't really work out for him. We haven't really seen it be too successful, I think, in most of these matches. But the idea of it, I really love it. It's basically like an Amumu, except you can use it from range. You can catch them all with that ultimate and then kind of pull them together, set up for Kennen, set up for Zyra. They have a really good team fight-oriented composition. But still, it doesn't matter how good your composition is for what stage of the game if you can't get to that point successfully.
And I'm wondering if if Alex is planning on playing against Orianna in that mid lane with the Ziggs, or whether he's planning on something else, whether they're shifting the lanes around, maybe going 2v1 in the mid.
I don't see why he wouldn't go middle against Orianna. I mean,
He's got the range, so there's no reason to.
Yeah. And we saw Zig changes in the 3.13 patch, so he's a little bit stronger early on. That's where we've seen him played a little bit more, and also very strong at pushing. You can be interactive with other lanes with that ultimate. I'm really hoping for like a cross-map ulti to come in from him just to kind of see a smirk on his face when he lands it. But either way, it shouldn't be that bad for him. He has good range, he has good zoning potential, and also he has an escape mechanism with that W.
Well, Rivington will be happy because it is Karate Cannon. It's his skin that he has as his icon at Riot Games. So Alex Hitch right there on your screen. You can see joyous, happy, smiling, and why not? He just went 6-1-12 in the previous match. You're very happy, I see, Alex. Very happy.
And considering he was like, what, 2 minutes off of potentially getting Challenger last season, was it? You like did a marathon of streaming to kind of get it last second, and unfortunately didn't get it.
Which I always find hilarious when the LCS players can't get in Challenger.
There's a lot of people who deserve it in Europe, I would have to say, for that one. And DimaJke,
it's the Russian skin, isn't
yeah,
it?
he's using the skin that was made for the launch event in Russia, and it's an awesome skin, I have to say. The red effects on it are really, really amazing.
Yeah, so here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. It is the Pro Tournament Gambit up against the Red. The first of many matches. Of course, coming up after this will be Counter Logic Gaming up against Team TURQUALITY. Genja, sidestepping away from the Shuriken there. Does manage to catch one basic attack, but didn't get caught by the targeted spell. They do realize there is a 4-member team in there. There's actually a lot of pings coming out here, and Gambit may well get caught out of position because Red are continuing to push forward. They've just gone to get the ward placements down, and Wise they are stepping away in the right direction.
And we also can't forget that Ziggs does have an ability to check bushes. He can't see what's in there, but he can know if something's in there, as you see DimaJke just try to dodge away. And one thing that kind of comes to mind as we are seeing the Red just kind of take control of the southern jungle of Gambit is that Fariz, he's actually not running any armor pen, flat or percent-wise, and we saw most Kennons in the summer split go for that, just for that early harass power when you build these Dorian's Blades, not to mention the lifesteal. So he's going for more of a magic penetration kind of build, and I want to see, can he go head-to-head up against Darian? Because, you know, the game prior, he did a great job. He was 3-0 at one point on that Shyvana.
He was 3-0, but it was Darian. Darian has a tendency to either...
What are you trying to say?
No, the thing with Darian, he'll either be absolutely godlike or he'll feed a little. And generally, it's feed a little. But when he does go godlike, it's pretty damn scary. And this may be the game. He was up against Shyvana. Shyvana is a strong champion currently in 3.13. Pretty much everybody is playing it or banning it so far. So, blue buff start for Gambit. That's going to be DimaJke taking that one away. And red buff start for DimaJke on Sejuani, the Russian Sejuani, the Russian bear Sejuani. I think that's the exact name of it. I'm not too sure. But nevertheless, it is the red buff start. And he will be going across the race. Is he going to rush through his blue? Looks like he will.
Yeah, it looks like he definitely needs to. I mean, it's Sejuani, you really can't afford to not take your blue early on. As you get the extra mana, you get the cooldown reduction, and you can really do well in your games, because what makes her so strong is your ability to just keep the other person slowed for so well, not to mention the damage you can really do behind that. But as we see early on, about 2.5 minutes in, a lot of trading coming down in this bottom lane, which we didn't see the Red do last time. They were sitting back and letting Gambit take control of the lane.
Yeah, there was a lot of respect, I feel, in game one for respecting Eddie on Annie, so making sure he kept away from that stun. But this time around, it is Gambit once again starting to put the pressure down on towards Niksar. Niksar taking a lot of damage from Genja early on here. Thought about going full on aggression. I was amazed I didn't see a flash ignite coming out from Eddie there. I thought he may well go for that one. One more shot from Genja could well have been enough to burn through it, despite the fact he had barrier available.
You know, I don't want to say it too much, but that was just a blatant mistake by Niksar and DimaJke in the bottom lane. I mean, they realized that they were going to, or Gambit was going to hit level 2 before them. They didn't try to counter push to hit their 2 at the same time, and because of that, they just pushed him out of lane. Jinx doesn't really have a great escape mechanism, and from that, they get punished. Niksar's pushed out of lane, and that's really going to hurt him, because now it's 16-4 CS, and he's missing out on a giant wave right now.
Yeah, just brute force bullied them away from that lane. So good timing, good knowledge, game knowledge from Gambit, Eddie, and Genja. You see the stats along that bottom lane there. 21 CS, Annie in game 1. Picked up those 5 kills, got the double if you remember down at the Tribush. We'll see whether he does similar with Sona. He's famed somewhat for being the scumbag along with Krepo for taking those last hits just when maybe they should have gone to the AD carry.
I'm actually surprised. Is that it? Just 21? I mean, I was expecting like 40 or 50 on him. But yeah, it's shown though time and time again that Edward, with those kills, he really makes it work for him. He built a hunting guys last time on Annie, do a little bit more damage, get that little bit of penetration in here. But in the meantime, Diamond, he wants to keep vision of this side of the jungle. And DimaJke, he's going to be going for his race here. Now, I don't think he's spotted Diamond just yet, but he's trying to harass him.
He wants to get the big buff, but he's not going to go for it. He's actually caught himself well out of position. Where is Diamond going right now? The final golem's going to go across. Oh, I thought Fomko maybe was going to follow on through. Alexic instead does not come around and help out. Instead, he just back away. Let's look at this mid lane because we see the rubber ring being thrown out. He's playing Pool Party Ziggs, which is actually Dustin Beck, Riot Redbeard's icon, so he'd be happy with that. Oh, which is it? Or has he got the snow? I'm not sure. Pretty sure it's Pool Party.
You gotta be careful here, because if you get it wrong, he's probably looking at it like Demon.
He's only the...
I'm sorry, man.
He's only the VP of esports and my ultimate boss, basically, so not important.
But, you know, we talked about earlier on, you know, Darian versus Fariz. And we were saying, no, Fariz, he did such a good job earlier on with that Shyvana in game number 1, but look at the CS difference right now. 34 to 22 as a range versus a melee. Darian is just making his mark on this top lane, but Diamond coming in, they're going to go for a fight here, and look at the damage.
Yeah, DimaJke just realizing how much damage was going to go out towards him. They could actually return to this one on the tower, but instead they are going to back away. They don't really have vision of where Fomko is. They had backed away, but instead they choose to back away. So again, farming between the turrets coming out nicely for Darian. He was the man that started it all. I think it's safe to say that everybody has now copied and perfected that technique, certainly in Korea, but he was the man that started it all way back when in Intel Extreme Masters Kiev.
And it's working out so well for him. He's going to be able to get just tanky enough early on. He even went for a Dorn's Blade because he realized, you know what, I'm winning this lane pretty well. I mean, I could probably take Ken in a 1v1, and he probably can when he returns. He will be 6 momentarily when he gets there. And this is a big problem for Red, because if Fariz gets behind, if he can't get some sort of advantage in his lane, his damage is going to mean nothing later on in these fights, because Darren will be too tanky, Diamond will be too tanky, and then the rest of Gambit can just blow him up. So he's either going to have to go for a zoning, that's his first item, if he wants to survive. Actually, no, he will have to go for that. I mean, there's no way around it.
Well, we are seeing the challenge coming out from Alex. It's going to go for that Athene's and Holy Grail early on. Needs that mana in there, looking to come around, and looks like he's going to ward up the blue. Is he going to ward up any coverage across there? He's just going to take a wander. He's going straight down towards that bottom. Now he's going to put the wards for the blue. That's actually a ward position. I'm not too sure whether he'll be able to do it 3.14. I haven't even had a chance to play the thing because, well, what's the point in looking at a patch that I'm not going to be covering for a while? As it stands, the balloons continue to get thrown out, or the bombs, whatever you'd like to call them. They are water balloons, as far as I'm concerned, in this match. However, look at the bottom. DimaJke going to get caught out. The Ignites there. That's going to be enough. It's Eddie that's going to get first blood.
And who else would get that on Gambit either way? And we do see Niksar's not going to live.
Assault and Battery flashed away from, but it's not going to be enough. Genja picks up the second kill, and that surely will be the bottom turret as well.
And look at this. Diamond is level 6 when Niksar and DeMonco are level 4. And that all stems from what happened earlier on with Gambit rushing level 2, pushing Niksar to lane right away, so he had to return, missing a huge wave of CS. Because of that, they have a giant level advantage. They're going to be 6 before they're even 5 right now, and this just means something's got to happen. DimaJke is going to either have to camp down there to help them out quite a bit, or they're going to continue to lose their lives. They're going to continue to fall further behind in CS, when it's already 56 to 30. And it's even forcing Niksar to go for a triple Dorn's Blade build again.
This is danger for Red. They are letting Darian, he's farming between the lanes, picking up the golems, just taking what he pleases in the jungle right now. And
he's going to steal it. He's going to go for a steal with his ulti.
He's going to try and see if that bomb will land. You can see.
Oh, he's going to get it too.
Well, he's going to have to time it
Here
very
comes.
well. He's got it. No, he didn't quite get it. No. Fomko got it. Good time.
Luckily for Red, they could see that coming though. So they're like, all right, take it right away because we don't want to lose it. And that's what the word was for Alex. He wanted to steal it away. It would allow Diamond to get blue. It would allow his ultimate to be on a quicker cooldown so you can constantly gank. Either way, Darian stealing red buff at the same time.
Taking away the red, and you know, just as he saw the jungler, so it's simple mechanics. It's like your jungler can only be in one place at once. If he's busy trying to keep that blue buff taken away, well, you're going to lose your red because Darian, this big crocodile, is going to come around and Fariz is going to get caught down. There's the stun. He's in all sorts of trouble. It's another clean kill for Darian.
And that was a great job. I mean, taking the red and rotating right after that with Diamond towards the top side to pick up pretty much a free kill. You do see Crescendo come in.
Crescendo goes down, but is it going to be enough? I don't think it will be this time around. They're going to keep focusing racing on towards Niksar. Niksar taking a lot of damage. Demonko trying his best to give him away. There's going to be the culling. Is it going to be enough? I'm not too sure. Niksar might turn this one back around. One more shot towards Genja should be enough. Has he got the Super Mega Death Rocket available? No, because he's still level 5.
And that... I can hear the crowd laughing at that one. Yeah, he's level 5, and he's not even halfway to level 6 just yet, but a great trade overall. Genja will be able to lifesteal most of this back here.
He better get it quick because he's about to hit 6, and the moment he hits 6, he's going to be firing that bad boy off. But I'm not too sure whether it's going to be enough. No, the heals coming out from Eddie desperately. He's low on mana, but he's popping out those heals as quick as he can. They need to put more pressure back on towards Niksar to prevent it, but if he gets caught and poked down with DimaJke joining in, they may well be in trouble. DimaJke's going to join him in this tri-burst. There it is. Throws out the ultimate stun. Oh, the chompers are not going to land either. Eddie blocks all the damage from DimaJke. And again, Genja just sidesteps it and walks away. While that's happening, Darian did die in the top. That's surprising. Finally goes down.
Yeah, he was farming between turrets yet again here. You can see that reflected in the CS difference, but right now Genja's still getting low. I believe he got hit with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Yes, he did, but he still survived. And right now, Alex chasing down Fomko here.
Oh, the Ignite comes in. One more. No, he's flashed out of it. One more balloon. No, tries to throw it out. Alex just goes too deep. DimaJke picks it up and Fomko survives.
And more importantly, DimaJke gets a blue buff on top of that, so it's going to help him out quite a bit. He already used that ultimate, though, so it won't have the reduced cooldown. But right now, with Gambit getting a little bit cocky, Red were able to take advantage of it, pick up 2 kills for themselves, take this goal difference to only about 2.4 thousand. And this is a great job by Red of getting back in the game, taking advantage of Gambit making mistakes.
Yeah, this is a pretty close start, but then again, it was last time as well. 10 minutes gone, no dragon taken just yet. Diamondprox does a funky little dance and back to base, and Darian returns. Let's look what he's got. Spectral Wraith, Cowl on the top lane. Interesting. That's because we see already, obviously, the magic damage from Faris. He's already gone for those Sorcerer's Boots, so he's countering what he's up against in lane.
Yeah, that item, it's pretty standard on a Renekton, too. You build that into
it's such a strong item. Honestly, it works on any champion.
And you build it into a Visage, which directly helps Renekton when you already get health from your Q. That makes him really hard to deal with. He realizes it's a double AP composition, so build that magic resist a little bit early, then go for that Sunfire Cape, and he'll be doing fairly well as Edward. Taking a little bit of damage bottom, but Genja's here to support him.
We do see also Diamond lingering around that mid lane, whether he's going to go across towards Fomko. I feel they may well try and get revenge. They realize the flash is not available. Instead, he's going to pass by a ward heading down to the bottom. That's going to give prior warning. Darian once again between those lanes. This time he's going to get the regen on there. Once just little Cleave's going to come around. DimaJke getting caught out. Diamondprox going one-on-one in the jungle. Can he do it against Shyvana? That's the question. Sorry, Sejuani. The choppers get thrown through. Oh, he uses assault battery to try and get on towards Niksar. Grasping Root comes through and again flashes away. No, he gets locked up, and this time he will get taken down. DimaJke does manage to throw out that ultimate, but that was a lot burned to get one jungler. Now you can see Alex H. He's going to turn it back around. Shockwave pulled out though, and DimaJke tries to turn it back around. Eddie comes in there, crescendo on towards Whisker. He does get the kill. Now we get on towards Demonko. Demonko gets locked up. I can't keep up with the action because he's back and forward. But finally, Gambit do pick up the kill.
The kill indeed, Deman. Very true, as he was able to pick that one up. Again, taking advantage of Gambit and their mistakes, taking advantage of Diamond and his aggression to turn that around and pick up a kill. Now Edward, he wants to go for something here. He has double buffs. He potentially could do it.
Eddie continues around. He's in the enemy jungle trying to go for kills on Niksar. Niksar's the AD carry. What are you doing, Eddie? Get back into lane. You're meant to be the support. You're not an AD carry. Fomko forced to back away from Diamondprox in the mid lane. It's a back and forth crazy action match. Darian's cleaning out the raids now. He's just going where he pleases, as is DimaJke. This is a crazy, crazy match. 5-4 in kills. It is a 3,000 gold lead for Gambit, but right now the Red are starting to push them.
Yeah, they are, and they're trying to take all these little wins that they keep getting throughout this game and just kind of accumulate it into a big advantage, which they just haven't been able to do so far. But it is still signs of life. They were able to really, accumulate something, and that's what really counts right now. And the thing is, Dragon hasn't been taking this game, man, which is a little bit odd considering we're 13 minutes in, but it kind of shows that both teams really hesitant. Diamond going to be coming around for blue here, and Alex, he's going to try for the steal for a second time.
Oh, Fomko's going to get charged up on. Oh, they've got different directions. What are they doing? He got across and got the steal, though. Nevertheless, Diamondprox with the blue buff. That's the top tower going down as well for Darian. So Gambit suddenly turning around a couple of advantages in their favor.
A fantastic job by Gambit to kind of just swoop right back into that, and Darren, he's been farming between those two turrets. It's pretty much the entire game so far, and he has a 50 CS lead. We do see Genja going in.
A full burst of the Cullen, but unfortunately the plants blocked it out there, and that shows just exactly how much damage that ulti can do when it's on low level. Next to nothing is simply the case. Diamond Prox, is he being sneaky enough? I think he might be. Oh, they would have been spotted now. DimaJke realizes he's got 2 members there. He's coming around. He's going to be Fomko. They try and target on towards Super Mega Death Rocket. Assault Battery. There's not even Jinx available in this match. He don't care. He's down the bottom. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but nevertheless, is Darian in all sorts of trouble. Fomko's not going to go down, but Darian is. But no, they just try and defend it. The barrel's coming out. Can they take another one down? Would you believe it? They're still dying. Niksar flashes through, but he's going to get away with a slither of health. Eddie picks up another kill in the bottom. Demonko going down. Back and forth action across the map, and still a fight for the red.
Those Red Bulls, Demon. But yeah, I mean, we saw fights break out everywhere, and a great ward by Gambit in that Wraith bush to spot when anyone was coming from the red side to stop that red take, and they saw it, they went for it, they were able to pick up those kills, even though Darren did go down, but he he's finished his Spirit Visage, and right now, still a huge CS lead across the board. I mean, we didn't even touch on the 80 carries right now. Genja has 203 at 128 CS to the 57 of Niksar. Niksar's level 7 to the level 9 of Genja. They are constantly pressuring him and not allowing him to get in this game at all.
So, 15 minutes gone in the game. Let's slow things down a little. Let's calm it down, calm it down, calm it down. Everybody's been back to buy items. We're seeing Trinity Force being built up by Genja, so he's going for that for a first item instead. We saw Infinity Edges earlier on. He's on his own down the bottom there. Pressure on towards the turrets, but Red are actually putting Gambit through the paces here, though. But is this Gambit in full control, or is this Gambit just toying with their prey?
The thing is, no matter how many kills Red gets right now, they're not getting anything from it. I mean, yeah, they're getting gold, but look at the farm. I mean, that right there just shows you that Gambit, even though they do die, they're constantly farming. They're constantly picking up items. Genja, I mean, he's sitting on 2,200 gold right now to spend when he goes back. And it's really applying a lot of pressure to the red. But right now, you see the potential of a 3-man gank in this bottom lane as Sejuani is coming down. But DimaJke, he's going to be spotting Diamond here in a second.
This could be bad times. They know that Demonko is there. He's waiting around. DimaJke's going to get caught out on. Diamond goes in, tries to dash away. Has he got a Assault Battery available? He did, but he didn't go for it. Had no vision instead of the Dragon Pit, and will work his way down to the bottom, but the ward will spot them out, and they realize and back up once again. So no craziness going to happen right now. Gambit continue to push the pressure though, and look at this. We've had a change around in the top lane. Fomko caught out. Shockwave used. He should be safe. No, he won't, because the flash from Darian may close the distance. He's going to have Slice and Dice available in a minute. He's taking a lot of damage. Fomko just about using the defensive ball. Turns it back around. Wow! Darian manages to get the kill in the end. Fyrese is going to come and clean up though. That will be an easy pickup for him. But that was aggressive stuff from Darian. I think Gambit are just having fun.
I would say they're definitely doing that a little bit right there, but they're also still trying to win, as you can see. I mean, with Darian overextending, they pick up a dragon right off the back of that. And one thing that's kind of worried me right now is we've had a lot of people talk about this to us, is that Genja, he likes to accumulate a lot of gold, but never goes back and spends it until, 10 minutes after he probably needed to. And right now you wonder, with that Triforce done, would he have been able to pick up a couple of more kills on Niksar? But, it's Lucian. He gets really an extra amount of damage just from leveling alone, not necessarily in items. So by staying in lane, he's been getting the levels. He's been applying a lot of pressures. He hits level 7, so he's going to be able to probably pick up a kill here with the Flash ultimate coming out of Edward. Look for it, because that's what's going to kick it off.
Oh, they're going to be the flash crescendo. Niksar's going to get caught out. Strangleforce will go down, but Genja comes in. That's going to be 1. That's going to be 2. And that's going to be Gambit picking up the bottom turret. They are now cleaning house. They have an 8,000 gold lead, 9-6 in kills, and 3-0. All the outer turrets are now down.
Exactly. I mean, the kills don't really tell the story, but Alex, he's getting caught here, but can he turn it around?
Well, I'm not too sure. We're going to see his own battery zooming in, and Diamond Prox comes in to save the day once again. DimaJke, that's a juicy target that Diamond wanted. I don't think he's going to be able to get it.
Unfortunately not for him, as we did see Alex try to ult him here, but he flashed out of it. But either way, they're going to get a turret off it. They're going to get their hunger quenched by a little bit more gold off of this turret. In the meantime, you're seeing Fomko go bottom. Like, they're trying to react to wherever Gambit's going, but the moment they get there, Gambit's already somewhere else.
That's going to be the middle inner turret going down. Minions will close that one out. They move towards the top, where Darian continues to shove on through. Look at the items he's built as well. Look for the pickaxe now as his second item. What's he building towards? Last Whisper? Yeah. I mean, Infinity Edge, who knows it's Darian?
I would hope not if it was Infinity Edge, and I would make a bet on it right now, but I still realize Carmack's here, and he thrives off those opportunities. So I'm going to say it's going to be a Last Whisper, but you see, the Red, they're trying to respond with it. They're building up Azonias on Fyrese, which we kind of expected him to go for, but the items he has are just not on par. Niksar, he can go down here.
What are you doing, man? Going in there. Darian's happy to tank this one out. He's going to put those chompers down, but it's not going to be enough. That's an easy pickup for Darian. His support comes in with the grasping roots, but it is all over for him. Genja now focusing in there, putting the damage down towards Fomko. Shockwave comes out there. The support comes in, but it's going to be too much, and Genja will go down. Eddie is in there. He's got Crescendo available. 3 members, uses the Crescendo, and just has to back away. That's 2 down. Alex Ich comes in. They're going 1 by 1. What are you doing, Gambit? They keep going in. The heals are not going to be enough. It's a triple kill. They're gifting it back to Red on a plate, and Fireys is taking every single bite.
I feel like they're playing Iron Man right now, where they send 1 man in and out of time to see if he can pull off an ace by himself, and it just seems clearly not working right now, even though they got the kill on a Fomko. But to sacrifice 3 people and to give those over to Kennen to Faris, that's exactly what he wanted. That's exactly what he needed on top of that. He's sitting on 2,800 gold, so that Zhonya's will be done when he goes back, and that will make him that much stronger. And right now, if Gambit, the thing is, they have a huge gold lead, 9,000, but if they keep getting over kills and they allow Red to farm up, then the team fight capability that Red has can really overpower them.
It's not quite over 9,000 right now, but it's almost there. Darian was looking possibly for a kill on Faris. If he clears out this wave, maybe it will go over 9,000. But, well, we have the Trinity Force along with the Vampiric Scepter for Genja. Meanwhile, his counterpart Niksar is having a horrific time. 100 CS advantage built up by Genja because Niksar simply put has not been able to get a break. He went up to the top lane and then found a giant crocodile ready and waiting to pounce on him. Alex Ich honestly hasn't had a great impact on this game as Ziggs, unfortunately, as I'd like to see it. Lich Bane now picked up by him along with Athenes. He's actually quite far ahead of Fomko in terms of farm and I guess gold, because universally his team's picking up a lot more objectives, but hasn't been too impactful so far.
Yeah, he really hasn't, but I think as the game goes on, he's going to continue to power up really well. You know, with the fact with that Lich Bane and the changes to Ziggs, he can push very quickly and he can take towers down very fast. And then if you have a 1v1, he's most likely going to be able to pull that one off, considering how far the Red is behind right now.
So we see the top lane waves going to get pushed in, bottom lane waves does see Genja on his own pushing in, and the mid lane waves as well also being driven forward. Dragon's up in a minute and a half, so Gambit simply seeing what opportunity they can create. Alex Ich is going to nudge on through. That tower's actually not really been touched, despite the fact that we've seen a lot of farming between the lanes. But look at this, they're caught out of position. These are possibly caught between a rock and a crocodile. I'm not too sure which one's going to win. Dominus actually going down. Darian's taking a hell of a lot of beating because the team are not on the same wavelength. Oh, assault battery on towards Fireys. Fireys is going to get caught down. Has to use that Zonya's hourglass. While this is all happening, the rest of his team are piling on. There's the assault battery. Oh, Shockwave comes down. Does manage to save the bacon of DimaJke, but they do force away. Darian is so tanky. He flashes in, goes aggressive. Crescendo comes out. Gambit going to clean up here. Can they get another one down? They cannot. The barrels won't land the ignite. Oh, Niksar just about survives there. Fomko hanging on for dear life. One more shot from Genja is going to be enough. Alex Ich will pick that one up. And that is a 3-for-1 and a turret for Gambit.
And the thing is, that could have been a great fight for Red, but they're just so far behind in gold, so far behind in items. The Monko Stranglethorns that came out, zoned out 3 members of Gambit. It allowed them to deal with Darian and deal with Diamond in this pretty much 4 or 5 on 2, but they just didn't have the damage to kill them. If they had maybe 5,000-6,000 gold more in their pockets, they could have killed them and then just completely gone through the rest of that fight, taking it very easily. But this is just Gambit kind of showing that we're going to overpower you even if it's a bad fight for us.
Well, Genja shoving the wave with the culling in the mid. That's going to pile on the minions on towards that inhibitor turret. Do a itty-witty bit of damage on towards it, but as it stands right now, it is Gambit in full control. 15-11. That's 11,000 gold lead as well, 5-0. Red still yet to get even close to taking down one of those turrets.
And Dragon, I can't remember if it's even been taken once this game. I think maybe once by Gambit,
yeah,
but
Gambit
that's
took
just
it
about
once,
it.
yeah.
I think they realize, you know what, we don't even need these objectives. We're having a good time picking up kills, picking up farm. And right now I'm trying to think, what can the Red do to get back in this? And they're trying to, with all the wards they have down in their jungle, they need to see where Gambit's coming from so they could potentially pick up 1 kill, you know, in a 5-on-1. But even at this point, Gambit's staying so grouped that it doesn't even matter.
The Crescendo goes down, DimaJke does get caught out, and that is going to be an easy kill once again. Even the bombs coming out. Diamondprox wants to carry on here. Chompers were getting thrown down, so they're going to keep them back as well as spotting out that ward, but They're even going to take the Wraith away, the large Wraith. Oh, look at this. Eddie going one-on-one with Fomko. There he is. He's going to dive across Fireys. He's the only man that's really picking up kills right now, but he is being targeted. Alexic takes him down. Darian just getting in amongst the whole team. Demonko has to flash away. It leaves Fomko all alone. He gets sliced and diced. Darian coming back on towards it. The Ignite's going to be enough. And Darian is on fire.
And like a badass, you walk away once you know they're going to die with that Ignite. They're going to go for a push on this inhibitor turret. They're going to probably get it here as well. Right now, Gambit, they're pretty much looking to close out this game. And with how strong they are, with how tanky they are, with how much damage they have, there's no reason for them to keep going in this game. There's no reason to drag it out even further.
No, they're going to keep on driving on through. They see the blue buff being picked up, the Cullen being picked up, a stun from DimaJke, just trying to be as much as they can to keep him away. Darian, being the boss that he is, continues to just drive them forward while the rest of the team take down the inhibitor turret. Inhibitor will follow. Everybody respawning on the red, so expect Gambit to step away the moment they take this one down.
Or do
unless they can pick up a kill maybe en route.
And they don't have the inhibitor down just yet, but they're continuing to fight.
Oh, Niksar's going to get second so low. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Alexic takes him down. Inhibitor follows. Gambit may just follow on through.
And they're going to continue fighting here. I mean, they really have no reason to back just yet. We have the Chalice done on Edward so he can keep his team healthy, keep healing them up as much as possible. Ultimates are coming up here very soon for a lot of members, and they're just biding their time till minions get here.
Darian is dancing and laughing on the floor there and keeping the full-on taunts going on towards the red. I'm sure there's probably a little bit of banter between these teams. I'm actually looking at chat. There's nothing being said in-game, but you know, two Russian teams, when they face off against each other, there's going to be a little bit of banter.
How do you know what they're
in there,
saying in chat? Deman learned Russian without telling anyone.
Well, you never know. You never know. I have secret powers. Russian is not one of them. Oh, Gambit. Oh, no. Red, if they push any further, they're going to get caught out here, and they may well do that just in case. They can see the grasping roots on towards Darian will slow him down, but he is an absolute beast in front line for Gambit in this match.
Still just dancing away. I mean, they realize how far they are ahead right now. 15.2 thousand gold lead. No need for Baron as well. With the inhibitor being down, they can just wait for Super Minions to push just like last game and push another lane down, especially with that Lich Ban. And Alex even using his ultimate in the top lane to clear the wave.
The Culling going down. That's going to be slice and dice. Demonko's going to get caught down. He's going to get single-handedly targeted. Is it going to be enough, though? Fireys pops in with his ultimate, tries to take him down the moment that Zhonya's Hourglass works off. Diamond Prox is in there. Crescendo use, catching on towards 2-3 members. Fomko's going to get caught out. Ignite will be enough to take him down. DimaJke just off the side. He's going to go down to Alexic as well. Niksar's the next focus target. Darian's going to try and get a stun on towards him. Diamond Prox closes out on towards Fireys. That's going to be the mid lane completely decimated. It's a 3-for-0 fight once again for Gambit, showing they are in full control. And honestly, this is the Gambit we know and love. They are toying with their prey, they are having fun, and they are enjoying League of Legends.
And look what Edward picked up at the last second. Magi Soul Stealer not going to give him any stacks here. But either way, Gambit going to clean this one up here, and they're going to advance on into the next round.
Yeah, so Cloud9 await them in the next match. That will be tomorrow morning, I believe. That will be happening. So what a match you guys want to see. I know we saw Fnatic versus Cloud9 at the World Finals in Los Angeles just last month. This time around, we're going to see Gambit versus Cloud9. It's a 2-0 victory here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne over the Red.
So I really want to give a lot of credit to the Red. I mean, they didn't give up at all. You realize how far they were behind. They kept trying to work on their strategies. They kept trying to catch Gambit out, but it just didn't matter. The gold lead was just too heavily in favor of Gambit, and honestly, they're probably going against the team they look up to. You know, in Russia, being Gambit Gaming, the Russian powerhouse that we always call them, to be able to play against them, to be able to go head-to-head in the first, 5 to 10 minutes, it's got to be honestly an honor for them.
I'm pretty sure when they traveled here, they were fairly certain of the result. But like you say, it's good to play against them. This is one of the top teams in Europe. You know, they get to play against one of the most experienced teams, certainly in their own country, which they actually don't get a chance to play them too often. But Gambit, I guess you could say, probably one of the most successful European teams out there, because they've won more than most in terms of they've got third place joint with CLG EU as they were back then. Which Fnatic have also matched. So everybody in Europe so far, the top 3 have done that. But think of all the Intel Extreme Masters they won. They won 6 of the 7 visits, including the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships back in 2011. And if they can get their name on the cup again, they'll be very happy, because that's the tournament that they enjoy winning.
Yeah, I mean, that's what got them started. The Intel Extreme Masters, like you said, in Kiev.
It's what pulled the team together. It's what began.
This is their tournament.
This is their grassroots tournament. And like you mentioned, the Red who knew Moscow 5 when they came into that tournament? Nobody
Exactly.
knew them. And they just swept everyone aside, including the likes of TSM Dignitas that were there. Nevertheless, we are going to go through to Jwaow and Krepo, who will be taking us through the analysis. I'm not too sure how exactly they're going to analyze a sweeping victory where you toy with your prey, but that's what they're going to do.
I think you pretty much nailed it there, Deman. Actually, we were discussing exactly the same thing before we came out here. It's hard to really break down what happened there because it was a very, very convincing 2-0 win from Gambit.
I mean, what do you say? Gambit played well. They got really far ahead, and then they took the foot off the pedal and they just toyed around a little bit. Yeah, they got caught. They even gave a triple kill, but just showing like how many kills they gave up in such rapid succession, how little that meant to the overall flow of the game. Just showed that they were in complete control. They were having some fun, and they just, yeah, they took it typical Gambit style.
And it's obviously it's too early to say Gambit are back. This is the old Moscow 5. I mean, all 5 players are there right now.
It's a start.
It's a start. That's it. They got the first tournament win under their belt. Did we see any weaknesses that maybe will hinder their chances come tomorrow?
I mean, everybody can look and say, oh my god, Gambit was overreaching and a little too confident, but will they show the same amount of, like, not even disrespect, or just like laxness towards a team like Cloud9? I doubt it. I think they will go up against the match wanting to win, especially proving again like the NA versus Europe like balance, World Finals reaching back. There's definitely a lot more on the line there. Gambit will be a lot more prepared, a lot more serious. We saw some glimpses again though of the good old Gambit synergy, like Flash Crescendo, Vi ulti coming in, just wombo combo, immediate death for the enemy team. I mean, that's what got them that far in the lead. You can't underestimate that they still outplayed their opponents to such a level that there was such a big lead that it didn't even matter anymore.
Well, Cloud9 were watching that game upstairs, but realistically, did they learn much from that one? I mean,
Edward plays Sona.
Edward plays Sona, who would have thought it maybe even play Thresh if you give him a chance. We saw Ziggs coming out from Alexich. Is that a likely pick against someone like Cloud9 though?
Yeah, Ziggs is a lot better than he used to be, and they might use him a lot different tomorrow, or maybe play a little more serious. You saw Alex going for buff contests at least. Synergy with Diamond there, like trying to get the enemy blue buff, get his own blue buff, get map control that way, join the invade. So, but Alex can play anything. I mean, what's to separate his Ziggs from his Kha'Zix play or whatever he ends up playing tomorrow? Anyways, he's a very strong mid laner. Like, he has his team to back him up. Diamond Proc seems to be doing really well again. Or well, not even again, just constantly
yeah.
It's Diamond Proc
still.
So I think Gambit will be strong. I have no idea how strong Cloud9 will be after the break, for example. So we'll have to see tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see that tomorrow. But first, before we move into our next best 3, we're going to go over to Sjokz, who stood actually with Diamond.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Yes, congratulations, Diamond. A stellar performance here against the Red. I'd like to ask you first a little bit about bans and picks. And in that second game, you went on Vi 2 games in a row, and they picked Sejuani. What do you think of her matching up against Vi, or maybe is Sejuani viable right now?
Okay, Sejuani is a very strong champion, just especially in their team composition, like they have a lot of AoE stuns and something like that, and Jinx as well, like the best AD carry for this team composition. But overall, Sejuani farms jungle really, really low, which you could see like I was ahead of her like in 20 or 30 minions early.
You talk about Jinx, and I'd also like to talk about the other AD carry. You picked Lucian. You banned him in the first game. Do you think he's really strong and you're afraid to face him, or was there another strategy?
Yeah, we think he is a very strong AD carry, but I don't know. He's not the best AD carry, I think. We just banned him because they knew that enemy's AD carry playing him very, very well.
All right, now a lot of people were, of course, looking forward to seeing you guys playing again with Edward in the team, and it seemed like you guys were having a lot of fun, especially in the second game. How are you experiencing the atmosphere in the team right now?
Atmosphere in the team right now is very, very good. Like, it wasn't that good since, I don't know, already a year now, and now we're ready to win. Let's see.
Now you're ready to win. So tomorrow you have that matchup versus Cloud9, the North American team. How do you think that's going to go?
I think it's going to be a hard match for us, especially for me, because I think mithy is like one of the best junglers in the world. But I didn't see them for a few months. I don't know have they changed something or not, but let's see tomorrow.
Indeed, let's see tomorrow. It's going to be an incredible matchup, that Gambit Gaming versus Cloud9. And thank you very much, Diamond. And as for us, we'll be going over to Paul to check in with the contest.
Yes, thank you very much, Sjokz, and thanks to the guys as well. We're going to take a little break in a moment. Before we get there, we've got the results of the audience participation competition. Try saying that when you've had some sherbets. It is, of course, the Draw Krepo competition. And unfortunately, the audience didn't know that when we asked them to do their best impression on paper of Krepo, that he would actually be here to judge it. Yeah. So, you ready? You ready?
I'm not, but I'll find out.
Okay, the winner of this actually gets a HyperX headset and a HyperX 8GB RAM pack as well. So it's a decent old prize. Right, let's go with number 1. There you go. Hold that up to the camera as well. So that's a reasonable likeness, apart from the tash. But you know, if you draw one on your finger, yeah, it'd be okay, wouldn't it?
Well, it's obviously not as good as I would paint myself, but it's a start.
Okay, but that's all right. Hold on to that one then. If you get a better one, then throw that one away. Yeah, well, I don't know about ripping it. That could be quite harsh, but on the floor would probably be best, sir. Yes. Okay, you ready for number 2? Okay, brace yourself, gents. There we go. That's number 2. That's number 2. Okay. Can you put the same face? What was that?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toss-up. I mean, I don't like to believe I'm not as orange as I am on that one, so let's stick with number 1 for now.
Okay, so number 1's still leading. Number 3's coming in. Here it is. There's a sort of Bieber thing going on there, maybe.
Very artistic.
You're very diplomatic. I like this about you, Mitch.
I just don't want this to happen again and get even worse portraits. So I like all of you for the effort, and you're doing a great job. And keep nurturing your artistic talents, because you need it.
Okay, this is number 4. We're nearly at the end of these, by the way. Not everyone submitted their entries. So I might go and find some more if there's some floating around. That's number 4. What do you think of that one? I like that. It's good. What do you reckon?
Sounds like, not even sounds, looks like something I could draw. Yeah, it's motivational. Go Krepo. Tells me to believe in myself. I like this one. It's a winner.
Really? Okay, so that's the new leader, is it?
It's more about the message, you know, art portrays a message, and it's not all about just beauty and lines and all. No, I like the message that says Go Krepo, and I believe.
Have you been to the Alex Garfield School of PR?
Yes.
Yes, he says. Okay. Okay, there's number 6, I think. Here we go. This is very nice. I like this one. What do we reckon of that? Look at that. That's fantastic. I like that. Yeah, there was another one on the back as well, but I think they may have submitted that one. Yeah. Okay. So what do you reckon?
Well, this is one of the popular memes on the internet. People like pausing streams and then get my what they call a derp face. I've embraced it by now. So actually, it's a powerful copy of the actual derp face. So let's keep it. It's a little more negative though, but let's keep it tied for the winner right now.
Okay, all right, tied. I've got one more here. In fact, I've also got another one at the end, which Carmack has submitted, which you can't win the prizes, Carmack. But I've got this one. Hold this one up, Mitch, for me, would you? And point that to the camera. Now, I don't want to say anything, but that looks like a blow-up doll to me.
How would you know that, Paul?
Well, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked, because Jason told me.
Great comeback. Yeah, I'm the biggest fan of. Maybe if EG wants to release the blow up Krepo doll, we can all ask them nicely online. For now, we'll just skip that into the more thought section. So yeah.
Okay, so we need a winner from you. We need a winner. Which one are we going for? One or the other? Very quickly. Oh, hold on. Another late submission. All right. Okay. Well, we'll go through the last minute entries in a moment. We'll get a winner. Which one are we going for? We're going for this one. Whose is this one? Come down here and join us. Come down here. Well done, sir. Brilliant. Come over here. Have your drawing back. Krepo's going to sign that for you as well. We've got some prizes. Where's our stage mate? Lovely. There you go. Hand him over the prizes. Lovely. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner of the art competition. These last submissions are ridiculous. Look at that from Joe. I don't even know if you want to share that, but that's from Joe. That's a representation of his drawing.
Shows about as much depth as his casting skills, so...
Okay, shots fired, ladies and gents. We've also got one from Carmack, which is this. I don't even believe he's drawn that. Does he really have skills? That's amazing. I actually think that's pretty good. What do you reckon?
I'll just frame it and hang it up off my bed and just stare at it every night. Thank you, Carmack.
He's such a gent. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Krepo. Okie dokie. We are going to take a very quick break now, and when we come back, our second and final quarterfinal of the day. Yes, it's the last game of the day. We'll be right back.
This is it. That mighty thing. That thinks, blinks, and winks. You can dress it up, you can dress it down. You can even bedazzle it and make it loud. It comes in black, it comes in white. It comes in orange. What a sight. You can spin it and make it dance. Anything is possible when given the chance. It can say everything about you, or very little at all. It can fit in your pocket, on a desk, or on a wall. And it comes in sizes from big to small. From tablets to smartphones to all-in-ones. It can be used for work, for fun, and even both with the 2-in-1. But there's something meaningful beyond the bling that makes them run and do their thing. It's quite a special, hard-to-see part. The brain, the brawn, and the beating heart. And if you manage to set the rest aside, you'll come to realize the most important part is inside.
Professional grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy to use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination. You cannot win by yourself.
Raid Call. Communication for winners.
As a professional gamer, I need something really fast and reliable.
Dude, lagging in games sucks. That's why I use HyperX memory.
HyperX memory is super great.
Hello and welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Singapore.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters and live from Cologne. We are almost at the end of day one of a 2-day spectacular weekend of League of Legends. We've had 3 of our 4 matches today. Our last one is coming up very soon. But while they set up, we've got some spare time, which is awesome, because that means it's time to check in with some Russian friends with Sjokz.
Absolutely. Thank you, Paul. I am joined here by both Edward and Alex Ish of Gambit. And, well, I think I speak for a lot of fans here when I say we're very happy to have you back in Europe, Edward. How's your time been like since you've been back?
The most important thing for me is like my home, my family. I enjoy staying in my home, playing from home. The a little bit like small problem is like time difference, but I think it's not like big problem. So I think I like Europe, I like Russia, so I'm happy.
Getting back used to it. And Alex, how has it been having Edward back on the team? Feeling good after that win, I see.
So I'm really happy that we got Edward back, and like we're really good friends. I was very upset when he left our team, but I think that we're getting stronger now because like when he was leaving we got problems, and now most of the problems are solved. So I hope that it will be much better now.
All right, I'm going to come back to that in just a second. And I'd also just like to ask you, for the longest time we've seen in the media, the Gambit was like, no, Edward is not coming back. He's not going to be back on our lineup. When did you know that Edward was thinking of coming back?
So we were not sure of like if Edward is coming or not. I think that he got some offers from European teams, so we were thinking that he's going to some EU team. So like we're pretty sure that he doesn't want to join Gambit, and like when we were doing with him like 1 week before announce, I think, or maybe a bit more, Edward was like the offers were not that good, and he said like why not to join Gambit when I said to him, and he said like why not. So it was something like that.
Was it purely for you something about offers and money, or was it something else, and did you realize, hey, I want to go back to Gambit because they're essentially have been my friends?
It's really like hard to choose team because you don't know the players. I mean, what they're thinking about, what they want to, and they also have to speak English. So, like speaking Russian is so much easier, and you just focusing on game, and not talking what to say in English. So, I guess Russian team is the best team for me, and Gambit is the best.
Okay, now your English has improved a lot. Of course, you've spent an entire year over there in NA Acres. Was there ever a moment, when did that realization come that you wanted to come back to Europe?
I don't know, I just tried to play in NA. It's really hard actually for Europeans, also for Russians whose English is not that good. But I think, I don't know, it's like, I just instantly when I went, in 2 weeks I like, damn, I want to back. Instantly I just finished the season and back.
Okay, well, we're happy to have you back, as said. But of course, I have a quote here from you. It's from 5 months ago. It was an interview with GameSpot, actually. And you said, Cop likes communication more, and Genja doesn't. Thus, it is better for me to play with Cop. Now, you're back here. You're back with Genja, and we know that you've said that all the problems have dissolved. But are you not afraid that they might come back?
Did I say that Cop liked more communication? It was true actually, but Genja is like talks so much more, and like he liked to play with me. I guess we were playing duo queue even, so I think all problems is gone, and so we can be like best duo queue bottom in Europe.
Okay, well, I'm gonna extend that question to you as well, Alex. Are you kind of wary and think, what if these problems come back, and what would you do to prevent them from coming back?
So I'm not sure that they can come back at all. I mean, Genja has become much more talkative than he was. So, like, I think that everyone in our team grew up. It's like 6 months passed. In our age, it's a lot. I mean, 1 year, around like 18 to 22 every year is like very, very strong. So I think that we will do our best, and like if we won't lose our skill, then I don't think that we should have any problems of that matter, like because everyone understands that we want to win and we're tired of kind of losing. So I think that we will do our best now.
Yeah, and everybody remembers, of course, that huge period of domination in Season 2 where you guys won everything there is to win. But then there were sometimes these times that Gambit would just not show up, even though you could. Have you lost that habit now? Is it now straight eyes on the prize, always trying very hard?
I don't know, it's like hard to say. Always we play practice games, we're just losing like 90% of games, but we're coming to tournament, like we're doing less mistakes, or I don't know how to explain that, but we're playing so much better. So I think it's tryhard mode is online all the time when you're playing here.
Tryhard mode and a Ziggs versus Orianna matchup in that second game versus the Red.
So I'm pretty sure that Ziggs wins the matchup versus Orianna all the time. So like I got some problems with overextending and jumping like between the turrets, but most of the time I feel that Ziggs is really strong and underrated hero. So I think that we will see him much more now, especially when Orianna and Gragas will be nerfed. And as for like our pro mode on when we're playing in the tournaments, I think it's in the same with Fnatic. At least like what people say, that they don't try hard that much in scrims. So when we're scrimming them, it's just like the throw games. And I'm not sure why this happens, but most of the time, sometimes that happens to us even at LCS, because there are so many games that we can't try hard like every game. But on the tournaments like IEM and so on, we just play so much better.
Yeah, we know how important IEM is to you guys. You, of course, you were on that stage in Katowice last year. It must have been an amazing moment. How much do you want that to happen again?
So this time we don't want to be like losing every game in the beginning and then have like 26 minutes win.
It's a great story.
So, but overall, I would say that we win every tournament that is on BenQ monitors except Hanover. So. I mean, that's really funny that we found it out that IEM is like we always do that promotion thing, but still, I feel like so much better playing at tournaments than playing some kind of LCS system, because you don't need to travel every week. We prepared pretty much, though I a bit lost my English skills because I wasn't talking that much. But I think that. Tomorrow will be a really interesting game against Cloud9, and I hope they won't be affected by jet lag. And we will see how they improved.
Yeah, that is going to be my final question to you as well, Edward. What do you think of that matchup tomorrow versus Cloud9?
I know it's really hard to say what they're going to play, because a lot of changes like after Worlds, and most of the champions got nerfed what they played, like Zac, Nasus, or I don't know, a lot of champions. So it's going to be interesting to play. We need to prepare. The most important thing is like champion select, so we need to think about what to ban and pick. So I think if we do that properly, we can manage to win.
All right, well, we're looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Alex and Edward. And as for us, we're going to be heading over to Paul and the guys for the preview of our next matchup.
Thank you very much, Sjokz, and thank you to Edward and to Alex as well. Always great to hear from the two guys, especially with all the changes that have gone on. And they've made a change, of course, but it's more of a change back to the way they used to be. You heard them talking about Katowice. That is the end goal for our teams at the Intel Extreme Masters in Season 8. The World Championship final, no less, will be taking place there. I'm now joined by Joe and Jason once more. I nearly forgot your name. No, I didn't really.
You remembered one key fact about me.
Just teasing. I did remember one key fact.
That I'm tall.
Blow up dolls or what?
Well, I don't think we should
about
go there.
being 7'9".
Okay.
8'3", I think he is now. Anyway, less awkwardness. Let's move on. Brackets of the quarterfinals. We've had one of them already, as we saw earlier on. Gambit really cruising through that game, 2-0. On the other side of the bracket, we now have CLG. I mean, they mentioned, like, yeah, how are you going to play against that tomorrow? But we don't know yet because they're not through. I mean, let's be fair, they're not through. Let's take a look at the CLG lineup in just a few moments. That's going to come up on your screen. We'll go through it. Let's talk about the Americans. Let's talk about how cool it is and exciting that we've got the Americans over to play in an Intel Extreme Masters and go head-to-head with all the top European teams.
Yeah, I said this earlier as well, that, you know, at Worlds we did have that battle, but it wasn't quite... it didn't quite live up to the hype, I think, that everyone wanted to see. We're going to have at least Cloud9 versus Gambit tomorrow. CLG obviously still have to overcome Team TURQUALITY Blue. So it's not going to be an easy game for them. They, I hope, have rested up nicely. And we all know how much of a pain to these teams, you know, the whole debacle with travel can be and jet lag and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully that's gone for them, and we see the practice CLG that they've promised us.
Yeah, they have, and they have. Double Lift earlier said, they've practiced like heck. Jason, let's take you through the lineups, if you wouldn't mind. Just take us through the five-man lineup as they appear right now, and the changes that they've made since last season.
All right, well, as you can see, we're going to have Nian Tanso in that top lane. Trix, who's actually coming in his first tournament here with CLG. Link in that middle lane. Double Lift and Aphromoo as the bottom lane for CLG. And the bottom lane of CLG, Double Lift and Aphromoo. We've seen it before. I love their whole combo that they run. Aphromoo, I remember doing an interview with them a long time ago for one of my YouTube shows I used to do. And he's such a hilarious guy, such a fun guy to really talk with. And he's a really fun guy to play with. And I think that alone with Double Lift kind of gives him a little bit more of an edge in his lane when he goes up against anyone. And I'm really kind of scared to see who goes up against that, because Aphromoo is just so damn good on any champion he plays.
Okay, Joe, your expectations of how CLG match up against this particular team in this particular matchup? It's a tough one, though, because we don't know a huge amount about our Turkish friends.
Well, the thing is, a new lineup, technically. They said that they've practiced a hell of a lot for this one, a heck of a lot, sorry, to use the right words. But we never quite know. It's still going to be a bit of an unknown quantity coming in. They are massive favourites still for this one. But Team TURQUALITY, for me, they've got no pressure on them whatsoever. No one's expecting them to win this game. And that's where you can pull off the biggest upsets.
Yep, let's show you the lineup on the screen and go through those players. As we said, they came through the qualifiers, and TURQUALITY Blue, there's also a TURQUALITY Red, which they defeated in the qualifiers, which sort of threw us a little bit because we also had the red come through as well. So it was all red and blues going on for a little while. But yeah, we don't know a huge amount about them, but talk about what we do know about them, Jason.
Well, we do know that in the qualifiers, they pretty much ran over every single team they played against. They even beat their sister team, TURQUALITY Red, who beat DP, Dark Passage, which we saw back at DreamHack in the first week of LCS of the Summer Split, who lost to Copenhagen Wolves at the time. And DP is a really good team, to be honest, and that kind of gives you a little bit of insight into how good they can be. But the real question is, can they go up against CLG, who's like this renowned, legendary team from North America?
Do you... but this is a question to both of you, I guess. Do you think that anything other than, a bit like we said about SK in the amateur tournament, is anything other than a championship win at Intel Extreme Masters a disappointment for CLG? Have they come to conquer and win?
Well, obviously, these top teams always want to win. Anything less than a win is always going to be a disappointment to them. But as we heard earlier on from Alex, who said... at the end of the day, if we don't win, it's not the end of the world. This is good practice in a tournament setting against great teams. That kind of experience propels you forward. Sometimes losing is, more used to you than actually winning, because you can really analyze what went wrong in you for that one. But don't make any mistakes. CLG are here to win.
Yeah, and obviously they're on BenQ monitors, so that automatically means that Gambit Gaming win every tournament, according to Alex Ich anyway. Thanks, gents. We're going to take a quick break from the pre-match desk and head ourselves over to the commentators for our second and final quarter-final of the day. Hand you over now to our chaps who are going to enjoy this one. It's Deman and Krepo.
Thank you very much, Paul, Joe, and Jason. So, Counter Logic Gaming, the American Giants, I think we could say, the original champions. They won World Cyber Games 2010 in Los Angeles. That was the original tournament.
Very renowned sister team as well. With
they had a small sister team. That,
CLG Black.
Of course, CLG Black.
Who else would we be talking about?
Which actually, Aphromoo is from CLG Black. There was... Who else used to be a Link? Link was from there as
CLG
well.
Black is like spread out. The
Zuna, yeah. I mean, they're all actually in LCS teams now, which is, ironically, when it came together, what they were meant to be top players from the amateur scene. So, mission accomplished from Hotshot GG. So, speaking of Hotshot GG, anyone want $1,000 to go visit their house? No takers.
Well, actually, let's be honest. At first glance, it may seem
Did they charge you $1,000 while you were there?
For me, no, actually, no.
Because you had those wonderful bed covers.
We got there. Actually, Hotshot took care of us very, very well. All bullshit aside and all trolling sometimes. Hotshot's like a totally legit team owner, and I have like so much respect for him. So, and maybe just like very vivid CLG fans that would want to pay the price just to live with Double Lift. I can tell you, like 2 days on a desk, I miss him already.
After being around Worlds with him for a month, I can tell you that's not a privilege I'll be paying for anytime soon. Nevertheless, look at the teams right there. It is Team TURQUALITY.
Quality from Turkey.
Quality from Turkey, exactly. I spoke to the team earlier on, and it's safe to say they're not overly confident about their abilities up against CLG, so they're not coming into this one with the greatest of faith, but they did absolutely decimate the Turkish opposition to get here. They were such a strong team throughout those qualifiers. Nobody came close to them, and they actually had a few interesting picks in there. There was a Katarina and Lysandra in the same team. See how that one works out, whether they're going to maybe pull something like that out to upset CLG.
If you play with resets, you can win any game. It's so dangerous to snowball, and as well, CLG traveled here. It's getting pretty late in Cologne. Maybe there's some jet lag kicking in. You never know. Like, every team is always in comfort zone until they start playing, and then the fatigue might kick in. And if they are on a pro level, they might snowball those advantages and still take CLG down. Of course, CLG is the top favorite here, and everybody's looking for them to win, but they still have to do it.
Yeah, Nien on your screen back there. And he's a player that's been around esports for a very long time. He used to play World of Warcraft a long time ago as well. So he's been a professional in the scene. So, you know, traveling for a long period of time is something that these guys, I guess, have excelled at. And you think of Doublelift, he's been around the world, been everywhere. These guys have a very experienced team that have come together. But I think for Link, for Afromu possibly, and for Trix, this is probably their first visit to Europe. This is their first time that they've come across to the European scene, to actually come into our land. So often they've been facing off against yourselves as you go over to the tournaments that take place in America. Yeah, they've never had to deal with this jet lag. Maybe this is something new to them. Maybe coming into an environment that doesn't even speak English. That's another thing. Obviously, we do in the studio here, but outside of here, when they're in the hotel, going to the restaurants, etc., around the place, they're eating German food, speaking German language, or not speaking German language,
as we all do here. But yeah, generally, like, it's a little bit of change of pace for some of them. I feel definitely we're gonna be watching Trick, see how he like adjusts to playing what I believe like his first competitive match for CLG. I'm not even sure if he played competitive in the past. I believe not, or maybe very long ago.
Yeah.
So let's see how that works out. They're obviously a new team, but they've been practicing. CLG took things really seriously. From what I could talk with Kelby and Doublelift at World Finals, their regime was pretty strict. There wasn't too much of a break like other teams took. I mean, some members of Cloud9 took a well-deserved vacation to go hiking in Vietnam. I believe Hai even went there with Lemon Nation. So Fnatic is rumored to actually not do too much in the past few days. They went on a little holiday. Meanwhile, CLG was practicing really hard, and same could be possibly said for the team TURQUALITY, because they're an amateur team. They're hungry. They want to win that game. They are the underdogs, and they can get the upset.
How good is that, though? The mid laner, he's got a Fnatic mouse pad. So clearly fans of their opponents.
Channeling their inner
Maybe he could get the team to sign that for him. I don't know. That's his mouse pad. In that he's been using Fnatic mouse pad. There you go, question mark, even in the chat. But we're just sorting the teams out to join in the right order. Doublelift, he's renamed himself to Rush, and Afromu is Our. So they're calling themselves the Jackie Chan.
Well, you're not sure, is it? How can you know who's the Rush and who's Our? Maybe Afromu is tired of supporting Doublelift, and Doublelift's been benched to support.
Well, Afromu did used to be an AD carry, and a very good one
as well. And Doublelift
well.
used to be a support at one
He
point.
did. He was support when he first joined CLG.
Exactly. So they may have just switched it around.
I'm pretty sure they haven't, though.
Yeah, let's face it, they haven't.
I'm
not.
pretty sure the Chris Rock and Jackie Chan combo is going to be the correct way around, and you know what I'm saying there. Link in that mid lane, a player that some questioned, I think it's safe to say, on COG. Personally, I think he's a great player.
I've seen some moments of brilliance.
Aggressive enough?
I don't know. He'll have to feel comfortable. I've seen Link do some really damn good things in the game, and he's shown his mechanical prowess throughout like many games. He's fallen short sometimes, but they've been buckling up. They've been practicing really hard. Hopefully, they fix their communication issues so they can finally unlock that unlimited potential they all own there. And I'm looking forward to see the new CLG.
That's beautiful. What I'm reading in the chat is like Team TURQUALITY is asking CLG for a picture after the match. That's nice. It's touching. But you guys, you're in a competition. You're here to win. You're not here to just come and take photos with the team.
To be fair, in the European LCS, we'd often ask like, so are we going out tonight? Grab a beer, regardless of who wins.
Oh, but that's just because you're all together in Cologne. But this is very different. This is a Turkish team moving into a North American team that's come over from Los Angeles.
Well, they will want to have a picture of CLG's faces after they defeat
Maybe
them.
Scott's after a picture there as well. He's with Afromu. Maybe he's asking for Afromu's autograph.
Or fixing his PC.
I think that's probably more likely. I think he's giving him the login, actually. He's getting them to change rush hour because Doublelift is now joined. So that Scott, the referee's laying down the law, making sure they use the correct names in the game client. So that's what the delay is right now. That's why you're staring at the faces of Team TURQUALITY, because CLG are delaying us.
So
This
we will
is
never
nothing
know.
new. This is nothing new for CLG. They delay us so often.
We will never know who was Russian. We will never know who was our. But yeah, they'll have to rename and get into the game. But CLG after a delay is a stronger CLG, as we all know.
CLG after delays. So for those that are unaware, and I'm sure everybody at home is quite aware of the situation.
We don't know.
that
Esports
happened.
growing.
CLG EU, aka yourself, when you were in
And
Evil
4 other guys,
Geniuses,
I'm not my own
and 4
team.
other guys. Yeah, you can't be one man band. Had an 8-hour,
a wee bit of
an
delay.
8-hour delay on the one day, but actually technically turned into like a week delay. Well, 3-4 days maybe, wasn't it? Something like that.
Very interesting experience. It actually
Interesting.
conditioned me so far that whenever we actually had a pause that was roughly 30 minutes, I become like fully zen, you know?
I don't think there's any matches that I've actually had a T-shirt made up for.
Yep. that's
Other
just-
than that
I
one, that was the
survived.
only T-shirt where I survived the World Elite versus CounterLogic gaming match. But there is the trophy, or a picture of.
Close enough.
Actually has Moscow 5's name down on there. We've just saw them in the guise of Gambit Gaming, which they are now known as. They are through to play Cloud9. That will be tomorrow morning. And of course, the winner of this match will be going through to play Fnatic. So some big games potentially for tomorrow, as well as the amateur finals, which is... I was about to say SK Gaming, but unfortunately they got
it's Copenhagen-
2-0'd by
Copenhagen
Copenhagen
Wolves.
Wolves. They're going to be up against Ninjas in Pajamas. That will be also tomorrow. That's going to be a best of 3, an interesting best of 3, and of course the grand final to roll out the day. We don't know who's going to be there yet.
No, we can guess. There's actually still
You
a
can
lot of
guess.
still a lot of question marks. Like what Fnatic is going to show up, what CLG is going to show up right now. How will they equate? Like, is Gambit going to be motivated to bring down the Russian powerhouse and send back the boys to NA, or is Cloud9 going to come in and sweep them?
Do we know what shape CLG are in right now? Do we know sort of have we heard too much? I mean, I've seen
Well,
Nintendo
Doublelift was
Direct
very
posted.
confident.
Oh, Doublelift's always very confident.
I was about to say that may not be as good as an indicator, but they have been buckling down. If they followed up on their regime and their schedule that Kelby was laying out for them, partly with Monte Cristo being the coach from
Of course,
Korea.
this is Monty's team. This is
Monty, and
this is
I know
effectively
Monty
reflecting on Monty right now.
And I know Monty very well, and he does. He wants to win.
He wants
his
to
team
win. He wants his team to win. It is a potential lineup, that's for sure. They've got potential to do stuff. And honestly, I think in this tournament, with everybody taking the breaks after Worlds, everybody going off on holidays and relaxing, any team that comes into this with form has a potential to actually win. You know, it's quite easy.
Completely agree. Like every team either deserves or doesn't deserve, or takes a break. Whether that's good or bad, we can't be the judge of that. Maybe they need it, maybe they don't. But some of these teams that didn't go to Worlds, for example, CLG didn't go to Worlds, they capitalize on that gap by just practicing really hard and really early. And we saw like last year as well, coming into the summer split, some of these amateur teams, or this year rather, some of these amateur teams coming in, they were so hungry to win. MYM took the European LCS by storm. People just weren't ready. They were so hungry. They wanted to play, and everybody got a little maybe complacent, got a little used. And then there was the unconventional teleport strategy, and who's saying TURQUALITY can't do the same, with, as you said, with Katarina coming out, maybe some resets. Like, people are not used to deal with that stuff.
Well, I mean, it's a possibility, and they certainly had good results. And they themselves have said coming into this one that they're not very confident. But how do they really know? I mean, do they really know how they match up against CLG? The
You never
CLGs
know.
of this world, you never know. They could actually be thinking, oh, we're only just an average team, and then they come up against one of the pro teams, the dinosaurs, effectively, the originals, CounterLogic gaming alongside Team Solo Mid, are the two effectively starters of the pro scene in League of Legends. And how are they ever going to know until they actually test their abilities to their best, rather than coming into the saying, hey, can we have pictures? Which is great, don't get me wrong, it's great sportsmanship to like to see that, but how do they know if they're not going to come in with the best, coming in with a winning attitude?
Same time, I mean, you can respect your opponent, you can be a big fan. I mean, this is maybe not an exact comparison, but like we went to Korea. We played the finals against the Zubu Frost back in the day.
2-0 up, I believe.
2-0 up, and then something happened. I don't quite recall, but that's not the point of the story.
The owner was good, though. That's what counts.
Exactly. But then you play against a player like MadLife, and even though you're super serious and you play at absolute best, I still giggle like a schoolgirl because he was shaking my hand with like a lot of respect, because MadLife is God, and you can so much respect a player and one maybe a picture afterwards as a memorabilia, but you'll still give your hardest. There's no way you're gonna give anything less than your best if you're meeting players that you absolutely respect.
Yeah, and if anything, like I was just talking about that with Red versus Gambit, there's a team that they're gonna respect, gonna know, the biggest team in Russia by far. It's a team that maybe...
And no pressure.
Well, yeah, I mean, they are complete underdogs, so there's no pressure on them. They just like play, have fun. actually, to be honest, I thought their top laner did very well. The guy that played Kennen in Game 2 and Shyvana in Game 1, I thought maybe it was just down to Shyvana, but did just as well on Kennen in Game 2. So there's potential there of new players. And speaking of new players, this is something that I've been noticing probably the last few weeks as I've been watching OGN. The amount of new players that keep coming through, the talent that keeps rising through in Korea, out of nowhere. Whereas we look at the European and North American scene, I feel it's getting stale because it's the same players all the time. There's no superstars. Like a Faker suddenly hits the top solo queue and sure enough he shines in a top team.
Then again, for us, Faker's coming out of nowhere, but I can probably assume in Korea, Faker was already known to be a godchild for quite...
But that's only through solo queue. He's not in the pro scene. What I'm saying is, we haven't had a guy, say, for example, topping out the Challenger Series in Europe or North America, and suddenly a top team takes a risk, picks him up. No teams are willing to take risks, it seems, to take these players on.
Well, we do see quite some reshaping of some rosters, and then there's, some sort of recycling with old pro players, which is not necessarily bad. Players could not form well in one team and could thrive in another, for example. We're waiting for people to show their worth in solo queue first, because that's where it all begins.
Yeah.
And then just grind their way up. As esports gets more established, there's more of a goal for doing so. Like 2 years ago, it was a risk. Doublelift, for example, took the risk. We all took the risk going to CLGU.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as we keep getting the LCS more supported and more as like a stable environment, it actually may just give the chance to more uprising talents going through.
Yeah, I think the Coke Challenger Series is definitely going to be an interesting format for that, whether we're going to see teams rising on through. I know a lot of people have been talking about Jwaow as well recently.
Exactly.
So we're just waiting for both teams to get ready. Yes, the picks and bans are about to get underway. So let's actually talk about those. What are we expecting? Are we expecting to go with the standards? Blitzcrank banned out. I was not expecting
Completely
that.
standard, Demon. What are you talking about? Turkish meta. I have no idea actually, but seems to be like a target ban or a respect ban for either support or a
They didn't play it in the final, I know that for sure. Maybe the little research I've been able to get on TURQUALITY, but he's like, no, shaking his head straight away. So clearly something's happened there.
This is an advantage. How do you research a team that's not that well known? You have all the research you want on CLG. You have their tendencies. Some of them even stream. You have like their past pro picks. Okay, they're very versatile in their champion pools, but who knows? TURQUALITY might be the same.
Well, Udyr also being taken away. Vayne, of course, taken away. Not letting Doublelift get on those Vayne mechanics, which he gets going so often with. Another pick. Are we expecting all... No, we're not. We're expecting proper picks and bans. It is going to be Annie taken away. I was about to say all respect bans. I was wondering here, but clearly not respecting the Annie.
Annie is just a really strong support right now. She shines in a lot of situations. 2v1, 2v2. She's a really strong kid, good engaged. There's one counter to it. Let's hope if somebody ends up picking it up. Or what I believe to be a counter or a band-aid at least to solve a lot of the issues, which is Leona. I feel like a Leona with hard engage could deal with it, but we'll never see it. And he's banned.
Well, we're seeing Nian playing Shyvana. He is available.
Jinx pickup. Is this interesting?
First pick for Jinx.
Is Jinx that contested that both teams need it, or does CLG have a strategy to revolve around actually Doublelift? I get it. Doublelift's gonna split push all day and then just shoot Super Mega Death Rocket to actually join the fight at the other side of the map and perhaps...
Well, it's CLG.
It is CLG.
You know, without Hotshot there, they've got to have someone to split
Doublelift with a twist, rather.
This is more the picks I was expecting. A Thresh Shyvana. So that, you know, once Annie Renekton's taken away, we are going to see that Shyvana. Shyvana, very, very strong champion like now. I've been banging on about that all day, but I can't underestimate it enough. What are we expecting CLG to react to this?
Maristia Zyra coming out, does okay on the Thresh lane, has disengage potential for Jinx, who lacks a gap closer to get out of the fray, has CC potential. We've seen SK Gaming in the amateur scene done his lane a lot, rather. Very potential zone potential. Basically, they force each other into different zones. Jinx will zap you. If you juke it, you'll get into the snare, follow up with the traps, and then the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Well, we do see Elise has been banned fairly heavily throughout the day, actually. Now I come to think about it, it was taken away in both Gambit games. Could get picked up there. Will there be a support maybe to follow?
CLG not sure. Looking for the early mid pick. Orianna is a rather safe pick.
It's a standard pick for Link as well.
Standard pick. General consensus on the answer for that often is Gragas. It's not exactly a counter, but it does well against Orianna. We might see it here again. Double displacement. Shyvana Gragas can knock your entire team around. Maybe if CLG relies on position, might be a good call.
So Ezreal, another potential. We saw, I believe it was Ezreal that Doublelift got his pentakill in the All-Stars with Ezreal a long time ago, but we'll see how Killer Ez. Whoa! Draven That I wasn't expecting.
Well, yeah, it might work. I mean, Jinx is relatively immobile. If Draven can actually close in the gap and keep catching his axes and then just hammer on his face, or well, axe on his face
Axe
rather,
on the face.
then it might work. Another displacement actually coming out from Draven, so we might see some CLG pinball here, whether that works or not.
Well, alongside Thresh, they got a potential to just keep hold of that target. And like you mentioned, no easy escape for the double lift other than the flash. But looks like Aframu will take.
Say Lulu gets picked. Hypothetically, look, or it has been picked rather. Look at the lineup from CLG. Do we see a certain trend emerging? Some AD carry with a, let's see, a defensive steroid on health for the support, a shield, a shock horror. Yeah.
So COG, they may be a different guys without Hotshot GG, without Chowster in there, but sure as hell they're still playing the same old way.
We don't know. They might just have a different adaptation of it. I mean, it's not a bad comp.
Actually, to be fair, they need a tanky frontline if they're going to do that.
And you called it. But anyways, like Gragas can burst down people. Shyvana can jump on a non-gap closer AD carry. It's really good for CLG to answer this with the steroid from Lulu. Does well in lane against Thresh actually as well. Orianna is just a safe pick mid early. Provides a shield, provides a follow-up with the ball. Doesn't actually have like any ball transportation systems like a Shyvana Orianna combo would go. Generally could speed up Nasus to get into the fray. Maybe not really.
Could throw it on Elise, maybe leave
Elise repel, but doesn't really sound like all too synergistic. But Orianna is just a strong champion.
One thing's for sure, you can have a really big Nasus in there with the Lulu regrowth.
You can. Lack of hard CC on purple side team right now. If they pick up Riven, it's another actually like a stun, because Gragas has like a slow from body slam. He has displacement, but displacement is a little iffy. Target stuns are generally easier.
Switch to Rumble. Rumble, a champion that's been still played by in Korea. Actually, really surprised we don't see a great deal of it in Europe right now.
But we're not done yet, Deman. They might switch to Kha'Zix, and they go. As we said, resets might be the way for them to win this game. We saw Jwaow do phenomenal things already on Kha'Zix, and he got big countered because he walked into the rock that is Zorozero, but definitely a strong pick or dangerous pick.
So this to me, I'm seeing basically TURQUALITY are basically saying, okay, we see what you're doing. You're going for the full-on protect the double lift comp. So therefore, we're going to dive you. They've got a Shyvana going in, a Kha'Zix going in, possibly Belly Slam launching in there, everything going in towards double lift. Is that the way to go?
That might be fight fire with fire comp, but they have other ways to run this. Gragas has an insane amount of wave clear. So he can definitely hold his ground on a lane if he gets a little backing up from his teammate. Shyvana, once CLG engages, can just jump in and push them back. Kha'Zix, he can just go around the fight and just pick his target and pick them off and get a reset. I mean, Orianna, if she gets bursted down, can get quite squishy. I mean, Lulu is a good counter. I think Kha'Zix into Lulu is pretty dangerous. If Afram was on top of his game, he'll throw out the Whimsy. He'll throw out the knock-up to prevent Kha'Zix from landing, coming from his from his ultimate right there. So that's definitely CLG has all the tools they need to work with. Definitely to see if TURQUALITY is gonna take it home there.
Well, we will see what they do. They're looking happy just to be here, I think, at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne, a trip to Germany from Turkey. It's actually not too far away, to be fair. It's not too different compared to the Atlantic travel that CounterLogic Gaming have had to experience, all staying in a similar hotel and experiencing the delights that are Cologne. It's actually a city I've learned to really love, honestly. You spent yourself a good season here as well. Enjoy the delights of Cologne, or do you just stream all day?
I stream League of Legends.
You do stream League of Legends all day, don't you?
I have to. It's too much fun.
It was hard work just to get you in here the other day. But we are about to get things underway, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Intel Extreme Masters here in Cologne. It is the second pro game of the day. Gambit Gaming already 2-0 over the red after a pretty much entertaining match. Good luck, have fun. Kick ass, don't die, and don't suck coming out from Nien. And Ahmet is agreeing. CLG as the blue team. CounterLogic Gaming, the Americans visiting against the Turks of Team TURQUALITY. What do we expect here in level 1? Will we have a full-on charge into the bush? They will. They're going to throw the hook out and not land it, though.
So CLG could have caught them face-checking there and caught TURQUALITY red-handed, and instead they decided to back off. Maybe they feared the all-in potential from the lineup. A lot of damage coming out to TURQUALITY. Not too much CC, but if all damage lands on one target, with a hook, it might be enough. At least respect, you know. They're not baiting out the face check. They're respecting their opponents, going for the stable early game.
Well, we see the blue buff coming out from blue buff wards coming out from CLG, but honestly, actually, TURQUALITY haven't gone for any counters of their own. Normally, do see the teams sneaking in. It's like, you're going to ward our blue, we'll go ward your blue. We're going to go red, we'll ward your red. But they haven't done that. They've simply got one in Banana Bush, one in River. And that is it.
Yeah, they blew 2 wards on a relatively small patch of vision, leaving their flanks completely open. They did do a double ward mid on top of a Gragas, which is pretty interesting. I mean, why would you overprotect the Gragas, which is generally good at escaping? Hopefully he's going to use those wards to exert a lot of pressure onto CLG's mid lane. Shyvana not known to gank as early. She is starting on red though, which is pretty interesting. Might go for a surprise gank on bottom. Shyvana getting lanterned in by Thresh on level 3. Surprise gank ending up bottom might be the good plan, but CLG sees that coming with the ward, so see what happens.
Did they get spotted in the bottom lane? You saw them sneaking in. We'll see whether this works out. COG going in. Oh, they both show themselves, and they both go standard lane. So, this is your lane. This is what you know. What do you see between these two?
Right now, it's a war of pushing the lane first, because whoever pushes the lane, you need an entire wave, and then 3 more melee creeps to get level 2. Problem is, you can't push a Jinx with rockets unless you contest it. Thresh got poked out by Lulu, which is great. They catch Aphromoo right here, though.
That's a good hook, but straight away the Glitter Lance on towards Killers. Good support from Doublelift there, keeping his AD support alive.
Double is almost out of mana, but doesn't matter. He won the push war. They know Shyvana's location. They poked TURQUALITY pretty much down, and TURQUALITY didn't respect the push coming out of Lulu and Lulu Jinx lane. You're not going to counter push that. Not with Thresh Draven, unless Thresh starts E and E's the entire wave. But he started hook earlier, so they know they cannot win, and I think they just didn't respect the push enough. And they're going to pay the price.
Already paying that price. They're losing CS here. That's another one going to the turret. You can see it's 10-3 already. Doublelift versus Killer. And at the moment, it's a big advantage that's only maybe going to grow stronger. But Draven, once he gets going, once those axes start spinning, he should be able to wipe out anything pushing towards him.
And look, it's desperate position. Shyvana coming in with the lantern, but counter gank.
Counter gank straight away. The Ignite should be enough to take down the Thresh. Meanwhile, we do see Theocles trying to come in, but it's Aphromoo that picks up the first blood.
And that's all about that damn blue buff ward. We saw Shyvana coming. They knew it, and they played it nice. They didn't change the lane behavior.
Oh, they're sticking around. Theocles in trouble now. They're going to go in for another one. He's had to try and get away from this one. Aphromoo is going to follow through. Theocles is going to turn around, tries to flash back in towards it. Doublelift's not having anything. Throws the rocket back at him. It's another kill.
CLG's not even letting me finish. But anyways, they didn't change the lane behavior. The counter gank they predicted the gank from Shyvana. They saw her coming. They counter ganked perfectly. Baited her in. Thresh with Lantern and Hook has nothing else to offer. And this is CLG snowballing already.
Snowballing, pushing hard on that bottom turret. And like you said, this is all developed from that very first level 1 engagement. Going full on aggression, not respecting their lane opponents. And speaking of respect, look at the top lane at the moment. Nien, 21-13 on Kha'Zix. That's not really a lane that should either be... It should be fairly even, to be honest, if you ask me, but it's just Nien just bashing out that CS.
Look at all across the map, CLG pushed the waves in because they knew exactly where Shyvana is. Shyvana doesn't offer that much threat early, and if you know her location, you can just push because you know she won't be around your lane for quite a while. Just CLG drawing aggro again to bot lane. As we said, Rush Hour, Aphromoo and Doublelift doing really well here. They draw the aggro from the jungle. Trick reads that pretty well. Counter ganks, and CLG just sets the pace for a great game.
Theocles trying to put a bit of poke down on towards Link. Link not really having any of it on Orianna. He's already got the jungler coming in to support. Is he going to go too deep here, Theocles? I was just wondering. Trix is ready and waiting to pounce on Elise, but instead he chooses wisely to head north and maybe have a look towards the end.
And this is so sad because TURQUALITY's level 6 combo could be quite lethal. Kha'Zix with evolving and Gragas having the slam right there.
Well, Nien is a bit too deep here. Is he going to get caught out? He's already backing away. He has got Wither available should he require it. He's going to have Shyvana on him as well. The Ignite's going to get used. He flashes onto the tower, but it may be too little too late. And that's going to be Thaldren picking up the first kill for TURQUALITY.
And that's exactly what they need. If they want one guy snowballing, it's Kha'Zix. They need the resets. They need the damage coming out. Surprise jump from Kha'Zix. Could turn around a fight, but look at Doublelift in the bot lane with double buff already. It's 5 minutes into the game, commanding CS lead. What are they going to do to deal with this?
It's not good giving Doublelift a double buff. That's not really what you want. Gragas has returned back to lane, and he's keeping up. He's the only one that's keeping up a little bit. Link's still with the 10 CS, but that's only because Ahmed did just go back, so he'll gain that back in a second.
And if we're getting into the nitty-gritty of bot lane, right now it looks somewhat to be able to be dealt with, but they're pushing now. Thresh and Draven are pushing, and Doublelift is just letting them push, taking one minion at a time, making them push, and then at one point he's going to stand behind his creeps and duel them together with Aframu, and then that's when Thresh and Draven are going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, Aframu just placing down that ward. They know he's there. They've got that tri-bush. They're going to see Theocles going around there any second now. He's going to be sneaking past, walks close enough to the ward that he gets spotted. Should have stuck to the wall on the right-hand side if he wants to sneak in towards that bush, I believe.
Definitely always walk around brushes if you can. You never know whether they're warded or not, especially against a team like CLG. They're basically they're reading TURQUALITY like a book here. They know they're ahead in bottom lane. They know they're about to freeze. The only counter to that is get your jungle to group with you and push in a wave. He's trying to gank, but he's not even pushing it in. CLG might actually pull off a freeze here.
Yeah, well, you can see actually Trix is nearby. He's on the golem, so I wouldn't be surprised if he pays a visit, throwing out the lantern, throwing out everything he can, but his jungler had already left.
I mean, generally you throw out a lantern and walk forward just to bait people to back off, but if you use your spells and they don't really connect, then you have cooldowns, and Trick knows that.
Yeah, Trick knows that already. He's already gone into position. Thaldrin trying to go aggressive on towards Nien, but Nien just keeping that Q stacking. He's building towards the Sunfire Cape. Thaldrin getting very aggressive, gone early brutalizer there in that top lane.
Yeah, has to burn through any armor that Nien starts buying, because otherwise it's going to be an uphill battle. In bot lane right now, they did back off. Trick didn't get the gank off. Perhaps Aframu and Doublelift changed the lane behavior to a lot more aggressive. We can see that already. They have a way more aggressive stance right now because they know they win the 2v2, and they're just gonna deny as much CS as they can.
Well, they're going to try and get the blue steal on here. Trick's already there, Link's with him, but we do see them both passing by a ward, so they know completely that they are here. Barrel comes out, has to use the smite to make sure he secures it. Tricks. That is going to cause a problem for Link.
Yeah, but it's the correct play after all. Smiting and contest is always worth it. Just don't give your blue buff to your enemies. Niente's still roaming down though.
Yeah, he roamed down, but it was warded out, so they managed to get in there, but it's Tyrese that's going to get caught out once again. The Ignite is going to pull him in. Is it going to be enough wards on Aframu? Yes, it will be. It's Killer that picks out enough dodges out of Doublelift's shots.
That was great usage of the hook there, combined into the flay with the Draven displacement, basically pushing Aframu over and over into that turn, going for a 1-for-1 kill. Pretty good still, but Jinx still has a trade potential to out-trade Draven right there, so they're still not in a good spot.
And Doublelift continuing to keep that CS snowball going. 63-38 now in that bottom lane. It's starting to become a bit of a gulf in class right now between the AD carries. The self-proclaimed #1 AD carry of North America. And he'd like to say the world, but I don't think he's that confident. Meanwhile, Theocles is going to jump across. Nien's going to be the focus target. Hasn't got flash available this time around, so he may well go down. Thaldrin will pick up the kill. Can they get towards Trick? So they're just going to fire off those Void Spikes and walk away. They're happy with that kill.
Looks like both junglers have the same idea at the same time, but Theocles was level 6 already. Trick's still sitting on level 5, and even if he was 6, at least wouldn't really matter that much. So the better 2v2 duel coming out of TURQUALITY, and Kha'Zix with another kill. We might see this turning around even.
Well, the gold advantage is actually with TURQUALITY right now, despite the fact how bad it's going in that bottom lane. It has to go bad in the bottom lane because Doublelift is the carry. He's the man for COG.
Well, he was. Hopefully the other people are going to step up because a one-man team is not going to carry it anymore. We've seen that in the past already.
Yeah, we've seen him try and we've seen it fail. We'll see whether it works out this time around. They're going to keep on pushing though. They have got the BF sword now on Doublelift, so the damage potential from Jinx is pretty enormous. But I am surprised to see a COG pulling this one out.
It's definitely interesting to see TURQUALITY's at least fighting back. You know, they're not giving up. Okay, they had some bad stuff happen to level 1, mainly because of the blue buff ward, but they're still, their top lane is confident, and this might give them motivation to the bot lane to hang in there, because if you know your team got your back and they can get you back into the game, you got to play on.
Well, you know, a fed Kha'Zix can be a very scary beast, especially
as Jinx.
For an AD carry. Yeah, exactly. Shockwave pulled from Link there, misses, and well, Theocles feeling confident, just walked out, didn't use the flash.
Yeah, definitely the burnout speed from Shyvana is what makes her such a strong champion. I mean, she has the massive displacement when going in. Looks like Rag is on a blue buff, but we see Spider approaching.
Yeah, he's going to try and get the blue buff, but instead he backs away. Was a little bit fearful there, the rest of CLG going in towards the Dragon. But well, I'm not too sure that TURQUALITY should be contesting this one. They're going to maybe try and use that explosive cast to try and contest it. They do catch on the hook on towards Link there. Tyrese is taken very low. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in there. Trix follows through, manages to sink his fangs in towards Tyrese and takes him down.
Might be enough to slow him down though.
It may be enough to force them to back away here. Theocles in there. Teleport coming through, though. That's going to be Nyenton, so that's going to spell the end of this one. Explosive Cask is the only thing they can try and use to steal. They do throw it out. They got it. Shyvana with the smoke. We see the blades coming across. Nyenton, so taken very low. They're going to have to be forced to back away from this one. CLG looking to get away with their lives here.
Well, look at that TURQUALITY with a man down, taking an advantage. Teleport drawn from Nasus top. Kha'Zix was already pushing. This was a gamble for TLG. They needed that Drake, and then Theocles just mans up and just goes in for the smite with the aid of Gragas. You saw Gragas even go into the fight to help his buddy get out there. Draven, perfect dancing on the edge of the fight by TURQUALITY there. Okay, they had a sacrificial Thresh who didn't really get his flay off. But yeah, he died. He ate the rocket, but he stalled him long enough for Shyvana to come back. And yeah, he outsmite a trick, and that was pretty damn well played by TURQUALITY.
Very well played. A tower and a dragon quickly snowballs that gold. 1,000 gold in their advantage. CLG switching the lanes round. You do see the AD carrying support of Aphromoo and Doublelift heading up there. Thaldrin is going to find Aphromoo. Aphromoo, you've got to be careful. He could just get nommed right now. That's a pickaxe and a brutalizer on Thaldrin. He could go down before Doublelift gets a chance to react.
Yeah, but he has Whimsy and has his knockup from his ultimate, and Doublelift generally is on top of his game. If their synergy is as good as they claim to be, they will be ready for that. Look at Aphromoo investing in an early Oracle's Elixir when TURQUALITY is actually not warding that much, showing a lot of respect for the opponent. Maybe too much on the warding front.
A lot of damage from Doublelift being poked on towards Thaldrin. The support already on the way up here. It's actually going to go head-to-head there. You're going to find Aphromoo. Aphromoo already backing away. Also, Theocles joining the party in this top lane. Trix comes in. It's a 3v3. We're going to see the play going down. Is Doublelift is going to be the target. They need to put a lot of damage down towards him. If Doublelift goes down, this could turn badly very quickly. It's a 2v2. The box comes in. They get a good slow on towards Trix. Theocles wants to get the damage continuing. He uses the burnout to try and chase on towards it. He's got Amastyle coming around the side, but Link is there as well in support. They can keep on throwing the barrels. Amastyle, he has got his cask available. Not going to throw it out, though. Instead, just uses a standard barrel. He could have got the kill there.
Nah, he was maybe scared of a repel coming out or still like some defensive steroids coming out from the CLG team. Actually, the really sad part was that Thresh was level 5 when that engage happened, else he would have caged in Doublelifting immediately. Kha'Zix maybe wouldn't have dropped, but he actually got the level up, got his box a little later, but that was a good attempt. Doublelift getting caught there by Thresh, good backwards flay, Lantern connecting, everybody jumping Doublelift, and that's just exactly what TURQUALITY has to do.
And that's actually bought the time for Draven Killers to get some farm going. He fell so far behind, but you can see he's turned it down. Blue buff being taken away now by TURQUALITY, and he's also using that Thresh Lantern to back away. Explosive cast, but Nintonso bounces in towards him. Amastyle hasn't got...
Great hook.
What a great hook! Link getting caught out here, has to use the rapid growth to try and keep him away there. Instead, Theocles now trying to get away from this. Thaldrin's going to back away as well. Nintonso's going to keep on turning through this one, but they can't pursue. And TURQUALITY, well, they are showing some serious quality here because they are 1,000 gold up and they are actually starting to go for some steals.
And in the meantime, the gold might swing if Draven ends up taking that bottom turret. At the same time, Doublelift is pushing top tower. Let's see if Thaldrin and Theocles can defend that.
So we'll see. Nen is going to go down there. This is actually another issue, though. Their top lane has been left alone. Thaldrin is going up there. I'm not too sure he's going to be able to deal with that. That's going to be a turret going down. And let's not forget, the end's on Nasus. Nasus will get really incredible later game. The problem is, can they work around him? His slow is going to stop one of them, but that's a problem because it's going to be Draven or Kha'Zix. You can only pick one. The other one is going to have free reign on your AD carry.
Well, Kha'Zix doesn't really get hindered too much. Okay, mobility-wise he does, but he still has enough damage coming out from his spells that he doesn't really care about the attack split. So Draven, same, he's throwing axes. But actually, I'm just actually really impressed by Thresh as well. Yes, he's been missing some spells, but Greg is going in the mid.
All in, explosive cast being thrown out there. Draven coming in around the side. Thresh there as well. Super Mega Death Rocket missing. Great hook in there along with the flay. They're trying to get in towards Amastyle. Wants to try and pick up a kill. Not going to get it. Now Trix in trouble. You see the axes continuing to throw out there. Aphromoo comes in. The chompers from Doublelift keeps them away. But it's Doublelift that went down.
And this team is working so well together.
Link.
Yeah, Link went down. Doublelift survived that bounty. He used the Super Mega Death Rocket. Didn't connect for a kill. This team is trying to save each other. Again, Tyrese playing really well. Another hook.
That hook's going to land. It's Aphromoo that's now going to get caught out. Tyrese going to flash away. Trix taken low. He's going to repel. He's got to land somewhere soon. Will he? Ulti come out from Draven. He's not going to catch him. While this is all happening, I've got to point out, Nyen is continuing to push the bottom lane. Oh, Thaldrin taken so low by Doublelift there.
Dan, Tyrese missed a few flays here and there, but his hooks are spot on. He's playing a really damn mean Thresh, and his team is doing a great job of following up on his engages. These guys are not not afraid to risk something. You saw like under the tower, like it wasn't entirely sure if they were going to make it out alive, but they're playing aggressive, and that's really great to see.
They are going to be gaining confidence right now. They're coming into this one thinking, oh, we are rubbish, guys. We got no chance of beating you guys. And suddenly they're thinking, you know what, guys? I think we've got a bit of a chance here. There's no reason we can't go up head-to-head with these ones. They're only one tower down. They're heading gold. They're equaling kills. Why not give them a game?
Yeah, but they're losing tower pressure though. Mid tower is already half HP. If we look at the other side, it's a lot higher on CLG side. Their bottom tower is still on complete full HP, mainly due to Ninja constantly pushing down bottom lane. So the gold might swing in CLG's favor tower-wise, but at the same time, it will only equalize what we have, and that is actually good news for TURQUALITY.
Well, 30 seconds on that dragon, and it's TURQUALITY that are warding it out there. Double pink wards being used out by Tyrese. Tyrese coming back in towards that mid lane. Link needs to be careful he doesn't get caught out once again. Blue buff will be picked up by Gragas just before this fight begins, so if anything, TURQUALITY are going to be the more prepared for this dragon fight.
Yeah, they know they can't really get the towers right now, so they need to focus on neutral objectives like buffs and like dragon. They ward up beautifully with a pink ward. They don't waste Oracle time just yet. 2 pinks is enough to cover that area, and they really need this Drake though, because else CLG is going to get back into this game.
Well, they're going to lose that mid turret, I believe. Link's just shoved the wave in there, and there's not enough hit points on it to fight it off here. Just off to the side there, Trix is thinking about going in. Look at Link. Link's taken so low. They're going to have to use the grappling growth to try and keep him up there. Thaldrin did put enough damage on him. Explosive cast gets thrown out. That's going to be the extra. Can they get on towards him? Link's taken low. Double lift's taken low. Daframu's taken cold out the side. Aframu will go down. That's one. Can they get on towards Trix? No, they can't. The TURQUALITY should be backing away from this fight.
For the rocket.
They're taken down, but it's another hook. Trix goes in there. He throws the box down, but he's too deep. Just up the side. Nien's getting on towards Aframu. Oh, it's another one. Kha'Zix is down. This is all turned backwards for TURQUALITY. They took their chances too deep. They delved too deep, and that is a triple kill for Doublelift. That is not what they wanted in that fight.
Damn it, TURQUALITY. Such a well-played team fight at the start, but just the greed at the end, and this is what I meant. They're taking risks, but Thresh flashed in, tried to go for the 1-for-1 on Elise. Was a great idea. Play backwards box. Kha'Zix comes in to reset, but Trix, he won that fight with that repel. He didn't give Kha'Zix a reset. Meanwhile, they were waiting for him to land. Draven was stuck in the middle, and who was left alone, auto-attacking everyone? Doublelift. Yet again.
Once again, all on his own, gets himself the double buff. He's saying, thank you very much, 5-1-4.
He won that fight with one great flash. He got barreled backwards from Gragas, flashed out immediately, and then TURQUALITY gave into the greed, and they lost that fight horribly, but at the same time, they're only 700 gold down, but they lost a lot of pressure.
Lost a lot of pressure, and that may well be a disheartening fight for them, but as you said, it was greed. If they knew the position of Aframu, they could easily have got around the back of him there, but instead, Theocles backs away, was just taking a peek towards the Baron, and steps away from this one. So, 4-1, middle inner turret going down. The game has turned on its head. COG, despite the fact it's only 100 gold, are massively behind in terms of tower pressure.
Yeah, CLG playing this really, really well. It's something actually I talked earlier with Joe as well. If only League of Legends had this like pressure meter to show like which team is exerting so much pressure on the map. Because it's CLG right now, they were behind. Yes, they were behind in gold, but they had the turrets. Turrets lead into vision in your own, like if you take down turrets, they lead to aggressive vision in the enemy jungle. That allows you to get picks, possibly buff control later once the 20-minute mark hits. Nashor will be able to be contested.
Absolutely, and well, now the red buffs may well going to be contested. They're going to try and chase this one. All right, Trix tries to keep to Theocles, trying to keep him away, but Trix instead just like turns it around. He gets the rest of his team in there. The barrel will find them all, and they will back away. Chose not to go too aggressive for that red. So, what are we seeing? Where is going to be the next point of contestation?
Well, actually, TURQUALITY is running into an issue right now. They don't have anybody that can deal with the NASA split-pushing menace that is Nyen. Because he's basically on the bot lane shoving in. Okay, Draven can maybe clear those waves perhaps, but it's really not enough for him. Nasus will just regen up. He's really damn tanky, and they're having issues with dealing him. Because we have to remember, like, if Gragas is not around to hit the Nasus, all his armor is going to pay out. So he's going to pay out dividends against the Kha'Zix and a Draven.
Just wrapping myself up in cable, don't worry, at the moment it is going to be TURQUALITY backing out the wrong direction. Trips is going to find down there. The cocoon does land on towards Amistar. He's going to go down. He uses the explosive cast and tries to belly dash away, but he's got nothing else. And Trix takes that one away from the double lift.
Looks like CLG doesn't like Doublelift getting a kill. Could have actually got him another kill if he got this passive up there.
And he's not going to get this one either. He's going to get blocked off. Just a game by Theocles, keeping his support alive for a few moments longer.
Imagine if that rocket hit, Jinx's passive would have procced a super speed boost, and Doublelift could have had an extra kill there. And another one. That's the way Jinx works. One after the
Trix.
Scumbag Tricks.
Scumbag Tricks blocking it out there. Now they're going to go in towards the Baron. They've realized they've forced the team away. They can see Thaldrun is down in that bottom lane. This will be a Baron for free for CLG, and as you say, really quickly done.
Nasus with ulti combined with Elise does so much damage on Nashor. Double F's ult, the Gatling gun just stacking over and over and over and over again. It's really, they have a really strong Baron attempt. Uncontested, so it doesn't even matter for them, but they can actually, in the next parts of the game, rush Baron really quick.
Uh-oh, Theocles completely out of position. He's going to get Whimsy down. You can see he has to use his ultimate to try and get away from this one. The rest of the team using that speed boost.
He might get baited.
And now actually may well get onto this one. No, they will step away. Honestly, I don't think TURQUALITY can even contest his tower.
If anything, Lulu just use their ulti to try and interrupt Shyvana mid-fight, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Killer's getting caught out with the cocoon there. Not going to follow through on this one. Theocles' ultimate will wear out in a moment. He's desperately trying to put that fire down, keep everyone away from it, but they are losing hit points on their own tower here.
They need Gragas to clear those waves mighty quick, because otherwise it's not going to be enough. They're just too damn tanky. They have too much poke.
Gragas trying to sneak around the side. You see Draven throwing out those spinning blades, trying to keep everything clear in that lane. They have bought themselves a little bit of time, but I don't think it's going to be long enough. There's not really any pressure. Look towards the bottom. That's going to even itself out. The middle, that's pretty even as well. But of course, with those turrets going down, it's actually CLG that are keeping that pressure on. So, TURQUALITY, CLG just need to play the waiting game here, surely.
Yeah, Gragas needs to be in the middle of those waves, clearing them. Thresh needs to land the hook. That's all they have, because they have Orianna poke, Cocoon from Elise.
Explosive cast was used by onto Aphromoo there. Aphromoo giggles about it, but unfortunately for them, they're beating down that tower. TURQUALITY need to back away quick. Void Sparks were landed very well. Great static shift coming out from Double if they're trying to get into the shot onto all 5 members, and now they're backing towards the Inhib turret. I don't think CLG are going to keep the siege going.
They could, potentially they could, because Gragas ulti is down. They don't really need much more as an invitation to go in. Nasus can tank that tower for ages. They have so much poke. Zap, Orianna follow-up. They have disengage. They're in a perfect position. Cocoon follow-up as well. They might rotate to another lane to draw them away, but they have all the tools they need to take down that turret.
Well, those blades are back. That's going to be the shockwave. Theocles trying to buy out as much time as he can, but he may well cost his life. Has to ultimate away once again, but this is an inhibitor turret that's now going to go down. Counter Logic Gaming starting to drive through their advantages. 22 minutes in. We saw it with Gambit. They got a 22-minute inhibitor. We're going to see the same from the Americans. Counter Logic Gaming in control against TURQUALITY.
Yeah, definitely. We see the experience from CLG kicking in. Kazi jumping in.
Oh, baited. They left Neon on his own. He's like, yeah, come on, jump at me. He's going to quite happily take that one. Even Trick survives, gets the growth on towards him. Tyrese take him so low. He's going to go down. Double Lift gets himself a rampage and gets blown into the team. That's not what they wanted. He's going to start keeping the damage going. The rockets flowing on towards them, and CLG, they may turn take this and push on.
And as we're talking about experience from CLG, it just shows that TURQUALITY, they're trying to chase a loss, and you don't chase a loss. You regain your senses and you try and make a pick.
Tell that to gamblers.
Yeah, exactly. That's like in poker. You don't chase a loss because it's just going to cost you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, CLG this time may well have bitten off more than they can chew. This time they will have to actually back away properly, and Counter Logic Gaming will do that quite happily. They've still only got a 4,000 gold. Gold terms, it's a close game. Pressure terms, CLG 6-1 ahead in turrets. An inhibitor down, it is theirs to win.
And they have a siege composition, although
they're still going in.
Theocles might go for the steal again.
Well, he landed the steal before. They've got the cast, they've got the steal smite. Why not continue on there? They've got the explosive cast. Doesn't even get the smite steal. Theocles going to get caught out here. He's going to go down. Feed them a kill, feed them the dragon. Anything else they want, they will take.
You see this a lot with a lot of these amateur teams or not as experienced teams coming in. They're really great when getting ahead, but they falter when they get behind. And it's a sign of a great team that fights back when behind, because they know exactly what they need to do, which vision they need, how far they can overextend, which picks they need to make. TURQUALITY is just desperately trying to cling on, getting a pick on CLG, but CLG is driving this game. If they want to get caught, they'll get caught, but if they don't, they're just calmly walking away. And this is the experience showing off CLG's squad.
It's funny you mention that, because that's exactly what we used to talk about Meet Your Makers. And they got ahead when they took the towers down early. They knew exactly what they were doing. They did really executed it well. The moment they didn't win that early lane phase, which this was pretty close, they just suddenly start thinking, faltering. Decision making is just not quite there. Few wrong errors, and that's sometimes all it takes. I mean, I remember Alex is talking about the Korean teams, like they don't make problems. When they do, you have to capitalize, otherwise you're not going to win.
Yeah, definitely. Every player has had that before, and you just have to learn from those mistakes. And winning is easy, but losing is hard. As cliche as it may sound, you can come back from some games, but you have to wait for your opponent to make a mistake, and you can't force it upon them, because then it's going to make it easy.
Oh, with onto Amma. Amma's going to have to use the explosive cast, but the Zulu catches on. Shockwave, everything used. That's the mid laner down. There's no explosive cask available. They can just push on through the mid lane.
Who's going to stop Nianton, so? Who's going to stop Double Lift?
Nobody. He's gone straight for a Trinity Force as well. All he got was just that simple shield in there, and he can just plow on through. Nien just beating down, and those Qs will be doing massive amounts of damage. In fact, I'm going to just double check now, see how much he's pounding away on that. He's getting extra 150 on top of the 110 that he's getting, as well as that was another little bonus I missed as well. Put us on top of the 222, so he's hitting those turrets for about 500 every Q, so he's pounding them down along with Double F2. Well, you can see he's got himself that Guardian Angel now. He is secure. Counter Logic Gaming will be securing their first game. So, what did TURQUALITY do about this? They actually looked good at the start, and they held the gold lead for a short period of time.
They can learn lessons from this game. Yes, play aggressive, but conservative when you have to, and that's basically what's hard about League of Legends. When do I go in? When do I go back? When do I respect my opponent? And when I just don't give a damn about him. And it's really hard, and it can be as close as one barrel, it can be as close as one flash flay. Like, we saw the support Thresh being so fundamental in so many one fights, but this one time he overreached, bait his entire team in, and he died. Is that bad of him? No, because if he never takes a chance, he will never fail anyways.
Just a little itch of greed, and once again trying to go for the flash hook, but instead he gets caught out by the chompers. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in there. Shockwave is available still, but he's not even going to be needed. Though Link manages to get himself a second kill. They push on through for the final inhibitor turret of the game. Those big beaten down shots from the Enton, so in the front loaded damage. He's taking everything down. CLG are pretty low on health, but they can keep on pushing through. They've got super minions with them. They're going to go on towards the Nexus turrets here and potentially close the game out. As that's another kill. Obliterated indeed. Amma's doing what he can to try and protect this one. Wither's doing enough to slow him down. Barrel's rolling out, but you can't stop Double Lift when he's this fed. 7-1-9 is Double Lift's score. He's going to be happy and confident AD carry after this one, but it was closer than it seems in the start. That barrel would have killed him. Nevertheless, Counter Logic Gaming, they pick up their first game. It is a best of 3 though, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, against Team TURQUALITY. Looking good towards the end, Counter Logic Gaming, but it was actually TURQUALITY's aggression that backfired on them.
I wonder if we're going to see Shyvana again, because he was actually pivotal in creating those early game leads where they ended up counter-ganking each other 2v2, and Shyvana just being the stronger duelist early than Tensei and Elise, especially with that ultimate combining with Kha'Zix. If they just take out the risk from a strong champion like Shyvana snowballing and potentially getting resets from a Kha'Zix, that could be enough for CLG's methodical approach, experience to kick in and just take the game home.
Fantastic stuff. So, Counter Logic Gaming showing that they have the exact same style they've always had.
Well, maybe if it's not a bad style to have, as long as you execute it properly.
Exactly, and you know, they've executed it very well against TURQUALITY. If they to get through to Fnatic, would they be able to do the same thing?
Well, they still made a few mistakes getting caught out, and TURQUALITY got a gold lead, so they definitely have some things to work on, but they also had things working for them. Nasus was a really good pick here. He ended up pushing pretty well. It was really tanky. Trix generally was at the right place at the right time, often not as strong. Maybe he should focus a little more on farming or respect the dual possibilities there, because they actually went for some 2v2s and ended up losing them. But at the same time, we saw at least communication coming out from CLG. They were helping each other. This wasn't just a double lift show. Their Link played pretty okay on Orianna as well. They had a good composition. There was thought behind it. It all made sense, and then they just took the game home once they got a small advantage.
Well, in terms of first-time experiences, I could think against a game called Team TURQUALITY, a team you've potentially not heard of. It's probably a nice way to break you in. When I think back to, say, Voidal, he came up against, what, Fnatic in his first game for Gambit. Do you remember your first game?
My first game?
Or first on LAN game, I guess.
On LAN game, yeah. I was somewhere in France and actually didn't perform too well. Nor did our team. I was in Poitiers, I believe, or a little Paris Games Week even. I'd even before my CLGU days. And it's definitely an experience. It's not what it is right now. But yeah, they played well. I just hope they just learn from these games. And both CLG and TURQUALITY can take a lesson here. The only thing I have to add is, yes, you say playing against a team like TURQUALITY might be easy, but it actually punishes you harder, because if you make mistakes against a team like Fnatic, people can expect that. But if you somehow lose or make mistakes against people that you have never heard of, that might be a little discomforting.
It's going to be a bit harsher on you. We're going to take a break here, ladies and gentlemen. After this, it will be Game 2. CounterLogic Gaming versus Team TURQUALITY. Don't go anywhere.
This is it. That mighty thing. That thinks, blinks, and winks. You can dress it up, you can dress it down. You can even bedazzle it and make it loud. It comes in black, it comes in white. It comes in orange. What a sight. You can spin it and make it dance. Anything is possible when given the chance. It can say everything about you, or very little at all. It can fit in your pocket, on a desk, or on a wall. And it comes in sizes from big to small. From tablets to smartphones to all-in-ones. It can be used for work, for fun, and even both with the 2-in-1. But there's something meaningful beyond the bling that makes them run and do their thing. It's quite a special, hard-to-see part. The brain, the brawn, and the beating heart. And if you manage to set the rest aside, you'll come to realize the most important part is inside.
Professional-grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy-to-use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination. You cannot win by yourself.
Raid Call. Communication for winners.
As a professional gamer, I need something really fast and reliable.
Dude, lagging in games sucks. That's why I use HyperX memory.
HyperX memory is super great.
Hello and welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Singapore.
Something inside that I need to release. Which way is right? Which way is wrong? How do I say that I need to move on? You know we're heading separate ways, and it feels like I am just too close to love you. There's nothing I can really say. I can lie no more. I Yet there's oh so much that you deserve. There's nothing to say, nothing to do. I'm nothing to give. I must live without you. You know we headed separate ways, and it feels like I am just too close to love you. There's nothing I can really say. I can't lie no more. I can't lie no more. Got to be true to myself, and it feels like I am just too close to love you. So I'll be on my way. So I'll be on my way. And it feels like I am just too close to love you. There's nothing that I can really say. I can't lie no more. I can't hide no more. Got to be true to myself. And it feels like I am just too close to love you. So I'll be on my way. So I'll be on my way. So I'll be on my way.
Oh my God! Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne for what could be the final game of the day. As you can probably work out, the crowd have got a bit rowdy, frankly. Have to calm them down. And then they don't do it, so it's all good. We are going to get back into our second game of our last quarterfinal of the Intel Extreme Masters Pro Tournament today. But just a reminder for you, tomorrow we'll be back with both semi-finals in the morning of the Pro Tournament and the final of the Amateur Tournament and the final of the Professional Tournament. So tomorrow you do not want to miss it, and we want to make sure we get over that 200,000 mark as well. We're so close right now, so go and tell your friends. Great League of Legends action coming up right now. Can the Turkish friends that we've made, the friendly Turkish people who have travelled all the way here to be part of the Intel Extreme Masters, who have asked CLG for a photograph after the game, can we will them to win a game? Can we? Yeah. There's one guy in the audience that believes. It's fine, I'll see him afterwards. Let's get back to our second game then. It is, of course, TURQUALITY versus CLG.
Thank you very much, Paul. So, game 2 about to get underway. CLG, they are 1-0 up, as you just heard Paul mention. And clearly there's a couple of North American fans in there in the crowd as well. And why not? Because it's been a while since we actually saw the North American teams visit us here in Europe.
Yeah, they have a lot of fans. CLG just has a very, very large fan base on its own already. So
this event sold out in record time, by the way, because CLG and Cloud9 are here. Yeah, and I expect probably with Dignitas and TSM coming to visit in the not too distant future, that's probably going to be the same.
Yeah, definitely. Like esports is growing so far. It's going beyond the constraints that we're meeting in terms of building size. Because we could fill this double the amount of people in this hall already, but there's so many fans out there. I just want to say thank you to all the fans for coming out and supporting every one of us, because it's so much more fun. It's so much more fun.
Without them, I wouldn't have a job. So
exactly,
I absolutely love them. To be honest, no problem with those. So picks and bans. Here we go again. Annie taken straight away. Will we see a Blitzcrank ban coming out from COG? Maybe that's just a case of they don't want to see that, because sure enough, there it is again straight away. Standard bans actually from what they had in game 1.
Yeah, to be fair, Tyrese was doing a good job at catching people with Thresh, so I imagine he could do the same with Blitzcrank, and it could be more of a lethal effect. You saw no hesitation coming out from TURQUALITY, sometimes to their own demise, but they're definitely playing an all-in, all-win, or just get lost in the fight kind of game. So definitely very decisive play coming out from TURQUALITY. You really don't want to mess with that. You really don't want to give them any of the reset champions or any of these strong, tanky champions like Shyvana, or at least you have to treat them with respect.
Well, I mean, so far similar bans. We could see an Udyr or Caitlyn. That's going to be the other ones that COG, maybe they're going to go for the Shyvana. They've gone for the Riven. That's because it was hovered over for a short period of time. And actually, Riven is a champion that was used by TURQUALITY during the qualification for this event. So maybe doing a little bit of research, CLG there. Maybe that's a bit of Monte Cristo in the background checking things out.
Well, Riven is just a very potent pick in top lane and in mid lane. We know so many players doing such a crazy amount of things with it. I've seen clips of Faker just demolishing mid lane completely with Riven. Of course, we might not be able to compare them to Amber, for example, but you never know. Gotta respect your opponent.
Absolutely. Orianna being banned away, so didn't want to have Link on that one this time around, but Link, well, we've seen him before. We can't use Syndra this tournament, which is one of his champions he has used in the past. That is globally banned
but he plays
right
Ziggs.
now. He does play Ziggs. Wow, Jinx being banned out by CLG, and they've let Renekton through, so Renekton being picked up straight away by Thaldrin in that top lane.
Not entirely sure what the Jinx fuss is all about. First picking and then lost banning it. Maybe in North America or for CLG, it's such a cornerstone of a lot of their tactics, and they've assumed that it's the same for everybody else. I've heard a lot of people valuing Lucian a lot higher than Jinx recently, so man, it depends. You never know what your opponent's playing. You might mirror to what you're playing yourself, but that might as well just been a wasted ban.
Well, that's the great thing about the international tournaments. When these different regions' metas clash, they don't know what's going to happen. I mean,
exactly.
I don't even remember seeing it in Korea so far, Jinx being used. It's all been the mobility AD carries so far. Still a long pick coming out for COG. A long choice, long decisions. Chat's coming out, you can see in the end there. And Tricks on your screen. They're the two that are making the pick right now. It is going to be Lucian being picked up. So double lift could be on Lucian.
Maybe Thresh.
See, could be Link, who knows. Thresh may well get selected for the support. No, they're going to stick with Elise again.
Okay, they're sticking to what they're comfortable with, I guess. Tricks definitely did an okay job on Elise. They just ran into the monster tank that was Shyvana in those trades. Did a really good counter gank early. Probably assumed he could do the same later, but he just got cut out from the Shyvana Kha'Zix damage on top lane. Udyr, as you mentioned earlier, may have seen it banned, ends up being hovered over. Shyvana again open. Wouldn't be too bad for TURQUALITY, honestly.
Yeah, it worked pretty well in the jungle, but maybe thinking of the Jarvan this time around again. Looks like it's going to be Tyrese for Thresh. That's being discussed for the Turks. We'll see whether they stick with almost what they had in the last game.
I would rather see a Shyvana here, because already Lucian can jump out of the Jarvan ultimate. Tricks can repel out of it. Shyvana has the burnout speed. Once she's in dragon form, she's going so damn quick. She can catch up with almost or nearly everyone and just deal a sick amount of damage.
I much prefer to see Aatrox, I've got to be honest. As a champion, I love it in the jungle, but Jarvan is going to be the choice, and it seems that Thresh will also be the final option for the support.
We have to mention, for people that don't know, Lucian's gap closer ability resets all slow, so it's really good if he gets hit by a box. He just dashes out of it, ignore the slow. If he gets hit by a flay, that's will take some damage, get knocked back, but the slow afterwards he can basically nullify, so it's pretty hard to play a Thresh into a Lucian. Again, the Lulu coming up, defensive support for double lift, like we've seen in this again, no all-in kind of lane, which is kind of sad. I mean, it's a pretty strong lane, Lulu and Lucian, because they poke really well and they can follow up on damage, but it's not as all-in as you would expect from a Lucian lane.
Caitlyn will be the AD support alongside that Thresh along with Lissandra. We saw very, very quick lock-ins from CLG actually with that Lulu and Shyvana. So I actually think that may be a top lane Shyvana. I think that's going to be Nyen.
Yeah, that's definitely yet another like bulky, like strong character like Shyvana on top lane. She's even worse on top lane than she is in jungle because she gets even more tanky. Combine that, actually a good piece of synergy there. We might see somebody locking up with a Cocoon, but if they really want to engage or disengage, all they have to do is send in Shyvana, knock everybody back, put Wild Dwarf on top of him. He'll not only keep burning people with his burnout, but he'll slow them down with the Lulu ulti passive at the same time as knocking them up once the Lulu ulti hits. So if Doublelift can avoid getting hit, Shyvana can get all the aggro on her and just be this AoE menace coming out.
Well, Tyrese seems happy with that. I would think that was Tyrese, at least at the end there. Final choice, what are you going to be, Afromoo? It's going to be Ziggs for Link. So second Ziggs of the day. We already heard how Alex actually said in his interview he feels it's a very good counter to Orianna. Maybe with Link's feeling it's a counter to Lissandra as well. Both long-range poke champions.
Well, if you look at CLG's lineup right here, there's not really that much hard CC. There's some slows coming out for Lulu, knockups. They require good coordination. But if you saw last game, they actually had some communication coming in. At least they were helping each other out properly. And they didn't really did some of the dragon fights all too correct. But when the fights were going in their favor, there was a lot of synergy right there. And hopefully they can use that synergy to maximize the potential in this lineup, because you need to work together to get the knockback from Ziggs. From his satchel, as well as Shyvana jumping in, the Wild Growth coming up. The only hard CC they really have is Whimsy and a Cocoon.
So we'll see how this one works out for them. There is Team TURQUALITY. They are the Turkish champions that have come over here. They obviously, just like the Red, they came through over the Russian qualifiers. TURQUALITY coming through the Turkish qualifiers. Obviously, the servers now all around the world, and we saw it with the wildcard tournament. There's a lot of teams, a lot of scenes growing. The fact that we've seen the Brazilian championships fairly recently with over 100,000 plus viewers. League of Legends worldwide is growing, and we have to start adapting, start accepting that these new tournaments are going to come through. I mean, these teams, they're probably not going to be on the level of the likes of the COG and LCS teams, but they will be getting close to, and they're starting to grow already. We're already seeing them in early game, as it really seems to be when you get past the lane phase, when they start developing into the team fights, that we start to see the problems occurring.
It's the same process every team goes through. Like, you can base yourself on solo queue, you can base yourself on ranked 5s you play, and you can get really good at getting ahead in lane, but then it's the decision making. That's what separates the great teams from the amazing teams. At World Finals we saw as well, it's the great decision making from SKTT1 that got them from one turret in mid lane suddenly to an inhibitor 4 minutes later with great turret switching, tanking aggro with spiralings. So we'll just see how TURQUALITY evolves in this game. Maybe to take a different approach, a little more laid back, and just try and catch people out.
And you know what actually makes me think of that is if we're going to get to level 1, I'm not too sure whether we will get the hook on towards Link there. Everybody's going to pile in towards it. It's too much. It's too close as well. He's going to be able to get away from that one. Lot of flash burns out there. Actually, it was only one. It was just Amastyle being used in that flash.
I don't really agree with TURQUALITY. It's a nice try and all, but you need to chain that CC immediately. It has to be hook into Renekton stun, into snare, into Caitlyn trap almost to get him down, and Ziggs can basically flash at any given point because he's so close to his tower. I feel CLG won out there.
Well, CLG also got the wards in there. Link Afromoo pretty much freely walked in there. But what I was about to say is, I'm thinking back to, say, these developing metas, these developing regions. Think back to, say, Season 2, World Finals, the Chinese region. They got through to the semi-finals and thinking, okay, they're getting close. They just need one step. We got to IPL 5 a couple of weeks around the corner. It's like a different team turned up. They had stepped it up massively. World Elite was so strong in that.
The Cao Mei Rengar still gives me nightmares.
That's Cao Mei, by the way. Cao Mei.
I'm sorry.
Strawberry.
I'm sorry, Chinese demon.
You can't, look, I've had to get the pronunciation right of these names. I'm probably butchering the Turkish names now, but I'll learn them eventually. Don't worry, guys. But as it stands, these teams, they will develop, and as they come to tournaments like this, as they discovered, they went to the Season 2 World Finals, they develop, they grew, and suddenly that teamwork is there, because you can only get better by playing better teams.
It's the same thing Alex Mueller said today about SK Gaming as well. Yeah, they might lose, but they'll at least learn a lesson if they do so, and it might be preferential to beating a team really easily, because you need to learn and improve.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are moving into the lane phase, and there's going to be no counterbalance back and forward this time around. It's straight clear. CLG have already going to beat the race to the level 2. There's no doubt about that.
Look how far CLG Link is out like positioning himself in mid lane. Jarvan could be level 2 and coming around. Remember, he has no flash and no satchel yet, and he's already pushing down so far ahead and just poking armor over and over and over. And it's basically showing how confident he is in his abilities. And as you said on bot lane as well, after move with the Lucian combo, as DimaJke likes to call it, they're pushing in. Caitlyn Thresh doesn't have the counter push because Thresh is already starting Lantern again. Hook again, rather.
Yeah, and they're going to hit level 2 first. There is the level 2. They're going to go straight on aggressive on to cause killers. But the hook lands on towards Afremu, not quite close enough to get him towards the tower, though. And like you say, it's not going to do anything. If anything, it's going to force COG to push them deeper in. And actually, they lost even more CS.
Yeah, because if you hook, you know, it has one spell and it's on cooldown right now for about 17 seconds. It's an invitation for CLG just to push on even harder.
Aggression onto Link. He pounds himself away there with his own bomb, laughs away at it. CLG, well, we see pretty much a return of what happened in game 1, the pressure on the bottom lane. But it's the top lane I'm interested in. Where is Theocles going? No red buff available to him. Is he just going to rotate back around towards the mid, or will he go top?
Yeah, it seems like Tal'Darim is doing pretty well against the Shyvana early. Renekton is a lane bully. He does really well on those early matchups. Generally, if he gets beaten, it's because he gets outscaled. So he's definitely messing with Nyentonso right now. Let's see what if Trix is going to get baited into top lane, if Jarvan is going to respond. He finds Trix in the jungle.
Yeah, he finds him in there. They've both got the double buff this time around. He's going to go back into Link. Link's got that pack down. This time he should be able to pounce himself away. It is going to be enough. Does it beautifully to bounce them both out as well.
Yeah, look, he knew he wasn't going to die there in time and just walks to the other side of his satchel and blows himself away, and then incidentally knocking everybody away as well.
Oh, they're trying to bait one out there. Link's seeing if Amistar wants to go aggressive. He did have the support just round by is with Trix, and now Afremu continuing to get the wards down on that bottom lane as well. So CLG, as you mentioned, are starting to win out the lanes. Trix is going to go straight face checking in towards Theocles. He should be able to get away from this one. Amistar is close by. He tries to get in. He's going to drop straight back towards it. Amistar's going to get caught in there. The Ignite's down. Is it going to be enough? One more hit should be enough. He's going to have the Dragon Strike.
Oh, he misses it.
He missed the Dragon Strike, but he lands the DimaJke standard. But he could be in trouble now. Link low on mana. He's going to get the kill. The Ignite finishes off. Will the shield be enough?
That's
no.
The passive.
The passive from Link is enough to get the kill.
And look who shows up in mid lane because they pushed that button. They rotate. A good play here from CLG. They know with Sandra's low, they can't do anything. They're going to lose this middle tower, if not take a lot of damage on it.
But the bottom lane is also getting pressure, so that's going to free up Caitlyn and Thresh to just shove on. They're going to catch on towards Amistar, though. That was not in their book. They should not have given him that kill. He should have based, like you say. Oh, meanwhile at the top, it's actually going to be Nyen. The Ignite's on towards him. Thaldron's got the Ignite on him as well. He's going to get the regen from the minions, though. It should be enough to hold him in lane, and he's going to stick this one out. Nyen's forced to back off.
So Thaldron has Nyen's number so far. Good rotation by CLG. Kusano actually fed a kill. They could have just traded even there, but again, they're chasing their loss. Why don't you just base? Okay, your XP is gone, but you just got to face it. You're not going to get it. Just wait out and let him get a turret.
Oh, the hook actually coming in. Whew, repelled just in time to get away from that one. The damage not really being done on that bottom turret either, so they've successfully defended it, and now, as we see, they have managed to back away. Half the hit points left on that turret, middle turret down. That's the important one, and that's what CLG wanted. They are now almost 1,000 gold up coming into 6 minutes.
CLG with just exploiting the small mistakes that they made. Imagine if Jarvan would have landed that Q, got first blood, probably could have even gotten out. It's like, this is so close. Like, these teams, yeah, they look a bit far apart, but it's all separated by one small mistake. But then again, it's a difference. How do you capitalize on those small mistakes? And that's what CLG is doing really well right now. They're just playing it perfect as what they're getting options, and they're using them perfectly.
Well, Link at the moment, he's been the focus in this mid lane and has created situations that have been quite successful for CLG. The Nyentonso holding up that top lane against Thaldron. Thaldron, as you say, has had the advantage in terms of CS. They're going to trade once again. They've both got, look at it, it's a giant spell for Thaldron this time around. Like you say, level 6, the burnout doing work for Nyentonso, forces him back. But Theocles, he's coming to visit. There's no ward placement here. In the end, might be in trouble. He's going to have to back away, but he's got his ultimate to escape.
Thaldron's almost level 6. He's definitely trying to get that XP. It might be just too late. Nope, doesn't get it.
He doesn't have Dominus available. Now he has level 6, though. That's what he wanted. He needed to wait for that level 6 to hit, but I don't think he's given enough time to maybe get it. Tyree's taking a poke from Doublelift zoning out on killers here. Caitlyn in trouble, has to use the 90 caliber net, lands it nicely onto Doublelift. That's going to stop their attack dead. And no more zoning will be done here.
Yeah, good presence in the lane there, Afremu using his Prixie to use a proxy Q, proxy Glitterlands on the enemy AD carrier and essentially out-trading him as a support. Pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive stuff. And actually fairly even trades. No longer even trades down this top lane though. Nien is starting to bully him out. Link's going looking for kills. He's got the, don't forget that big bomb will land from very long range, which is why Theocles is having to follow down, as well as Amma style. He's going to follow him all the way down there. Puts the explosive pack though, and returns to mid.
He's just drawing them away. He knows he can push up mid and just rotate. All he needs to do is put pressure on the bot lane.
Double guessed them, and now he's actually gone straight back to the mid lane. He sees in the try, but she will get spotted out though, the rest of the team. And this is all actually lost Amma. Amma is stuck around the mid lane now, so now it's a 3-on-2 situation in this bottom lane, just simply by walking up towards that mid and then walking straight back down again.
Yeah, this gives Trick a chance to farm up in mid lane as well. Basically putting as much tower pressure as they can. They want to siege, like they want to get that zone from Zig's satchel with his bombs to threat out the cocoon and then just sieging down turrets. That's why they rotated mid. They want to get that turret, and now they want to follow it up with another turret, and hopefully in the end even get the top turret later when Yintaso gets stronger, because he's scaling better into the matchup.
Dominus having to be used in the top by Thaldrin, and you can see in the end using his ultimate to bounce him away, but actually Thaldrin taking very low this time around the end, just with that Doran's blade and Doran's shield doing a fantastic job. And everybody knows the tank just needs a sword and shield.
Exactly, and that's his experience kicking in. Yeah, sure, Renekton beats me earlier. I'll just farm. He was about 7 CS down, but now he's scaling back into it. Look, he's 3 CS down, and soon he'll just overtake Renekton.
So down this bottom lane, the battle continues between the two. AD carries, both even on CS, 58 to 57. We do see Theocles just lingering off the side there, waiting to see if he can get in, maybe create a situation. Tyrese taken very low, he's going to flash away from him, it's too late. And Doublelift catches him out there, so Flash effectively burned and wasted, just trying to bait it in a little bit too much.
That's a good read by CLG. They knew the jungle probably would be coming, they knew they could get aggressive on bot lane, they knew they had backup from Tricks. Yeah, they're fighting? Are they fighting, or they're probably just tickling each other?
They're fighting around the blue buff is what they were doing there, but Neon's trying to get aggressive and actually farming between the waves, and Thaldrin's like, no, we're not going to allow you to do that.
I'm really impressed by Trick's timing though. Just being around people allows them to play aggressive. You can dodge the hook by playing aggressive if you know you have backup, in the odd case that you do get caught. Throws Thresh out of his game. They predicted Jarvan probably coming around as well. Good warding by Aftermove. Jarvan could never get in unless he got Lantern, and then it would be pretty obvious. Good vision control, good jungle ganks, good teamwork from CLG.
And good CS actually from both teams across the board. It's actually very even. Oh, Killer, you are way out of position here. Look at this. Aframu's going to come in there, manages to get the Whimsy down on towards him. Oh, but he may well got baited himself. Trix is going to join the party. Theocles goes deep. Both AD carry and support are very low. If they can just get the damage down. You can see Ace in the hole coming through, but it's not going to be enough. Theocles has gone down. That's going to be one. Doublelift picks that kill up. Now he's going to turn it back around on towards Tyrese. Tyrese in trouble. He gets popped down there. The bomb comes in. Not going to land on his target. And the jungler, sorry, the AD carry of Killers backs away from this one. CLG all very low. If only Amma would have come down and joined the party.
But then again, Ziggs would have been there as well. It's just, it was played 3v3 correctly by CLG right there. Aftermove just escaping on a sliver of health, Trix on a sliver of health. Meanwhile, Doublelift was just going to town on people. It was good shot calling, good single target, one by one. Good communication again by CLG, which was an issue in the past, and they seem to have fixed it.
In the end, it's continuing that farming between the towers. Continuing to keep the pressure on. Now with that blue buff off, he's got Amma just off the side though. Amma will start it off and actually coming on towards the end. Coming around the side, Thaldrin's coming in as well. There's 3 on 2. Maybe he's going to get Amma down. The Ignite may well run, but I think it's going to be enough damage. The end tries to flash away from this one. Thaldrin has got the flash. He should get another swing at that axe, and he will catch the kill.
Nintendo almost jumped too far away there. He second-guessed himself trying to turn around to get Amma and then try to get out of the fray, but yeah, it wasn't enough. Good 3v1 gank, but you saw how close he got to dying right there, just dealing with the Shyvana alone. Imagine in a team fight when Doublelift's hitting people, when you have Wild Growth to follow up. It's gonna be really hard and nearly impossible for TURQUALITY to get this unless they keep making these picks.
Interesting. Blue not being given to Amma there. That surprises me because Lyssandra's a champion that needs mana.
Yeah, but look at the Yokel, he's level 7. He's falling behind right now. Trix is level 8, and he's already scaling ahead. They need the Jarvan ganks to work because they need these CC combos to chain on each other to hopefully pick people off in outnumbering them, because in even numbers, it's not going to work for TURQUALITY.
And Amma actually chasing shadows as well. He's gone for that needlessly large rod, so he's in the desperation mode of I need ability power and I need it fast, because linked with that Athene's and Holy Grail. Trinity Force completed by Doublelift. He's up against him. If it comes down to the dragon fight, which it may well do shortly, it's going to be a problem. Tyrese caught out here. The slow is just enough on Doublelift. Aframu is going to throw out those glitter lances. The hook repelling back in towards Aframu. That would have caused a problem for him. But you can see AP mids both making their way down. Here comes the bomb. Is it going to land? Yes, it is. It's not enough damage, though.
Yeah, they're trying. TURQUALITY is trying, but CLG is just doing it way better. Not much you can say right now. They can catch double lift though.
Damn, that's deep, man. Catalyst does manage to get in there. Double lift has to flash away from that one. Wild Growth was used out there, and you can see Theocles Ignite burning COG, despite the fact they had the number disadvantage, still coming out on top.
CLG always has this defensive trick up their sleeve right now, with Trick on Elise actually, and it's just what they're doing. He's always at the right place at the right time.
That joke was so deep, most people wouldn't have even got it, I think.
Exactly.
But including myself for a moment, it was a whiz that went straight over my head. Nien's coming across the side there, trying to get the poke on towards Ammer. Instead, he's just going to go back towards that top lane, missing actually the action to farm in between lanes, so he's actually losing out a little bit. And Thaldren's doing a good job of continuing to push. He's not been too worried about this farming between the lanes nonsense that he's been trying, and instead he's actually pushing the tower himself. Theocles finds tricks in the jungle on that red buff, but he's got the support of his AP mid. Ammer's going to come around the side. Oh, Killer's dead. They're going to see finally the culling. He doesn't get the kill. Double lift does though polish him off eventually with his Q.
Could have dodged that with the lantern if he immediately saw it coming, or could have clicked it. Good play by Double lift, chasing him out. Good culling, stopped the culling when it wasn't needed anymore. We're gonna get blocked by minions, and definitely they're focusing on turrets. Look, they didn't even chase the Jarvan, you know. They didn't overreach to try and kill him.
Oh, this is a battle to see who's got the willpower to stick around. Still no Sunfire Cape for Thaldren, which is why he's actually unsure on this one. It's a fairly even trade. I feel in the end may well have a bit more in him though. His ultimate is available, as you say. His Knight's actually coming up. There's going to be the ultimate, pounces across there. He's not going to have enough available to it. No Dominus has been used already, so it's still a pretty close battle. Link though, just getting a little bit of poke on that mid lane turret.
Yeah, look at the tower pressure coming out from CLG. Very objective focused game this game.
Ammer's in trouble here. He doesn't realize he has to lock up on Link there. Link has going to have his ultimate available. Will he land it? He does! And there is Link managing to finally land one of those big bombs.
Just all over the place. CLG pressing so much. They're almost catching Fresh right there. They push down the tower, follow up. Link's pushing down mid. Shyvana's winning the matches on top. TURQUALITY is losing the grasp of this game, and I don't see what they can do to come back.
And the end's back farming between those turrets in the top lane as well. And Thaldren, he desperately needs to go back and get a Sunfire Cape, but he can't at the moment because the pressure just continues. And now the turret, they has to should back away from this one. Double lift immediately cleansing out that hook.
And I just want to point out what Aphromoot did there. Not many people saw that. He proxy Glitterlands to stop somebody's base, allowing Link to push down mid. They're basically putting tower pressure by cancelling bases on the other lane. Not even winning the trade, but they're just slowing the enemies down while the other members of his team are hammering down on turrets. And that just shows how great they're reading the map and how well they're doing in this game.
And Thaldren finally going back. That's going to leave that top tower exposed as well. The end's been keeping those waves away, and he's still not giving up. Sunfire Cape has been picked up by Thaldren though, so that should put an end to that. Theocles will come around the side there. You can see in the end already clearing out. How Wolf should get picked up by the Dragonlance of Theocles though, so he didn't lose out on too much gold. 7-2 the kills right now. Just shy of 6,000 gold and 3 outer turrets all down. Sorry, there's 1 inner turret and 2 outer turrets down. So it's really down to quality to see what their next move is, because CLG are pushing them every step of the way.
And I mean, look at Nienton, so not even investing in too much tankiness, just going for the Bilgewater Cutlass and building into Blade, and that's what Shyvana does. Jumps in, if you try and get away, burn out, you're quicker. Suddenly, Blade of the Ruined King, and you're slower. And she just chases you all around. Meanwhile, you get bombs dropping you from left and right. Lucian shooting at you, Blue saving anybody that isn't saving, and it's just CLG in control.
Thaldren getting a good burst on towards him now and getting that combo off. Managed to take down half his hit points this time. That's going to maybe signal to say, okay, maybe I'll get some hit points in the next pack. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. Bilgewater Cutlass will be completed, and then maybe, just maybe, he'll go for something after that. Meanwhile, looking at the AD carry as well, that's a bit of a difference in items, isn't it? Trinity Force and BF versus ABF.
What do you do when your Triforce down?
Yeah, what do you do? That's a 4K difference.
Double it.
That's
a god. Everybody else is trash.
Everybody else is trash. His words, not mine, that's for sure. But Dragon about to spawn 1 second, and TURQUALITY are pinging for it, but I think this is going to have to be a valiant dive for Theocles. They catch on towards Trix. The hook goes in as well. They're trying to throw everything at him. Ammer doesn't land the root, and instead that's going to cause some problems. Now Theocles tries to pounce in there. They're not really quite going in the same style. Culling comes out. Bomb follows through. Tyrese taken solo. That's going to get picked up. Double Lift gets himself another.
Yeah, hesitation coming out from TURQUALITY. You see, they have a CC combo that they need to chain on top of each other. They didn't do it. Looks like Thaldren is beating Nentenso though.
Minions are going to come in. Does he go for it? Does he go for it? There's going to be the minion. Not quite there in time. He'll take the tower though for a dragon.
Yeah, getting top tower, but in the bottom side of the map, CLG is just reigning supreme, take that dragon down. They can pretty much do everything they want. Even catching out Armor in the midnight.
He's dead, he's dead. He's going to try and use that Claw of Doom to get away, but I feel that Link maybe will finish him off. Couldn't even dodge the bomb.
Nope, too little too late. Right now, it's a little early. Say, give it 1 or 2 more minutes, and CLG is going to go for a Nashor play. They have all what they need to control the vision right there. Afrim was doing a stellar job doing vision control last game as well, but Oracle's early. Shows that he's concerned about vision, and he knows that that's the key. I bet Monte Cristo's a little bit involved there. He really likes the vision in between the lanes as well, and it's definitely what wins you games.
Yeah, that's a blue buff picked up by Link as well, managing to take away that from Amma, who was yet to see that blue buff in this game because it was gifted across the Theocles to try and get him going. Top lane's going to be the next focus target. You see the AD carries continuing down this bottom lane though. They may catch on towards Tyrese. Doublelift has found himself a juicy support target. That's going to be an easy kill. He'll take that one for sure.
Yeah, just playing well. CLG catching people out. As I said already, they have wards really deep in the enemy jungle, and that's what you do. You don't need to ward anywhere else because you'll see them coming, and you'll just punish them for every rush they face check. Eventually, TURQUALITY is going to be that really afraid that they're going to be stuck in their base, and that's when they go for Nashor. If they even want to.
If you were to look back at this game, you know, as a player from Team TURQUALITY, what would you see? What would you say? Okay, we need to change this. What would you adapt?
So they blew a lot of flashes level 1, which gave them one big gaping hole in CLG strategy. Link did not have flash. Potentially, Jarvan could have done a level 2 gank on Link with no flash because he was very far overextended. Well, fighting.
They're trying to fight, that's for sure, but I'm not too sure it's going to go their favor. Amma does come around, manages to get a good route down on the ball there. Thaldrin not quite on the same wavelength and kind of a little bit split. The Zig bombs, the mines there, keeping them away. Thaldrin taking another bomb to the face, and TOG continuing just to slowly poke them down while it buys Aframu and Doublelift time to just keep on grinding that bottom lane.
Definitely not the same TURQUALITY we saw in game 1. I mean, they're trying, but they're going in 1 by 1. Looks like their willpower is broken, and CLG methodically playing this one out.
They're thinking about Tyrese, who's going to maybe try and land that hook. Jarvan's in there with him. There's going to be the engage. Oh, the hook didn't land though. Amma goes aggressive. Mines get thrown down. Flashes over the mines. He's got to make a play here. And will he make it? Amma's instead, you say chasing the loss. They may turn this one around. Nien's going to put down so much damage. Tyrese gets chomped on down. That's going to be another pickup kill for Link as well. He's going to be able to just slide away from this one.
And
but that's giving them the tower. Look at Doublelift down the bottom here. They're continuing to push on through. They've taken the bottom inner turret. Ace in the hole's not going to stop them. The minions are on towards the inhibitor turret. The top inner turret goes down. They're shoving both lanes down here. The inhibitor still dropped. Doublelift is having a party right now on the bottom, and that's going to buy time in the top lane. The top lane inhibitor turret will go down any second. CLG are all over TURQUALITY.
And this is CLG really showing how you push it to win a game. You do an accordion move, in and out, one side in, the other side out, both sides in, whenever you need. Whenever the enemy is moving in between those lanes, you punish them for moving, and you just turn the fights around. You bait them far in, TURQUALITY chases the loss, CLG turns, kills them.
Oh, Aframu is low, but no, Doublelift is there, and Theocles now tries to go in, tries to be the hero. Sees Aframu low, but he was just baited and outsmarted by the rush hour.
Very well played by them. Aframu might be caught here with the red buff. Doublelift caught by Usano as well.
Oh, but no, he's got Wild Growth. Turns it around. Can he get on towards Killer? Manages to get the Pixie down. Can Killer manage to finally get a kill on towards Aframu? Yes, he will. He's been after that one for so long. It must feel good to finally land that kill. But the inhibitor, meanwhile, in the end, pokes on towards the side of it, dodges out, gets a little flay on towards him, but he's almost got that ultimate available. As he just pounces away to victory.
Like a little orca flying over a wave.
A little orca?
A little big
They're
orca.
pretty big. That's a great one. that's a big whale right there. But
big tanky beefy whale.
A big tanky beefy whale. CLG, they are 1-0 up in this game, and it's looking to be a 2-0 clean sweep. But we also saw, good God, that Mega Bomb is doing damage on Killer right now. Link managing to clear that one out as well and keep Killer well at bay. In terms of CS, well, it's not even close between AD carries right now. It's a 60 CS advantage for Doublelift, and look at the gold. Look at that gold. He's got an almost 5,000 gold lead. That's almost doubling the gold of your opposition AD carry.
And he's even going to spike. He's almost finishing Last Whisper, and that's when Lucian spikes even harder. It's going to be nearly, let's not even call it nearly impossible. It's going to be impossible for TURQUALITY to do something unless CLG hands it on them on a silver platter. And so far, they've been playing the methodical game pretty damn well.
Well, we'll see. Oh, dear Tyrese. it's just going to get away from Nien. They know that he's there. Thaldrin, you're out of position. Look at the rest of COG, all collapsing around him. He has Theocles up there, but I really don't think that's going to be enough because Doublelift sends his blood here. He's 7-0-1. Can he just continue to stretch that KDA even further? Thaldrin's going to run into the base of CLG. He's actually buying time.
They like
for
CLG
Turk.
so much, they're going to join him in the base.
They're going to join them in there. Meanwhile, oh, a nice little juke from Amma there, but he gets caught out by the Pixie. No, you can't take Doublelift down like that one. He's not going to happen. Amma's going to be the focus target. Afrim may get dropped in that mid lane, though. He's going to get taken very low. Amma manages to use the Zhonya's Hourglass. He gets picked up by Link. Meanwhile, at the top, Theocles is trying to get away. The Mega Bomb comes out, and Link picks himself up another kill.
Yeah, CLG definitely a team effort here. It's not just a Doublelift show. Afrim showing a lot of presence, good zoning, died when he has to for his AD carry. Just pretty damn good supporting.
Oh, he does manage to Dragon Slice just away there. That's going to be a Baron for Counter Logic.
Link's not done with him.
Link's not done yet. He's going to keep on going. 7-0-2 for Link. Link is in dominating form as well as Doublelift. This is a clear and present danger to the rest of the teams watching this one. I'll tell you what, if I was Fnatic, I would actually be a little bit worried here because COG are looking good. They've got to play the next, and Fnatic, you know, let's not get into this because this is not the Fnatic we've seen at Worlds. These guys have not practiced much.
We don't know. We'll never. Maybe Fnatic is just a raw, unpolished talent that will shine through anyways. But
shine bright like a diamond.
Like a diamond. But that would be Gambit.
That is Gambit.
Anyways, we don't know what Fnatic's gonna show up. We've seen CLG play well, but we've also seen they make some mistakes in the first game when TURQUALITY was winning. Fnatic obviously is of a different caliber. And even if Expected doesn't practice, he's gonna be really damn strong in the mid lane. They have all the tools they need to give CLG at least a run for their money.
Absolutely. Ooh, flash from Afremu there, gets the Pixie down, tries to get on towards
Proxy good lands into Twin Shadows, really damn good.
He's now going to get out of that one. The Mega Inferno Bomb drops in now. Nearly said Super Mega Death Rocket, but it's not. There's no Jinx. Good God. Bomb. Could you imagine a Mega Inferno Bomb followed by a Super Mega Death Rocket? Good Lord, how am I meant to commentate this? Riot, please. But right now, it is going to be that mid lane. That's going to be an inhibitor turret going down. Nothing at all that TURQUALITY can do about this one, but simply watch as spectators and catch the pictures at the end of the game, because CLG are in dominant form and they will be progressing to play Fnatic. The question is, will Fnatic be the one we turn up? Will they be the world finalists turn ups, or will they be a different team? Who knows?
At least they got to see some research on CLG. They actually see some trends here, like Doublelift playing Lucian. After we go for Lulu twice, I believe. Tricks liking at least. Might give him some information and give him a slight edge.
Well, the culling comes out and actually does a heck of a lot of damage. Tyrese flashes out there. Lots of
trying to spell CLG with wards as a final tribute to their overlord.
But instead they killed him. They killed him while he was trying to put CLG down. I mean, honestly, that's just not very nice, is it? It is going to be the game. CLG will be moving through to tomorrow, to the semi-finals, to face off against Fnatic here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. Congratulations to them.
I mean, good sports from TURQUALITY. They lost. They came here to get experience. That's what they did. They met some teams they respect. They played really damn well in the first game. Really impressed by some of their plays. Good picks as well. But then they lost it in the mid to late game. And yeah, CLG just taking it home with methodical play. And this is what I like. This is not the CLG that was running around lost sometimes in the mid to late game. They had a plan. They executed. And they all played pretty good.
The battle of the carries. 8-0-4 for Link. 8-0-4 for Doublelift. Who can get more kills? I think that's what they were after at the end. Everybody was throwing everything they had.
I see a 10 CS increase on Link compared to Doublelift, so at least there's only but one conclusion.
Link is better.
Link is better.
Link is better. There you go. Doublelift is trash.
Your award's not mine.
That's the conclusion that we've drawn with Link just beating him by 10 CS. So congratulations to Logic Gaming. They will be through, like I say, to face Fnatic tomorrow. Gambit will be going up against Cloud9. Those games are going to be fantastic.
And to Trick as well, I gotta hand it to him. I think it's the first game for CLG right here.
Yeah.
Coming out, did play the same champion rather twice. Comfort pick on Elise. Maybe we'll not see him in tomorrow, but definitely had good timing. Was around when he had to. Basically helped his lanes be more offensive, and that allowed him to dodge a lot of skill shots and just turn the tides around.
Do you see that as a potential problem? Maybe tomorrow Fnatic going to be looking at that and going, okay, we're banning Elise, take him off that comfort champion, take the new guy away from the champion he enjoys.
Depends on their research. Maybe they've done way more research and they've known what CLG's been playing, scouting solo queue perhaps, but definitely Elise could be a target or just an early pick. You know, Cyanide does play it as well, I believe. He pretty much plays anything in the jungle, so we may see something based around Shyvana and Elise tomorrow, as there's really strong champions. And I'm kind of worried if Lucian gets through, because Double F played him really, really well.
So what do we see? What do we make from the new CLG effectively? You know, no more effectively old guard in there. No Chowster anymore. No Hotshot GG. He stepped out in the spring-summer split. Chowster stepped away recently. No Big Fat LP anymore. None of the old guard are in there. Is this a new improved CLG we're seeing, or is it more of the same?
It's a new CLG. They still have this core signature style of protecting the Double F sometimes. But what we saw early in the game was pretty surprising for me, seeing Doublelift and Aphromoo leave their lane to rotate mid and siege the tower down, and then later get an advantage from that, and then get spillover from mid, Link helping them. You know, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. We're just taking towers down. We don't care who does it. We just do it together. And it's really nice to see that it's a different style of, well, basically leaving Doublelift on his own on the bot lane all the time. He was way more dominant. He had the support from Aphromoo. They pretty good synergy, if you ask me, so I'm quite impressed with CLG.
Well, we will see how they perform tomorrow, but right now we're going to hear some words from CLG themselves. We are Waiting in the Wings with Sjokz.
Thank you very much, Deman. And I am joined by Aphromoo. Of course, Aphromoo back on CLG. Tell us how that happened and how you're doing in the team after practicing with them for a while.
How it happened? I think I was trying out for Curse, and then I played a solo queue game, and I saw Doublelift in solo queue, and we played bottom lane again. I played support, and I guess he remembered me after that. Oh yeah, this guy still plays the game, I guess. So, and then I got let go of Curse, and then I talked to Link. If you want me to play support, let me know. And then that's how it happened. And right now, CLG is I'm doing really good on CLG. I enjoy it. The people I know that I've known for a long time, and I'm just very comfortable with that team setting. Normally, I'm kind of a quiet guy when I first join a team, so yeah.
What a wonderful story. No, absolutely. But seriously, coming in here, you're first time performing in an offline event with CLG right now and going up against Team TURQUALITY that in the first game put up quite a fight.
Yeah, they did. They were actually really good in the first game. I guess first game jitters for both of the teams, getting into the mood in a best of 3. So they did really good, and we made a lot of mistakes the first game as well. So, yeah.
Tell us about your picks. You went with Lulu 2 times, and then we saw 1 Jinx and 1 Lucian. Are those the 2 champions that you guys think are the best for your playstyle, or just the best right now, or why did you choose for those?
Bot lane right now is like a triangle between Jinx, Lucian, those 2 AD carries, and then the supports for the triangle are Lulu, Thresh, and Annie. And they banned Annie out versus me every single game, and Lulu is really good against Thresh. So, and we did research on their team, and he picks Thresh almost every game, one of his favorite champions, and Lulu beats that. So Lulu's just really good in lane, and picking Jinx and Thresh, which are the OP ADs right now that outscale every other single AD, is just really good. So blue side, we first picked Jinx, and then when they're blue side, we ban Jinx and take Lucian, and he didn't really play Lucian the second game, which I don't know why, but Lucian's really good against Jinx as well. So, yeah.
All right, great performance in that matchup. Of course, tomorrow you guys will be going up against Team Fnatic, and Doublelift, you know, he's had some strong words about that matchup tomorrow and about facing Rekkles in that lane. What are your thoughts?
I've never really played against Rekkles before, but he CSs really well, and he's played really well when I watched him at IPL 5, I think it was. Yeah. So I'm excited to play against them, showcase what I have, and play against a competent bot lane, which will be really fun, and hopefully show what we have as the Rush Hour bot lane.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Great performance here today. And as for us, we'll be going over to Joe Miller and Jason to talk a little bit about what happened here today.
Thanks a lot, Sjokz. And yeah, a great action-packed day, Jason, to be honest. And we're going to go right back to the very start, to our first game of the day. Of course, the semi-final, the first semi-final in the amateur tournament here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. That ended in a 2-for-1 victory for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They took down TCM. Now, that wasn't... it was probably our closest series of the day, to be fair. We did see a brilliant performance, game number 1 from Nyph. Bit of a shaky closeout to that game, but it was game number 2 that was really interesting because they had the lead and they threw it away and allowed TCM to come back in.
Yeah, we were wondering at the start of the day what would happen, what NIP would we see, and we kind of saw, unfortunately, the Lemon Dogs, with 3 members obviously on the team, where they just couldn't close out games. That was the hardest part that they had in the summer split. They had the longest game time when they would win out of any other team, and they just couldn't close things out. NIP had the same problem if you think back to the spring split and even in the beginning of the summer split. So that is something that they need to work on, but also we have to think about it, how much did they really show us? They have the promotion tournament coming up in just a few weeks. Do they really want to show everything they possibly can do right now, or are they going to save it for that to secure a spot in LCS?
Well, I think they won't be showing us AP Scion anytime soon.
Don't think so.
Maybe, possibly not. Who knows?
Probably not.
Nukeduck, of course, bringing that one out in game number 2. And then we moved into Copenhagen Wolves versus SK Game in the second semi-final of the amateur tournament. Now, this one was a little bit more clear-cut, specifically game number 2. Copenhagen Wolves looking pretty much unstoppable today.
Yeah, we really wondered how well would they do without Sjokz in the jungle and without Reckless as the AD carry. And I think to everyone, well, I'd like to say amazement, but they did a phenomenal job against SK. Yeah. You know, we've casted SK actually in the Red Bull tournament we had not too long ago, and they looked really solid for the entire
team. And in the qualifiers for this very event. I mean, SK, we were really excited to see them here, and I'm sure that they were just excited to actually show off what they had. But Wolves showing that those changes haven't really hindered their performances whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm really proud as well for cowTard, because we saw him back in the spring split for the qualifiers, and he only played Zyra and just could not seem to get in there and win some games for him. But now he's really expanded his champion pool, which you have to do. You have to be able to adapt.
And played Zyra again.
And played Zyra in game 1. But in game 2, he played Cassidy and did very well on him. So I'm really happy to see that, and I really have high hopes for them. And I think after that win, they just got like, I think we could probably take on SK in the promotion tournament if we get them. So maybe SK will kind of like dodge them if possible.
So game number 3, we moved over to the Pro Tournament, which of course saw GAMBIT taking on the Red. Now, this was another pretty clear-cut one. A couple of, I guess we could say, toying with their food moments from GAMBIT, where they ended up losing probably a few more kills than they wanted. But still, I think a little bit too early to say GAMBIT, Moscow 5 are back.
Yeah, if we look at what happened in the last week of Summer of LCS, they came back and they looked ridiculous. They had, I think it was 15 days of boot camp, and they looked unstoppable. Today, they didn't. They looked like they could be beaten. And, the Red actually did a great job early on in the game. They actually had the lead for both games as well. But GAMBIT, I mean, just in true GAMBIT style, with Edward back, they were able to come together, close it out. And honestly, tomorrow, with who they're going to be playing, Cloud9, it's going to be a really good game.
Yeah, we'll move on to them in a second. Now, final game, we just saw it there, CLG taking down Team TURQUALITY Blue 2-0. Again, game number 1, we heard it from Afroma that the laning phase in game number 1 was actually pretty strong from Team TURQUALITY. Like, they showed a lot of potential in that one. Game 2 was a little bit more clear-cut, I think we can safely say. But, the CLG, who double-lifted, promised to us we're going to come out strong in this event after practicing. They did exactly that.
Yeah, they did. I mean, the bot lane synergy between Doublelift and Aftermoo was fantastic. It really was. They did such a great job. But I want to give a lot of credit to Trix. And this is like his first time playing with the team, and he did an amazing job in the jungle. He was there when he was needed. He was there counter jungling, specifically in game 1, which gave Doublelift a double kill and also double buffs. It really helped the team out, and I want to see, can they continue like this, because they have a long season ahead of them as well.
Well, we're going to find that out tomorrow, and to tell you a little bit more about what's coming up tomorrow, we're going to head over to ReDeYe and Sjokz to finish off the day.
Thank you very much to Joe, and obviously to Deman, Krepo and Jason today for all their input, their commentary, and their fun remarks as well. It's been a fun day. Have you had fun?
I had a lot of fun. Amazing games.
It's been great, hasn't it? Looking at all these new players and the new teams and the lineups. Anything stand out for you?
What stands out is maybe SK Gaming not doing that well with their new lineup. First big test, so they have a lot to think about going up in the summer promotion qualifier for, in the promotion tournament next month, of course. But I have to say that the things that have impressed me the most have been the players that we've already known for a while. Doublelift still on CLG, finding that extraordinary synergy with Afromoo, and of course Edward coming back to Europe, and it looks like it's going to be a good year for GAMBIT.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day tomorrow as well. Before we get to that, though, and we talk about tomorrow, just wanted to announce the winner of the competition online. Thank you so much for all of your efforts, and thank you to everyone here that took part in the competition, in the Draw Krepo competition in the studio. We had a lot of fun with that earlier on. But for those of you out there, we asked you to show us your favourite mascot and draw it for us. And the winner was this one, the Eagle for SK Gaming by Ricardo Lucao. So the winning pack that we've got for you, the 8 gig of RAM for the HyperX, and the HyperX headset will be winging its way to you via Eagle Courier. Or maybe not. My jokes get worse as the day goes on, which is a good choice because it's almost time to shut the show down. And tomorrow, we've got so much to look forward to. We're going to open at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, local Central European time, with GAMBIT Gaming versus Cloud9. Did those words just come out of my mouth? I can't believe it. What are you looking forward to tomorrow?
I'm looking forward to GAMBIT Gaming versus Cloud9 and that other Europe versus NA matchup coming right after that. Fnatic taking on CLG. I think that's something that a lot of fans have been dreaming of, and we're going to see it become reality tomorrow. And also, of course, the final of our amateur tournament is going to be the Copenhagen Wolves as they take on NIP. It's going to be amazing.
Yep, both semi-finals, both finals coming away live and exclusive only from the Intel Extreme Masters. From myself, from Sjokz, and all the people here in Cologne for tonight. It's good night.